Chapter 1: The Annihilation of a Family. The biting wind howled, and heavy snow fell from the heavens. Upon the execution platform knelt over 20 prisoners, a grim tableau of men, women, and children. It is the hour of noon. Execute the sentence. The executioner cast down the decree of death, and with a swift motion of the blade, a piercing scream from a woman reverberated from the nearby city gates. No! The wails of despair tore through the air, echoing across the sky. With eyes aflame with anguish, the woman struggled desperately, yet was held firmly in place, unable to move. Through her blurred, tear-filled gaze, she beheld the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the platform. Those were her grandfather, her uncle, her cousin. "Sister, are you pleased with the birthday gift that the Emperor has prepared for you?" Her cousin, Shaning, spoke in a voice softer than falling snowflakes, yet to Shenwan, it sounded as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, chilling her to the core. "Pleased?" Shenwan managed a bitter smile. She had disregarded the advice of her family, resolutely marrying Xie Jingyin, pouring her heart and soul into aiding him in vanquishing his foes and ascending to the throne, only to receive this in return? In exchange, he had ordered the execution of her grandfather's entire family on her birthday, sparing even the 2-year-old child. What had Shenwan done to deserve such ruthless retribution from Xie Jingyin? With a wave of her hand, Shaning commanded the 2 attendants supporting Shenwan to step back, and without their support, Shenwan crumpled to the ground. She raised her head, gazing at Shaning, her eyes burning with hatred. "Why must he be so cruel to me? Why?" She screamed in a fit of despair. Even in death, she demanded clarity. Shaning, however, seemed to find amusement in her plight, chuckling softly. "Cruel? This is merely the beginning." She looked down upon Shenwan from her elevated position. "My dear sister, you cannot genuinely believe your elder brother drowned in a drunken stupor, can you? And your father, my good uncle, did not perish from the recurrence of an old ailment. Oh, and your child was not the Emperor himself who administered the poison to terminate the pregnancy." These words struck Shenwan like blows from a hammer, each one driving deep into her heart. The immense sorrow entwined her like a vine, suffocating her as she fixed her gaze on Shaning. Due to her miscarriage, she had been left unable to bear children. After Xie Jingyin ascended the throne, the officials deemed her unfit to become empress due to her lack of heirs, leading him to take her cousin Shaning into the palace, allowing Shaning to bear children under her name. How moved she had been by Xie Jingyan's schemes for her, how grateful she felt for Shenying's sacrifices at that time, and now she found herself utterly foolish. They had conspired together to manipulate her, and she had been reduced to tears of gratitude for them. Shening wore a triumphant expression. "Let me enlighten you, the Emperor has never favored you, in fact, he utterly loathes you. His marriage to you was born of necessity. Your father, the Marquis of Pingyang, wields military power as a fierce general, while your grandfather's family amassed wealth that rivals nations. How could the Emperor allow you to marry another, threatening his ambitions for the throne? The one the Emperor desires to eliminate most is you. Had it not been for the treachery of Prince Ling in the northwest, and your utility in that regard, you would have long been sent underground to reunite with your father and brothers. How pitiful you are, still believing that the one who saved you all those years ago is the Emperor, harboring such unrequited affection." A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Shaning to adjust her luxurious crimson fox fur cloak. A maid approached, saying, "The wind is fierce, your highness, it is time to return to the palace, lest the Emperor grows anxious." Thinking of the Emperor's tender attentions to her the previous night, a sweet smile graced Shenying's face. "There's no rush, let me accompany my dear sister on her final journey."
Chapter 2, Rebirth. "Miss, please awaken, we are nearing our destination." In a haze, Shenwan seemed to hear a familiar voice. It was the voice of Yin Shuang. The bond between them had been severed for 5 long years. And yet, the first person she encountered after death was Yin Shuang. Struggling to open her eyes, Shenwan was greeted by Yin Shuang's smile. Her delicate features were adorned with a gentle dimple that appeared as she beamed. Shenwan was momentarily entranced, for this version of Yin Shuang was familiar yet starkly different from the tragic face she last remembered. Yin Shuang had been her devoted maid, accompanying her into the Jinwangfu. After a fateful delivery to the Pingyang Marquis residence, she never returned. Days later, Shenwan discovered Yin Shuang's lifeless body in an alley 2 streets away from the Pingyang Marquis estate, her form exposed and marred by countless wounds. A sight so harrowing it haunted Shenwan's every thought. Yin Shuang had been with her since childhood, unwavering in loyalty, yet in her pursuit of reputation alongside Xie Jingyin, Shenwan had failed to retrieve her body. allowing the authorities to cast it into a mass grave for the sake of a heartless and ungrateful man. She had forsaken her faithful maid, and it was no wonder that she met a fate as tragic as falling from the city wall. With no one to claim her remains, a wave of sorrow washed over Shenwan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yin Shuang, oblivious to her mistress's turmoil, opened a food box and offered, "Miss, you have been sulking over the Jin Wang's appointment and have scarcely eaten. I brought you your favorite chestnut pastries. Do indulge in AFEW.AS." Shenwan gazed at the pastries presented before her. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind, the notion of starving herself due to resentment towards her father over the Jin Wang's engagement. Had not such events transpired before her coming of age, a sense of disquiet stirred within her. She longed to inquire if Yin Shuang had visited the Drunken Heart Pavilion, but as she turned too swiftly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and a dull ache throbbed at the back of her head. The pain felt achingly real, so much so that she began to question whether she had truly perished or if she still lived. Fearing it might merely be an illusion, Shenwan was abruptly interrupted by the carriage halting, a servant's voice breaking through. "Miss, the path is obstructed by trees. We cannot proceed." With a swift motion, Shenwan lifted the carriage curtain, her heart racing as she beheld the two great trees that had once blocked her path to meet the Jin Wang. An uncontrollable joy surged within her, blurring her vision with tears. It was not a mere figment of her imagination. She had truly returned to 6 years prior, to a time when nothing had yet transpired. Yin Shuang muttered, "How could there be trees obstructing the road? The carriage cannot pass, and you cannot ride a horse. Miss, you shall have to walk to meet the Jin Wang." Indeed, she had walked before the Drunken Heart Pavilion, where Xie Jingyin had arranged to meet her. Lay nestled halfway up the mountain, the path treacherous. She, a sheltered young lady, had trekked for half a day. After 2 days of fasting, her feet blistered and bloodied, only for Xie Jingyin to express disdain for her tardiness. Ironically, while she had failed to move him, her elder brother had been deeply affected, despite his and her father's objections to her choice of the Jin Wang. Upon witnessing her determination to climb the arduous mountain path for a mere glimpse of Xie Jingyin, he had ceased to oppose her, even advocating on her behalf to their father. Noticing her silence, Yin Shuang inquired, "Miss, do you still intend to meet the Jin Wang?" "Not anymore," Shenwan declared vehemently. All her misfortunes had begun the moment she set foot on that path. Xie Jingyin conspired with the second house to harm her elder brother, usurp her father's military power, and unjustly execute her maternal grandfather's family. Now that fate had granted her a second chance, she was resolved to live solely for vengeance, blood for blood. Yin Shuang had not anticipated her mistress's sudden change of heart. Just days prior, Shenwan had been willing to starve for the Jin Wang. Yet now 2 trees had deterred her. Had they known it would be this effortless, her father and the young lord could have simply felled the trees to block her way. With a cautious tone, Yin Shuang asked, "Since you are not meeting the Jin Wang, whom do you intend to marry in 3 days when you come of age?" This question caught Shenwan off guard. In her previous life, she had been singularly focused on marrying Xie Jingyin, never considering anyone else. Yet, there had been other suitors on the day she was to meet, including other sons of the late emperor, and Prince Ling. The mere thought of Prince Ling stirred something within her. If she could ally with him and Xie Jingyin, her quest for revenge would be far more feasible. To the Guaguosi. Chapter 3, Fickle. The carriage turned towards the Guaguosi, but Shenwan disembarked halfway up the mountain. Following the contours of her memory, she soon spotted a Bodhi tree and the figure of a man seated in a wheelchair beneath it. His forlorn silhouette tugged at her heartstrings. Who could have imagined that the man, unable to stand, would 2 years hence lead a rebellion in the northwest, seizing half of the Great Chu's territory and leaving Xie Jingyin in turmoil for 3 long years? Thanks to Prince Ling, she had managed to survive an additional 3 years. Alas, Prince Ling was a man of deep affections. When his beloved was discovered by Xie Jingyin, he had been tricked into rescuing a woman disguised as her, only to meet a tragic end, pierced by a rain of arrows. Clutching the jade pendant gifted by his true love. As Shenwan approached, the man turned at the sound of her footsteps. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a flurry of activity as he hastily concealed something within his cloak. Shenwan caught sight of a jade pendant's tassel and felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Though Prince Ling awaited her presence, his heart was yearning for another. While she had come for a different purpose entirely, Xie Jingyan was strikingly handsome. Even seated, he exuded an air of nobility that was hard to disregard. His gaze fell upon Shenwan's face, and with a tone of detachment, he remarked, "Miss Shen, you have taken a wrong turn. The Jin Wang is not here." The entire capital was aware of her inclination towards the Jin Wang, and naturally Prince Ling was no exception. Shenwan replied, "I am here to find you. To find me." A flicker of intrigue danced in Xie Jingyan's eyes. "What business do you have with me?" Shenwan wasted no time with pleasantries, stating plainly, "I wish for you to marry me." A smile graced Xie Jingyan's lips, a reaction she found unexpectedly pleasing. In her past life, after marrying Xie Jingyin, she had encountered him a few times, but had never witnessed such a smile. It was unexpectedly captivating. So fickle, Miss Shen. Just yesterday you were determined to starve yourself to marry the Jin Wang, and today you seek to wed me? She was taken aback. Had her fasting not been kept under wraps by her father? How did he know? This man was indeed shrouded in mystery. After a moment of silence, she replied, "He is not a suitable match for me." Nor am I, Xie Jingyan countered, his voice low, his gaze dimming as his hand fell to his knee. Xinhuan had anticipated his rejection, yet she pressed on. Your legs, I shall find someone to heal them. I do not genuinely wish for you to marry me. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. In her past life, Xie Jingyan had recovered from his injury within 6 months, yet at this moment, he likely remained unaware that a cure existed. She dangled this bait, confident he would bite. Indeed, he turned his wheelchair to face her, his expression betraying a depth of emotion she could not decipher. What could the Jin Wang provide that I cannot? My crippled legs. Xinhuan gazed at him, feeling an inexplicable pang of compassion. Once, Xie Jingyan had been the center of admiration, and her betrothal had been intricately tied to him. 15 years prior, during a hunting expedition, the emperor had faced an assassination attempt, and her father, the Pingyang Marquis, had shielded him from an arrow, narrowly escaping death. When her father recovered, the emperor had graced their home to celebrate her full moon. Captivated by the infant Xinhuan's charm, and had intended to betroth her to the youngest prince, Xie Jingyan. At that time, Xie Jingyan's mother, consort Shen, enjoyed the emperor's favor and hailed from a prestigious family. Such a union would nearly ensure his ascension to the throne. However, the empress, mother to the eldest prince, opposed the match, citing Xinhuan's tender age and the potential for discord. Thus, a marriage would be postponed until she came of age, with the emperor agreeing to the arrangement, leading to the day when multiple princes sought her out before her coming of age. A once glorious prospect now felt like a shackle. When Xie Jingyan turned 12, the emperor had sent him to learn martial arts under his father. He had only spent 3 months at the Pingyang Marquis estate, during which a minor incident occurred that could not be disclosed. Subsequently, consort Shen fell from grace, and in a single night, he transitioned from the emperor's favored son to the most despised, relegated to guard the imperial tombs for 4 long years. During his time there, he had nearly perished from the cold, only to be rescued by her elder brother, who pleaded with the emperor for his release. Yet, within 6 months of returning to the capital, he had suffered a fall while hunting, breaking his leg, and was condemned to a life in a wheelchair. Xinhuan lost herself in thought. Xie Jingyan's voice broke through, pulling her back to the present as he asked, what prompted this sudden change of heart? Why not choose the Jin Wang, but me instead? Xinhuan answered candidly, his desire to marry me is merely a ploy to gain favor with my father's military power. Xie Jingyan chuckled, his laughter illuminating his eyes like stars against the night sky. How can you be so certain that I am not after the same? I would prefer it if you were. Xinhuan murmured softly. If one truly valued the throne, they would not easily fall prey to assassination. In her past life, had she fought to the bitter end, perhaps it had not been impossible to unseat Xie Jingyan from power. Curiously, she found herself intrigued about the identity of his beloved. Xinhuan spoke softly, and Xie Jingyan did not hear her. He guessed it was not anything pleasant, so he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he leaned back in his wheelchair and looked at Xinhuan, saying, you must think this through. Once I give my consent, there will be no room for you to retract. His concern stemmed from the possibility that she was merely acting on a whim and might change her mind. He was unaware of what she had experienced during that day, and it was entirely reasonable for him to harbor such worries, perhaps believing deep down that she was fickle and capricious. Xinhuan, however, was resolute. She immediately raised her hand, prepared to swear an oath to him, but before she could utter a word, Xie Jingyan had already acquiesced. Very well, I will marry you. Chapter 4. Ignorance. Shuang waited at a distance for Xinhuan, oblivious to the conversation that had transpired between her and Xie Jingyan. When Xinhuan approached, Shuang inquired curiously, did Prince Ling not send you an invitation? How did you know he was here? It was not that Xie Jingyan had failed to send her an invitation, rather, the invitation had simply not reached her. Everyone assumed she would never choose the leg-disabled Prince Ling, and the servants were too indifferent to deliver the invitation. It was only through Xin Jingyi's ridicule of Xie Jingyan's lack of self-awareness in her past life that she became aware of this situation. Nevertheless, in her memories, even when Xie Jingyan was in a wheelchair, he seldom succumbed to the verbal jabs of Xin Jingyi. Faced with Xin Jingyi's mockery, he remained unfazed, only offering a cold smile. If not sending an invitation makes me lack self-awareness, would not sending one lead to me being accused of disregarding His Majesty's words? The invitation from Prince Ling was sent out of fear of being challenged. She still recalled how, after uttering those words, he had pushed his wheelchair away, pausing beside her to wish her and Xin Jingyi a lifetime of marital bliss. Shuang contemplated asking Xinhuan if she intended to marry Prince Ling, but deemed it unlikely and refrained from doing so, instead taking out a maid's dress to help Xinhuan change. She had been confined by her father, and her ability to leave the estate relied entirely on her cousin Xinying's assistance. When the situation was eventually uncovered, Xinying was punished by the old lady and made to kneel in the Buddhist hall. Feeling guilty, Xinhuan had gifted her a set of hair ornaments worth 3,000 taels, truly a case of being sold yet returning the favor. Xinhuan closed her eyes and said, no need to change. Shuang urged, miss, you should change, otherwise the second young lady may face punishment, and she will not assist you in the future. Unmoved, Xinhuan dismissed her concerns, and Shuang ceased her persuasion. Half an hour later, they returned to the estate of the Pingyang Marquis. This time, Xinhuan did not enter through the side gate but directly through the main entrance, leaving the gatekeeper dumbfounded. The eldest young lady had disregarded the Marquis's words, sneaking out to meet the prince. This audacity was truly remarkable. Shenwan longed to see her father and elder brother, lifting her skirts as she dashed toward Shinjing's study. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted her elder brother Shindu emerging. The moment she laid eyes on him, tears welled up uncontrollably. Rebirth was indeed a blessing. Her brother stood alive before her, with tears blurring her vision. She could barely make out his features. She lifted her hand to wipe them away. Shindu's face bore none of the previous life's anger, only bewilderment. "Why are you crying before I even scolded you?" This was her elder brother. No matter how angry he was, her tears rendered him powerless. As tears cascaded down her cheeks, Shindu reached out to wipe them away. The sight of his hand only made her sob harder. In her past life, her brother had been dejected due to unsuccessful marriage prospects and had been persuaded to attend horse races to alleviate his spirits. However, in a daze, he had fallen from his horse and, unable to dodge in time, had his right arm crushed. A general on the battlefield, he could no longer wield his spear, leading to his subsequent decline, ultimately on the day of the Hawaiian princess's wedding. He had drowned in a lake while intoxicated. She had always thought her brother could not bear the dual blow of losing his right arm and seeing his beloved marry another, leading him to take his own life. She had never considered he might have been harmed by others, fearing that even his fall was part of a conspiracy. Gazing at her exuberant brother, the thought of his past misfortunes overwhelmed her, and she could not contain her tears. Shindu was alarmed. He had never witnessed his sister cry in such a manner before, forgetting his previous authority. He sought to comfort her. "Who has wronged you? Tell your brother, and I shall seek justice." Shinwan shook her head, wiping her tears. Shindu sighed. "Do you truly have such feelings for Prince Ling? Father is quite upset about your escapade." She knew just how furious her father was. The emperor had entrusted her with the authority to choose a husband, yet her father believed that as a minister, it was inappropriate to overstep boundaries. The emperor was benevolent. A subject must understand decorum. Choosing a spouse, especially one as ruthless as Prince Ling, was ill-suited for her. The Pingyang Marquisate had already attracted too much attention. It was unwise to become embroiled in the struggle for the throne, yet in her previous life, her heart had been solely for Prince Ling, and she had absorbed none of these warnings. She feared that if she did not make a choice, the emperor would designate her to another, and she dared not gamble on that. As Shinwan stepped into the study, she immediately heard her father Shinjing's voice. Filled with rage, "Rebellious daughter, kneel." With a thud, Shinwan dropped to her knees. She felt remorse for her father and brother. She deserved to kneel, to be punished. Shinjing was furious, yet upon seeing his daughter truly kneeling, he was taken aback. When had she become so obedient? In her past life, even when Shinjing had demanded she kneel, she had relied on his affection and refused, insisting she had done nothing wrong, as it was the emperor who had commanded her to choose. Shinjing furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with Shindu. Shuang, kneeling behind Shinwan, interjected, "My lord, please calm down. The young lady did not go to meet Prince Ling." "Did not go?" Shinjing and Shindu spoke in unison. Shuang nodded, then shook her head. Not that she did not go, but her path was obstructed by a tree, and the carriage could not pass, so she did not meet the prince. Shindu's lips twitched. He had thought his sister was utterly devoted to Prince Ling, yet it was merely this. They had wasted their anger for nothing. Shinjing replied, "Since you did not go, you may rise." Shinwan remained unmoved, her back straightening as she declared to father, "I wish to marry Prince Ling." This declaration caused Shinjing and Shindu to furrow their brows even tighter. Shinjing's head throbbed. How could his daughter act so rashly? Just because Prince Ling was unsuitable did not mean he was a suitable match. "For your father's sake, do not bring misfortune upon Prince Ling." Shinwan, how could her father say such a thing? She felt discontent, snorting softly, "Prince Ling does not fear me bringing him misfortune. He has already agreed." Shinjing was left in a state of shock. Exiting the study, Shindu looked at Shinwan and asked, "Are you truly going to marry Prince Ling?" Shinwan replied, "There is no better choice than him. If she were to choose a royal, it would humiliate the emperor. If she chose none, it would be an even greater affront. It would undoubtedly invite slander, suggesting that the Pingyang Marquisate was too proud, dismissing all the princes." Shindu pondered this, realizing that while he could not speak for others, Prince Ling was indeed a man of good character. And handsome too, his only flaw being his injury, which left him unable to stand. But who knew if he was still capable? Shinwan momentarily failed to grasp his meaning and asked, "What do you mean?" "Capable." Shindu, realizing he had misspoken, coughed and said, "You are still young, you do not understand." This implied she understood all too well. She and Prince Ling were not truly wed. His capability or lack thereof was of no consequence. Shinwan mused, yet her elder brother, in a moment of urgency, intended to seek out Prince Ling for clarification. Shinwan found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to intervene or let him go. Was this a matter to be taken lightly? In the time she hesitated, her elder brother's figure had already disappeared from sight. Shinwan, Chapter 5, A Lesson. Returning to the inner courtyard, Shinwan surveyed the layout of the estate. Still reminiscent of her memories, how wonderful in her past life, both her elder brother and father had passed away, and the power and titles had been inherited by the second branch, after becoming the de facto Pingyang Marquis. The second branch had lavishly renovated the estate, spending a fortune. In hindsight, it seemed they aimed to erase all traces of her family's existence, transforming the Pingyang Marquisate entirely to suit their own. As Xinhuan moved forward, a maid who had previously blocked her at the side gate hurried over, panting to deliver a message. The old lady wished to see her, Xinhuan, refusing to change into maid's attire, entered through the side gate, fully aware that returning home would result in a summons from the old lady for a reprimand regarding her disobedience to her father. She had kneeling in the Buddhist hall for an entire night, only to be carried back after fainting, while Xining was punished instead. After kneeling for a night, her knees had become swollen, and even on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony when she entered the palace, her knees still ached. Xining had knelt for a whole day and seemed unaffected, while her punishment had been genuine, merely a sham to demonstrate the old lady's supposed fairness and impartiality. Since she was to be summoned, she would go. Prince Ling had not awaited her presence and was undoubtedly furious. She had no qualms about placing the blame on her old lady and Xining. Xinhuan turned and proceeded toward Qinghui courtyard. Upon rounding the screen, she beheld the old lady, Wang Shi, seated upon a grand couch, dressed in an amber-hued, gold-threaded garment with intricate bat embroidery at the cuffs, and adorned with a gold and jade headdress. She exuded the opulence and dignity befitting the matriarch of a marquis. Xinhuan's father bore a striking resemblance to the old lady, even more so than her second and third uncles. Anyone who saw them would have no doubt that he was her biological child. However, the truth was that the old lady was a stepmother, being his biological mother, the cousin of his first wife. In her youth, she had saved the old lady's life. Xinhuan's father had been born during a difficult delivery, leading to his mother's death from hemorrhage of the Wang family. Sympathizing with the newborn who had lost his mother, feared that their grandfather's remarriage would lead to neglect of their father, so they sought to find a suitable bride from among their kin. At that time, the old lady had already been betrothed to a respectable family. However, in gratitude for the life-saving favor, she relinquished her engagement and willingly married Xinhuan's grandfather as a second wife. Due to her strong bond with the previous old lady, she had been held in high regard during her grandfather's lifetime. And even after his passing, when Xinhuan's father took control of the Pingyang Marquisate, he honored and respected her, never defying her. In her previous life, she treated her as if she were her own grandmother. Yet what was the outcome? The second house conspired with Xie Jingying to harm her father and brothers. She could hardly believe that the old lady was entirely oblivious. Was her so-called repayment for the old lady's life-saving grace merely to bear the second and third uncles to usurp her father's military power and titles? Xinhuan was engulfed in hatred, her hand hidden beneath her sleeve clenched tightly. The old lady, unaware, slammed the table in anger and rebuked. The Pingyang Marquisate has never witnessed a daughter as ungrateful and disobedient as you. Kneel. Xinhuan did not kneel, responding calmly, I did not go to meet the Jinwang. The room fell silent, everyone taken aback. Xining raised her voice, didn't he go? Xinhuan replied, second sister helped me sneak out of the residence. If I had truly gone, wouldn't he have implicated you, leading to punishment from grandmother and second aunt? I cannot be selfish, which is why I refrained from going. Xining was at a loss. Unsure whether to feel touched or to chastise Xinhuan for her foolishness. She would starve herself just to meet the Jinwang. Had she truly aided her escape, she would have been concerned about being scolded. Since Xinhuan did not meet the Jinwang, the old lady could no longer use her disobedience to punish her, yet being confined and sneaking out would still lead to consequences. Xinhuan boldly implicated Xining, asserting that if punishment was to be meted out, they would both bear it. The old lady could endure making Xinhuan kneel for a night, but she could not bear for Xining to suffer the same fate. The old lady twirled her prayer beads and remarked, since you did not go, I shall not pursue the matter of your sneaking out. Remember, your father is the one who cherishes you most in this world. Everything he does is for your own good. Heed him, and you shall not go astray. Xinhuan nodded earnestly, acknowledging her grandmother's counsel. With a wave of the old lady's hand, Xinhuan bowed and withdrew. She returned to the residence where she had lived before her marriage. Qing Lanyuan, accompanied by Inside Eye. In her past life, she had resided in Qing Lanyuan until her wedding, and every detail had been meticulously chosen by her. The courtyard was adorned with rare stones gathered by her uncle and cousins, its worth alone amounting to several thousand taels. Nearly half a month after her marriage, when a room piled with clutter in Xinying's courtyard flooded, Xining moved in, taking some items she wished to bring to the Jinwang's residence, which she could not vocalize, leaving everything to Xining. She had unwittingly begun crafting Xinying's wedding attire long before. As Xinhuan stepped into the room, her chief maid Ziyu greeted her enthusiastically, exclaiming, young lady, you have returned. Ziyu and Inshi were both Xinhuan's chief maids. Though Ziyu was more beautiful, Inshi was more diligent, while Ziyu possessed a sweeter tongue. In her previous life, Xinhuan favored Ziyu more. Originally, Ziyu was supposed to accompany her today, but she had suddenly fallen ill, leading Inshi to follow her instead. In her past life, upon returning to the residence, Xinhuan had been punished to kneel in the Buddha hall for an entire night, and Inshi could not possibly have escaped the same fate, having knelt alongside her, ironically, while Ziyu, who had dissuaded her from heeding the Marquis's words, had suffered punishment, it was Ziyu who had encouraged her and devised plans with Xining without facing any repercussions to in her previous life. Ziyu and Inshur had both accompanied her to the Jin Wang's residence. Inshur adhered to her duties, ultimately meeting a tragic end, while Ziyu, only a month into her marriage, eagerly climbed into Xie Jingyin's bed, claiming it was arranged by Shenwan, infuriating her to no end. She had contemplated executing Ziyu on the spot but, due to Xie Jingyin's praise of her virtue and magnanimity, was forced to swallow her anger. As Ziyu approached, she was met with Shenwan's icy gaze, causing her heart to tremble. Why did the young lady regard her with such a look? Surely it was because she had not accompanied her today, and Inshur had taken the opportunity to speak ill of her. Ziyu was unaware that Shenwan was already contemplating how to eliminate her, nor would she spare anyone from the second and third houses that had been arranged in the courtyard. After her coming-of-age ceremony, she would address this matter. Shenwan had only informed her father and eldest brother about her meeting with Ling Wang, issuing a gag order to Inshur and the young servant. Believing that no one would know, however, the day before her coming of age, while feeding the koi in the courtyard, Xining stormed over, exclaiming, "The other day, you didn't meet the Jin Wang, but you went to see Ling Wang?" Shenwan instinctively glanced at Inshur, who shook her head vigorously, not uttering a word. Shenwan cast the fish bait into the lotus pond, attracting the koi as she casually remarked, "How did second sister know I went to meet Ling Wang?" Xining retorted coldly, "The Hugua temple is bustling with people, your carriage is so conspicuous. Do you think you can conceal it from anyone?" She had no intention of hiding it. Shenwan smiled at Xining, saying, "Second sister is quite clever. It matters not who I met, but rather who I ultimately choose." Xinying's furrowed brows relaxed. "So you were merely feigning, afraid that uncle would not allow you to enter the palace to choose the Jin Wang, thus opting to meet Ling Wang to lower their guard." Shenwan did not expect Xining to think this of her, but she refrained from explaining to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since the second house and Xie Jingyin were in collusion, scheming together. If they learned she had chosen Ling Wang, they would undoubtedly cause a ruckus. Shenwan remained silent, and Xining took her silence as acquiescence. Unbeknownst to Shenwan, the misunderstanding extended beyond her. It also reached the man seated in a wheelchair behind the rockery not far away. Xie Jingyan's expression was unbearably grim. The guard, Chen Feng, was filled with murderous intent, for her to toy with the prince in her desire to marry the Jin Wang. Xie Jingyan's gaze darkened. He should have known better. Let us go. Chapter 6. The betrothal. On the day of her coming of age, Shenwan rose early, adorned in splendid attire, as in her previous life. She was to enter the palace to meet the emperor. However, unlike her past, this time she dressed not according to the Jin Wang's preferences but in her favorite sky blue embroidered dress adorned with begonia flowers. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed a stunningly beautiful young woman, and Shenwan had always been satisfied and confident in her appearance. As the time approached, Shenwan followed her father, Xin Jing, into the palace to pay respects. Upon reaching the outer chamber of the imperial study, the Jin Wang and several other princes were present, except for Xie Jingyan. In her past life, he had arrived almost simultaneously with her. Yet this time, he had yet to appear even after a considerable wait. Shenwan could not help but worry. What if something had happened to him? She waited anxiously, but Xie Jingyan remained absent. When the eunuch came to invite them in, Shenwan continued to glance about, her gaze searching for any sign of Xie Jingyan. As she entered the imperial study with hesitant steps, she knelt before the emperor to pay her respects. The emperor bestowed upon her a jade ruby as a coming-of-age gift, expressing his sentiments about how swiftly time passes, before inquiring, "Among my princes, which one do you fancy?" Kneeling on the ground, Shenwan felt a surge of frustration. How had she not realized before that Xie Jingyan was such an unreliable person? Wasn't this jeopardizing her future? Without his presence, could she still choose him? Resolutely she lifted her gaze to the emperor and declared, "Your Majesty, I have long admired Ling Wang and wish to marry him. I implore your Majesty to grant this." The emperor was taken aback. The other princes widened their eyes in disbelief. Xie Jingyan's expression darkened. The other princes understood that Shenwan would not choose them. They were merely going through the motions, expecting neither surprises nor disappointments. However, Xie Jingyan had never anticipated that Shenwan would select someone other than him, especially a man with a disability. The emperor glanced at Xin Jing before asking Shenwan, "Ling Wang has a leg ailment and may never be able to stand. Are you truly willing to choose him?" Shenwan nodded earnestly. "I do not mind his disability. Wherever he wishes to go, I will accompany him. If your Majesty does not consent to my marriage to Ling Wang, I beseech you to revoke the engagement. I shall never marry in this life." Xie Jingyan's face turned green, his gaze icy as it fell upon Shenwan. "On such an important day, Ling Wang is absent. Do you truly wish to marry him? He may not wish to take you as his bride." Shenwan felt fortunate that her elder brother had inquired about Xie Jingyan, otherwise her father might have suspected her of deception. She turned to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I am but a delicate willow, spoiled by my father. If I cannot aspire to Ling Wang, I would not dare to seek any other." The emperor replied, "You need not belittle yourself." Xin Jing bowed to the emperor, stating, "This daughter of mine has been too spoiled by me." Before Xin Jing could finish, the emperor raised his hand to interrupt, declaring, "I have given her the right to choose. I shall not rescind it." Since she is so fond of Ling Wang and wishes to marry him, I shall grant them this union. Long live the emperor. Xinhuan bowed in gratitude. After expressing her thanks, she did not linger in the palace but proceeded to Ling Wang's residence. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Xinhuan inquired of the gatekeeper, "Is the Wanye present?" "Yes," the young servant replied. "Is he ill?" "No, our Wanye is in good health." Xinhuan's earlier concerns transformed into fury. Upon entering the residence, she found Xie Jingyan seated in a wheelchair, gazing at the sky as if watching a kite flown by someone unknown. Her anger surged to new heights when Xie Jingyan turned to acknowledge the sound of footsteps. He met Xinhuan's fiery gaze. Xinhuan approached him, gritting her teeth. "How could my elder brother say you were of good character? Is this how you repay trust, if you do not wish to marry me? You should have simply declined. I did not force you at knife point to take me as your bride. Afterward, at least send someone to inform me so I could be prepared. Instead, you simply vanished, catching me completely off guard." Xinhuan's words flowed like a torrent, while Chen Feng, standing behind Xie Jingyan, clenched his fists, filled with the urge to strike. How could the Pingyang Marquis have such a scheming daughter? How could the heir of the Pingyang Marquis possess a sister so ruthless? Utilizing her own Wanye to secure a marriage to the Jin Wang, only to turn around and blame him after the fact, did she seek to shatter the Wanye's heart and trample it beneath her feet? Xie Jingyan regarded Xinhuan with a calm gaze, saying, "I will attend your wedding banquet with the Jin Wang. Regrettably, I find myself lamenting the decision to agree to marry her, even if it were a fabrication. She is aware that he harbors affections for another, and in a previous life, he never took a wife, hence she refrained from directly informing the emperor of her intention to wed him, first inquiring whether he was willing. To avoid the humiliation of rejection, yet, it proved futile. He is resolute in reserving the position of his rightful consort for his beloved, unwilling even to entertain the idea of utilizing her temporarily." Although infuriated, Xinhuan cannot deny that she is somewhat moved, having witnessed an abundance of relationships tainted by ulterior motives and manipulation. This sincere and untainted sentiment is indeed a novel experience. She ought not to entangle herself for the sake of personal desire. However, the emperor has already consented to their betrothal, and it is likely that the imperial decree is on its way. What a troublesome affair this is. She seeks an alliance with Xie Jingyan, not enmity. Xinhuan, in a fit of irritation, gazed at Xie Jingyan, asserting that the failure to manage his own affairs was no fault of hers. "I do not blame you. When my father inquires, you shall say you felt unworthy and hence withdrew, so as not to bring shame upon me." "Very well," Xinhuan wished to articulate further, but the words eluded her, prompting her to depart. As for the refusal of marriage, let Xie Jingyan handle that himself. Even with a broken leg, the emperor could not punish him too severely. As for her elder brother, such a deceitful individual, she must advise him to limit his interactions with Xie Jingyan in the future. Xie Jingyan, seated in a wheelchair, observed Xinhuan's retreating form, her footsteps heavy and light in alternation, his gaze revealing inscrutable emotions. Chen Feng indignantly remarked that the prince had refrained from exposing her only out of consideration for the heir of the Pingyang Marquis, and she naively assumed the prince was oblivious to everything, demanding that he debase himself. How outrageous! Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, a young servant rushed over from a distance, announcing, "My lord, the emperor has sent someone to proclaim the decree." Chen Feng inquired, "What decree?" The servant grinned. "Of course, it is the decree of betrothal. The emperor has bestowed the eldest daughter of the Pingyang Marquis upon the prince as his consort." Chen Feng, Chapter 7, Misunderstandings. Xinhuan returned to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, her heart brimming with frustration, recalling her fervent declaration before the emperor that she would marry no one but the Ling Wang, only to be met with rejection. Even if Xie Jingyan claimed unworthiness, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the capital. Though she has been granted a second chance at life, her sole desire is for vengeance, for her brother and father to thrive, yet she does not wish to endure such distress. Xinhuan was nearly beside herself with rage when Shindu emerged from the study, noticing her foul demeanor. "Sister, did you not go to the Ling Wang's residence? Why have you returned alone? Did the Ling Wang not see you off? How could she dare to hope for such an honor? Besides, she was quite capable of returning on her own." Xinhuan addressed her elder brother. "The Ling Wang is nothing but a deceitful scoundrel. You should limit your dealings with him in the future." Shindu, gazing at Xinhuan, his brow furrowed, he continued, "The emperor has just conferred a betrothal upon you and your brother-in-law. And you are already quarreling? How has your brother-in-law offended you?" Xinhuan was at a loss for words. Was her brother deliberately trying to provoke her? The Ling Wang had no intention of marrying her. She was already troubled about losing face, and yet her brother insisted on referring to him as her brother-in-law, rubbing salt in her wounds. They were not yet wed. What claim did Xie Jingyan have to that title? Even if they were married, it would be a sham. Xinhuan was so incensed that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, resorting to glaring at her brother. Upon hearing the sound of wheels rolling, Shindu turned to see Xie Jingyan being pushed toward them. He approached and asked, "What have you done to upset my sister?" "It is somewhat of a misunderstanding." Xie Jingyan's voice was low, his gaze fixed intently on Xinhuan. Chen Feng attempted to push Xie Jingyan forward, but he raised a hand, prompting Chen Feng to step back. He spoke to Xinhuan, not permitting Chen Feng to overhear. Shindu, recognizing the situation, refrained from intruding, although he was exceedingly curious about how Xie Jingyan had managed to irritate his sister. If he failed to appease her, he could not fault his brother-in-law's fists for being firm. As Xie Jingyan approached in his wheelchair, Shenwan retorted, "Why do you come to the Pingyang Marquis' residence instead of declining the emperor's betrothal?" Xie Jingyan replied, "I visited the Pingyang Marquis' residence yesterday." "You did? No one informed me of this." Just as Shenwan was about to respond, Xie Jingyan continued, "I scaled the wall, fearing a quarrel between you and the Jinwang might ensue, and in a moment of impulse, I sought to offer you one last chance to retract your decision. Unfortunately, I happened to overhear your conversation with your second sister." Shenwan was taken aback. She had not expected her words from yesterday to reach Xie Jingyan's ears. It was no wonder he had misconstrued her intentions. He did not wish to be used by her, which explained his absence from the palace today. Xie Jingyan queried, "Why did you not clarify yesterday?" Allowing others to misinterpret you, Shenwan explained, "The second branch is in league with the Jinwang." With that, Xie Jingyan understood. "Today, I have spoken dishonorably." Shenwan was astonished by his apology, her eyes shimmering with hope. "What of the emperor's decree of betrothal? I will not withdraw from the marriage. In an instant, Shenwan's spirit soared. "That is what you said. You must agree to lend me the position of your rightful consort for a year. I shall endeavor to occupy it for only half a year." Witnessing Shenwan's elation, a smile crept onto Xie Jingyan's face, yet it vanished without a trace upon hearing her subsequent words. At that moment, a maid approached, reporting to Shindu, "Young master, Lord Yun has arrived." Shindu glanced at Shenwan, intending to go greet his cousin, but before he could speak, Shenwan interjected, "I shall go. I will welcome my elder cousin." She had matters to discuss with him, and serendipitously he had just arrived. In her previous life, he had only sent gifts for her coming-of-age ceremony and had not personally visited the Marquis' residence. Without awaiting Shindu's approval, she hastened away. Poor Xie Jingyan had only just produced the coming-of-age gifts he brought for Shenwan when she departed without a backward glance. Xie Jingyan watched her retreating figure, then turned to Shindu, who coughed lightly, advising him to suppress the expression of a spurned suitor. Xie Jingyan tucked the brocade box behind him, his demeanor reverting to one of aloofness. His own sister, lacking in tact, ignored her fiancé to greet her cousin instead. Shindu could only extend his greetings to Xie Jingyan on Shenwan's behalf, yet she returned swiftly upon seeing her. Shindu inquired, "Why have you returned alone? Where is your elder cousin?" Shenwan, in a fit of vexation, replied, "Do not mention it. It was a wasted trip. My elder cousin was too busy to even personally deliver the coming-of-age gifts to me. He arrived at the residence and was immediately called away." Busy as he was, her cousin seemed to relish it. However, the fact that someone so preoccupied could not spare a moment to see her was troubling. In her previous life, during a brief respite from his bustling schedule, he had managed to visit the Hugua temple and had saved a young lady from the Ministry of Rites, resulting in a public display of affection that led to their union. She had hoped for a romantic tale of heroism and love, but alas, her sister-in-law harbored disdain for the Yun family, believing that even their immense wealth could not elevate them in her eyes. Her elder cousin was a business prodigy, yet not academically inclined. Her sister-in-law insisted he pursue studies and take the imperial examinations to serve in the government, forcing him to avoid returning home. He traveled the length and breadth of the country for commerce until, during one ill-fated journey south by boat, he encountered a violent storm, leading to the ship's wreckage and loss of life. Their maternal grandmother, already frail, could not withstand the blow of her grandson's untimely death and succumbed to illness before his body could return to the capital, fearing they might follow in his footsteps. Neither the second nor third cousins dared to marry until their deaths. In her previous life, many perished due to treachery and schemes, leaving Shenwan uncertain whether her elder cousin had truly met with an accident or was a victim of foul play. But in this life, she would ensure to prevent her elder cousin from visiting the Hugua temple again. With disappointment etched on her face from not encountering her cousin, Shenwan turned her gaze back to Xie Jingyan, who quietly declared, "I must take my leave this time." It was Shindu who hastily departed. He had matters to attend to, leaving Shenwan to escort Xie Jingyan out of the residence. Shen Feng stood at a distance, leaving it to Shenwan to push the wheelchair. As they approached the second gate, Xie Jingyan, who had remained silent until now, handed the brocade box to Shenwan. Curious, she asked, "What is this, your coming-of-age gift?" Shenwan was about to decline when she spotted Shening approaching with her maid. She accepted the brocade box and opened it. Inside lay a beautiful jade lotus hairpin. Shenwan turned to Xie Jingyan, saying, "Please place it in my hair." Xie Jingyan hesitated for a moment before picking up the hairpin. Shenwan bent down, and he deftly inserted the hairpin into her coiffure. From a distance, Shening observed the scene, her brow furrowing in discontent. When Shenwan returned after seeing off Xie Jingyan, Shening blocked her path. "Sister, how deeply you and the Lingwang have concealed your feelings. Everyone assumed you favored the Jinwang. Yet you chose the Lingwang instead. I wonder if the Jinwang regrets rescuing you from the lotus pond that frigid winter." Chapter 8, A Rescued Life. When Shenwan was 12. During a winter outing to gather plum blossoms with Shenron, the legitimate daughter of the third branch, they frolicked and laughed. As they crossed the garden bridge, Shenron slipped, inadvertently pushing Shenwan into the icy waters of the lotus pond. At that moment, the garden was devoid of servants, and her personal maid was absent. Shenron, terrified, ran off to seek help, while Shenwan struggled in the water, consciousness fading, when suddenly someone embraced her from behind. "Do not fear, I will save you," she heard the voice but could not see the speaker before losing consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in the snow beside the lotus pond. A silver fox fur cloak draped over her. Upon opening her eyes, she caught sight of the Jin Wang's retreating figure, thus she concluded that it was the Jin Wang who had rescued her. And Shenron, seeking assistance, had also sought the Jin Wang's help. Fearing punishment, Shenron implored her to keep the truth concealed, and so she told her father that she had fallen into the water by accident. That incident left her bedridden for over half a month, and it took nearly 6 months for her to fully recover. The severity of her illness only deepened her gratitude toward the Jin Wang. Over the years, she had never doubted that it was indeed Xie Jingyin who had saved her, until the moment before her death in her past life, when Xining revealed the truth to her. Was it not enough to deceive her for an entire lifetime? Now, in this life, they sought to ensnare her with the debt of gratitude for that life-saving act? Shenwan longed to ask. Was it truly the Prince Jin who rescued her? Yet she restrained herself with great effort. A moment of impatience could disrupt a grand scheme. Shenwan regarded Xining. Did her younger sister genuinely wish for her to marry the Prince Jin? Xining looked up, her gaze meeting Shenwan's, her eyes sparkling with mirth, yet emanating a chilling aura. Was it merely her delusion? Why did it seem that her elder sister had changed? An unsettling feeling stirred within Xining. But she composed herself and remarked, "Who my elder sister chooses to marry is her own affair. I simply do not wish for people to speak ill of the daughters of the Pingyang Marquis as cold-hearted and ungrateful." Shenwan's gaze pierced through Xining, her tone sharper. Their grandmother, a person so devoted to gratitude, had allowed their father to dictate matters this time, without uttering a single word of persuasion on her behalf. Did Xining truly believe that their grandmother was ungrateful and cold-hearted? Xining had not anticipated Shenwan would invoke the old matriarch, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she finally spoke. "Even if you do not choose the Prince Jin, you cannot possibly consider the crippled Prince Ling." Shenwan replied, "The crippled Prince Ling will not partake in the competition for the throne. Only by marrying him can I prevent the Pingyang Marquis from being dragged into the fray for the imperial succession, thus ensuring your safety." For the first time across 2 lifetimes, Shenwan found herself lying through her teeth with an unwavering conviction. Surprising even herself with her boldness, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring with Xining, she concluded her remarks and turned to leave. Xining watched her elder sister's departing figure, feeling a rare sense of disadvantage. Her embroidered handkerchief twisting in her grip in frustration. How utterly foolish! Her uncle wielded significant military power. Could he simply avoid involvement in the imperial succession by mere desire? He had saved the emperor's life. And as long as the emperor lived, the Pingyang Marquis would continue to prosper. Yet, one day, the emperor would inevitably pass away. One dynasty, one court, without the merit of having assisted the former ruler. Would the new emperor still favor the Pingyang Marquis? Among all the princes, the Prince Jin held the greatest potential for ascendance. If he could additionally secure the military might of the Pingyang Marquis and the financial resources of the Yun family, the position of heir apparent would surely fall into the Prince Jin's grasp. To forsake such a splendid opportunity and choose another, especially one so utterly ineffectual, would indeed plunge the Pingyang Marquis into irredeemable peril. Xining realized her oversight. However, Shenwan was far too naive about the Prince Jin's character. Those whom the Prince Jin set his sights upon would find it nearly impossible to escape. She was curious to see how the crippled Prince Ling would protect her. Upon returning to the Qinglan courtyard, Shenwan settled down with a cup of tea. Silver Frost set down a brocade box. A gift from her elder cousin for her coming-of-age ceremony. It contained 2 large East pearls and 12 smaller ones, identical to those gifted in her previous life. Other cousins from the Yun family had already sent their gifts while she was under house arrest, urging her to relinquish her desire for the Prince Jin, and they had brought her presents she adored. Silver Frost remarked, "These East pearls are both large and round, truly beautiful. Every member of the Yun family dotes on the young lady." Indeed, she was fortunate to have so many who cared for her, yet regrettably, she had failed to protect any of them in her past life. As memories of how she had disposed of these East pearls in her previous life chilled her heart. Shenwan's expression grew cold. In her past life, the East pearls had barely warmed in her hands when her stewardess Mama Wu had entered to report. Upon seeing them, she had urged Shenwan to distribute the East pearls among the sisters in the household, claiming that if Xining and the others donned splendid garments and received compliments, they would remember her kindness. As Shenwan lacked proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, they might also aid in shielding her from scrutiny due to their adornments. Moreover, there was the matter of filial piety towards the old matriarch. In her past life, she had retained only 1 large pearl, giving away the rest. At this juncture, Mama Wu arrived, echoing similar sentiments from her previous life, suggesting that since the young lady possessed many adornments, it might be wise to share some of the East pearls with the second young lady. After all, the second young lady had risked punishment from the old matriarch to help the young lady escape the household. And the young lady had yet to express her gratitude. Hadn't I thanked Xining properly, Xinhuan mused. Xining had assisted her, and she had given her 2,000 taels of silver. With only herself and her elder brother as their father's children, financial matters were never a concern. The Yun family's vast business network provided her with an abundance of delightful treats, leading her to develop a habit of lavishly gifting others. It would suffice to have been kind, yet the recipients had proven to be ungrateful. As her stewardess, Mama Wu had relentlessly helped others pilfer items from her possession as if to brand herself as a member of the second household. Xinhuan's icy gaze settled upon Mama Wu, causing an inexplicable chill to run down the latter's spine. Suddenly Xinhuan smiled and remarked, "Mama Wu was always so concerned for me, devising schemes on my behalf." Mama Wu hurriedly pledged her loyalty, claiming that as her servant, it was only natural to consider the young lady's interests. Xinhuan reached up to her hairpin, touched the gold hairpin, then switched to a nearby jade hairpin. Plucking it out and presenting it to Mama Wu, "This jade hairpin is a gift for you." Upon seeing the jade hairpin, Mama Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted it. Silver Frost, standing nearby, wished to dissuade her but was silenced by Xinhuan's glance. Mama Wu, overjoyed, inquired, "Then what about these East Pearls?" Xinhuan replied, "I have other plans for these East Pearls, if there are more in the future. I shall present them to the second young lady when the time is right." Mama Wu, elated by the jade hairpin, ceased her entreaties and took her leave. Once Mama Wu departed, Silver Frost remarked, "That jade hairpin was a gift from the crippled Prince Ling to the young lady. Will he be upset if he discovers you have given it away?" It seemed she had been excessively generous to others in the past. For even Silverfrost only considered whether the princeling would be angered, not realizing that her intentions were not genuinely altruistic. Xinhuan offered no explanation, her gaze drifting through the window to a bird peeking from the branches of a tree. In her previous life, her hands had never been stained with blood. In this life, it would begin with Mama Wu. Chapter 9, Ointment in Noble Families. A girl's coming-of-age ceremony is a significant event. Typically celebrated with grandeur, however, Xinhuan's circumstances were exceptional. Not only had her pursuit of marrying the Prince Jean distracted the Marquise from preparing her coming-of-age celebration, but also, as she was to enter the palace on the very day of the ceremony with no certainty of return. Inviting friends and family to witness was impractical, leading to a simplified affair. Nevertheless, even without a coming-of-age banquet in her previous life, a multitude of noble young ladies had visited with gifts to congratulate her and to celebrate her long-awaited wish to marry the Prince Jean. Xinhuan had assumed this life would mirror her past, requiring her to spend the entire afternoon attending to guests, but she had clearly overestimated. The emperor had bestowed her in marriage to Xie Jingyan. And apart from the obligatory sisters of the Marquise, no one had come to present her with gifts for her coming-of-age ceremony. Yet, with no visitors, Xinhuan relished the tranquility. Others had delivered their gifts in advance. Save for the fourth young lady, Xin Wei. The time she arrived at Qinglan Courtyard, it was already evening. Upon seeing Xinhuan, Wei apologized for her tardiness. "I am late, please forgive me, elder sister." She presented Xinhuan with a double-sided embroidered screen adorned with the auspicious motif of joy upon the brows, exquisite and delicate, truly captivating. While Xinhuan had received numerous coming-of-age gifts, only this one from Wei was crafted by her own hands. Originally, Wei had prepared a larger screen for Xinhuan, but in her past life, it had been destroyed by Shenrong after merely being finished, with no choice but to create a new one. Wei had been rushed for time, resulting in a significantly smaller piece, which she had only just managed to bring. In her previous life, Xinhuan had not held much affection for this cousin. Perceiving her as soft-spoken and lacking in presence, much like Xining and Shenrong. However, after experiencing her past life, Xinhuan recognized that only the fourth household had shown genuine affection towards their family. Her fourth uncle, Shenju, had followed their father to guard the borders for 6 years, while her fourth brother, Shindan, had always trailed closely behind her elder brother, adhering to his every command, even obeying his words over their uncles. In her past life, following the deaths of her elder brother and father, Shindan had inexplicably killed the legitimate son of the third household, Shindian, and fled to the borders upon discovering that his son had committed murder. Her fourth uncle had not only refrained from bringing him back to the capital to face justice but had instead led his 300 loyal followers in the dead of night to the northwest. Seeking refuge with Xie Jingyan, who was then in rebellion against the ruling authority, her fourth uncle became a prominent general under Xie Jingyan, while her fourth brother served as his vanguard. Ultimately, when Xie Jingyan was lured into an ambush and suffered a catastrophic defeat, both her fourth uncle and fourth brother met their demise as well. Reflecting on these past events, Xinhuan began to suspect that her fourth brother's act of murder and her fourth uncle's alliance with Xie Jingyan might have been driven by knowledge of their father and elder brother's true fates. Seeking vengeance for them. As for Wei, she had been the chosen bride of the heir to the Duke of Wei, but due to the heir's domineering wife, the Duke's wife had taken a liking to Wei for her pliability. Inviting her to the estate to enjoy the flowers. However, once Wei arrived, she caught the eye of the heir, only to be subsequently injured by a mischievous young master from the Prince of Shou's residence. leaving her with a disfigured appearance and impaired vision in her left eye. After her injury, no one sought her hand in marriage, and she eventually grew disheartened, relocating to Jingxi Monastery under the pretext of recuperating. Though she did not shave her head by the time of Xinhuan's death in her past life, Xinhui remained in the monastery. If her memory served her correctly, Xinhui had encountered her misfortune only a few days after her coming-of-age ceremony. As Xinhuan pondered the exact date, Xinhui called out, "Elder sister." Xinhuan returned to her senses and smiled. "Fourth sister, your embroidery skills are remarkable. I truly adore this screen." Xinhui was taken aback by the compliment from Xinhuan. Her face flushing as she demurred, "I cannot compare to elder sister. I have embarrassed myself in your presence." While Xinhui's embroidery was commendable, it paled in comparison to Xinhuan's prowess in the years leading up to her elder brother's posting at the borders. Xinhuan had been entrusted to the care of the old matriarch, who had not been as stringent with her studies in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Xinying and Xinrong had been complicit in shielding her, allowing the old matriarch to turn a blind eye. But when it came to embroidery, the old matriarch had been particularly strict, for Xinhuan's mother, Lady Yuan, was exceptionally skilled in the craft, having created nearly all of Xinjing's embroidered robes herself. Whenever father returned, Xinhuan would eagerly present him with her handmade creations, be it a purse or a belt. Xinjing was always grateful that during his absence, the old lady had educated Xinhuan so well. Yet, as a well-bred young lady destined to become a prince's consort since her infancy, she should have devoted herself to the study of poetry, literature, and etiquette rather than embroidery, because Xinhuan excelled in embroidery. She often received praise from her father, inadvertently leading her diligent fourth uncle astray, who no longer demanded that Xinhui master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, but instead insisted that her embroidery skills be impeccable. Yin Shuang brought in tea, and as Xinhui lifted the teacup, her fingers brushed against it, causing her brow to furrow in pain, a sight that Xinhuan keenly observed. Grasping her hand, Xinhuan noticed the redness and swelling at her fingertips and asked, "Did you injure yourself?" Xinhui, feeling shame, replied, "I was worried I wouldn't make it in time for my elder sister's coming-of-age ceremony, and in my haste, I pricked my finger a few times. It doesn't hurt." Had she not experienced the sting of a needle before? Xinhuan promptly instructed Yin Shuang to fetch some ointment and gently applied it to Xinhui's injury. Xinhui watched Xinhuan, her eyes gradually filling with tears. Xinhuan asked, "Why are you crying? Did I hurt you while applying the ointment?" Xinhui shook her head. "I didn't expect my elder sister to be so kind to me. Another who, despite being sold, would still give money to others. A mere application of ointment sufficed. Did she not reflect on how she had disregarded her in the past?" Xinhuan felt a deep frustration akin to iron that could not be forged into steel. As she handed the ointment back to Xinhui, saying, "Apply it again before bed, and you'll be fine by tomorrow," Xinhui nodded repeatedly and left after sitting for a quarter of an hour. Once Xinhui departed, Xinhuan spent nearly the entire night devising a plan to prevent her from going to the Wei Duke's residence, although the heir of the Wei Duke had remarried and had children. He was of a lesser branch, and under normal circumstances, one would not aspire to connect with the heir of the Wei Duke. If the Wei Duke's residence was keen to propose marriage, her fourth uncle and aunt would likely consent. Did she really intend to poison her fourth sister? Uncertain how long she pondered, Xinhuan eventually fell into a restless slumber. The following morning, as she rose, Yin Shuang quietly informed her, "Miss Mamawu has left the residence." While getting ready, Xinhuan desired to wear the jade hairpin given to her by Prince Ling, but Yin Shuang scoured the dressing table and exclaimed, "Miss, your hairpin was clearly in the box. How could it be missing?" As Ziyu entered, Yin Shuang inquired, "Have you seen the jade hairpin that Prince Ling gifted to our young lady?" Ziyu looked utterly bewildered. She was unaware that Prince Ling had even presented a hairpin, so how could she know its whereabouts? Xinhuan, annoyed, declared, "How could something so precious simply vanish? I am going to pay my respects to grandmother, and before I return, I want the Qinglan courtyard thoroughly searched for my hairpin." Chapter 10. Slandering. Shuang remained with Ziyu to search for the hairpin while Xinhuan indiscriminately selected a second-tier maid to accompany her to Qinghui courtyard for her visit. Arriving late, she found Xining and the others already gathered around the old lady, enjoying light-hearted banter. Upon entering, Xining remarked, "Elder sister, why have you come so late today? We have been conversing with grandmother for quite some time." Xinhuan wore a displeased expression. Noticing this, the old lady asked, "Why do you look so glum? Who has offended you?" Xinhuan sulkily replied, "No one has offended me, it's just that my belongings have gone missing." The second madam inquired, "What is it that you cannot find that has you so upset?" Xinhuan explained, "The jade hairpin given to me by Prince Ling yesterday. I wanted to wear it just now, but I couldn't find it no matter how hard I searched, which made me late to pay respects to grandmother." Seeing Xinhuan's anxiety, the fourth madam comforted her, "As long as it is within the residence, it surely cannot be lost. You will find it eventually." Xinhuan nodded faintly, bowing to the old lady before sitting down to listen to the second and third madams discussing preparations for the old lady's upcoming birthday banquet. With only a month until the old lady's celebration, arrangements needed to be made in advance. Following the death of Xinhuan's mother, Yunshi, Xinjing had shown no interest in remarrying, and the inner chambers only housed 2 concubines. neither of whom had borne children. Xinhuan rarely encountered them, and with no matriarch in the first branch, the management of the household had fallen to the second madam, who typically handled all matters of hospitality. Quietly listening to their discussions, they happened upon the topic of procuring camel humps, when the third madam remarked, "It is challenging to purchase camel humps, especially in such large quantities. It seems we must seek assistance from the Yun family." Before she could finish her thought, Yin Shuang hurried in, exclaiming, "Miss, we have found the hairpin." Clutching the jade lotus hairpin, Xinhuan eagerly accepted it, relieved it had not been lost. Xining inquired, "Where did you find it?" Yin Shuang hesitated before responding. The second madam sharply interjected, "Do you not know where the hairpin was found?" Her daughter had asked a question, yet a mere maid dared not answer. The second madam's voice grew fierce, startling Yin Shuang, who stammered, "It was found under the pillow in Mama Wu's room." Xinhuan blurted, "My hairpin? How could it possibly end up under Mama Wu's pillow? How foolish can one be? It must have been stolen by Mama Wu." The maids and matrons harbored their unspoken doubts. Yin Shuang responded, "I personally placed the hairpin in the box, yet it vanished. Ziyu suspected it might have been taken, so she had everyone who entered your room yesterday searched. And they discovered the hairpin in Mama Wu's quarters." Yin Shuang was perplexed as to why her young lady would suddenly implicate Mama Wu, but Mama Wu frequently bullied the younger maids in the courtyard, withholding their wages. Not just Yin Shuang, but even the closest maid Ziyu held no fondness for her, yet Mama Wu was favored by the old lady, leaving everyone feeling angry yet powerless if they could manage to rid themselves of Mama Wu. "It would be a tremendous relief," the second madam remarked. "Mama Wu was a servant entrusted to the young lady by the old lady. She should not be one to engage in such dishonest practices. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. A servant favored by the old lady committing a disgraceful act not only reflects poorly on the servant but also on the old lady herself, indicating that the matter needed to be suppressed for the sake of the old lady's reputation." Xinhuan obediently stated, "Perhaps it was my carelessness that caused me to misplace the hairpin, allowing Mama Wu to find it." Taking a step back, though it hardly felt like a concession, such a hairpin was clearly not something an ordinary person could possess. If found, it should be returned rather than kept. The second madam turned to the old lady, who angrily demanded, "Where is Mama Wu? Bring her here." Yin Shuang replied, "Mama Wu left the residence early this morning and has not yet returned." Xinhuan instructed, "Send someone to the side entrance to wait. When Mama Wu returns, bring her to grandmother." After a short wait, Mama Wu entered, immediately accusing Xinhuan, "That hairpin was clearly a gift from you to me. How can you falsely accuse me of stealing it?" Xinhuan stared at her. "When did I gift it to you?" Mama Wu recounted the precise moment, asserting, "Yin Shuang can testify for me." Yin Shuang interjected, "What nonsense are you speaking, Mama Wu? That hairpin was a coming-of-age gift from Prince Ling. How could our young lady possibly give it to you?" Fuming with anger, Mama Wu retorted, "This little wretch has been subtly opposing me all along. And now she dares to speak such lies." Yin Shuang felt wronged, while Xinhuan, seething with indignation, demanded, "Mama Wu, do tell, what did you do yesterday that prompted me to reward you with the hairpin?" Mama Wu recalled how she had coaxed the elder sister into giving the younger sister a gift, her face paling at the thought. Surely she had not overstepped her bounds and angered the elder sister, who was now using the hairpin against her as a means to rid herself of this ungrateful servant. However, at that moment, only the three of them were present, with no one to vouch for her. Caught off guard, she had unwittingly fallen into the elder sister's trap. Xinhuan declared, "You are a servant entrusted to me by grandmother. I have always placed my trust in you and have never treated you unjustly. If you had taken something else, I might have turned a blind eye, but to dare take the hairpin gifted to me by Prince Ling." Xinhuan's trust in Mama Wu and Mama Wu's manipulation of Xinhuan were well known not only to the old lady but also to those around her. Thus, no one suspected Xinhuan of scheming against Mama Wu. The old lady's face darkened as she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, stealing from your master and then lying about it. Drag her away and punish her." Two matrons approached to take Mama Wu away, who protested, "Old lady, you must believe me. I did not steal the young lady's hairpin. She is slandering me." The old lady, furious, commanded, "Silence her." Soon Mama Wu's mouth was covered, leaving only muffled sounds. Xinhuan turned to the old lady, saying, "While I cannot keep Mama Wu, considering her years of service, I would prefer she not be executed. Perhaps 30 strokes with a cane, and then sell her off." The old lady retorted, "She has already bullied you, and you still speak up for her. It is clear that grandmother misjudged her, causing you to suffer. As for Joe Mama, who has been by my side for decades, she will take care of you from now on." Indeed, it seemed that she intended to keep Joe Mama firmly under her control. Replacing one Mama Wu with another, however, she was no longer the naive Xinhuan of her past, easily swayed by sentiment. Xinhuan shook her head, stating, "Grandmother, I appreciate your affection for me, but Joe Mama has served you faithfully for many years, and I cannot accept her. I have several capable maids in my courtyard who can manage just as well as Mama Wu. I will simply elevate one of them to oversee matters." Madame Eyre had not anticipated that Xinhuan would refuse the old lady's arrangements. She chuckled, "The eldest daughter is indeed full of filial piety, yet one cannot decline the gifts bestowed by elders." Xinhuan interrupted Madame Er's words with a smile. If that is the case, then I shall graciously accept Aunt Zhou, but I must soon be wed. Would it not be a sorrowful separation for Aunt Zhou to accompany me to Ling Wangfu? Leaving behind her 2 children, grandmother, perhaps you could show me a little more affection and bestow upon me their contracts of servitude as well. Upon hearing this, both Madame Er and the old lady were taken aback. Astonished that Xinhuan was aware of the contracts of servitude, while it was the old lady who insisted on providing them, Xinhuan's insistence on accepting them left Madame Er without ground to apply pressure. For if Xinhuan truly desired them, the old lady would have no choice but to comply. However, if the contracts were given, Xinhuan would hold dominion over Aunt Zhou and her children as fates. Without the contracts, it could not be said that the old lady had truly given Xinhuan anything. After graciously expressing her gratitude upon receiving the contracts, Xinhuan added, "Grandmother has not been well of late. I shall go pay her a visit." As Xinhuan departed, the old lady's fingers moved slowly over her prayer beads, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. The eldest daughter seemed to have changed in ways that were difficult to comprehend. Chapter 11. Arrogance. Xinhuan exited Qinghui courtyard, accompanied by Shuang, making her way toward the front gate. However, after walking only a short distance, a voice called out from behind. Eldest Mississippi. Turning around, Xinhuan saw Chuanqing, Madame Er's personal maid, hurrying towards her. Chuanqing approached and said, "Madame Er sent me to inform you that there are only 3 of the purple gold pills left for the old lady. You are to bring some back, and since the old lady's birthday celebration is approaching, we ought to prepare at least 4 camel humps for the many guests expected to attend." After delivering the message, Chuanqing retreated, but Xinhuan's expression turned as cold as ice. The purple gold pills, valued at 10 taels of silver each, had originally been sought by her elder cousin for her grandmother's health. After some had been given to the old lady, she found them beneficial and praised their effects repeatedly. At that time, Xinhuan, being young and naive, failed to grasp the underlying implications. Under Wu Mama's influence, she was sent to request more from the Yun family, and for nearly 2 years, the old lady had consumed them without fail. While her grandmother's health remained poor, the old lady thrived, her complexion rosy, and she was even able to venture out to enjoy the snow during the harsh winter months. Though one could understand the Yun family's good intentions, the people of the Ho residence believed that the Yun family's success was largely due to the support of the Pingyang marquis household, thus justifying their demands for supplies from the Yun family. In a past life, someone had advised the old lady against excessive consumption of the purple gold pills, recommending a cycle of half a month on and half a month off to avoid harm. Xinhuan had blamed the Yun family for failing to clarify this, believing they had maliciously allowed the old lady to consume them continuously for 2 years. Now, they expected her to request more pills from the Yun family? Xinhuan could only scoff inwardly. As for the camel humps, she had previously sought help from the Yun family to procure them, but the old lady's birthday celebration had not taken place due to her impending marriage, and thus no payment had been made to the Yun family. The Ho residence, unable to consume 4 large camel humps, had ultimately gifted them to the second master. In this life, with her presence, these people would not be able to exploit the Yun family's generosity any longer. The Yun family was situated a considerable distance from the Pingyang marquis residence, and it took Xinhuan half an hour by carriage to arrive. Upon seeing Xinhuan's carriage, the young servant of the Yun family rushed forward, exclaiming joyfully, "Cousin has arrived." The entire Yun household treated Xinhuan with great affection, and even the maids and young servants were particularly attentive. As Xinhuan stepped into the residence, she noticed an array of items displayed in the courtyard, each adorned with red silk ribbons. After gazing at them for a moment, a maid explained, "These are the betrothal gifts sent by the Zhao family." Xinhuan maintained a neutral expression, while Shuang excitedly remarked, "Does this mean the eldest cousin is soon to be wed?" The maid nodded vigorously, saying that Madame Zhao had personally come to discuss the wedding date, which was expected to be finalized today. Xinhuan averted her gaze and walked toward the inner courtyard, heading to Liushuan courtyard where the old matriarch resided. After passing through a screen embroidered with plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum motifs, she entered the room to find the old matriarch seated on a rattan couch, wearing an ivory-colored cross-collared jacket and a pleated skirt of red gold brocade, her slightly graying hair impeccably arranged. Exuding vitality, opposite her sat a woman in her late 30s, dressed in eye-catching new garments, her posture straight and somewhat haughty, none other than Madame Zhao, who had come to negotiate the wedding date. The Yun family held no ill feelings toward Madame Zhao's arrogance, as she was the mother of the newly appointed top scholar. It was only natural for her to carry herself with pride. The eldest daughter of the Yun family was to be married to this year's top scholar, Zhao Yiming, who had only recently achieved this honor a month and a half prior. There was not a single person in the Yun household who was dissatisfied with this match, especially Xinhuan's grandfather, who could not have been more pleased. Having spent his life in business, he possessed a discerning eye and had recognized Zhao Yiming's academic talents years ago, despite the Zhao family's decline preventing him from continuing his studies. Thus, the old matriarch had supported Zhao Yiming's education, providing him with various books for his studies, and 2 years prior, an engagement had been established with the Zhao family. Zhao Yiming had lived up to the Yun family's expectations. Achieving the top score in the spring examination, earning widespread admiration throughout the capital, everyone praised the Yun family for their foresight in recognizing his potential before he became a celebrated scholar. Should they have waited for the announcement of the results, they would have faced fierce competition from numerous officials eager to marry their daughters to him. Xinhuan's mother, Yun Shi, had married into the Pingyang marquis household by chance, while the match for her eldest sister, Yun Mo, with the top scholar was entirely the result of the old matriarch's careful planning. Unfortunately, despite all the scheming, it ultimately came to not die in her past life. Yun Mo had joyfully wed, with the Yun family preparing an extravagant dowry that stretched for 10 miles, filling an entire street in the capital. However, this splendid scenario was short-lived. Within 6 months of her marriage, it was discovered that her husband Zhao Yiming had been clandestinely involved with the daughter of the Minister of Rights, and she was already pregnant. By the time the truth came to light, it was nearly time for her to give birth. Leaving the Yun family enraged, the old matriarch fell gravely ill, yet for the sake of Zhao Yiming's reputation and future, they chose to suppress the matter. Madame Zhao, fond of her grandson, threatened to label the child as Yun Mo's, leading to a tragic outcome when Yun Mo fell and suffered severe bleeding during her 6th month of pregnancy, resulting in both her and her child's demise. Following Yun Mo's death, according to the laws of Dechu, her dowry was supposed to be returned to the Yun family. However, the Zhao family refused to return it, citing that Yun Mo had a child, displaying the utmost contempt. The current joy of the Yun family was matched only by their future regret. Calculating the days, the Minister of Right's daughter was already a few months pregnant. Meanwhile, Madame Zhao, after her son's success, had transformed from her previous humility before the Yun family to an air of arrogance. Revealing early signs of severing ties, with her head held high, she declared loudly, "The wedding date has been set. The Zhao family's bridal sedan will arrive on the 6th of next month to escort the eldest daughter into our household." The old matriarch nodded in agreement, and after Madame Zhao took her leave, the eldest daughter Yun Mo and her younger sister Yun Rui emerged from behind the screen. Yun Mo's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, while Yun Rui exclaimed, "Congratulations, elder sister, on soon becoming the wife of the top scholar." The mere mention of this made Yun Mo's already rosy cheeks bloom even further. The old matriarch smiled, but her attention remained focused on Xinhuan. Beckoning her closer, Xinhuan sat beside her and called out, "Grandmother," her voice unconsciously laced with emotion. The old matriarch noticed and, filled with curiosity, asked, "What troubles you? Who has wronged you?" Xinhuan shook her head and leaned against her grandmother's shoulder, simply feeling a longing for her. The old matriarch chuckled softly, "Silly child, the Yun family is not far from the Pingyang marquis household. If you miss your grandmother, you can come to visit any time." Although the old matriarch wished to inquire about Xinhuan's choice of Ling Wang for her marriage, the decree had already been issued, solidifying the decision, so further questions were pointless. Xinhuan leaned against the old matriarch for a while until Madame Yun returned from seeing off Madame Zhao and began discussing the dowry arrangements. The old matriarch then dismissed Xinhuan, Yun Mo, and the others, saying, "You cousins may go and play." Yun Rui, unable to contain her excitement, said, "Cousin, I recently acquired some delightful items and was just planning to send them to you." She pulled Xinhuan to the flower hall, where soon after a maid delivered the items. With a flourish, Yun Rui presented, "This is the cochineal that second brother had delivered just the other day. When applied to the nails, it will not wash off in water, and is much more effective than ordinary cochineal. Since you don't prefer overly vibrant colors, I specifically saved this elegant shade for you." She urged Xinhuan to sit down and began to apply it, cautioning, "Be careful when applying this. If it accidentally touches your fingers, you can only wash it off with water, and it won't come off for 10 days or even half a month." Xinhuan, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there a bright red shade available?" Yun Rui replied, "Yes, there is." "Then I want the bright red," Xinhuan declared. Both Yun Rui and Yun Mo looked at her, surprised. "Bright red? That would be quite eye-catching." "I have my reasons," Xinhuan replied, without disclosing her intentions. The Yun sisters did not press further, simply requesting the bright red shade. The three cousins chatted and laughed in the flower hall, when suddenly Yun Qi, the eldest son of the Yun family, entered, greeting them with a smile. "You all seem to be having such a good time." Turning his gaze toward Xinhuan, he asked, "Cousin, do you need something from me?" Chapter 12. Concerned, Xinhuan nodded and replied, "I have a small matter that requires the assistance of my elder cousin." Yun Qi, intrigued, inquired, "What could your elder cousin assist you with?" Though the Yun family was wealthy, the Pingyang marquis household lacked for nothing, leaving him genuinely curious about what Xinhuan might need. Xinhuan beckoned Yun Qi to one side, retrieving a portrait from her bosom and handing it to him. "The Yun family's business spans the entirety of Dechu. Cousin, please assist me in locating the individual depicted in this image. He appears to be a renowned physician residing in the southeastern region. With the surname Tao. I seek his expertise to journey to the capital to treat Prince Ling's leg and also to address my grandmother's long-standing ailment, which I believe he is capable of remedying." In her previous life, Dr. Tao became the court physician for Prince Ling after arriving in the capital. Xinhuan had suffered a miscarriage that left her unable to bear children, and the palace's physicians were at a loss. She had sought Dr. Tao's assistance before, and he had also treated the matriarch's chronic illness. Regrettably, the Yun family had sought his help too late. Had they approached him a year or two earlier, the matriarch might have lived an additional 3 years. Yunqi found it somewhat perplexing that his cousin was familiar with Dr. Tao's appearance yet unaware of his whereabouts. Nevertheless, assisting in the search for an individual was not a daunting task for the Yun family, whose business interests were deeply entrenched in every corner of Dichu. Beneath the portrait lay another sheet of paper detailing 2 rare medicinal herbs. Shenwan added, "Cousin, could you also help me find these 2 ingredients? I believe they can be found in Nianzhou." These herbs were quite rare, and they were essential to the treatment of Xie Jingyan Slegdi in her past life. The Yun family had aided in locating them, but the specifics of their location eluded her. It was precisely because the Yun family had previously assisted Xie Jingyan with his leg ailment that later, when Xie Jingyan rebelled, Xie Jingyan accused the Yun family of colluding with Prince Ling, leading to the imprisonment and execution of the entire Yun household. Although Shenwan could have directly asked Xie Jingyan to find Dr. Tao, she chose to approach the Yun family for assistance, firmly believing that the more they helped him, the better he would treat the Yun family in return. Junqi replied, "I will send word to ensure that someone helps you find him as soon as possible." "Thank you, cousin." Shenwan expressed her gratitude. Yunqi chuckled, "Why be so formal with your cousin?" He did not interrupt Shenwan's playtime with Yun Mo and Yun Rui and busied himself instead. As Yunqi departed, Yin Shuang suspected that Shenwan had forgotten the matter entrusted by the second madam. She quietly reminded Shenwan, "Miss, the purple gold pill and the camel hump." The men of the Yun family were all adept in business, especially Yunqi, who surpassed them all. Currently, he managed most of the family's enterprises, and even the elder Mr. Yin seemed to be gradually relinquishing responsibilities to his son when it came to procuring the purple gold pill and the camel hump. It was ultimately still Yunqi who would handle it. Typically, when Shenwan needed something, she would directly seek her eldest cousin's help, and he would always oblige her requests. She would never trouble the Yun family for a group of ingrates. They did not deserve it. With the Yun family's businesses flourishing, they had become a lucrative target, enticing many to take a bite. Without securing their own strength, any profits made would ultimately benefit others. A shadow of worry crossed Shenwan's brow as Yun Mo and Yun Rui tugged at her to stroll through the garden. After lunch, she finally took her leave upon returning to the Marquis's residence. Shenwan went to see the matriarch. Upon entering empty-handed, Shening inquired, "Where is the purple gold pill?" She owed nothing to the matriarch, and the Yun family owed even less. Shenwan, feeling uneasy internally but maintaining a calm exterior, replied, "The purple gold pill I purchased was accidentally spilled by an inept servant on the way to the capital, making it unsuitable for grandmother. Cousin has already dispatched someone to procure another, but it may take a few days for it to arrive. As for the camel hump, the Zhao family came to deliver the engagement gifts today, and the Yin family has been exceedingly busy. I had no opportunity to bring it up. I will address it next time." While actions could be omitted, words could not be. After all, she had learned the art of dissembling. Yin Shuang stood behind Shenwan, watching her speak fibs without anyone suspecting, her eyes wide with astonishment. It seemed that these days, Shenwan had become oddly indifferent towards the matriarch and the second young lady, even growing increasingly aloof. Shenwan's words were impeccably crafted. No one could find fault with them, so Shening merely cautioned, "Do not forget to mention it next time. We cannot allow grandmother's birthday celebration to lack grandeur." The preparations for the matriarch's birthday celebration were not her responsibility, and the grandeur of the event had no bearing on her. It was the second madam who, through mere words, had enlisted the Yun family's financial and physical support. Managing everything with remarkable ease, Shenwan shot a glance at Shening and replied, "When have I ever neglected matters concerning grandmother?" Shening remained silent, and Shenwan merely uttered one sentence before rising to take her leave. Returning to Qinglan courtyard, she had just sat down with a cup of tea when Mama Zhou entered with her daughter Shui Mei in her hand. She clutched 3 contracts of servitude, pertaining to herself and her 2 children. Mama Zhou handed the contracts to Shenwan, who perused them and instructed, "You all may leave. I wish to speak with Mama Zhou privately for a moment." Mama Zhou felt a flicker of alarm, uncertain why the eldest young lady wanted to speak with her alone. Though she had watched the young lady grow up, an inexplicable fear began to take root in her heart. Soon, everyone else in the room exited, leaving only Shenwan and Mama Zhou. Shenwan placed the contracts on the table and stated, "Mama Zhou, you ought to know that I had no intention of taking you in. It was my second aunt who coerced me into accepting you." Mama Zhou replied, "This old servant is foolish and unworthy of the eldest young lady's attention." Shenwan lifted her teacup, gently stirring it with the lid, and made a startling revelation. "It was I who orchestrated Wu Mama's departure." Mama Zhou's head snapped up to stare at Shenwan, who maintained a cold demeanor. "I have no need for someone who would betray me from within. If your heart is not with Qinglan courtyard, then there is no necessity for you to remain. You are a clever woman. You understand my meaning, do you not?" Her tone was calm and unassuming, yet it sent a chill down Mama Zhou's spine. The eldest young lady was aware that she was placed there by the matriarch to keep an eye on her. Unable to refuse, she was now being coerced into loyalty to Shenwan. Clutching the contracts of her entire family as leverage should she refuse, Wu Mama would serve as a cautionary tale. Mama Zhou stammered, the matriarch has always cared for you. Xinhuan shot a frigid glare in her direction. And Mama Zhou dared not utter another word. Whether the matriarch's care was genuine or feigned, the eldest young lady could discern it for herself. There was no need for additional commentary. Mama Zhou hesitated. And Xinhuan did not rush her, acknowledging that persuading Mama Zhou to abandon her loyalty to the astute matriarch, whom she had served for decades, in favor of the seemingly gullible eldest young lady was no small decision. Xinhuan remained patient, sipping her tea in silence. Mama Zhou was indeed clever. After all, she had already confided in her about the dismissal of Wu Mama, and she should realize that failing to choose her today would leave her with no options. Mama Zhou cast several glances at Xinhuan before finally steeling herself to kneel and proclaim, I shall be yours from this day forth, eldest young lady. Very well, I grant you half a month's time to cleanse Qinglan courtyard of those who would betray me. Chapter 13, A Prayer for Blessing on a Clear and Sunny Day. With the azure sky devoid of clouds, Xinhuan, having had her breakfast, proceeded to Qinghui courtyard to pay her respects to the matriarch. As was her custom, as she ascended the steps, a chorus of laughter and merriment resonated from within the house. Upon entering, Xinning exclaimed, eldest sister, we are heading to Hugua Temple shortly, will you join us? Xinhuan was reluctant to draw closer to the Xinning and Xinrong sisters, even less inclined to accompany them as a mere purse-holder. However, just as she was about to decline, the matriarch interjected, we are going to Hugua Temple to pray for your father. Do not forget to light a perpetual lamp for Prince Ling as well. Clearly the matriarch did not expect Xinhuan to refuse. Nor did she provide her with an opportunity to do so. Xinhuan glanced at Yin Shuang, quietly giving her a couple of instructions before she stepped away. After a quarter of an hour, a maid entered, announcing, the carriage is ready. The matriarch reminded Xinhuan and the others, while enjoying yourselves, do not forget the time. Return to the residence early. Yes, Xinning and the others replied with a bow before Xinhuan also rose to leave. As they approached the second gate, Yin Shuang caught up. Xinhuan inquired, why did you take so long? Yin Shuang explained, you said that I had accompanied you out of the residence several times now. And it was her turn to do so. I disagreed, and we had a bit of a quarrel. Fortunately, Mama Zhou intervened on my behalf, and Ziyu relented. Xinning then realized that she had scarcely seen Ziyu lately. She commented, we are all senior maids, eldest sister, it would be best not to show favoritism. Xinhuan cast a cool glance at Xinning, when I frequently brought Ziyu out before, where was your concern? Second sister, she had only recently begun to keep Yin Shuang by her side. Previously, she had taken Ziyu with her 8 times out of 10 whenever she left the residence. Unfazed, Xinning innocently replied, is that so, eldest sister? I had not noticed until you mentioned it. Xinhuan dismissed her with a wave, and as she stepped out the main gate, Yin Shuang slapped her forehead in realization. I forgot to retrieve the pouch Ziyu took from me. I only have 100 taels on me. Xinrong chimed in, how could your maid be so careless? Who goes out without money? Yin Shuang remarked, should I go back to fetch it? Xinhuan interjected, 100 taels is sufficient for lighting the perpetual lamp. If we need to purchase anything, second sister and third sister can lend me some. And I will return it later. Xinrong's face flushed red as she shot Yin Shuang a fierce glare. She only carried a few dozen taels herself and was counting on her eldest sister to finance her. How could she possibly lend any? Yet, having made such a statement, she could not very well admit her own lack of funds. Xinning suggested eldest sister could withdraw a bit from the public funds and repay it later. Her cleverness in arranging finances was commendable, but Xinhuan would not take the bait. I do not have a habit of withdrawing money from public funds, nor will I set such a precedent. As she spoke, Xinhuan turned to the carriage and declared, today, fourth sister will ride with me. Xinhui could hardly believe her ears. Her eldest sister had invited her to share the carriage. Previously, Xinhuan would rather ride alone than take her along. Xinhuan boarded the carriage and glanced at Xinhui, who happily climbed aboard. Xinning and Xinrong exchanged puzzled glances, wondering when the relationship between their eldest sister and fourth sister had grown so amicable. They both boarded the carriage, still in a state of confusion. Inside the carriage, Xinhui sat at a considerable distance from Xinhuan. Upon noticing, Xinhuan remarked, is my fourth sister truly so fearful of me? Xinhui shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. Xinhuan continued, uncle and father are close, and fourth brother shares a bond with eldest brother, yet you, whenever you see me, always appear timid. If I ever spoke too harshly to you, please do not take it to heart. Xinhui had not anticipated that Xinhuan would not only tend to her wounds and share the carriage but would also apologize to her. Xinhui repeatedly shook her head, asserting, elder sister's actions toward me are always for my own good. Xinhuan felt a headache coming on. How could fourth sister be so soft and pliable? It was no wonder she had been able to remain at Jingxi Monastery for so many years in her past life. With such a temperament, it would be remarkable if she were not bullied after marriage. Xinhuan had already begun to contemplate suitable matches from prominent families for her fourth sister, but it seemed there truly was none. The two engaged in light conversation, and after more than half an hour, the carriage finally reached the foot of Hugua Temple. Perched atop the mountain, Hugua Temple was shrouded in mist even though the sun was high in the sky, partially concealing its majestic and solemn presence. Revealing only a glimpse and adding an air of mystery, the temple was bustling with worshippers, and even on days other than the 1st and 15th of the month, devotees came in a steady stream. Upon reaching the horse-stocking area outside Hugwa Temple, everyone disembarked from the carriage and made their way to the great Buddha hall, kneeling on the mats with sincere prayers of first, may father enjoy a long life. Second, may eldest brother's marriage proceed smoothly. Third, may the Yun family encounter nothing but good fortune. If the Bodhisattva does not find her too greedy, she would even wish for a fourth. May Prince Ling find everlasting love with his heart's desire. After making her wishes, Shenwan contributed her offering of oil, and when she rose, she found that Shening and Shenrong had vanished, along with Shenwei, although the others were nowhere to be seen. Shenwan did not furrow her brow. She had grown accustomed to Shening and Shenrong's self-centered ways, for they would never consider the feelings of others. A young monk approached to attend to Shenwan. To which she replied, "I wish to light a perpetual lamp." The monk led her to the designated area, where Shenwan wrote down Xie Jingyan's name and paid the offering, thus completing the task. As Shenwan stepped out of the great Buddha hall, she intended to stroll through the market. Just as she was about to descend the steps, a maid approached from a distance, saying, "Miss, the second young lady and the others are waiting for you by the pavilion. They request your presence." They had not gone to explore the market, and without her to handle the payments, did they not intend to purchase anything? Hugwa Temple frequently welcomed noble ladies and esteemed young ladies to offer their prayers. And when sisters separated, each indulged in their own pursuits, it was inevitable that others might perceive discord among them. Shenwan did not dwell on it. She was quite familiar with Hugwa Temple and its surroundings. So she followed the maid without hesitation. After traversing for a considerable time, she still did not catch sight of Shening and the others, but instead found herself wandering further off the beaten path. Although it was late spring and early summer, the paths were lined with lush trees, and the mountain breeze was still somewhat chilly against her skin. Shenwan furrowed her brows and inquired, "Where on earth are they?" The maid responded, "Just ahead." A rock formation obscured her view, rendering everything beyond it invisible. However, there was indeed a pavilion situated beyond the rocks. Upon circling the formation, Shenwan instantly recognized the familiar silhouette standing in the pavilion. Who but Prince Jin could it be? Almost immediately upon seeing Xie Jingyan, Shenwan felt her anger rise to her cheeks. She had initially thought that the old matriarch had summoned her to Hugwa Temple for blessings. But it turned out he was waiting here for her. What an old matriarch, publicly urging her to heed her father's wishes while secretly facilitating this encounter with the prince who had been granted her hand in marriage by the emperor. For the sake of power and wealth, she had cast aside all sense of propriety and honor, determined to sever ties with Xie Jingyan in this life. Shenwan turned to leave, however, the maid who had guided her had vanished. And the guards obstructed her path. Chapter 14. Approach. Shenwan's countenance grew frigid as she commanded the guards stand aside. The guards remained unmoved. Clenching her delicate fists, she turned to face Xie Jingyan, who was striding towards her with an equally cold expression. A barely suppressed fury evident in his demeanor, Shenwan realized he was indeed furious. Given Xie Jingyan's pride, he would undoubtedly be enraged that she had chosen Xie Jingyan over him, had it not been for the fact that her father had accompanied her to the palace that day and had left with him. Xie Jingyan would have confronted her long ago. He would not have waited until today. As Xie Jingyan approached, he asked, "Do you regret it?" Shenwan did not wish to utter a single word to him. She maintained her icy silence, and Xie Jingyan, interpreting her silence as confusion, repeated, "Do you regret rejecting this prince in favor of that cripple?" She did regret it, regretted that she had chosen too late. In her past life, she should have chosen Prince Ling. Shenwan retorted coldly, "Prince Ling has a name. He is called Xie Jingyan." Xie Jingyan had not anticipated Shenwan's staunch defense of Xie Jingyan. His gaze darkened ominously as he declared, "This prince offers you a chance for regret. I shall not hold your choice against you." What a condescending tone he took. Who would care for his leniency? With so many lives lost in her past, was it not enough to awaken her to the truth? Shenwan's expression remained detached as she replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Prince Jin. However, I have no need for it." Xie Jingyan's expression soured abruptly. "My patience has limits. Do not force me to take measures you might regret." In her previous life, what had blinded her to the point of insisting on marrying Prince Jin? Shenwan did not wish to become further entangled with Xie Jingyan. She was already betrothed to Xie Jingyan by imperial decree. If anyone were to witness their exchange, there would be no way for her to explain herself. No matter how eloquently she spoke. As she turned to leave, however, her wrist was seized by Xie Jingyan. Xie Jingyan's face was twisted with rage as he exclaimed, "Do you dare to disregard me?" In the next moment, Shenwan found herself thrown against the rock formation, the impact causing tears to spring to her eyes. The haughty Prince Jin, accustomed to being venerated by all, would not tolerate anyone's disdain. Especially not after having been humiliated by Shenwan. Shenwan, momentarily disregarding the pain in her back, rubbed her aching wrist and gazed at the advancing Xie Jingyan, her heart racing with trepidation. Having lived under the same roof with him for so many years, she knew how ruthless he could be, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. What if he intended to resort to force? How could she, a gentle flower, withstand his might? As she feared trouble came, Xinhuan attempted to flee but was once again caught by Xie Jingyan, pinned against the rock and rendered immobile, just as Xie Jingyan was about to force a kiss upon her. A stone flew through the air, striking the wrist he had clutched. Xie Jingyan winced in pain and spun around, only to find a furious Xie Jingyan glaring at him. But he had never seen such a terrifying expression on Xie Jingyan's face before, nor had Xinhuan. Xie Jingyan's countenance was a mask of restrained fury. Had he not been hindered by his leg, he would have likely launched a punch at Xie Jingyan. His gaze swept toward Xinhuan. "Are you not coming?" Xinhuan hurriedly approached him, and this time, Xie Jingyan did not attempt to stop her. After all, Xinhuan was the soon-to-be Princess Ling, bestowed by the emperor himself, yet, Xie Jingyan still regarded Xie Jingyan with disdain. After all, he was a cripple, one whom the emperor had deemed unworthy of consideration. To him, taking Xie Jingyan's life would be as easy as squashing an ant. Xie Jingyan looked down at Xie Jingyan with arrogant disdain. "Since my royal brother has witnessed this, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Be sensible and present her to me. I shall show you favor in return." Xie Jingyan chuckled. "Why not go directly to the Marquis of Pingyang and say so? I would like to see whether you can walk out of the Marquis's residence on your own 2 feet. Xie Jingyan's eyes turned. "I see. Why did I ask the Prince Ling truly prepared to oppose me for the sake of a woman?" Even seated in a wheelchair, Xie Jingyan did not yield an inch. He met Xie Jingyan's gaze without flinching. "You dare to covet my fiancée, were it not for my inability to stand. Do you think you would still be standing here, speaking to me?" He did not fear enmity from anyone. With countless women in the world, how could one man be worth such relentless pursuit? Did Prince Jean not feel any embarrassment? Xie Jingyan's face darkened with rage, nearly boiling over. With a smirk, he declared, "I will have what I desire. Let us see how well you can protect her. I hope my royal brother does not disappoint me." With that, Xie Jingyan turned on his heel and stormed away. Watching him leave, Xinhuan finally exhaled in relief when she saw Xie Jingyan looking at her. She asked, "How did you know I was here?" It seemed coincidental, yet Xinhuan could not believe in such serendipity. Just as Xie Jingyan was about to respond, he suddenly noticed the jade hairpin adorning Xinhuan's coif. Following his gaze, Xinhuan instinctively touched the hairpin, puzzled. "What is it?" Something flickered in Xie Jingyan's eyes as he replied, "I thought you had truly given it away." "Given it away?" Xinhuan paused, then reacted, her voice rising. "You had someone watching me." Immediately she felt it was unreasonable. If he had someone keeping watch over her, they should have known she had reclaimed the hairpin unbeknownst to her after leaving through the front gate that day. Xie Jingyan still felt guilty for not entering the palace due to the misunderstanding. He had climbed over the wall and returned to Qinglan courtyard, hoping to find an opportunity to atone for his error. Peering through the window, he had seen Xinhuan casually remove the hairpin he had given her and bestow it upon Mama Wu, which had prompted him to leave without saying a word. Of course, he would never disclose this to Xinhuan. He had already misinterpreted her intentions twice, yet, he could not fathom why she consistently engaged in actions that invited misunderstanding. Xie Jingyan stated, "Even if I had someone, it would be for your protection. I know better than anyone what kind of person Prince Jean is." Reflecting on the earlier incident, had Xie Jingyan not arrived in time, she could not imagine how the situation might have unfolded. Xinhuan chose not to argue further. Having decided to ally with him, she felt she should place her trust in him, especially since he had just saved her life. As she contemplated her next course of action, Xinhuan was troubled by her lack of allies. Was this not the perfect opportunity? She immediately turned to Xie Jingyan, her clear eyes sparkling with brilliance. "May I enlist your people to assist me?" Xie Jingyan gazed into Xinhuan's eyes, their gazes locking for a moment. Xinhuan, feeling uneasy, averted her face, only to see Xie Jingyan clap his hands. Immediately a dark-clad shadow guard appeared before them. Xie Jingyan introduced, "This is Chen Yu. You may command him for any tasks you require." Xinhuan nodded repeatedly. With a wave of his hand, the shadow guard leaped and vanished from her sight. Xinhuan searched around, and this action elicited a chuckle from Xie Jingyan. "If you already know where he hides, why would he need to conceal himself?" Well, he was right, Xinhuan conceded inwardly, though the ache in her back from their earlier collision still lingered. Xie Jingyan's eyes narrowed. "Did he injure you?" Xinhuan shook her head. "It's nothing." She wished to avoid further discussion on the matter and diverted the topic. "Where are you headed?" Xie Jingyan reclined in his wheelchair, speaking nonchalantly. "If you're not in pain, then push me around a bit." Chapter 15. Sincerity. Xinhuan was taken aback by Xie Jingyan's request for her to push him. Surely Qinfeng could do that. However, since he had just come to her aid, she felt compelled to acquiesce to this small request. Xinhuan pushed the wheelchair and inquired, "Which direction shall we go?" "Anywhere," he replied. Thus Xinhuan took them in the direction she had come from. By the rockery, she noticed Xie Jingyan's guard was fainted there, likely the reason Xie Jingyan had left without achieving his aim. With nothing to lose, he had little to fear. If he truly lost control, it would be Xie Jingyan who would suffer. Xinhuan pushed Xie Jingyan forward. Yin Shuang and Qinfeng followed closely behind, along with the shadow guard, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Silence reigned as they exited the shaded path, the sunlight bursting forth and dispelling the lingering chill. Xie Jingyan turned his head to glance at Xinhuan, his handsome features softened, and his voice unusually warm. "Did you light a perpetual lamp for me?" You know about that, Xinhuan replied honestly. It was my grandmother who asked me to do so. Xia Jingyan's gentle expression stiffened, his lips pursing. Could you not say something nice to cheer me up? Xinhuan was taken aback. I believe it is more important to be honest with you than to flatter you. They were merely pretending to be married. There was no need for her to please him. Nor he her. Noticing Xia Jingyan seemed somewhat upset, Xinhuan found herself perplexed when he said, You need not push me anymore. You may leave. What a capricious individual he was. She had never encountered someone who relished flattery to the extent of being indifferent to deception. What a peculiar trait. Not wanting to push him any longer, Xinhuan decisively released the handles, bowed slightly, and departed with Yin Shuang. As Xinhuan walked away without looking back, Xia Jingyan's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. When she turned to glance back, their eyes met, but he immediately turned his face away. Xinhuan furrowed her brow, and Yin Shuang remarked, The Prince of Ling enjoys hearing sweet words. You should indulge him. With a sigh, Xinhuan replied, I have already taken advantage of him. How could I bear to deceive him further? A previous misunderstanding had made him angry, nearly disrupting her plans. She had learned her lesson and dared not make the same mistake again. Xinhuan did not look back again, leading Yin Shuang toward the grand hall. From a distance, she spotted Xining and the others. As she approached, Xining accused her. Where did the eldest sister run off to? We searched for you everywhere. Xinhuan forced a smile. Where could I have gone, dear second sister? Do you truly not know? Xinying's gaze flickered before she replied, If I knew, I wouldn't have been searching all over the Hugua temple for you. Shenrong pressed further, So, where exactly did the eldest sister go? Are you that eager to know? Very well, I'll tell you, Xinhuan replied indifferently. I encountered the Prince of Ling and accompanied him for a stroll. Xining was taken aback. Weren't you supposed to meet the King of Jin? How could you be strolling with the Prince of Ling at Hugua temple? Xining suspected Xinhuan was lying. However, just as she was about to expose her, she spotted Xie Jingyan being wheeled over from Xinhuan's direction. Xining discreetly glanced back at her maid, who shook her head. She had clearly delivered the eldest sister to the King of Jin, so where had the Prince of Ling come from? Xining was baffled by the turn of events, but Xinhuan said nothing more and continued walking. Upon seeing Xinhuan leave without a backward glance, Xining called out, Are we heading back to the residence? Where are you going, eldest sister? Xinhuan replied, Since it's rare for me to visit Hugua temple, I intend to have a vegetarian meal before returning. The vegetarian fare at Hugua temple was renowned, and Xinhuan enjoyed it, but Xining did not share her enthusiasm. Typically, she would rather settle for a few pastries at the market than endure the blandness of vegetarian dishes. In the past, Xinhuan had often indulged her, but now that would not be the case. Xinhuan made her way to the dining hall, with Xinwei closely following. Xining, feeling irritated, twisted her embroidered handkerchief. Previously, Xinhuan had been considerate of her sisters, unwilling to part ways for pleasure. Now, however, Xining felt compelled to keep pace with them, unwilling to abandon Xinhuan and Xinwei for Xinrong. Yet, the thought of the tasteless vegetarian meal made her stomach turn. She could not comprehend what was so appealing about such insipid food. Had Xinwei not been with Xinhuan, she would have returned home immediately. When out in public, it was typically the minority that followed the majority. Xining, filled with frustration, followed behind. Upon reaching the dining hall, Xining dared not glare at Xinhuan, opting instead to direct her ire at Xinwei. Xinhuan noticed and remarked teasingly, Did the fourth sister provoke you? If you wish to be angry, you should take it out on her. Suppressing her anger, Xining retorted, Since when did the eldest sister and the fourth sister become so close? Xinhuan cast a disinterested glance. Raise your voice a little louder. It would be best if all the patrons at Hugua temple knew that the sisters of the Pingyang Marquis household are at odds. Forming factions, Xining was taken aback by Xinhuan's admonition, momentarily stunned. As the vegetarian dishes arrived, she remained silent, sitting down however, staring at the array of vegetarian dishes. No matter how beautifully presented, she could not muster even a hint of appetite. In stark contrast to Xinying's lack of enthusiasm, Xinhuan savored her meal with delight, while Xinwei also enjoyed her food. Xinrong managed a few bites but could not eat much. After a brief moment, Xinhuan set down her chopsticks, while Xining had already grown impatient. If the dining hall had not been situated some distance from the carriage stop, Xinhuan would have undoubtedly requested to stroll around a bit more to aid her digestion before returning. Xinhuan and Xinwei had arrived in the same carriage, so naturally, they would return together. The carriage stopped in front of the Marquis residence, and before Xinhuan could disembark, Xining and Xinrong hurriedly entered the estate. Yet their haste proved futile, as a steward's voice called out, interrupting their steps, The Weiguagon's residence has sent an invitation, requesting the fourth young lady to visit them for flower viewing in 2 days. Xinwei, who had just dismounted, was taken aback, while Xining frowned. Only the fourth young lady was invited. What about us? The steward shook his head. Only the fourth young lady was invited. Instantly Xining felt a prick to her pride and turned to look at Xinwei, sarcastically saying, It seems the fourth sister has more influence than the eldest sister. Xinwei was equally bewildered. She was self-aware enough to realize that among the 4 daughters of the Marquis, she had the least presence. The second sister was bright and flamboyant, the third sister poised and graceful, and the eldest sister held a noble status. Wherever they were, no one would notice her. It was natural for the Weiguagon's residence to send invitations to the 3 of them. leading to her exclusion. However, to invite only her was unusual, Shenwei suggested. Perhaps it was a mistake in the invitation. She could not think of any other explanation to is that even possible. Shining scoffed at Shenwei's naivete. Do you think the Weiguogon's residence is just any place where such errors can occur? Something unusual was afoot. Shining and the others headed to Qinghui Courtyard, and Xinhuan, having nothing else to do, tagged along. Chapter 16. The invitation inside. The old matriarch was equally puzzled as to why the Weiguogon's residence would extend an invitation solely to the daughter of a concubine from the marquis household for flower viewing. Such a gesture would not be made without a special reason, the third madam remarked. The Weiguogon's actions are indeed strange. Should we send someone to inquire? The second madam added. A few days ago, I heard some news regarding the Weiguogon's residence. The Weiguogon's heir's wife passed away over half a year ago, and just a couple of months ago, the heir completed his mourning period. Perhaps the Weiguogon's wife has taken an interest in the fourth young lady, intending to marry her as a secondary wife. Xinhuan and her sisters, having reached the screen, overheard this conversation and paused in their tracks. Refraining from entering, Xining and Shenron looked toward Shenwei, who blushed at their scrutiny. The old matriarch toyed with her prayer beads. There is indeed a possibility. The Weiguogon's heir will soon emerge from mourning, and the fourth young lady will only be a few months away from her coming-of-age ceremony. However, the old matriarch's trailing words spoke volumes. They all understood that the fourth young lady was not a match for the Weiguogon's heir. Even if the heir were to take a secondary wife, having a 2-year-old son, the fourth lord had only recently been promoted to a 5th-rank official and was a son of a concubine. Shinwei's gentle disposition would hardly attract the attention of the Weiguogon's wife. Of course, none of the other daughters of the marquis household would marry the Weiguogon's heir as a secondary wife. Given that the heir already had a legitimate son, marrying a secondary wife would mean she could bear several children without the hope of inheriting titles or fortunes. No matter how esteemed the Weiguogon's heir was, daughters from prominent families generally would not consider him unless they were gambling on the hope that the legitimate son might die before reaching adulthood. When the fourth madam learned that the Weiguogon's residence had sent an invitation for her daughter to attend the flower viewing, she set aside her work and made her way to Qinghui Courtyard. Upon entering, the third madam inquired to sister-in-law, "Have you seen the Weiguogon's wife in recent days?" The fourth madam did not conceal the truth and replied, "A few days ago, I took Wei out, and we happened to cross paths with the Weiguogon's wife, but we merely exchanged greetings and did not converse further." She could not bring herself to believe that her daughter would be of interest to the Weiguogon's wife. The old lady held the teacup delicately, gently stirring it, the fragrant steam obscuring her face, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls, she set the cup down and remarked, regardless of the intentions behind the invitation from the wife of the Duke of Wei, since they had sent a message requesting the fourth miss to enjoy the blossoms, she should go gracefully in a couple of days. She was timid and had never ventured out alone, so it would be prudent to teach her the proper etiquette over the next few days to avoid bringing disgrace to the Marquis. Mrs. also harbored concerns about her daughter's ability to handle the situation, suggesting, why not let one of the other young ladies accompany her? The old lady shot her a sidelong glance, her expression tinged with displeasure, stating that if the Duke of Wei's household wished for them to accompany her, they would not have sent an invitation solely for the 4th Mississippi. Moreover, it was customary for daughters of lower birth to accompany legitimate daughters, not the other way around. Understanding that Mrs. C's worry stemmed from care, the old lady refrained from scolding her. Xinhuan contemplated whether she should accompany Shenwei but found her resolve dissipated by the old lady's words. Nevertheless, she had made preparations and was determined not to let fourth sister endure the same misfortunes as in her previous life. Once the topic concluded, Xinhuan and the others navigated around the screen into the room. Xinhuan refrained from mentioning Xining's assistance in arranging for Jin Wang to meet her, primarily out of pride, but also because the old lady was undoubtedly aware of it. It was merely that in the morning, Xining had inquired whether she would attend, without imposing her presence, which is why Xinhuan had let her guard down. And moreover, with Xie Jingyan dispatching someone to protect her discreetly, such incidents were unlikely to recur, and that knowledge alone sufficed for her. The old lady inquired about their trip to Hugua Temple, to which Xining responded with a hint of grievance, "Perhaps I should no longer accompany my elder sister to Hugua Temple, as she abandoned us to stroll around with Ling Wang." Fully aware that both I and third sister detest the temple's vegetarian meals, yet insisted on having lunch before returning, showing no regard for our feelings, this was tantamount to directly accusing Xinhuan of selfishness. Xinhuan would not permit such accusations to go unchallenged. Previously, she and fourth sister had indulged second and third sister returning with empty stomachs for lunch, never uttering a word against them. Now, after merely one instance of indulgence towards themselves, Xining was pitifully reporting to their grandmother, leaving one to wonder what grievances she and fourth sister had caused her. The maidservants, who had just deemed Xinhuan selfish, now turned their thoughts towards Xining, perceiving her to be self-serving, demanding others accommodate her while refusing to reciprocate. Xining puffed up her cheeks in indignation, prompting the old lady to intervene. Enough, sisters of the household quarreling over such trivial matters is quite unbecoming. The old lady was always like this. When Xining was in the right, she allowed their disputes to unfold, but when Xining faltered, she would chastise them equally, for her selfishness mirrored the old lady's own disposition. Finding the atmosphere tedious, Xinhuan excused herself, and afterward, Mrs. C took Xinwei away as well. Having traversed a considerable distance that morning, coupled with nearly being bullied by Xie Jingyan, Xinhuan was exceedingly fatigued. Unaccustomed to napping, she returned to Qinglan courtyard, drank a half-cup of tea, and fell into a deep slumber. Just as she was drifting blissfully, the sound of something shattering jolted her awake. Xinhuan opened her eyes to hear Ziyu reprimanding someone outside. Declaring that they were clumsy and could not even carry an item properly, this was soon followed by Yingxuan's retort, insisting, "If you hadn't deliberately bumped into me, would I have dropped the teacup?" Ziyu angrily countered, "You are slandering me." Yingxuan, even more incensed, shot back, "Do you harbor malicious intent? You know full well what you are doing." The argument grew increasingly heated, igniting Xinhuan's own ire, and she called out, "Both of you, come in." In an instant, the ruckus outside ceased. With a creak, the door swung open, and Ziyu and Yingxuan entered. Yingxuan lowered her voice, admitting her fault for disturbing the young lady's rest. Xinhuan scanned their faces. Noting that they were aware they had interrupted her slumber, why did they not simply argue at her bedside? Ziyu began. It was Yingxuan who could not hold the teacup steady. "It was clearly you." Just as the two were on the brink of another quarrel, Xinhuan interjected, "If you insist on arguing, do you both wish to be punished?" Yingxuan bit her lip, feeling a sense of injustice, and then said, "I will serve the young lady as she rises." She attempted to retrieve her dress, but Ziyu seized it first, making Yingxuan's chest heave in frustration. She glared at Ziyu, wondering what she had done to provoke such incessant competition. Disappointed by this lack of composure, Xinhuan said, "Ziyu is sufficient as my attendant. You may step back for now." Feeling wronged, Yingxuan was further aggrieved by Xinhuan's dismissal, her eyes reddening as she exited. Ziyu, taken aback by Xinhuan's preference for her, had assumed the young lady favored Yingxuan and had grown distant from her. She now suspected that Yingxuan had been sowing discord in her presence and resolved to keep a closer watch. Ensuring Yingxuan would not usurp her position, Chapter 17, Ointment. Xinhuan descended from her bed, and Ziyu assisted her with changing clothes, helping her with grooming, offering tea, and handing her water, shedding her previous lethargy and becoming industrious. As Xinhuan sat on the small couch sipping tea, Ziyu noticed a jar of medicine on the windowsill. Seizing the opportunity, she remarked, "Yingxuan is rather careless." She left the medicine just sitting on the windowsill. Since returning to the estate, only Ziyu and Yingxuan had entered the inner room, so Xinhuan concluded it must have been Yingxuan who carelessly placed it there. Ziyu intended to take the ointment down for safekeeping when Xinhuan interjected. "Bring the medicine to me." Ziyu approached and handed the ointment to Xinhuan. Xinhuan was certain this was not her ointment. Xie Jingyan had taken precautions by sending someone to guard her, and it was unlikely anyone else would deliver medicine. This could only mean it was he who had sent it, for he was the only one aware of her injury from the collision. Even Yingxuan was unaware. However, Xinhuan found it rather touching that Xie Jingyan had been so considerate. Although their relationship was one of mutual benefit, she had yet to assist him in any significant way. And ironically, her presence had worsened the rift between him and Xie Jingyan. As she gazed at the exquisitely crafted porcelain jar, a warmth spread through her heart. Just then, Mamanshou sought out Ziyu for something. Prompting her to step outside, Yingxuan entered, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having cried. Xinhuan observed her and asked, "Crying over such trivial matters?" Yingxuan remained silent, merely shaking her head. Xinhuan reassured her, "Do not be so disheartened. I am well aware of who is loyal and who is not. I will not allow Ziyu to linger in Qinglan courtyard for long." Both Ziyu and Mama Wu had been assigned to her by the old lady, and without substantial reason, she could not dismiss Ziyu. Moreover, having just dealt with Mama Wu, it would arouse suspicion to dispose of Ziyu as well. She aimed to cleanse Qinglan courtyard, not simply to replace one group with another. Upon hearing Xinhuan's words, Yingxuan felt reassured and said, "Just now, a little maid from the second Madame's courtyard came by, delivering a net to a maid named Xinger in our courtyard. After that maid left, Ziyu also stepped out." Xinhuan instructed, "When Ziyu returns, find someone trustworthy to keep an eye on her." Yingxuan nodded in understanding. Xinhuan handed the ointment to Yingxuan, saying, "Apply this for me." Her back still ached slightly, although it would heal on its own in a couple of days without ointment. Since Xie Jingyan had sent her the salve, she felt compelled to honor his thoughtful gesture. Yingxuan exclaimed, "Where are you injured, my lady?" Xinhuan moved behind the screen to change, and Yingxuan soon discovered the bruise on her back near the shoulder, realizing it must have been the work of Jin Wang. Prompting her to curse him silently several times, after applying the ointment, Xinhuan donned her dress again, sipped from her teacup, and then noticed an unfinished book on the small couch. She decided to read it to pass the time. Just as she was engrossed in her reading, a little maidservant entered through the beaded curtain, beckoning to Yingxuan. After Yingxuan stepped out, she returned to report, "My lady, Ziyu added something to your bird's nest soup." No wonder the young lady suspected Ziyu of treachery. She dared to poison her. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Xinhuan's eyes. In her previous life, she had always catered to their wishes. And there had been no incident of Ziyu attempting to poison her. Choosing Ling Wang over Jin Wang and acting in opposition to them had led to their scheming against her. Undoubtedly trying to push her closer to Jin Wang. As Ziyu brought in the bird's nest soup, she said, "The small kitchen prepared this for you, my lady. Please have some. It is good for your skin." Xinhuan casually flipped through her book, casting a glance at the soup placed before her. "I do not wish to eat it. Consider it a reward for you." Ziyu paused momentarily, exclaiming, "This soup was prepared for you." "My lady, how could a mere maidservant presume to eat it?" Xinhuan replied. "Have I not rewarded you with bird's nest soup before?" While she did not particularly enjoy it, she would occasionally indulge for the sake of her complexion. If she truly did not want to eat it, she would pass it to her maidservants, both Ziyu and Yingshuang having partaken before, as Ziyu suggested. "Perhaps it is better suited for Yingshuang." Xinhuan, annoyed, tossed her book onto the table. "You were just arguing so vehemently, and now you wish to be courteous. This time you eat. I shall reward Yingshuang next time." Understanding Xinhuan's intent, Ziyu knew she could not refuse. Slowly, she extended her hand to take the bird's nest soup, saying, "Then I shall take it away to eat." Yingshuang interjected, "If you take it away, do you wish for others to see and report back to the old lady, causing my lady to be scolded?" Ziyu wished she could silence Yingshuang, realizing that her silence had led others to consider her mute. Xinhuan believed Ziyu would not dare consume the soup, yet to her surprise, Ziyu ultimately devoured every last drop without leaving a trace, indicating that whatever had been added to the soup was not fatal. Once Ziyu had exited, Xinhuan rose from the small couch and moved to the window to seek out Xie Jingyan's hidden guard. Whispering, "I need your assistance." Shen Yu leaped to a halt before the window. Xinhuan continued, "Please investigate what kind of medicine Ziyu has given me." Understood. Xinhuan had thought that news regarding the medicine would not arrive until at least the next day. However, that evening, shortly after she had finished her dinner, a knock sounded at the window. Shen Yu informed Xinhuan that she had procured some of the powder to consult a physician. It was soft bone powder, which, while not lethal, could render one feeble and unable to rise from bed if taken in small doses repeatedly. The old matriarch and the second branch were relying on her marriage to Prince Jin, as her father hoped to assist the prince in his quest for succession. Before the prince's grand plans were firmly established, they would undoubtedly refrain from taking her life, but administering soft bone powder, what could this possibly signify? Xinhuan found herself momentarily bewildered, yet, even though it was not fatal, she dared not let her guard down. After instructing Xinyu with a few words, she dismissed her. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden shimmer across the room. Upon awakening, Xinhuan seated herself at the dressing table, allowing Ziyu to style her hair. She donned a splendid cloud pattern gown embellished with golden orchids, and atop her head, a complete set of white jade orchid hairpins added an air of elegance. Xinhuan opened a drawer and retrieved a small porcelain box. Dipping the finest brush into it, she adorned her forehead with a painted orchid in the mirror, instantly transforming her demeanor. Silver Frost exclaimed in admiration, "Miss, with the flower adornment, you look even more beautiful." Xinhuan concurred, feeling quite pleased. After breakfast, she proceeded to greet the old matriarch at Qinghui Courtyard. Upon noticing the floral adornment on her forehead, the old matriarch praised her, affirming its exquisite nature. Shening, filled with jealousy, twisted her embroidered handkerchief. In terms of status, she could not compare to Xinhuan, and in beauty, she was also at a disadvantage. Fortunately, her intellect was commendable, otherwise she would have been overshadowed in every regard. Xinhuan touched her forehead and glanced at Shenwei, who was attired in a refreshing emerald green gown, her makeup delicately applied. It was evident that she had made considerable effort to catch the eye of the heir to the Duke of Wei. Xinhuan smiled and remarked, "Fourth sister, your ensemble is quite lovely. If you were to adorn it with a floral decoration, it would be even more enchanting. I have brought some pigments. Would you care to try?" Shenwei eagerly expressed her desire, and Shenrong chimed in, "Elder sister, I wish to have one as well." Shenhuan invited Shenwei to sit down and carefully applied the rouge to her forehead. Noticing Shenwei's expectant expression, she hesitated to proceed. But just then, Shening accidentally bumped into Xinhuan's arm, causing her to unintentionally mar the nearly completed floral decoration. This only served Xinhuan's purpose, yet she shot a glare at Shening, exclaiming, "Could you not keep your distance, second sister? You have ruined everything." Xin Ying's action had been intentional. She resented that Xinhuan had not painted for her first and had made Shenwei look so stunning. "Isn't it simple to wash it off and redo it? Why are you so upset, elder sister?" she retorted. A maid brought in a basin, and Xinhuan used an embroidered handkerchief dipped in water to attempt to wash it away. However, no matter how she scrubbed, the decoration remained intact. The fourth madam grew anxious. "Why won't it wash off?" Shenwei suggested. "Elder sister, apply more pressure." Xinhuan replied, "If I apply too much pressure, your forehead will turn red, and you won't be able to go out." "Then what should we do?" Shenwei asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Shening, reveling in the situation, remarked, "It seems fourth sister will not be able to go to the Duke of Wei's residence after all. Though even if she did, it would be a futile trip." Shenwei looked at her mother with a sense of grievance. The fourth madam, accustomed to enduring in silence, had no outlet for her frustrations. The old matriarch decreed, if you go out looking like this, it will bring shame to the Marquisate. Send someone to inform the Duke of Way's residence that fourth young lady has sprained her ankle and cannot attend. The fourth madam was reluctant, though the chances were slim. The very fact that they had sent an invitation indicated some possibility. She had observed her daughter's hard work over the past few days and could not bear to let this opportunity slip away. Let her use a forehead ornament to cover it. It should suffice, she suggested. Even in this state, you still wish to go. However, Xinhuan understood that this match was indeed a fine opportunity for Xinwei. Particularly since, in her previous life, the Duke of Way's legitimate son had succumbed to smallpox at this very time. Although attending would not guarantee a favorable outcome, not attending would always leave a lingering sense of regret. Fortunately, she had anticipated such scenarios and was prepared, Xinhuan stated. While the forehead ornament may conceal it, securing it in place would compromise its liveliness and appear rather odd. It would be better for fourth sister to wear my silver fox mask adorned with gemstones. The Duchess of Wei has seen you before. If she finds it peculiar and questions it, fourth aunt can simply explain the truth. This floral decoration can undoubtedly be washed away. I shall send someone to inquire at the Yun residence shortly. Without waiting for the fourth madam's approval, Xinhuan instructed Silver Frost to fetch the mask. Silver Frost hurried back and, panting, handed the mask to Xinhuan. Upon receiving it, she helped Xinwei don it. This mask was Xinhuan's favorite. She was reluctant even to let Xining wear it for a moment. Fourth sister looks even more beautiful in it than I do, Xinhuan remarked. She hoped that this life would not witness the tragic events of her previous existence. Should fate prove unavoidable, this mask would shield fourth sister's face and eyes, preventing a repeat of past misfortunes. Xinwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, how can I compare to elder sister? You always know how to make me happy. The old matriarch, observing Xinwei in the mask, felt a sudden flicker of hope that perhaps this match might indeed come to fruition. Chapter 18, an incident after Xinwei's floral decoration proved impossible to remove. Xining and Xinrong abandoned their intentions of having Xinhuan paint for them. Xinhuan spent a quarter of an hour in Qinghui courtyard before taking her leave. As she passed through the garden, captivated by the resplendent blooms, she paused to admire them, though her mind was more occupied with concern for Xinwei, hoping she could safely endure this trial. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard after a leisurely stroll, Silver Frost noticed Xinhuan's lack of enthusiasm and suggested, the weather is splendid today, why not take a stroll outside the residence, Xinhuan? However, lacked the leisure for such indulgence, as she had matters to attend to. Ziyu, who was busy dusting, overheard, and retorted to Silver Frost, do not distract the young lady from her tasks. In just a month. It will be the old matriarch's birthday, and the longevity embroidery she is preparing is still only half complete. If she does not hurry to finish it, she will miss the deadline. Xinhuan stepped through the beaded curtain into the room and cast a glance at the embroidery frame by the window. Where her half-finished longevity embroidery lay, sunlight illuminated the embroidery, causing the longevity characters stitched in gold thread to shimmer. This prompted Xinhuan to recall the foolishness of her past life. Because of her commendable embroidery skills, she had often received praise from the old matriarch and the second madam, leading her to decide to create a special gift for the old matriarch's birthday. Xining had suggested the longevity embroidery, and Xinrong had insisted she use gold thread. When the old matriarch's birthday banquet arrived, presenting it before the guests would surely earn her accolades for her filial piety, thus she had naively taken the bait. Such a large piece of longevity embroidery required a considerable amount of gold thread, and merely the act of stitching it consumed an inordinate amount of time. Fearing she would not finish in time for the old matriarch's celebration, she devoted most of her day to needlework, even to the point of causing her hands to tremble. In return, she received little more than a handful of compliments, slightly more than those bestowed upon Xining and Xinrong. Having been foolish in her past life, she resolved not to repeat her mistakes. Seating herself before the embroidery frame, Xinhuan picked up the needle and thread, but after merely a few moments, she set them down, rubbing her wrist. Silver Frost noticed and asked, Miss, what troubles your wrist? Xinhuan furrowed her brow and replied, I am not sure why, but today I lack strength. I have only stitched for a short while, and my wrist is already quite sore. Silver Frost suggested, perhaps you are unwell. Should we summon a physician to examine you? Xinhuan shook her head, stating that she simply felt weak and it was not yet time to call for a doctor. Seeing Xinhuan still seated, Silver Frost hurried to assist her up, insisting, your health is paramount. If you overexert yourself while stitching, the old matriarch would not rest easy receiving the longevity embroidery. After a pause, Silver Frost turned to Ziyu. Isn't that right, Ziyu? Silver Frost had taken it upon herself to persuade the young lady, so why drag Ziyu into it? Ziyu felt a twinge of annoyance but acquiesced. Silver Frost is correct. Your health must take precedence. Mississippi. Xinhuan said nothing further and moved to a small couch, massaging her temples before sipping tea and reading. Hours passed as she immersed herself in her book. Drawing Silver Frost's attention, it seems the young lady has developed a fondness for reading, she mused, noting how before her meeting with Prince Jean, Xinhuan had never been able to focus on a book for long. It was indeed peculiar. Silver Frost poured a cup of tea, preparing to serve it to Xinhuan when a small maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Miss, it's terrible, fourth young lady has had an incident at the Duke of Wei's residence. Xinhuan's hand trembled as she dropped her book, urgently inquiring, "What has happened?" The maid replied, "The young prince of the Shouwang residence was mischievous and accidentally harmed fourth young lady while playing near the bamboo planted by the Duke of Wei's residence." Ultimately, they had not escaped misfortune. Xinhuan could hardly contain her anxiety as she pressed for details. "How severe is her injury?" The maid shook her head. "We do not know yet. The fourth madam has already rushed to the Duke of Wei's residence upon hearing the news." With her heart heavy, Xinhuan abandoned her book, plagued by regret. She had known that Xinwei would not be favored by the Duke of Wei's residence and would likely suffer harm there. Yet she had refrained from exerting herself to prevent it, wishing to spare Xinwei any regrets. If the injury were to mirror that of her past life, she feared she would carry guilt for a lifetime. In her previous life, Xinwei had returned around this time. Xinhuan set down her book, donned her embroidered shoes, and left the room. She did not go to Qinghui courtyard but headed directly to the Marquisade's main gate. Just as she reached the secondary gate, she spotted Xinwei, her face obscured by a veil, wrapped tightly as though to conceal her identity, even her eyes barely visible. Xinhuan's heart leapt to her throat as she hurried toward Xinwei, asking, "Fourth sister, where are you injured? Is it serious?" Upon seeing Xinhuan, tears welled in Xinwei's eyes as she cried, "Elder sister, I ruined your mask." These words nearly caused Xinhuan's heart to seize. At such a moment, she was concerned about a mask. "Your face is far more important." Xinhuan felt an overwhelming urgency to reach out and pull away Xinwei's veil, but she restrained herself, saying, "Let me see your face." Xinwei shook her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. It was thanks to her elder sister adorning her with a mask that she had only sustained minor injuries and was not gravely harmed. The mere thought of the mask, deformed by the impact of bamboo, sent shivers down her spine. If such a sturdy mask could be dented, she dared not imagine the consequences had it struck her face directly. Even recalling it now made her break into a cold sweat. Hearing that she had only suffered light injuries allowed Xinwei to breathe a sigh of relief. She removed the veil that enveloped her entire head. Having wrapped herself so tightly was due to her facial injuries, as well as the need to conceal the ruined floral adornment on her forehead. Now that she had returned home, she was no longer fearful of being seen. As soon as the veil was lifted, Xinhuan observed a purplish-red mark on Xinwei's left cheek, faintly oozing blood, which appeared quite painful. However, in comparison to her previous life, it was indeed a slight injury. Hardly worth mentioning, this calamity had been narrowly escaped. Xinhuan expressed her relief, stating, "Fortunately, the injuries are not severe and should not leave any scars." Xinwei nodded repeatedly, gazing at her daughter's face. The fourth mistress felt her heart racing anxiously. Both mother and daughter shared a profound gratitude. It was thanks to Xinhuan that the fourth sister had evaded such a misfortune, leaving the fourth aunt at a loss for how to properly express her appreciation. Xinhuan shook her head, insisting that the fourth aunt was being overly formal, and that it was enough that the fourth sister was unharmed. The fourth mistress felt immense regret. The morning's misaligned floral adornment had been an ill omen, and she should have been vigilant in preventing her daughter from going out. Thankfully, it was only a minor injury. Had anything more serious occurred within the Duke Wei's residence, she could scarcely bear to live with herself. As they conversed, Xining and Shenrong arrived, and upon seeing Xinwei's injury, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had anticipated a more severe injury. This was merely a trivial matter. However, it was still unfortunate that the heir of Duke Wei had not taken notice of her, and she had sustained injuries while at his residence. Xining stepped forward, saying, "It seems we must extend our gratitude to my accidental collision with elder sister, which misaligned the floral adornment. Otherwise, the fourth sister would have been in dire straits today. In this moment of misfortune, she was still eager to take credit." Xinhuan felt an internal disquiet. The fourth mistress was aware of the underlying truth. Yet as long as her daughter was safe, she would not hesitate to offer a few words of praise. Today, they were fortunate to have the eldest and second young ladies, which allowed for a safe outcome. Chapter 19. A matter of face. Xining smiled, saying, "A simple thank you from the fourth aunt will not suffice." The implication was clear. A proper gift of gratitude was in order. When it came to acquiring gifts, no one was more adept than Xining. The fourth mistress readily agreed. Xinhuan could hardly abide Xinying's demeanor, advising Xinwei, "A bit of vegetable oil on the floral adornment will wash it away. As for the injury on your face, it is best to summon a physician to examine it." Xinwei genuinely felt the concern emanating from Xinhuan and nodded, stating, "I have already seen a doctor at Duke Wei's residence." To spare the old matriarch any worry, the fourth mistress insisted on taking Xinwei to Qinghui courtyard first. Upon seeing the injury on Xinwei's face, the old matriarch was filled with anguish, lamenting how fortunate it was that she had worn a mask. Otherwise, such a beautiful face would have likely been marred by such a heavy blow. After expressing her sentiments, the old matriarch instructed the fourth mistress to take Xinwei back. While leaving behind the maid who had accompanied Xinwei to Duke Wei's residence, the old matriarch inquired of the maid, "Besides the fourth young lady, did any other prominent young ladies visit Duke Wei's residence to admire the flowers today?" The maid nodded, listing several young ladies, including the third young lady from the esteemed Zhao family and the second young lady from the Lu family, among others, totaling 5 or 6 notable young women. Among them, 3 were legitimate daughters, while 3 were illegitimate. The legitimate young ladies came from slightly less distinguished backgrounds, while the illegitimate ones hailed from prestigious lineages. However, to avoid affecting the heir's claim to the title, Duke Wei's wife had chosen her son's future wife with great care. The second mistress remarked, "The third young lady from the Zhao family is quite skilled in calligraphy, and the second young lady from the Lu family plays the pipa beautifully. Compared to them, the fourth young lady stands little chance. If she were Duke Wei's wife, she certainly would not select the fourth young lady." The old matriarch lifted her teacup and gently stirred, stating, "To return home unscathed is already a stroke of good fortune. We dare not hope for anything more." The old matriarch's words resonated with the second mistress, who nodded in agreement. From their expressions, Xinhuan discerned no hint of expectation regarding Xinwei's selection. Rather, it seemed that Xinwei's exclusion suited them just fine. Their words were sweet, yet their selfishness ran deep, a perfect embodiment of the saying, "Honeyed words hide poisoned daggers." Xinhuan did not linger for long and returned to Qinglan courtyard. After lunch, the fourth mistress sent a close maid to deliver a pair of jade hairpins. Xinhuan gazed at the maid, wondering what the fourth aunt was up to. The maid replied, "Today, thanks to the eldest young lady, the fourth young lady has come to no harm. The fourth mistress expresses her gratitude and has instructed me to deliver these. Once the fourth young lady recovers, she will personally thank the eldest young lady." Pausing, the maid added, "The second young lady has also received her share. Under normal circumstances, one would wait for Xinwei's face to heal before choosing some jewelry to express gratitude. But Xin Ying's impatience led her to demand a token of thanks at the second gate. The fourth mistress could not send a gift to Xining while neglecting Xinhuan, so the maid hastily brought the hairpins. However, Xinhuan refused to accept them, stating that it felt too distant to express gratitude over such a trivial matter among sisters, yet the maid was unwilling to take them back. And Xinhuan insisted, "Relay my message truthfully. The fourth aunt will not hold it against you." Thus, the maid returned with the items as she had brought them. The following day, when Xinhuan went to pay her respects to the old matriarch, Xining remarked upon seeing her, "The fourth aunt sent a pair of jade hairpins to the eldest sister. Why did the eldest sister not accept them?" Xinhuan looked at Xining, feigning surprise. Surely the second sister did not accept them. Of course she had accepted them. She felt entitled to them. Had it not been for her collision, Xinwei would have been disfigured. Such a significant favor made her feel that even 2 hairpins were insufficient. Observing Xinying's expression of entitlement, Xinhuan recalled the countless times Xining had demanded repayment for the life-saving favor bestowed by Xie Jingyin in her previous life, with such a tendency to leverage favors for repayment. If she did not assist Xinwei in extricating herself from this obligation today, it would surely become an unending debt in the future. Xinhuan explained, "While it is true that my mask shielded the fourth sister from disaster, upon further reflection, had I not misaligned the floral adornment, she may not have encountered this calamity at all. How could I possibly accept a token of gratitude?" She felt embarrassed to accept, while Shen Ying's audacity was astonishing. Her face must be exceedingly thick. Xinhuan ultimately underestimated Shen Ying's shamelessness, as Xining boldly countered. "The eldest sister herself expressed uncertainty, and this incident is exceedingly coincidental among so many prominent young ladies. Only the fourth sister wore a mask, and only she nearly suffered injury. I believe this was all predestined." As she spoke, Xining tugged at the old matriarch's arm, exclaiming, "Grandmother, do you not agree?" The old matriarch chuckled and patted Shen Ying's hand, affirming, "Indeed, your fourth sister's safety is indeed due to your good fortune." Xinhuan felt a chill run down her spine, as if she might vomit the breakfast she had just consumed, unable to bear the situation any longer. She prepared to return to Qinglan courtyard. Just then, a maid entered, announcing, "Old matriarch, the wife of Duke Wei has arrived." The timing of Duke Wei's wife's visit undoubtedly indicated her intention to extend apologies for Xinwei's injury sustained at Duke Wei's residence. The old matriarch instructed, "Please invite the wife of Duke Wei in." The maid withdrew, and shortly thereafter, Duke Wei's wife entered, her expression one of deep remorse. "Yesterday, I invited the fourth young lady to my residence to admire the flowers, and I never anticipated such an unfortunate incident would occur, causing her distress. I truly feel quite guilty." The old matriarch welcomed Duke Wei's wife to sit, then remarked, "It was not intentional on our part. Thankfully, the injuries are not severe, and it is commendable that you feel remorse." Duke Wei's wife took a seat and flattered the old matriarch. "I see the fourth young lady is quite fortunate. Had it been another, she would likely have been carried out from my residence. If she were truly fortunate, she would not have encountered such a distressing affair." The old matriarch thought. She was well aware that Duke Wei's wife was merely offering empty words, spoken without true intent. Since she had come to apologize, she could not neglect to bring along some gifts of contrition. Duke Wei's wife presented an array of items, including tonics for Xinwei, silks and satin jewelry, a ginseng root, and some cordyceps for the old matriarch. Upon seeing these items, Xinhuan raised her eyebrows slightly. In her previous life, when Xinwei had sustained grave injuries, Duke Wei's wife had sent similar gifts, only offering a single ginseng root to the old matriarch. Yet this time, with Xinwei's injuries being considerably lighter, she had even brought cordyceps for the old matriarch. Xinhuan found herself puzzled by Duke Wei's wife's actions. Shouldn't greater injuries warrant more substantial compensation? Why did it seem to be the reverse? After exchanging pleasantries with the old matriarch, filled with remorse, Duke Wei's wife went to check on Shen Wei. Following her departure, the Princess of Longevity also arrived, paying her respects and offering apologies for her son's mischief that had nearly caused Shen Wei harm. The gifts she brought were similar to those of Duke Wei's wife, making Duke Wei's gifts appear more substantial, as the incident had not been caused by the Duke's household, and in their eyes, the young master of the Prince of Longevity's residence was merely a guest. Chapter 20. A visit. Upon leaving Qinghui Courtyard, Shenwan first visited the fourth room to check on Shen Wei, conversing with her for a while before returning to Qinglan Courtyard. Inside, the maid Donger was busy wiping the tables and chairs. Upon seeing Shenwan and Yinshi return, she whispered something in Yinshi's ear. Yinshi then entered the room, quietly reporting to Shenwan Ziyu has sprinkled the medicinal powder on the pastries. Only then did Shenwan notice the osmanthus cake on the table. Realizing that sprinkling the medicinal powder on it was quite clever, she picked up a piece and took a bite. It seemed she was destined to fall ill soon. She was curious to see what kind of medicine they were concocting. In the ensuing days, Shenwan found herself increasingly enfeebled. During the first 2 days, she could still saunter through the garden, but soon she could only pay her respects to the old matriarch. Eventually she became too weak to even leave her room, confined to her bed. On the first day she neglected to greet the matriarch. A maid was sent to check on her upon learning of Shenwan's utter lack of strength. The matriarch instructed the second madam to summon a physician, who was brought in by the second madam. The doctor took Shenwan's pulse but could not ascertain the cause of her ailment. He merely prescribed a regimen and took his leave. After 2 days of consuming the prescribed medicine, not only did her condition show no signs of improvement, it worsened considerably when Shenjing and Shendu visited her. They were taken aback by her frailty, prompting Shenjing to instruct the steward to deliver a message to the palace requesting the imperial physician. The physician arrived promptly, ready to pay his respects to Shenjing, who urged Dr. Su, please examine my daughter and determine her condition. Yin Shuang brought a stool for Dr. Su, who sat down to take Shenwan's pulse. Once he withdrew his hand, Shenjing inquired, what is the state of my daughter's illness? Dr. Su replied, my lord, I must beg your understanding. I truly cannot treat this affliction. It was a feigned illness. How could he possibly treat that? Moreover, even with a few grains of courage, he would not dare to jeopardize the interests of Prince Jin. As he had been forewarned prior to his arrival, Shenjing grew anxious. Dr. Su was highly skilled, and if he could not remedy Shenwan's ailment, it must be grave indeed. Dr. Su could only adhere to the directives of Prince Jin, stating, the nature of this illness is peculiar, and it is quite possible that she may recover spontaneously one day. Fearing further inquiry from Shenjing, Dr. Su hastily gathered his medical bag and took his leave. Shenjing's stern visage was marred by worry as he turned to Shenwan, lamenting, how could you fall so ill without any apparent cause, and yet even the imperial physician is baffled. Shenwan, in a faint whisper, reassured him, father, do not fret, I am fine. With her voice barely a whisper, Shenjing furrowed his brow, commanding the steward, fetch another physician. I refuse to believe that among the many in the Imperial Medical Institute, none can cure my daughter. Is this not an undue burden upon the physicians? Shenwan interjected, father, did not Dr. Su mention that my illness is strange? It could very well resolve on its own. You need not concern yourself with me, Shenjing countered. What nonsense is this? You are my daughter. If I do not care for you, who will? As soon as he spoke, a maid entered, announcing, my lord, Prince Ling has heard of the young lady's illness and has come to pay her a visit. Under normal circumstances, Xia Jingyan would not be permitted to visit the marquise, especially not to enter her boudoir, yet given that their union was sanctioned by the emperor, it would take a death for this engagement to be annulled, thus negating the need for excessive caution between the genders, particularly with Shenjing and Shendu also present. Allow Prince Ling to enter, Shenjing ordered, reclining against a large pillow. Shenwan heard the sound of wheels rolling and leaned forward to see Xia Jingyan pushing himself in. Yin Shuang hurried over to assist him with the beaded curtain. Observing his sister's motion, Shendu subtly raised an eyebrow. Her actions were far too nimble to befit someone so weak. Xia Jingyan advanced in his wheelchair, bowing respectfully to Shenjing, addressing him, uncle. Shenjing replied, Prince Ling, your kindness is appreciated. Since you are here, please converse with Wana for a while. With that, Shenjing turned to leave, taking Shendu with him. The room was left with only Shenwan and Xia Jingyan, along with 2 maids. Xia Jingyan glanced at Yin Shuang and Ziyu, who promptly excused themselves. Once they were alone, Shenwan regarded Xia Jingyan and asked, what brings you here? Xia Jingyan gazed at Shenwan's pallid face and brushed his hand across it. Your complexion is quite ghastly, he remarked. Clearing his throat, he added, you are unwell. I came to check on you. Shenwan lowered her voice. Others may be unaware that I am feigning illness, but surely you are not oblivious. Xia Jingyan looked at her with an innocent expression. But others do not know that I know. As your fiancé, it would be rather callous of me not to visit my ailing betrothed. Your father may not hold it against me, but your elder brother certainly would. I dare not neglect my duty. Shenwan found his reasoning sound and could not retort. Although they were betrothed, she had never taken the engagement seriously. Xia Jingyan's presence in her boudoir made her feel somewhat uneasy, and now that they were alone, The atmosphere was even more awkward. "You have seen me, you should take your leave," she stated. Shinwan believed her words entirely justified, even considering Xie Jingyan's feelings, yet he inexplicably grew irate. "Could you not exhibit a modicum of conscience? I have come to see you despite my impaired mobility, and within mere moments, you wish to send me away." But they had nothing to converse about. Were they to merely engage in a silent stare-off? Shinwan looked at Xie Jingyan, who awkwardly turned his head away. "You should have heard your father instruct me to keep you company for a while. You need not adhere strictly to my father's wishes." Shinwan replied. Xie Jingyan retorted, "If I disregard him, how can I expect him to allow you to marry me?" Shinwan felt the need to remind him, "This matter is not solely determined by my father. It is contingent upon your father's approval. If she were untroubled, why should he be?" The two fell into a profound silence, the room enveloped in an unusual stillness. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Shuang re-entered. Softly reporting to Shinwan just now, a maid from the courtyard returned via a side path, and overheard the second and third madams discussing your illness. They mentioned that in the capital, after engagements are set, there have been instances of illnesses and even deaths due to incompatible birth dates. The second madam expressed concern that your union with Prince Ling might also be ill-fated and wishes to summon a Taoist priest to conduct a divination. Shinwan could not suppress a cold laugh. So this was their agenda. She turned to Xie Jingyan, noticing a fleeting glimmer of menace in his eyes, deeper than the summer night sky, unbeknownst to others. Xie Jingyan was acutely aware of the second house's attempts to undermine him in favor of Prince Jin. This was no longer just a matter of subterfuge. They were attempting to tarnish his reputation as a husband. Given that Xie Jingyan's mother, Consort Chen, had fallen out of favor and that he had suffered a leg injury, confining him to a wheelchair, the addition of a wife-killer label would render him unmarriageable for life. Such cruelty from them was astounding. Xie Jingyan looked at Shinwan, asking, "What will you do?" Shinwan smirked. "What a splendid opportunity. One must certainly turn the tables on them." She intended to let them unwittingly bring ruin upon themselves. Chapter 21. The birth date. The following day, Shinwan remained bedridden. Even having her breakfast in bed, the experience of being confined was exceedingly arduous. Had she not found solace in reading, she might have gone stir-crazy. As she immersed herself in a book to pass the time, a maid stood outside the beaded curtain announcing, "Miss, the fourth young lady has arrived." Shinwan set aside her book as Shinwei entered. Clad in a delicate yellow gown adorned with large camellia blossoms, her face veiled with a light gauze, moving with an ethereal grace, upon approaching, Shinwan inquired, "Has the injury on your face healed?" Hearing the concern in her sister's voice made Shinwei's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Despite her own illness, her fourth sister still thought of her. "I am quite well, merely lacking in strength." Shinwan reassured her, yet, how could an otherwise healthy person lack strength? Shinwei noted her sister's pallor and worry etched on her face. "Have you consulted a physician or the imperial doctor? How is it possible they cannot discern the cause of your ailment?" Shinwan feigned illness, yet to avoid revealing her ruse replied, "Perhaps you should return home, dear sister, lest my ailment inadvertently afflict you." Shinwei shook her head. "I fear not." Turning back, a maid presented her with a brocade box, which Shinwei opened to reveal a silver fox mask. "I regret to inform you that I inadvertently damaged the mask you cherished most. Despite the repairs, its imperfections remain visible, so father had a replica made, which just arrived today. I hope you will not mind." Shinwan chuckled softly. "That mask was already invaluable for preserving your beauty. It is of no matter if it is new or not. Had you not mentioned it was a replacement, I would have been none the wiser." Reassured by Shinwan's words, Shinwei asked, "Did you pay respects to grandmother?" "Indeed," Shinwei replied. "I came directly from her just a moment ago." The second madam was discussing your illness with grandmother, expressing concern that you might be possessed and wishing to summon a Taoist priest for divination. Grandmother acquiesced, and I suspect the priest is already en route to the marquisate. How impatient they were. She had not been ill for long, yet they were hastily summoning a priest. Nevertheless, it was better to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. If they waited too long, the Wang family of Changshan might not extend an invitation to their banquet, which she intended to exploit to facilitate the union of her cousin and scholar Zhao. Shinwan remarked, "Given how much the second madam cares for me, I must pay her a visit." Rising from her bed, Shinwei urged, "Elder sister, your health is fragile. It would be prudent to remain in bed and rest." Yet Shinwan was determined. She could not endure lying there any longer. There were matters she needed to attend to, which Shinwei could not impede. Yin Shuang assisted her with her morning routine. And after some time spent on cosmetics, she appeared considerably more vibrant. Unable to dissuade Shinwan, Shinwei resigned herself to accompanying her, as she had intended to visit as well, due to the delay in preparations and Shinwan's weakness. Their pace was slow. By the time they arrived at Qinghui courtyard, the Taoist priest had already arrived and set up a table. The priest appeared to possess an ethereal aura, exuding an air of competence. The old matriarch was also present, accompanied by the second and third madams, while the fourth madam, as well as Xining and Shinrong, were there too, not to mention the throngs of maids and servants. With Shinwei's support, Shinwan approached, only to catch sight of her father and elder brother approaching from behind. The arrival of Shinjing was entirely unforeseen by Shinwan, her father, who had never believed in such superstitions. was nonetheless willing to entertain the possibility for the sake of his daughter, which brought a wave of emotion to Xinhuan's eyes. Xinjing, too, was surprised to see Xinhuan return, and he inquired, "What brings you here?" Xinhuan replied, "I have rarely fallen ill, but this time, the illness came without warning. My second aunt and grandmother invited a Taoist priest into the household, and I wish to ascertain whether I have been afflicted by some malevolent force." With Xinhuan present, Xinjing did not allow her to leave, but rather turned his attention to the Taoist priest. The priest had already arranged the necessary items for calculating their birth charts and requested, "Please provide me with the birth dates of both individuals." The second madam handed over the prepared birth charts of Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan to the maidservant, who delivered them to the priest. The priest cast a brief glance at the charts and declared, "The birth charts of these two individuals are extraordinarily auspicious. One is destined to be a prince, while the other is a legitimate daughter of a marquis. With a father who is a great general and a wealthy mother, she was betrothed to a prince from birth. Such nobility is indeed unparalleled," the second madam interjected, "although their statuses are illustrious. It does not necessarily imply compatibility. I implore the priest to conduct a thorough assessment." The priest chuckled, acknowledging her point. He examined their birth charts further, performing calculations and casting an oracle. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. And after a considerable time, the priest completed his divination, prompting the old matriarch to eagerly inquire, "What are the results?" The priest replied, "These two birth charts are a match made in heaven, destined for a loving union that shall last until old age." The maidservants and matrons looked toward Xinhuan, who, despite having mentally prepared herself, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Such a proclamation was almost too enviable and jealousy-inducing. Could it not be expressed with a touch more subtlety? The urgency on the old matriarch's face froze, while the second madam's brow furrowed in distress as she glanced at the stewardess behind her, who shook her head repeatedly. This was not how she had instructed the priest to proceed. And it seemed the priest had disregarded her directions entirely. The third madam exchanged glances with the second madam before stating, "Our eldest daughter has been engaged for only a few days and is now gravely ill. With doctors unable to determine the cause. We fear it may be due to incompatible birth charts." The priest smiled and responded, "These two charts possess a mutual supporting energy, making conflict impossible. The household is overly concerned. As for her illness, the oracle suggests it is likely due to the ingestion of something harmful. With careful attention to her diet, she will recover in a matter of days. At this point, the priest's voice trailed off, creating a suspenseful pause. The old matriarch pressed further, "What is it?" The priest initially gazed at the old matriarch, then focused on the second madam, stating, "On my way here, I noticed ominous clouds gathering in the northwestern sky above the marquis's residence. Upon examining the two of you, I discerned dark energy in your foreheads, suggesting that you may endure a spell of misfortune, potentially even facing life-threatening calamities." These words caused the old matriarch's heart to skip a beat. While the second madam's face darkened considerably, even if one knew it to be false, the public declaration of such ill omens was itself quite inauspicious. How dare the priest take their money and then speak such ominous words? The second madam's eyes glinted coldly. Xinhuan then asked, "Is there a way to avert this misfortune?" The priest replied, "Since I am already here, I shall certainly assist in mitigating it." The old matriarch clutched her prayer beads and said, "Please do tell." The priest remained silent for a moment before casting another oracle. He then instructed, "The old matriarch must observe a 3-day fast, transcribing 100 Buddhist scriptures daily, and for 7 days, offer them before the Buddha. Then collect the ashes and consume them in water." He turned his gaze to the second madam, adding, "This lady's situation is even more grave. She must fast for 7 days, also transcribing 100 scriptures daily. With utmost sincerity, lest her children suffer as a consequence." The second madam nearly bit through her silver teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the fact that this priest was the one she had invited into their home, she would have publicly exposed him as a fraud. Xinhuan remarked, "Transcribing 100 scriptures daily seems quite exhausting. However, I shall choose to believe in the possibility of their efficacy, for it is better to be cautious than to risk calamity." The old matriarch's expression darkened considerably. Xinjing turned to the priest and said, "Since we have troubled you, might I further request that you calculate an auspicious date for my daughter and Prince Ling's wedding?" The priest earnestly calculated and responded, "The 18th of next month is an exceedingly favorable day for marriage. Should you wed on this date, your life will be smooth sailing." Xinhuan was taken aback. Had she not specifically instructed Xie Jingyan to request that the wedding date be set 6 months from now? By then, if everything were in order, she would not have to marry him. Thus avoiding the true position of the princess consort. Not only had he disregarded her wishes, but he had also hastened the wedding date to the 18th of next month, which was less than a month away. Xinhuan inwardly fumed. At that moment, a certain gentleman in the Prince Ling's residence felt a tickle in his nose, leading him to unleash a powerful sneeze. Xinjing expressed his gratitude to the priest, who, having completed his tasks, gathered his belongings and took his leave, imparting 2 final pieces of wisdom. Fortune and misfortune have no doors. They are summoned by oneself. Harboring malevolent thoughts will surely invite retribution. Chapter 22, torment. After the stewardess bid farewell to the priest, Shenwan prepared to return to Qinglan courtyard. However, just as she was about to take her leave, Shenjing spoke up, instructing Shendu to inform Prince Ling that Wanner would be married on the 18th of next month. Shenwan thought, is it truly necessary to notify him? This date could very well have been determined by him. She hastily interjected, Father, I do not wish to marry so soon, observing his daughter's bashful demeanor. Shenjing felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Ultimately she would have to marry, and he did not want to let this opportune date slip away simply to prolong her time at home. After all, the Marquis's residence and Prince Ling's residence were not far apart. In the future, he could ensure that Prince Ling visited often. Shenjing's mind was made up, and Shenwan knew it would be difficult to persuade him otherwise. However, she persisted in her desperate struggle. The timing is indeed pressing, and with my second aunt occupied with transcribing scriptures, there will be no time to prepare my dowry. Shenjing calculated the timeline and conceded it was indeed tight. But he believed it would not delay matters due to the second madam's preoccupation with her scriptures. Moreover, the Marquis's residence had more than just the second madam to manage affairs, so he entrusted the preparation of Shenwan's dowry to the fourth madam. The second madam was furious, feeling as though her plans had backfired. Not only had she failed to thwart Shenwan's marriage, but she had also lost the privilege of overseeing her dowry preparations to the fourth madam. She had no intention of adhering to the priest's instructions to transcribe scriptures, yet everyone seemed to expect her to comply. However, even if the second madam refused to transcribe the scriptures, she could not openly admit it. After all, it was her suggestion to invite the priest, and she had personally sent someone to summon him. Even if it did not cost much, it was not a matter to be taken lightly. The old matriarch cast a cold glance at the second madam before turning to retreat to her room. The second madam felt aggrieved and angry but managed to smile at the fourth madam, saying, This should have been my responsibility. I must trouble you, sister-in-law. Preparing Shenwan's dowry had never been the second madam's prerogative. After all, she had only managed the household for a few years. Shenwan interjected. The burden is indeed on father and me, not on my second aunt. The second madam's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile, replying, It is the duty of the second madam to prepare your dowry. Shenwan returned her smile and addressed Shenjing. The second madam has managed the inner courtyard well, which is why father has entrusted her with household matters. However, overseeing the Marquis's residence is the responsibility of our branch. And the second madam should prioritize her own family's affairs. If she is busy transcribing 100 scriptures daily, she will undoubtedly be unable to manage the trivialities of the household should her focus waver due to household matters. It could lead to disaster, affecting my second uncle and my second brother and sister. I fear father would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. In light of the second madam's scripture transcribing, perhaps it would be best to have the third madam assist with managing the Marquis's residence for the next few days. Upon hearing Shenwan suggest that the management rights be temporarily transferred to the third madam, the second madam's face paled drastically. Although it was only for 7 days, once one tasted the sweetness of power, letting go became exceedingly difficult. The third madam had previously entertained thoughts of managing the household, but the second madam had quietly suppressed her ambitions. The old matriarch had also worried that the second and third branches might stir discord over household management, thus forbidding the third madam from harboring such thoughts. However, the final decision rested with Shenjing, and now that the old matriarch had retreated to her room, she could no longer intervene. It was unreasonable for the second madam to be too busy to manage. While denying the third madam the opportunity to assist, Shenjing nodded, acknowledging, Wanner has indeed considered this thoroughly. For the next few days, I shall trouble my third sister-in-law. The third madam eagerly replied, How could I dare to say it is a trouble? This is a most welcomed opportunity. With that, the arrangement was settled. Shenjing had other matters to attend to and, after making the necessary arrangements, departed. The third madam, now in possession of the management rights, wore a beaming smile, while the second madam's expression was one of deep discontent, her fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. In her previous life, the second and third branches had united as one. Brothers standing together in harmony, and sisters-in-law maintaining cordial relations. This time, Shenwan did not believe she could sow discord between the second and third branches. She doubted the third madam would be disinclined to accept management rights. Nor would the second madam allow the third madam to partake in the spoils. Upon exiting Qinghui courtyard, Shenwan maintained a cheerful demeanor. Silver Frost glanced around to ensure no one was watching before quietly asking, Will the old matriarch and the second madam really transcribe the family rules? It was certain they would transcribe several sections, but 100 was utterly impossible, regardless of whether they transcribed or not. The torment would remain. If they truly transcribed 100 Buddhist scriptures, it would require the elderly matriarch to toil from dawn until dusk, and even then, she might not finish, having lived for over half a century. The old matriarch had never experienced such hardship. However, if they chose not to transcribe, and should the second branch encounter problems in the future, as the priest had warned upon his departure, harboring malevolent thoughts will surely invite retribution. Would the old matriarch not regret her decision not to heed the priest's counsel? Whether it was physical or mental torment, escaping one would only lead to the other. As for the second madam. After Xinhuan had left, she entered the room to confront the old matriarch, who delivered a scathing rebuke. Is this truly the good priest you sought, Madame Mère? Akin to a mute suffering silently from bitterness. Returned to the southern courtyard with a heart full of indignation, stifled by the scorn she had received, too intimidated to retort. Even after consuming 2 cups of tea, her ire remained unquenched. A maid hastily entered, prompting Madame Mère to inquire what transpired with the Taoist priest. The maid, carefully placing a pouch upon the table, trembled as she spoke. Madame Mère immediately recognized it as the money the maid had previously used to bribe the Taoist. The maid stammered the Taoist claimed to be a man of conscience, refusing to profit from ill-gotten gains, and returned the money. He also mentioned. What did he mention? Madame Mère gritted her teeth. The maid, shrinking back, replied, he stated that all he said was true and urged you to take care. Madame Mère's fury reached a point where she contemplated violence. Observing her livid expression, the maid felt a twinge of fear. To earn 100 taels merely by speaking a few words, yet the Taoist had spurned it, suggesting he was a recluse who valued wealth as mere refuse. If his words held any truth, it implied that Madame Mère was beset by misfortune and that the second household faced impending calamity. At this thought, the maid shuddered, too frightened to dwell further. For several days Xinhuan had refrained from venturing out. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, she paused to admire the flowers in the garden before heading inside. As she entered the courtyard, she spotted Ziyu and Mama Zhou engaged in conversation on the corridor. Upon seeing Xinhuan, Ziyu approached her and said, Miss, you have returned. The Taoist in Qinghui courtyard mentioned that your recent malaise was due to inadvertently consuming something harmful. Mama Zhou, and I checked all your food and found nothing amiss, leading us to suspect someone has tampered with your meals to harm you. Such a malevolent individual cannot be tolerated in Qinglan courtyard. We must search the premises and unearth their identity. Ziyu's face was alight with righteous indignation, leaving Yingxuang speechless. She had poisoned the miss, only to be exposed by the Taoist, yet instead of feeling guilty, she suggested searching the premises, perhaps believing that such a proposal would shield her from suspicion. Chapter 23. The search. Xinhuan was taken aback by Ziyu's proactive request to search the premises. Her gaze lingered on Ziyu's face for a moment before she replied, there is no need. Mama Zhou, caught off guard by Xinhuan's refusal, asked, Miss, will you not conduct a search? Ziyu echoed, unless we uncover the perpetrator, we cannot ensure this will not happen again. Ningxuan found herself at a loss for words. If the miss chose to spare Ziyu, she would not relent and insisted on searching. If the miss did not comply with her wishes, Ningxuan felt she would struggle to contain herself. Ningxuan urged, since both Mama Zhou and Ziyu believe a search is necessary, why not proceed? Xinhuan recognized Ningxuang's naivety, yet she had not anticipated such innocence. Given Ziyu's insistence on the search, it was clear the flames would engulf only others and not herself. Thus Xinhuan decided to proceed with the search, seizing the opportunity to illustrate the treachery of human nature to Ningxuang, prompting her to be more vigilant in the future. Xinhuan declared, let us conduct the search. With that, Xinhuan stepped into her room. She sat down, quietly sipping her tea while patiently awaiting the search results. After approximately half an hour, hurried footsteps approached, and Xinhuan looked up to see Ziyu entering. Her expression filled with rage and a medicine bottle in hand, followed closely by Ningxuang and finally Mama Zhou. Ziyu entered through the beaded curtain, exclaiming, Miss, I found this in Ningxuang's room. Ningxuang was on the verge of lashing out, unable to believe that Ziyu would poison the miss and then hide the medicine bottle in her room while she accompanied the miss to Qinghui courtyard, attempting to frame her. Had it not been for the miss's clear understanding, Ningxuang would have already erupted. Yet even knowing Xinhuan trusted her, she felt a surge of anger, never having encountered someone as malicious as Ziyu. Ziyu placed the bottle before Xinhuan, asserting, this must be the poison Ningxuang used to afflict you, causing your illness these past days. Xinhuan merely glanced at Ningxuang, saying nothing. However, Ningxuang instinctively grasped what Xinhuan implied and felt utterly foolish. Xinhuan examined the bottle, stating, to conclude that it is Ningxuang's poison merely because we found a medicine bottle is rather hasty. Ziyu countered, but the food was prepared in the small kitchen, the maids and you consumed the same dishes. Aside from those close to you, no one else could have poisoned you, knowing that those close to her would be suspected. Did they act preemptively, not only could they avoid suspicion, but they could also take the opportunity to eliminate Ningxuang. Xinhuan replied, we should invite a doctor to inspect what exactly is in this medicine bottle. Ziyu found this too cumbersome and turned to Ningxuang, demanding, what exactly is in this medicine bottle? Ningxuang retorted, her eyes ablaze, this is not my medicine bottle. How should I know what is inside? She genuinely did not know, as the matter was handled by the shadow guards of Prince Ling, yet it likely contained no poison, for aside from the first instance of poisoning in the bird's nest soup, which she had not consumed, she had eaten everything else Ziyu had concocted. Ziyu declared, your denial is futile. The doctor will reveal the truth. Mama Zhou went to summon a doctor. After a considerable wait, the doctor finally arrived, entering with his medical box. Ziyu impatiently handed the medicine bottle to the doctor. saying, "Doctor, please examine what is inside this bottle." The doctor took the bottle, cautious of potential poison, and after a careful sniff, his brow furrowed. After a few more cautious sniffs, he looked at Ziyu and said, "This is no medicine, it is merely flour." Ziyu was taken aback, her voice rising in disbelief. "Flour? How can it be flour?" Mama Joe also found it peculiar. After all, the eldest miss was no longer the same. She had schemed to eliminate Mama Wu, and it was only natural to be wary of Ziyu. Today, Madame Air had invited the Taoist into the residence, yet instead of harming the eldest miss, she had fallen into her own trap, dragging the old lady down with her. Previously, Mama Joe had chosen Shenwan out of necessity. Today was the first time she felt that perhaps choosing the eldest miss was not a mistake. Mama Joe interjected, "Enough, let us not delay the doctor from attending to the eldest miss." The doctor sat down to take Shenwan's pulse and prescribed a tonic before leaving. As soon as the doctor departed, Ing Shuang, who had been holding back her frustration, turned to Ziyu, saying, "I told you the medicine bottle was not mine, yet you insisted on accusing me of attempting to harm the miss, now that it has been revealed that the bottle contained flour. What do you have to say for yourself?" Shenwan also cast a glance at Ziyu, who hurriedly replied, "I was merely concerned for the miss's well-being and wrongly accused Ing Shuang. Please, do not be angry." Shenwan's cold gaze swept across Ziyu's face, causing her to lower her head in guilt. Shenwan said nothing further, merely waving her hand to dismiss her. Ziyu, feeling the weight of the moment, quickly retreated. Once Ziyu had left, Mama Joe regarded Shenwan and asked, "Miss, why do you not expose Ziyu? It would be a pity to miss such a splendid opportunity." This was indeed a prime chance to rid herself of Ziyu. Yet Shenwan wished to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. It would be too easy to unearth Ziyu, and Madame Air would undoubtedly suspect that Shenwan had prompted the Taoist to retract his statements. Thwarting her schemes and arousing her wariness, Shenwan had other means to expel Ziyu, so why rouse suspicion? Shenwan calmly replied, "I have my own plans." Mama Joe appeared troubled, prompting Shenwan to say, "Speak your mind." Mama Joe continued, "While you instructed me to cleanse Qinglan courtyard of those who eat from both sides, the other maids can be dealt with discreetly. However, Ziyu. Even though she has pledged her loyalty to you, she is still under the protection of the old lady and Madame Air. I fear what may happen if you act against her." Speaking candidly, Mama Joe knew Shenwan would not hold it against her, stating, "Within 3 days, I will deal with Ziyu." Shenwan had not intended for Mama Joe to take action against Ziyu, and upon hearing this, she felt a sense of relief. After discussing a few more matters within the courtyard, Mama Joe took her leave. Shenwan's plan was set for within 3 days, yet unexpectedly an opportunity arose the very next day. The old lady was set to transcribe Buddhist scriptures, and regardless of whether her efforts were genuine or feigned, no one dared to disturb her. Bored, Xining and the others decided to visit Shenwan in Qinglan courtyard. Upon their arrival, they found her engrossed in a book. Xining remarked, "When did you become so fond of reading?" "Elder sister," Shenwan replied, "without books, how else can I pass the time?" Shinwei interjected, "Elder sister, are you still unwell?" Shenwan responded, "I feel much improved compared to the previous days, yet I am still unable to sew. The longevity picture for grandmother remains unfinished." Shenrong glanced at the embroidery frame, stating, "We do not know when you will fully recover. It seems unlikely you will complete it before grandmother's birthday feast. My embroidery skills are on par with second sister's, otherwise, we would assist you." Xining suggested, "Fourth sister's skills are quite good, perhaps she could help you with the embroidery until you recover." Shinwei eagerly nodded. "I will assist you, elder sister." Others may plot against her, yet fourth sister seemed blissfully unaware. Novelli jumping into the pit they had dug, did she truly believe that she must present the longevity picture to the old lady to ensure her longevity? Shenwan felt exasperated but did not refuse outright. Having fourth sister come to embroider would provide her with company to alleviate her boredom. Shenwei nodded vigorously, her hairpin swaying with the motion. Shenwan invited Xining and the others to sit, and Shenrong remarked, "I heard that the Wang family of Changshan is preparing for the peony banquet. The invitation should arrive at the mansion in the next few days. With your health still not restored, I fear you may not be able to attend." Shenwan had attended the peony banquet in her previous life, while she would not lament missing the chance to admire the peonies, she had other plans and must attend the Wang family of Changshan's gathering. However, after being ill for so many days, it was uncertain whether they would still extend an invitation to her. Ziyu entered with tea, and Shenwan pointed towards the window, saying, "Take that pot of peonies outside to bask in the sun." Ziyu served tea to Xining and Shenrong before heading toward the window. Shenwan delicately stirred her tea, just about to take a sip when a sudden clatter echoed through the air, the sound of something crashing to the ground. Before Shenwan could comprehend what had transpired, the urgent cry of Yin Shuang pierced the silence. The 100 Longevity Painting, Chapter 24. A slap in the face. Shenwan turned her head to see Ziyu tumbling onto her embroidery frame, her entire weight collapsing upon it, shattering the frame and sending a flower pot crashing down onto the 100 Longevity Painting. Shenwan hastily set her teacup aside and rushed over, followed by Shenwei. Then Xining and Shenrong. Not by the time Shenwan reached the scene, Yin Shuang had already crouched down to clear away the shattered flower pot, desperately attempting to salvage the painting. However, as she wiped away the mud, The painting became even dirtier, Shinwei gasped in horror. The painting was ruined, Shining glared at Ziyu, exasperated. Are you so clumsy that you cannot even move a flower pot without causing a disaster? Ziyu, now terrified and disoriented, was Shinwan's personal maid, fully aware that this half-completed 100 longevity painting was a collaborative effort by Shining and Shinron for Shinwan, and she knew how long Shinwan had labored over it. The thought of it being destroyed by her hands filled her with dread. She knew the young lady would not let her off lightly, yet it had not been her intention. Ziyu knelt on the ground, her face pale as she pleaded, I did not mean to bump into the embroidery frame and knock over the flower pot. I was simply turning around with the pot in my arms when I suddenly spotted someone standing outside the window. I was startled and accidentally ruined the painting that the young lady had embroidered for the old matriarch. Shinwan was at a loss for words, her anger rendering her speechless. Yin Shuang scolded. You've not only ruined the young lady's painting but also frightened her. Who could be outside in broad daylight? Seeing that no one believed her, Ziyu turned to Shinwan and Shining. I am not lying. There was indeed a man standing outside the window just now. Before she could finish her sentence, Shinwan coldly interrupted. Slap her. With no hesitation, Yin Shuang delivered a sharp slap. She had long wished to strike Ziyu, who had betrayed them time and again, from poisoning the young lady to framing her just the day before with pent-up fury. The slap left 5 distinct marks on Ziyu's face. Ziyu, dazed from the blow, protested her innocence. I did not lie. Shinwan's gaze was icy. Do you think the guards of the Pingyang Marquisate are mere trifles, to let someone intrude upon our residence so brazenly? Especially in broad daylight and into my boudoir. If this word spreads, not only will my reputation be tarnished, but also that of my second and third sisters. Shining, realizing the implications, wore a long face. If this were to be known, they would be accused of meeting with someone clandestinely in broad daylight. Even if the eldest sister had indeed been engaged in such a rendezvous, they were still in the room. It was Ziyu's blundering that had led to this chaos. It was no wonder the eldest sister was furious enough to strike her. Even Shining found herself contemplating the same. Noticing Shinwan's chest heaving with rage, Shinwei said, Eldest sister, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your health. Shinwan turned her gaze to Ziyu. For the sake of our master-servant bond, I shall spare you today. Guards, muzzle her mouth, punish her with 30 strokes, and sell her out of the estate. Upon hearing that she would be sold, the color drained from Ziyu's face as she cried out in desperation. I am utterly devoted to the young lady. Please consider my unintentional actions and spare me this once. Ziyu lunged to embrace Shinwan's legs, but Shinwan deftly evaded her. As Ziyu attempted to advance again, she was seized by the matron who had entered the room, swiftly gagged, and dragged away. The sound of the punishment echoed through the air soon after, but no one felt any pity for Ziyu. Shinron glanced at the ruined painting and said, Grandmother was aware that the eldest sister was embroidering the 100 longevity painting for her. She would have been overjoyed and was eagerly awaiting it for her birthday. Shining added, even if the eldest sister were to toil day and night, it would be impossible to complete another painting before grandmother's birthday banquet. We shall have to prepare a different gift this year. But perhaps next year, we may present another. How comforting her words were, Shinwan thought bitterly. Why didn't she embroider it herself? However, she refrained from responding, knowing that Shining was waiting for her to inquire about what gift to present to the old matriarch. So she could offer her suggestions. Shinwan declared, I have no inclination to entertain you any longer. You may return. Shinwei was the first to bow and leave, and Shining and Shinrong followed suit. For who would feel joy after such an incident? Once they departed, Yin Shuang crouched down to pick up the remnants of the 100 longevity painting, lamenting, it is such a pity that it has been destroyed. Yin Shuang could not fathom why the young lady did not simply expel Ziyu by other means. Why destroy the painting, which had taken so much time and effort to create, if the young lady did not feel sorrow? She did. Shinwan too felt a pang in her heart, but to continue embroidering it for the old matriarch would be more painful than death. She had even contemplated saving it for her maternal grandmother or someone else. But the entire Marquisate knew that this painting was meant for the old matriarch. If she were to give it to someone else, it would carry little sentiment, and thus it would be better not to give it at all. Shinwan commanded, remove the gold thread and burn the rest. Meanwhile, after Shining and Shinron left Qinglan courtyard, they each returned to their respective chambers. Shining sought out the second madam and relayed the news of Ziyu's destruction of the 100 longevity painting and her subsequent punishment and sale. Upon hearing about the painting's ruin, the second madam was indifferent, for it had not been intended for her. The loss belonged to the old matriarch, not her. Besides, even without the 100 longevity painting, something else could be gifted. However, regarding Ziyu, the old matriarch had granted the eldest young lady many favors, yet the most capable were only Mama Wu and Ziyu. Yet, in just a few days, one had stolen and the other had ruined the painting. Both punished and sold. The second madam sensed something unusual about this matter, but the eldest young lady was someone she had watched grow. She could not fathom her having such cunning. Reflecting on Shenwan's acceptance of Mama Zhou, the second madam understood that it would entail the departure of Mama Zhou's family as well, including their contracts of servitude. She felt that the once naive and easily deceived eldest young lady had changed. As Yin Shuang and the maidservants carried the broken embroidery frame outside, they returned to find Shenwan lost in thought. Yin Shuang approached, saying, Ziyu has been sold. Now, only I remain as your primary maidservant. Which of the second-tier maidservants do you think would be suitable for promotion? Shenwan replied, bring Haitang here, and send someone to inform Manager Li to have some people come into the estate tomorrow. I wish to select a few maidservants. Yin Shuang nodded eagerly, taking advantage of the fact that neither the old matriarch nor the second madam was overseeing matters. The young lady could choose her future attendants, leaving no room for the old matriarch and second madam to appoint their own people. As Yin Shuang prepared to relay this message, a young maid named Donger entered, reporting, young lady, the heir has arrived. Shenwan rose to greet him and stepped outside to see her handsome elder brother approaching with a tempting skewer of red candied fruits in hand. Shenwan, upon seeing the sugar-coated fruits, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Elder brother, I am already of age, how can you still buy me sugar-coated fruits? It will only invite ridicule. Shindu replied, what of being of age, it merely signifies you are a year older than last year. Who would dare mock you? Moreover, these sugar-coated fruits are a gift from father. He knows how much you enjoy them when you are ill or when you are angry. Shindu extended the candied fruits to Shenwan, who accepted them and took a bite. The taste was sour, yet it warmed her heart with sweetness. Chapter 25. Daring, however, this warmth did not last long. Before Shenwan could finish the candied fruit, Shindu asked, did you instruct the people of Prince Ling to frighten Ziyu? Shenwan's heart jolted. Elder brother, how do you know? Shindu raised his hand and lightly tapped Shenwan's forehead. Father is a general. Without his permission, how could Prince Ling's men possibly enter your courtyard and linger for so long? The reason that Xie Jingyan's men were allowed to enter was that they had truthfully reported the matter of the crown prince bullying Shenwan, prompting Shenjing to permit them to guard her in Qinglan courtyard. When Shindu had visited Shenwan, he had coincidentally encountered Ziyu being taken away to be punished for her actions. He had asked Ziyu a few questions, and she had seized the opportunity to plead her case. The black-clad man in Qinglan courtyard must have been one of Prince Ling's men. Yet it was unlikely that they would be so audacious as to frighten Ziyu without Shenwan's instigation. Shindu was curious to understand Shenwan's motives for doing this. In his eyes, his sister had always been someone who would pay others for their services, not one to take such drastic measures. Now that her elder brother was aware of the situation, Shenwan felt no need to hide it any longer, but before revealing the details, she said, I can tell you, elder brother, but you must promise not to tell father. Shindu agreed. Very well, I will not inform father. He believed it unnecessary for their father to know this matter. Shenwan continued, the second aunt ordered Ziyu to administer a softening powder to me and invited a Taoist priest into the estate, claiming that Prince Ling cursed his wife and that I should break off my engagement with him and marry Prince Jin instead. Their plot was uncovered by me, and I replaced the softening powder with flour. For these past few days, I have been feigning illness as Ziyu even attempted to frame Yin Shuang, which is why I orchestrated her expulsion from the estate. Shindu's expression darkened. Shenwan added, both the second uncle and third uncle appear to respect father, yet they are secretly disloyal. I fear they may pose a threat to him. You too must be cautious. Shindu nodded, though he was puzzled. How did you come to discover this? How she had discovered it? Shenwan could not reveal the truth, so she vaguely responded, I just did. She added, your sister is not foolish. Regardless, one must not harbor ill intentions, but one must also remain cautious. It seemed that his sister had truly matured, even beginning to advise her elder brother. It felt as though her growth had occurred overnight. Could this transformation be due to Prince Ling? Indeed, choosing Prince Ling had not been a mistake. Shindu had come to check on Shenwan's well-being, and upon confirming she was well, he prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to remind Shenwan, in half a month, it will be Prince Ling's birthday. Last year, I helped you prepare a gift, but this year, you cannot let your elder brother take care of it again. Do not forget. After delivering his instructions, Shindu departed, watching her elder brother's retreating figure. Shenwan felt utterly perplexed. Why would her brother go to the trouble of delivering a birthday gift for Prince Ling, however, since he had generously offered her the position of his princess? It was only appropriate for her to express her gratitude on his special day, but what should she gift him? As Shenwan munched on a candied hawthorn, she returned to her room. Although Prince Ling currently enjoyed little favor, he had been cherished by the emperor for 12 years, and thus lacked for nothing. Gifts that could be purchased with money would surely not be in short supply. Presenting him with a waist pouch or a belt seemed too intimate, as their relationship had yet to reach that level. After pondering for a long while, she could not come up with a suitable gift. There was still half a month remaining, and it would not hurt to ask him for suggestions. When next they met, settling onto a small couch with a book, Shenwan was soon joined by her maid Haitang, who entered the room carrying pastries, her face beaming with barely contained delight. She had gone out to purchase the chestnut pastries that the young ladies so adored, and upon her return, she had been informed that she had been promoted to a first-class maid. It felt like a dream. How could such an extraordinary stroke of luck have befallen her? Haitang knelt before Shenwan, expressing her gratitude and loyalty, thanking her mistress for her trust, and promising to serve her diligently in the future. You may arise, Xinhuan said. The reason Xinhuan had chosen Haitang was simple. Haitang's mother had been a maid brought into the household by Xinhuan's mother, Lady Yun, from the Yun family. And she had been raised in the same courtyard. Had her mother still been alive, Haitang would undoubtedly have been her chief maid. In her past life, Haitang had not accompanied her to the Jinwangfu. Instead, she had caught the eye of the son of the second steward of the Marquis's household. When the second steward sought her out, Xinhuan had arranged for Haitang to marry him. As for her happiness after that, Xinhuan had no idea. She had not paid much attention to Haitang while she was in Qinglan courtyard, let alone after she had married. For now, it was best to promote Haitang to chief maid. If in this life she still found favor with the second steward's son, Xinhuan would still support her. The next day dawned bright and sunny. After breakfast, Xinhuan strolled through the garden. A maid from the front courtyard came to inform her that the matchmaker had brought maids into the household. Xinhuan took Yingshuang with her to the front courtyard. She had specifically instructed the matchmaker to bring several maids. And this time, she had indeed delivered quite a number, no less than 30. Upon seeing Xinhuan, the matchmaker greeted her with a broad smile, saying, "Miss Xin, please take a look at these girls and see if any of them catch your eye. I have carefully screened them, each has their own merits, be it beauty, diligence, or literacy. There is a maid to fit your every requirement." Xinhuan surveyed them one by one, noting the timid ones who looked down when they met her gaze, as well as those who stole glances at her with envious expressions. After a thorough inspection, she asked a few simple questions to the maids before selecting 2 diligent ones, 2 who could read a bit, and 2 who were pleasing to the EYE. It was customary for young ladies preparing for marriage to have at least 2 maidservants at their side, to assist with their husbands when necessary. Although Xinhuan felt she would not need to prepare for such things, if she did not, it would only give the second madam and the old matriarch an opportunity to place their own people beside her. After paying for the 6 maids and obtaining their contracts, the responsible stewardess was about to take them away to instruct them in household rules, but Xinhuan interjected, "I will personally teach these maids the rules." The stewardess hesitated, stating, "This is not in accordance with the proper protocols." Xinhuan was aware that this stewardess was aligned with the second madam, who had replaced all of the servants assigned by her mother since taking control of the Marquis's household finances. Allowing the second madam's people to teach her maids the rules could lead to a situation where, after instruction, those maids might not even acknowledge her as their mistress, with a cold gaze. Xinhuan swept her eyes over the stewardess and said, "Are you instructing me on the rules?" The stewardess stiffened, hastily replying, "I would not dare." "Then you should step aside," Xinhuan commanded without courtesy. Though she verbally conceded, the stewardess did not move. As Xinhuan approached, the stewardess retreated a step, preparing to withdraw further when Xin Ying's voice rang out, "Steward Cheng is merely following the rules. Why must elder sister make it difficult for her? If everyone were as willful as you, elder sister, would this household not descend into chaos?" Chapter 26. The rules. Xinhuan found it bewildering that Xin Ying would utter such words, for she was the very embodiment of disregard for rules and capriciousness within the Marquis' estate. Xin Ying spoke without a hint of shame, and beside her, Xin Rong chimed in, "Elder sister, it would be best not to trouble Steward Chang. Our uncle wields significant power. If spies were to infiltrate the estate, the consequences could be dire. It is wise to exercise caution." Xinhuan could not help but laugh. Did they truly believe her to be so naive? Steward Chang was merely teaching the maids the rules. When had it become her responsibility to interrogate spies? The matchmaker, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Rest assured, young ladies, all these maids I have brought into the household are of impeccable background and can withstand scrutiny. They are certainly not spies. I would stake my life on that." Shenrong shot an indignant glare at the matchmaker, clearly displeased that she had spoken out. All maids entering the inner court must first learn the rules. Today, Steward Chang must make an exception. If any of these maids were to inadvertently violate household regulations, it would not be fair for Steward Chang to be punished as well. How considerate of them. So fearful of her autonomy that they sought to constrain her choices. As a legitimate daughter of the Marquis, she should not be incapable of personally instructing a few maidservants, Shenwan retorted. There is no need for third sister to worry. I will personally oversee the instruction of these maids. Should they truly violate the household rules, it would reflect my own failure to manage them. And I will take responsibility without implicating anyone else. Shenrong scoffed. You may not feel that way when the time comes. Shenwan felt her anger rising, unable to suppress it any longer. With a cold laugh, she declared, so you believe that I, soon to marry into the Ling Wangfu and become the mistress of that household, cannot even manage a few maids? Is it truly better for me to be governed by a stewardess? Her voice turned sharp, startling Shenrong, who had never witnessed Shenwan in such a fury. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. Chening, however, stared at Shenwan in confusion. Why must elder sister insist on personally teaching these maids? Is it worth the discord with us? It was amusing to hear her speak of discord when it was they who were instigating it. Shenwan cast her gaze coolly towards her. And why must you insist on having Steward Cheng instruct my maids? Perhaps our intentions are entirely opposite. Shen Ying's face stiffened, and her irritation flared. What intentions could we possibly have? We are merely upholding the Marquis's household rules. Indeed, Shenrong chimed in, elder sister, why must you assume the worst of us? The two of them began to conspire against Shenwan. And as the argument threatened to escalate, Stewardly, alerted by the commotion, arrived. Seeing the matchmaker and the maids still present, he felt a headache coming on. His sisters quarreling in front of outsiders would only provide fodder for gossip. Stewardly approached, inquiring, what is happening here? He directed his question at Yingshuang, who explained the young lady selected 6 maids and wishes to instruct them personally, but the second and third young ladies insist this is not proper protocol and demand that she hand them over to Steward Chang. Stewardly pondered how to reconcile the situation. As a trusted confidant of Xinjing, he naturally leaned towards Shenwan. If the second branch was extending its influence too far, it was an attempt to infiltrate the Ling Wangfu. He proposed, let us all take a step back. The eldest young lady may take the maids back to Qinglan courtyard, and Steward Cheng can instruct them on the rules there. This arrangement met with Shenwan's approval. In Qinglan courtyard, under her watchful eye, if Steward Cheng managed to sway her maids to the second branch's side, it would be better for her to just buy a block of tofu and end it all. Shenwan had no objections, but Shening and Shenrong were visibly displeased. However, they could not voice their dissent, as they were all discussing the rules. Teaching in the front courtyard or in Qinglan courtyard made little difference. It also satisfied their demands. If they continued to press the issue, they would surely raise suspicions about their ulterior motives. As Shenwan prepared to leave with her maids, a young servant approached. Holding 2 large red invitations. The second young lady, third young lady, the Wang family of Changshan has sent invitations for you to attend the peony banquet in a few days. Shening and Shenrong, unable to compel Shenwan to leave her maids behind, were in a foul mood. Upon seeing the invitation, their expressions brightened immediately. Shenwan furrowed her brow. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. It seemed that due to her illness, the Wang family of Changshan had neglected to send her an invitation. Just as she was contemplating how to obtain one, Shening remarked, why didn't the Wang family send an invitation to elder sister? Shenrong added, elder sister is unwell, how could the Wang family invite her? The peony banquet will host many young ladies and gentlemen from esteemed families. What if she were to fall ill and infect others? Having been on the losing end of the earlier argument, they were eager to take any opportunity to provoke Shenwan. Shenwan was not the least bit bothered. She was determined to attend the peony banquet at the Wang family of Changshan. Feeling as if her punches were landing on a cloud, Shenrong found it dull and turned to Shening, saying, I've already worn all my jewelry, let us go shopping for some new accessories to wear to the peony banquet. This suggestion delighted Shening. The day of the peony banquet would see many young ladies and gentlemen, as well as noble women, all keen to present their best selves and not be outshone by others. Shening instructed her maid to prepare the carriage, and the maid hurried off to fulfill the task. Shening and Shenrong walked towards the Marquis's main gate, chatting and laughing. As she was about to ascend the steps, a cold voice rang out behind her. Halt! The 2 young women turned around to see Shenwan gazing at them. Shenrong asked, what does the elder sister want with us? Shenwan replied icily, isn't it true that the second and third sisters are the most rule-abiding? I distinctly remember that venturing out of the residence without the elder's permission incurs punishment upon return. Shening and Shenrong's expression stiffened. Shenwan was clearly retaliating against them for forcing her to hand over a maid to be disciplined by Chang Mama, just as she admonished them to adhere to the rules. She herself disregarded the family regulations. If she did not accept the confrontation, did they truly believe she was easy to bully? Shenwan continued, you both left the residence without authorization. If anything were to happen outside, the 2 servants who let you out would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Second sister, third sister, you have always been considerate of the servants, so I trust you wouldn't want to cause them trouble. This was a direct echo of the words they had previously used against her. The very phrases they had spoken left them utterly speechless. Shenrong retorted, last time, when elder sister sneaked out to meet Prince Jean, neither our uncle nor grandmother punished you. Shenwan's gaze drifted lightly over to her. As third sister's memory failed her, father and grandmother intended to punish me. However, because I behaved and did not meet Prince Jean, I escaped punishment. If everyone were to act so recklessly, wouldn't the descend into chaos? This was yet another of their own statements turned back upon them. Shenrong bit her lip in frustration. Shening realized that Shenwan was determined to stand her ground. Noticing a maid lurking in the shadows eager for the spectacle, Shening felt a surge of irritation but feigned indifference. Stating, I shall return to consult with my mother. It is not difficult, and I happen to have no money on me to return with. With that, Shening turned to leave, followed closely by Shenrong. Almost as soon as she turned, Shenying's face fell long. The entrance to the was not near the southern courtyard, and a round trip would take them the better part of an hour. They had failed to compel Shenwan to leave the maid outside for reprimand and were instead forced back to the inner courtyard to seek permission to leave. How infuriating. Chapter 27, Peony observing the furious strides of Shening and Shenrong. Yin Shuang regarded Shenwan with a hint of admiration. The young lady had managed to compel the second and third young ladies to return and seek permission before leaving the residence, a feat she had never imagined possible. Not only would the young lady no longer be at their mercy, but she had also turned the tables on them. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, Shenwan instructed Yin Shuang to take the maid away to be settled. Before retreating to her room to sip tea, contemplating how best to procure an invitation from the Wang family of Changshan, she recalled from her previous life attending the Changshan Wang family's peony banquet, where she had come across a stunning peony named Fengyu Luo Jinqi. The Danyang princess had mentioned nearly missing this particular flower due to her late arrival, resulting in it being purchased by another. Unable to resist its beauty, she had ended up paying double the price to acquire it and had it relocated to the garden of the Changshan Wang family, where everyone could admire it. Perhaps a stroke of luck could befall her. Just as Shenwan was lost in thought, a maid entered to announce, "Miss, fourth young lady has come." Almost immediately after the maid finished her report, Shenwei stepped into the room. Of this time, she bore no veil, and as she approached, Shenwan scrutinized her face. The newly grown flesh was still somewhat red, albeit much lighter in hue, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Shenwan remarked, "You are recovering quite well." Shenwei sat down looking somewhat dejected, and said, "The Changshan Wang family did not send an invitation to elder sister nor to me." Despite her soft disposition, Shenwei was still fond of social gatherings, especially since the Changshan Wang family had hosted the peony banquet for 4 consecutive years, attracting the most prominent young ladies and gentlemen of the capital. To miss such a grand occasion was always a disappointment, particularly with many noble ladies attending, as making an appearance could be advantageous for future matches. Shenwan smiled and said, "Do not be disheartened, join me for a stroll in the market tomorrow." Shenwei felt a twinge of disappointment, though not overwhelmingly so. It was only natural that if elder sister could not attend, she too would be unable to. Upon hearing Shenwan's suggestion of a market outing, Shenwei disapproved, saying, "Elder sister, you have not fully recovered yet." Shenwan assured her, "I am perfectly fine now. It will just be the two of us, and we shall depart early." Shenwei scrutinized Shenwan's face for a few moments. Her complexion was rosy, clearly indicating that she was not unwell. Shenwei nodded in agreement. Shenwan reminded Shenwei to rise early, and the next day, after getting up and completing her morning routine, she had just picked up her chopsticks when Shenwei arrived. Shenwan thought, "I meant to leave early, but surely this was a bit too early." She suspected that Shenwei had come without having breakfast. "Did you eat, fourth sister?" Shenwei nodded. "I had breakfast before coming." Shenwan felt a pang of guilt. She should have specified the time clearly. All she could do now was eat quickly. Observing Shenwan's haste, Shenwei cautioned, "Elder sister, do take your time, be careful not to choke." Shenwan finished her breakfast in half the usual time, rinsed her mouth, washed her hands, and stepped out with Shenwei, heading straight for Bai Huifang. Bai Huifang, as the name suggested, was a marketplace for flowers and plants. As the carriage entered the street, Shenwan was greeted by a delightful medley of floral fragrances. She knew from her past life that the Danyang princess would visit Bai Huifang. Although she was unaware of the specific day, she hoped to chance upon her. If not, she could at least reserve the Fengyu Luo Jinqi peony in advance and send it to the Danyang princess later. Ensuring she would receive an invitation, Shenwan's plans were meticulously laid out. Upon entering Bai Huifang, a young attendant approached with a broad smile, inquiring, "What flowers may I assist the two young ladies in acquiring?" Shenwei looked around curiously, while Shenwan asked, "Do you have the peony Fengyu Luo Jinqi?" The attendant replied, "Are you looking for Fengyu Luo Jinqi? Unfortunately, you have arrived at an inopportune time. Just a pot was purchased moments ago, and the customer has yet to depart." Shenwan felt disheartened. She had thought she arrived early enough, yet still found herself too late. However, recalling that in her past life, the Danyang princess had paid double the price for the flower, she considered that she might be able to do the same. Shenwan turned to the attendant and said, "Please inquire with that customer if I might offer 3 times the price for them to part with it." The attendant appeared puzzled. Although the Fengyu Luo Jinqi was indeed exquisite, Bai Huifang had rarer flowers that could be chosen instead. Why insist on the Fengyu Luo Jinqi at such a steep price? Nevertheless, since a customer had made such a request, it must be fulfilled swiftly. The attendant went to ask. Shenwei looked on in confusion, wondering why elder sister was so adamant about the Fengyu Luo Jinqi. Shenwan replied, "It's not an absolute necessity." Her goal was the invitation to the Changshan Wang family's peony banquet. If she could not secure the Fengyu Luo Jinqi, she would seek alternative means. Yet, she had grown accustomed to resolving issues with money whenever possible, and for those that could not, she would think of other solutions. While waiting for the attendant's response, Shenwan strolled forward, and before long, the attendant returned, apologizing, "I did not see that customer." His attendant said he is unwilling to sell at any price. Those who could afford the Fengyu Luo Jinqi were certainly not short on funds. In her past life, the Danyang princess had likely purchased it to honor the Changshan Wang family. The attendant continued, "If you cannot acquire the Fengyu Luo Jinqi, perhaps you might find another flower to your liking." Since they were already there, they might as well take a look. Shenwan and Shenwei walked along, marveling at the myriad of flowers that dazzled their senses. As Shenwan examined an orchid, she was suddenly jostled by Shenwei. Turning sideways, she was about to inquire what was amiss when she noticed the son of the Duke of Wei approaching. Shenwan caught sight of the Duke of Wei's son. And he noticed them as well. Xinhuan regarded him openly, while Xinwei turned her back, feeling bashful although the Duke of Wei's household had sent an invitation for them to enjoy the flowers. They had not hinted at any ulterior motives, however. Xinwei was acutely aware of what such an invitation implied. Having narrowly escaped disfigurement at the Duke of Wei's residence, she felt a sense of apprehension at the sight of him. Her heart racing in confusion, which led her to bump into Xinhuan. Xinhuan glanced at the Duke of Wei's son, but her attention was drawn to the Fengyu Luo Jinqi being carried by the attendant behind him. She had not anticipated that the peony had been purchased by the Duke of Wei's son, yet, how could he have paid double to sell it to the Danyang princess in her past life? It was merely a pot of flowers. With his status, he could have simply gifted it. If it were anyone else, Xinhuan might have approached to negotiate, but regarding the Duke of Wei's son, she could not allow her accompanying fourth sister to feel uncomfortable. Xinhuan averted her gaze, only to find the Duke of Wei's son striding towards them. She curtsied respectfully, and he turned his attention to Xinwei, saying, "I heard from my attendant that two young ladies wish to purchase the Fengyu Luo Jinqi at a high price. Is that you?" Xinhuan replied, "We were unaware that the purchaser was the Duke of Wei's son, which led us to make such a rather embarrassing request. The son of the Duke of Wei, being of noble birth, surely would not be in need of money. Would he truly part with such a prized flower for merely 3 times the price?" As Xinwei bowed to the Duke of Wei's son, she had already turned to stand beside Xinhuan, silently observing the etiquette, though she felt awkward in the presence of the Duke of Wei's son. She could not allow it to be said that the daughters of the Pingyang Marquis were uncouth. The Duke of Wei's son's gaze settled upon Xinwei's face as he remarked, "Fourth young lady Shen's complexion has returned to normal." Xinwei nodded. "I have fully recovered," the Duke of Wei's son said. "I apologize for startling fourth young lady last time. Please accept this pot of peony as an apology." This, Xinwei instinctively wanted to decline. However, since Xinhuan desired it, she restrained herself and said, "Thank you, Duke of Wei's son." He nodded slightly, glanced at Xinwei once more, and then walked away, with a fleeting glance. Xinhuan raised an eyebrow, watching as the heir to the Duke of Wei walked away. As she turned, a thought struck her. Decisively, she pointed at the pot of orchids and instructed the young attendant, "I have purchased this pot of orchids." With that, Xinhuan lifted the orchids and handed them to Xinwei, saying, "We cannot accept flowers from the heir of the Duke of Wei without offering something in return. You must deliver this pot of orchids to him as an exchange." Xinwei shook her head repeatedly, even pleading, "Elder sister, I do not wish to go." She was so keen to avoid the heir that she dared not approach him. Xinhuan would not let her evade the task. "You are simply too timid. You must practice more." Reluctantly, Xinwei accepted the orchids thrust into her hands and, with Xinhuan urging her forward, took a few hesitant steps, glancing back 3 times towards the shop's entrance. Xinhuan, concerned that the heir might leave prematurely, continued to browse for other flowers without following her. Soon, the familiar sound of footsteps approached, and Xinhuan turned to see Xinwei returning, her face flushed. Noticing her empty hands, Xinhuan inquired, "Where are the flowers?" Xinwei, bewildered, responded, "Did you not instruct me to deliver the flowers to the heir of the Duke of Wei? Did he accept them without hesitation?" Xinhuan asked. Xinwei nodded. Xinhuan smiled, leaving Xinwei confused. "What is causing your amusement, elder sister?" Xinhuan dared not disclose that the heir had taken a liking to her, fearing that the bashful Xinwei would flee back to the manor, leaving her without a companion for shopping. In response to Xinwei's curious gaze, Xinhuan replied, "Perhaps you should return and inquire with Aunt 4. Chapter 28, The Invitation. This only piqued Xinwei's curiosity further. "Cannot elder sister tell me first?" Xinhuan shook her head, even when Xinwei clung to her hand in a fit of affection. Xinhuan remained silent, prompting Xinwei to relent. Each of them selected 2 pots of flowers, and after waiting an ample time at the 100 Flowers workshop without sight of Princess Danyang, Xinhuan instructed Yin Shuang to settle the bill. Preparing to venture out shopping. As they exited the 100 Flowers workshop, they noticed a carriage from the house of Wang Changshan come to a stop, with a maid assisting Princess Danyang as she descended. Upon seeing Xinhuan and Xinwei, Princess Danyang expressed surprise. Approaching them, "Did I not hear that Miss Xin was unwell, and that Miss Xin Si had sustained an injury?" Xinhuan replied with a smile, "I was indeed unwell for a time, but I have since recovered. As for my fourth sister, her injury was minor and has healed swiftly." Princess Danyang then remarked, "I was unaware that you were both well, and thus did not send you an invitation. I shall have someone deliver it to you upon my return." After all, Xinhuan was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingyang and the betrothed of the prince conferred by the emperor. It was one thing for the house of Wang Changshan to overlook sending an invitation upon learning of Xinhuan's recovery, knowing it certainly warranted rectification. Xinhuan and Xinwei, being sisters of the same household, would naturally not wish to leave Xinwei out. This was precisely why Xinhuan had brought Xinwei along to the 100 Flowers workshop. Xinhuan smiled. "I shall certainly attend," graciously invited by Princess Danyang. "We have just acquired a pot of Fengyu Luojinki, which I shall present to you." The flowers purchased at the 100 Flowers workshop would be delivered directly to the Marquis of Pingyang's residence. Xinhuan glanced at Yin Shuang, who promptly re-entered the workshop to retrieve the peony. Princess Danyang, being particularly fond of peonies, lit up upon seeing the Fengyu Luojinki and exclaimed, "My household is in need of a Fengyu Luojinki." If you gift it to me, I shall graciously accept. However, I cannot accept without offering something in return. On the day of the peony banquet, any peony from my estate that you fancy will be yours. Xinhuan replied with a smile, Your Highness is being too modest. It is only through the goodwill of the house of Wang Changshan that we can admire such a variety of peonies. How could I possibly take one for myself? The entrance of the 100 Flowers workshop was not the place for lengthy discussions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xinhuan and Xinwei took their leave. Once they settled into their carriage, Xinwei could no longer contain herself. Elder sister, after all the effort you put into acquiring that peony, how could you give it to Princess Danyang? Xinhuan chuckled lightly. The Feng Yuluojinki was intended as a gift for Princess Danyang all along. She then turned to Xinwei and added, The flowers were given to you by the heir of the Duke of Wei. Technically, I should not pass them on to Princess Danyang. Xinwei blushed, retorting, Elder sister, how can you say that? If it were not for your insistence, I would never have accepted those flowers. Realizing something was amiss, Xinwei continued, But they weren't a gift, were they? It was a trade for the orchids, right? The orchid you asked me to give to the heir of the Duke of Wei is even more valuable. Observing Xinwei's perplexed expression, Xinhuan could not help but chuckle. The carriage moved steadily forward, eventually stopping in the bustling market. Xinhuan and Xinwei spent over an hour browsing, purchasing a plethora of items until they could barely move. Before finally heading back to the manor, upon returning to Qinglan Courtyard, Xinhuan collapsed onto the guifei couch, too weary to rise. Lamenting the exhausting nature of shopping, Yin Shuang laid out the meal. Announcing, Miss, it is time for lunch, Xinhuan groaned. Allow me a moment to rest. Yin Shuang stifled a laugh. Just then, a little maid entered, lifting the beaded curtain. Miss, the house of Wang Changshan has sent invitations for you and Miss C. Upon hearing this, Xinhuan immediately sat up. Bring me the invitation. The little maid handed the invitation to Xinhuan, who eagerly opened it, although the invitation bore no embellishment, merely requesting her presence at a banquet. She read it several times before finally having Yin Shuang put it away. The following day, the weather was fine, with large pristine clouds gracing the sky. After 3 days of copying family rules, Xinhuan had not visited the matriarch to pay her respects. Today, however, as the matriarch had completed her task, Xinhuan could no longer avoid her morning greeting. After breakfast, Xinhuan set out for Qinghui Courtyard with Yin Shuang. Upon her arrival, aside from the second madam still engaged in her copying, everyone else had already gathered. Xinhuan entered, but before she could greet the matriarch, Xining seized the moment to confront her. Elder sister has insisted that I and third sister must seek permission before leaving the house. Yet she herself is free to go about as she pleases, allowing the officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Xinhuan responded, Did I not seek permission? Xining retorted, I asked around and found that you have not seen uncle for days, nor have you inquired with grandmother. Xinhuan felt a deep disdain for Xinying's vindictiveness, and what irked her further was the matriarch's indulgence. As the eldest sister, she should set an example. Xinhuan cast a cold glance at Xining, stating icily, I am not like you, and too is present and can grant permission at any time. Grandmother is busy copying scriptures, and I do not wish to disturb her. My father is preoccupied with official duties, often returning late, making it difficult for me to see him. How then can I seek permission? I invited fourth sister to go shopping, and Aunt Four approved. Therefore, I too had permission. Is it necessary for me to seek approval at Mother's memorial tablet? As she spoke, Xinhuan's eyes began to glisten with tears. The matriarch's expression grew rigid. Although Xinhuan was addressing Xining, her words seemed to insinuate that the matriarch was condoning Xinying's bullying of her due to her lack of maternal protection. Aunt Four rose to comfort Xinhuan. Do not be disheartened. If the Marquis hears of this, he will surely be distressed. Aunt Four dared not openly support Xinhuan, but mentioning Xinjing only darkened the matriarch's countenance further. Although Xinhuan's mother, Yunshi, hailed from a merchant family, Xinjing had always cherished their relationship. After Yunshi's passing some years ago, the matriarch had urged Xinjing several times to remarry. But he remained unmoved, faithfully honoring his late wife's memory each year on her death anniversary. If he were to learn of Xinying's provocations towards Xinhuan, he would undoubtedly be furious. The matriarch understood well that regardless of how much Xinjing respected her, Xinhuan and Xindu were his lifeblood. Immediately, the matriarch scolded Xining, You have wronged your elder sister, apologize at once. This caused Xinying's eyes to redden, though her ire was palpable. At gripping her embroidered handkerchief tightly, she finally muttered, Elder sister, I was mistaken. I apologize. Her voice was so low that had the room not been quiet, Xinhuan might not have heard. However, whether Xinhuan heard it or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that the matriarch had heard, and she admonished, sisters of the same household must live in harmony. Henceforth, no quarrels over trivial matters are permitted. Do you understand? Xining pouted, Yes, Thinger will heed grandmother's teachings. Xinhuan along with Xinrong and Xinwei echoed in agreement. The matriarch, having copied family rules for 3 days, was still recovering from it and did not linger long before returning to her quarters, prompting Xinhuan and the others to take their leave. Once outside, and seizing the moment while no one was around, Xinwei quietly asked Xinhuan, Elder sister, you asked me to return and inquire with mother yesterday, but you would not say anything. What secret are you two hiding? Xinhuan smiled. If Aunt Four is unwilling to tell you, Then I certainly cannot divulge it. Shinwei puffed her cheeks in frustration, her irritated expression vividly animated. Chapter 29. Attending the banquet in the blink of an eye. 4 days had passed, and it was the day of the peony banquet hosted by the house of Wang Changshan. The weather was delightful, with a gentle breeze that was neither too warm nor too cool. After breakfast, Shinwan, adorned in a lake blue silk dress embroidered with orchids, her brows lightly brushed, exuded an air of elegance and grace that captured everyone's attention upon her arrival. Xining and Shinron were also present, with Xining dressed in a butterfly-patterned cloud brocade gown of xiangfei color, a teardrop-shaped gemstone necklace accentuating her collarbone. Shinron wore a floor-length lavender gown, her slender waist appearing delicate, her face adorned with a sweet smile, presenting an enchanting charm. Everyone had put forth considerable effort in their appearances. Even Shinwei, who usually donned simple attire, was unexpectedly dressed in a smoke green gown. With her ink-black brows, pearly lips, and almond-shaped eyes, she radiated a charming appeal. The matriarch had never worried about the daughters of the Marquis' household. They rarely ventured beyond the gates and spent their days engrossed in such matters. Yet recently, the matriarch had noticed Shinwan distancing herself from Xining and Shinron, no longer lingering for long during her visits. The elderly matron set down her teacup, her demeanor abruptly shifting to one of solemnity. Within the confines of the estate, if there were minor disagreements among you sisters, I could turn a blind eye. However, once you step beyond these gates, remember this, as sisters of the same household, your fates are intertwined. One's glory is shared, and one's misfortune is shared. Should rumors of discord among sisters escape into the world, I shall impose severe punishments upon your return. This admonition demanded that any lingering dissatisfaction be concealed, necessitating a faade of harmony amongst the sisters. It was precisely this adeptness at deception that had misled her, the elder brother, and even their father. On the surface, the brothers maintained an amiable relationship. Yet behind closed doors, they wielded daggers against each other. Shinwan detested such duplicity, yet the matroness' authority was absolute, compelling her to comply with the reprimands. Once the matron concluded her lecture, the hour was nearly at hand, and Shinwan and her companions respectfully withdrew. Upon reaching the gate of the Marquis' residence, their carriage awaited. Shinwan and Shinwei shared one carriage, while Xining and Shinron occupied another. The distance to the Changshan Marquis' residence was considerable, and with the number of guests attending the banquet today, it took them the better part of an hour to arrive. When the carriage came to a halt, Shinwan lifted the curtain, revealing the resplendent golden plaque of the Changshan Marquis' residence, glimmering in the sunlight. A maid approached, announcing, "The young ladies from the Pingyang Marquis' residence have arrived. Please enter the estate." Shinwei alighted first, then assisted Shinwan down. The maid guided Shinwan and Xining toward the garden. The garden was a riot of colors, with flowers vying for attention, particularly the peonies, of which there seemed to be thousands, showcasing countless rare varieties, most of which were renowned. Young ladies strolled in small groups, their laughter ringing like silver bells, truly outshining the flowers. Following the maid, Shinwan went to meet Princess Danyang, who was entertaining the young ladies with games of arrow throwing, kite flying, shuttlecock kicking, and blind man's bluff. Upon seeing Shinwan and her companions, Princess Danyang beamed. "At last, you have arrived. Come throw an arrow." She extended the arrow towards Shinwan, who was about to accept it when Xining eagerly snatched it away. Keen to participate, Shinwan found little interest in these amusements. She stepped aside and quietly instructed Ing Shuang, "Please find out if Miss Chen from the Guozijian has arrived." Ing Shuang, puzzled by her mistress's desire to inquire about a young lady from the Guozijian at a banquet hosted by the Changshan Marquis, nevertheless complied with her request. After observing Princess Danyang and the others for a while, Ing Shuang returned, softly reporting, "Miss Chen is here, admiring the koi in that pavilion." Just as in her previous life, it was reassuring to see her. Shinwan cast a glance toward the pavilion, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Shinwei approached, brimming with joy, and asked the elder sister, "Won't you join us?" Shinwan replied, "No, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall take a stroll over there." She made her way toward the splendidly blooming peonies while Ing Shuang followed closely, exclaiming, "The peonies at the Changshan Marquis' residence are truly abundant." The two of them became immersed in the sea of begonia blossoms, wandering farther without realizing it, until the laughter of the young ladies faded into the background. Shinwan meandered leisurely, but Ing Shuang, hearing footsteps approaching, glanced back and swiftly tugged at Shinwan's sleeve, saying, "Miss, someone is coming." So what if someone is coming? Shinwan responded, not yet turning around. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice reached her ears. "Why is Miss Shin alone here, admiring the flowers?" Upon hearing this, Shinwan turned to see who it was. Prince Qin, the eldest son of the current emperor, Xiejingqi. Regarding Prince Qin, or rather the Prince Qin from her former life, Shinwan felt both sympathy and disdain. As the emperor's legitimate heir, he enjoyed a following in the court, yet the late empress had passed away several years prior, and the emperor had remarried, taking as his new consort the mother of the Jin prince, Xie Jingyin. Consequently, in the present court, Prince Qin and Prince Jin seemed to share equal standing. This explained why, despite his apparent disinterest in her, Prince Jin begrudgingly sought to marry her, motivated by her father's military power and the wealth of the Yun family. Whichever prince she wed would effectively eliminate the other from contention, in her past life, After marrying Xie Jingyin with her father's and the Yun family as support, Prince Qin was swiftly defeated, falling from grace within mere months. Following his defeat, he became despondent, drowning his sorrows in indulgence, ultimately meeting his demise due to excessive debauchery, which brought disgrace to the royal family and incensed the emperor, leading to his own ill health and eventual death. Compared to Xie Jingyin's ruthlessness, Prince Qin's methods had been far gentler, though of course any prince with aspirations for the throne would not be entirely benign. In this lifetime, she had chosen Xie Jingyan, hoping that he might endure longer than in her previous experience, where he had fallen swiftly. Perhaps she could offer a helping hand to Prince Qin. An excellent opportunity had now presented itself to deliver a significant blow to Xie Jingyin. Xinhuan smirked and remarked, "Surely Prince Qin is not merely passing through this area?" Prince Qin replied with a smile, "I am merely curious and wish to seek clarification from Miss Shin. To which Xinhuan inquired, "What does Prince Qin wish to ask?" Prince Qin expressed his perplexity. "I can understand your choice of Prince Qin, but why have you bypassed me in favor of Prince Ling? It seemed that many underestimated Prince Ling, who may currently be temporarily incapacitated but was undoubtedly more capable than you." Prince Qin, just as Xinhuan prepared to respond, a chilling voice interjected, "What, is Prince Qin also seeking to poach my wall?" Xinhuan turned to see Xie Jingyan being wheeled in by Chen Feng. He lounged in his wheelchair, his handsome face marred by a scowl, as if Xinhuan were somehow betraying him. Prince Qin astutely sensed the implication behind her words. Indeed, given Prince Qin's character, he would not easily concede. He chuckled, "Your Highness, you worry too much. I would not demean myself by attempting to pursue a wall that even Prince Qin cannot breach. I shall not intrude upon your flower gazing. I take my leave." With that, Prince Qin departed in high spirits. Xinhuan remained perplexed by the source of his amusement, watching his retreating figure. Meanwhile, the young man in the wheelchair scrutinized her, his expression darkening considerably. "Shall I send someone to bring him back so you may continue your conversation?" The words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, yet Xinhuan misinterpreted his intent, thinking he truly desired this, and replied, "No need." Xie Jingyan nearly choked on his breath, nearly suffocating himself in the process. Realizing that her gaze was now fixed upon him, Xinhuan questioned, "What brings you here?" Xie Jingyan retorted, "Am I not allowed to come?" Xinhuan, it was as if they were speaking different languages. He was not barred from attending, rather, in her previous life, he had not shown up, leading her to assume he would do the same this time. Just as she had questions for him, having suppressed them for several days, Xinhuan pressed, "You clearly promised to postpone our wedding for 6 months. Why has it been moved up to next month?" Xie Jingyan regarded Xinhuan. "When did I ever promise that?" She replied, "The other day when you visited me, you assured me." As she spoke, her brows furrowed prettily, recalling that she had mentioned postponing the wedding through the mouth of a Taoist priest, and he had not contradicted her. Silence on his part was tantamount to acquiescence. Xie Jingyan countered, "I was so infuriated that I could hardly speak." Xinhuan observed him, "What is there to be angry about? Isn't this a matter beneficial to all?" Xie Jingyan suspected he had come merely to provoke himself. He retorted, "As long as you remain unwed to my Ling princess residence, I must guard against others attempting to poach my wall." Xinhuan could not deny the possibility of others seeking to undermine him, yet her own wall was a mere faade. However, considering Xie Jingyan's perspective, encountering her could indeed be deemed unfortunate. It was understandable for him to be cautious. Xinhuan assured him, "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect your reputation." Ning Shuang tugged at Xinhuan's sleeve, whispering, "Miss, you should say something sweet to appease the Ling prince." Thus Xinhuan endeavored to smooth things over, saying, "Today, many distinguished young ladies have come to the Changshan Marquis' residence. Why not see if any of them catch your eye? I shall endeavor to create space for her earlier." Xie Jingyan turned to look at Xinhuan. Chen Feng face-palmed. Is Miss Shin truly being complimentary? It seems she is intent on provoking the prince further. Chen Feng, let us depart. Chen Feng decisively pushed the wheelchair away. As they moved further away, Ning Shuang remarked, "It seems the Ling prince is even angrier now." Xinhuan sensed this too, but felt she had spoken sincerely. Who knew why he was upset? This man had become increasingly mercurial. However, given his proud nature and the trials he had faced, it was only natural for him to exhibit such peculiar temperaments. Xinhuan hoped that her cousin would hasten to summon a physician to the capital, as once his leg recovered, he would likely cease being so easily provoked. In her heart, she silently prayed. Meanwhile, as Xie Jingyan distanced himself, the pent-up anger on his face could no longer be contained, his expression growing increasingly grim. At that moment, a shadow darted in front of him, obstructing his path. The it was none other than Chen Yu. Xie Jingyan inquired, "Do you have something to report?" Chen Yu replied, "Miss Shin instructed me to administer a drug to the daughter of Lord Chen from the Guozijian." Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow. "What sort of drug?" Chen Yu shook his head, "I have not investigated." "Would you like me to look into it?" Xie Jingyan replied, "No need. Proceed as she instructed." Although he was unaware of her motivations for administering the drug, given her nature, it was unlikely she would engage in any nefarious deeds. As long as she was not sold out, it would suffice for her to involve him in counting the money. Chen Yu swiftly leapt away, disappearing down the path. After Xie Jingyan departed, Xinhuan accompanied by Yin Shuang, made her way towards the center of the garden, where the atmosphere was lively and bustling with an increasing crowd. Present were not only the esteemed young ladies of noble families but also the scions of illustrious households. Upon seeing Xinhuan, Xinwei exclaimed, "Elder sister is here. I've been searching for you everywhere." Xinhuan inquired, "What do you need me for?" Xinwei replied, "It's not me who is looking for you. It is our second sister. She didn't see you and sent me to find you." Following Xinwei's gaze, Xinhuan spotted Xining, who was joyfully engaged in her play. Xinhuan remarked, "If she wishes to find me, she can do so herself. You needn't attend to her every whim." Xinwei nodded in agreement. The two of them began to admire the flowers nearby. The weather was still pleasant, and the butterflies were scarce, with only a few flitting about. Suddenly Xinwei's interest was piqued by a beautiful butterfly that landed on a peony flower, prompting her to use her embroidered handkerchief to catch it. Just as she was engrossed in her pursuit, a gust of wind swept through, snatching the handkerchief from her grasp and sending it rolling to the ground. As Xinwei dashed to retrieve it, her footsteps abruptly halted, and her cheeks flushed. The handkerchief had landed at the feet of a gentleman, who bent down to pick it up and offered it to Xinwei, asking, "Is this your handkerchief?" "My lady." Xinwei stood still speechless, while her maid hurried forward to take it. Retreating behind Xinwei, Xinwei then curtsied and said, "Thank you, sir." After expressing her gratitude, she attempted to leave, but the gentleman initiated a conversation about the begonia flowers, making it awkward for Xinwei to depart, and she ended up exchanging a few more words with him. Not far away, on the White Jade Bridge, the heir of the Duke of Wei observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Xinwei, being shy by nature, found it difficult to refuse others. Just as Xinhuan prepared to call out to her, a commotion erupted from the pavilion, accompanied by the frantic cries of a maid. "Oh no, someone has fainted!" Xinhuan called out, "Fourth sister," and promptly walked towards the pavilion. Xinwei perceived Xinhuan's call as a melodious sound from the heavens, and she hurried to catch up with her. By the time they reached the pavilion, a throng had gathered around it. Princess Danyang approached swiftly, asking who has fainted. "It is the eldest daughter of the Grand Scholar's residence," someone replied. As the crowd parted to make way, Princess Danyang beheld the young lady Chen, lying unconscious on the ground, her face marred by numerous red rashes. A noble lady remarked, "It appears she has ingested something she is allergic to." Typically, allergies do not result in fainting unless the reaction is severe enough to be life-threatening. The peony feast hosted by the Wang family of Changshan was meant to be a joyous occasion. Should a life be lost, it would be disastrous. Princess Danyang quickly instructed, "Summon the imperial physician at once." For large gatherings, it is customary to have a doctor on standby, and the Wang family of Changshan had arranged for a physician each year. A maid was dispatched to fetch the doctor, but Chen's maid, in a state of panic, insisted, No need for the physician, Princess Danyang, just have my lady returned home." Chapter 31, Rumors. The fact that someone had fainted at the Wang family of Changshan, with a face covered in rashes, and yet chose not to consult the available physician but rather insisted on returning home, could not help but raise suspicions. As the maid's words echoed, those around began to murmur, questioning whether Miss Chen might be harboring some hidden ailment. The maid feared that if the physician examined her pulse, it might reveal the truth. After all, everyone had consumed the same food and drink, and yet only Miss Chen had fainted. Princess Danyang found the situation peculiar and turned to the maid, saying, "Your mistress fainted under our roof, and you wish to forego the physician, if something happens. Can you, a mere maid, bear the responsibility?" The maid hastily replied, "My lady will be fine, she absolutely will be fine." Despite her words, her voice betrayed her anxiety. She attempted to help her mistress to her feet, but as a single maid, she was unable to do so, especially with the crowd watching and no one stepping forward to assist. Should the physician take her pulse, her mistress's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Princess Danyang, having merely voiced her thoughts, had no intention of taking the maid's word for it, especially not when it came to the unconscious Miss Chen, who was exhibiting such alarming symptoms. The joyful peony feast had turned into a dismal affair, and her mood soured considerably. Soon, the physician arrived, carrying a medical kit, accompanied by the Wang matriarch and several esteemed ladies. By that point, Miss Chen had been helped into the pavilion, but regardless of the maid's frantic shaking and attempts to rouse her, there were no signs of consciousness. The maid was genuinely distressed. Had it not been for the warmth of Miss Chen's palm, she might have feared her mistress had succumbed. The Wang matriarch addressed the physician, "Quickly see to Miss Chen." As the physician approached to take her pulse, the maid shook her even more vigorously, urging, "Mistress, please wake up, you must wake up." A jade hairpin fell from Miss Chen's head, clattering on the stone floor with a clear, melodious sound. The physician instructed, "Hand me her wrist." The maid's face turned pale. "No need to take her pulse, we must return home." The Wang matriarch's expression darkened. "Is this maid attempting to harm her mistress? Pull her away." Immediately, two maids stepped forward and restrained the frantic maid, allowing the physician to take Miss Chen's pulse. The moment he did, his countenance shifted dramatically. After a prolonged examination, he finally released her wrist, and the Wang matriarch inquired, "What caused Miss Chen to faint, and why does she have rashes all over her face?" The physician replied, "Miss Chen has been poisoned. She ingested something that causes rashes." Along with a mild sedative, a Princess Danyang interjected. How could she have been poisoned? She drank tea and ate snacks provided by our Wang family. Everyone else is fine, why would she alone be afflicted? The Wang matriarch suggested. Let us inspect the tea she drank. The maid promptly brought forth the cup of tea that Miss Chen had consumed. The physician examined it and declared, this tea has been tampered with. The Wang matriarch's face turned icy. Our Wang family bears no grudge against her. No one would wish her harm, or this is an attempt to disrupt our peony feast. Princess Danyang turned her gaze towards Miss Chen's maid, stating, Mother, I find this maid to be quite suspicious. With her mistress in distress, she is not only unhurried to assist but insists on taking Miss Chen home. Could it be that she fears the physician will uncover something? As Princess Danyang spoke, all eyes turned to the maid, who shook her head vehemently, insisting, I did not. I am utterly devoted to my lady and would never harm her. The Wang matriarch asked the physician, is Miss Chen in grave danger? The physician replied, the poison is mild. She is not in serious danger. A medicinal prescription will suffice. The Wang matriarch ordered, prescribe the medicine at once, so she can take it and return home once the poison is neutralized. The physician hesitated, prompting the Wang matriarch to ask, what troubles you? He rose and led the Wang matriarch aside, speaking softly, Miss Chen has been pregnant for 2 months. The antidote contains substances that could harm her unborn child, and it is inadvisable for her to take it. It would be best to induce bloodletting to expel the poison. The Wang matriarch's brow furrowed deeply. Their peony feast was intended for unmarried young ladies and noble youths, and to invite those who were merely betrothed seemed overly conspicuous. As far as she knew, the daughter of the Grand Scholar had not yet been engaged. How could she possibly be with child? From the maid's defensive behavior, it was evident that the matter of Miss Chen's pregnancy was known even to her maid. The Wang matriarch found it rather unfortunate that the peony feast, which was so beloved, was marred by such scandalous news. She turned and commanded, take them home. At that moment, 2 matrons assisted in carrying Miss Chen out of the pavilion. Shenwan had orchestrated Miss Chen's public fainting to amplify the situation and reveal her pregnancy. However, she had not anticipated that the physician and the Wang family would take into account the reputation of the Grand Scholar's residence and keep the matter under wraps, now that the situation had escalated. Shenwan could not allow her efforts to come to naught. Having caused her cousin such misery in her past life, she was determined today to ensure their disgrace, even before Miss Chen was carried out of the garden. The news of her unwed pregnancy had already begun to spread. Such sensational news traveled swiftly, igniting whispers throughout the entire Wang family of Changshan. Noble ladies questioned, surely this cannot be true. One lady who had informed her whispered back, it has spread widely, and neither the physician nor the Wang matriarch has made any effort to clarify it. You should understand the truth of the matter, though I wonder whose child it could be. While the noble ladies exchanged disdainful remarks, they could hardly contain their curiosity. Rest assured, Shenwan would satisfy their intrigue. As the rumor of Miss Chen's pregnancy permeated the Wang family of Changshan, suspicions arose regarding whether the physician had been indiscreet, while the Wang matriarch suspected the physician had loose lips. Meanwhile, the speculation that Miss Chen was carrying the child of the top scholar of the current examination spread like wildfire. A maid rushed to inform the Wang matriarch, my lady, everyone is saying that the child in Miss Chen's womb belongs to the top scholar of this examination. The Wang matriarch's expression darkened further. The Wang family had spent months preparing for the peony feast, only to have its glory overshadowed by such brazen scandal. A noble lady remarked, isn't the scholar Zhao betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Yun family? Another lady chimed in, not only is there an engagement, but I've heard their wedding date is set for the 6th of next month. Regardless of whether this rumor is true, hearing such gossip before the wedding is distressing. Since the matter concerned the Yun family, the noble ladies avoided discussing it in Shenwan's presence, though some approached her. Shening remarked, I heard someone say that Zhao the scholar frequently visits the Grand Scholar's residence. This rumor may not be without basis. As Shening cast her barbed words, Shenrong added salt to the wound, suggesting that if the rumor were indeed true, Zhao would likely not marry the daughter of the Yun family. They relished in their misfortune, and while Shenwan could tolerate some of their gloating, Shenrong's remarks were particularly harsh. What did she mean by implying that Zhao would not wed the daughter of the Yun family? To so disparage the Yun family, if Shenwan is able to endure it, it would render futile the Yun family's boundless affection towards her. Shenwan rebuked, if you cannot articulate your thoughts, then it would be best for you to remain silent. What do you take the daughter of the Yun family for? Before marriage, upon discovering the sordid character of your fiancé, you should be grateful to have escaped a calamity. Yet here you are lamenting not being able to wed such a person of dubious morals. Is this what your third uncle and aunt have taught you, to judge others solely by their power and status, while disregarding their character? In chapter 32, Shenwan's voice was sharp and commanding. Had they not been in the Wang residence at Changshan, she might have lost her composure and slapped Shenrong on the spot. Shenrong, taken aback by the severity of Shenwan's reprimand for merely uttering a single sentence, found herself at a loss for words. Her usual eloquence rendered impotent, her face a portrait of grievance. As if Shenwan had wronged her, Shening, unable to bear Shenwan's domineering demeanor, defended Shenron, stating, "Third sister merely misspoke, elder sister, to chastise her so sternly in public entirely overlooks grandmother's admonitions before we left the residence." Shenwan, with a cold smile in her heart, retorted, "There is no need for your reminders. I remember grandmother's words clearly. If second sister feels I ought not to reprimand third sister, I shall summon father and elder brother to grandmother's side upon our return home. I am curious to see if grandmother will reproach me even once, who truly holds the reins in the Pingyang Marquisate." Without a word of caution, they assume it is merely the old lady. When Shenwan declared her intention to inform Shenjing, Shening began to panic, smiling nervously. It was merely a trifling quarrel among sisters. Uncle is far too busy to be troubled by such minor matters. As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Shenron, who promptly said, "I spoke out of turn, elder sister, please do not hold it against me." After the reprimand and their acknowledgement of fault, Shenwan released her grip and turned to stroll towards the nearby pavilion. Watching her depart, Shenrong's face momentarily flashed with malice. Not only had she been chastised, but Shenwan also invoked their uncle to intimidate grandmother, remembering the times she had suffered at Shenwan's hands. Shenying's gaze turned venomous, realizing that for now the Pingyang Marquisate was still under her uncle's dominion. No matter how angry she felt, she could only endure. However, it would not be long before she would no longer need to endure. At that time, she would ensure Shenwan understood the consequences of provoking her. Within the pavilion, several young ladies were engaged in hushed conversations. Upon Shenwan's entrance, they immediately fell silent, the topic of their discussion evident. Perhaps feeling a bit awkward, the young ladies rose to leave, leaving only Shenwan, Shenwei, and their maids behind. Noticing Shenwan's displeasure, Shenwei gently advised the elder sister, "Do not let this matter trouble you. It is not necessarily as they claim. As for the situation regarding Zhao Zhuanyuan, Shenwan had already been vexed in her previous life. In this one, she felt only relief, thankful that she could single-handedly prevent her cousin from falling into the same fiery pit. Though she could not guarantee that Yunemo would find a suitable husband in this life, at the very least, she could help her avoid this particular disaster, having learned from this experience. The Yun family would surely be more discerning in future matchmakings, and as for her cousin Yun Rui in this life, she would not marry Xie Jingyin nor would Yunemo wed Zhao Zhuanyuan. With the Yun family's status remaining unchanged, it was unlikely that cousin Yun Rui would encounter the same dismal marriage prospects as in her previous life. What the future holds, she could not predict. But for now, everyone still had a bright future ahead of them. With this thought, Shenwan's spirits lifted, and she smiled at Shenwei, hoping that her fourth sister would find a worthy husband. Shenwei's face flushed crimson. "Elder sister, you jest." Seeing her shy demeanor, Shenwan's mood brightened further. In this life, teasing her fourth sister had become a delightful pastime. The two engaged in light-hearted banter and, finding themselves with nothing to do, began to feed the koi with fish bait. The surface of the water shimmered like scattered gold. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a maid donned in a light azure dress entered the pavilion, saying, "Miss Shen, the Ling Prince requests your presence over there." Shenwan, taken aback, thought, "Didn't I just meet with Xie Jingyan? Why does he wish to see me again? Was it concerning the matter of his hidden guards drugging Miss Chen? He must be curious about how she learned of Miss Chen's pregnancy and the unclear relationship with Zhao Zhuanyuan, yet did not inform the Yun family, instead choosing to expose it herself." The thought of having to explain gave Shenwan a headache. However, she also had matters to discuss with him, so she told Shenwei, "I shall return shortly." Exiting the pavilion, Shenwan followed the maid through the garden. Heading towards the northwest corner, the bustle and noise gradually fading away. After walking for some time, her suspicions began to rise, prompting her to ask the maid, "Where exactly is the Ling Prince meeting me?" The maid replied, "Just a short distance ahead in the bamboo house. We shall arrive shortly." After walking a bit further, they indeed spotted an elegant bamboo house in the distance. As they approached, Shenwan noticed an empty wheelchair outside. But Xie Jingyan was nowhere to be seen. The maid halted her steps, saying, "I shall leave you here, Miss Shen." Bowing, the maid retreated, and Shenwan, accompanied by Yinchuang, made her way toward the bamboo house. Upon reaching the door, Shenwan heard movement from within, soft rustling sounds occasionally accompanied by murmurs and soft gasps. Unsure if she had misheard, she was about to push the door open when suddenly, a hand seized her. It was a pair of slender hands, calloused in the palms, scratching against her skin painfully. Shenwan instinctively gasped, but her mouth was swiftly covered, and in the next moment, she was lifted off the ground. As she landed, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Do not scream, it's me." It was Xie Jingyan. Shenwan's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, relaxed as she realized she was still in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, "Let go of me." Obediently, he released her, and Shenwan turned to find Xie Jingyan standing before her, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "Your leg." However, before she could finish her sentence, Xie Jingyan leaned toward her, his voice strained with pain. "My leg hurts, hold me tight." In that instant, Shenwan forgot all propriety regarding gender boundaries, wrapping her arms securely around his waist. Despite her efforts, she struggled to support his weight as he leaned against her, causing her to stumble against the faux mountain behind her. It was then that Shenwan realized Xie Jingyan had brought her from the front of the bamboo house to the left rear beside the faux mountain. And she could not see Inchuan, who had likely been taken away by Chen Feng. Xinhuan found it difficult to maintain her grip, and hearing his muffled groans, Xie Jingyan asked, "Did I hurt you?" Could it not hurt? Her back had endured too many collisions, yet, knowing Xie Jingyan did not do so intentionally, Xinhuan shook her head, preparing to deny it when suddenly, a series of sounds from the bamboo house made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. The creaking of the bed was so loud that one could not help but wonder if it could withstand such fervent activity without collapsing. Heavens, in her 2 lifetimes she had never encountered such an awkward situation. Hearing others indulge in lustful declarations was one thing, but to be caught in such a moment with a man while holding him was far too embarrassing. Xinhuan's face felt as if it were on fire. And she wished desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide in and never emerge. The sounds continued unabated, and as a low growl followed, Xinhuan's eyes widened in shock. That voice, was it Xie Jingyin? In chapter 33, she gripped him tighter. How could Xie Jingyin be in the bamboo house? Almost instantly Xinhuan grasped the situation. Looking at Xie Jingyan, she asked, "Didn't you invite me here?" He shook his head. Xinhuan's expression paled slightly. What a cunning Prince Jin. Truly, he would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Having failed at the Guaguosi, he resorted to plotting against her, attempting to coerce her into a hasty union. She had been foolishly led to believe that Xie Jingyan had summoned her, unwittingly walking into his trap. But who else was in the room with Xie Jingyin? The creaking at the bedside was too loud for her to discern. Though it sounded vaguely familiar. Xinhuan lost herself in thought. She failed to notice Xie Jingyan moving closer. Just as she was about to ask him who else was present, she turned her head and accidentally bumped noses with him. Xie Jingyan winced in pain, and Xinhuan instinctively loosened her grip, but quickly reacted, embracing him tightly once more and whispering, "I'm sorry." Before she could finish her apology, her lips were captured. Xinhuan's eyes widened in shock. He actually kissed her. At that moment of utter astonishment, the sound of footsteps approached. Xie Jingyan released her, hushing her. "Do not speak." Xinhuan's anger caught in her throat. She wasn't sure whether to be furious or not. He was merely concerned that she might reveal their presence to the newcomers and could not spare a hand to cover her mouth, yet using his mouth to silence her was not the answer. Leaning against the full mountain, Xinhuan could not see who was approaching, but the sound of footsteps suggested a significant number of people, at least 6 or 7, accompanied by the sound of dingling ornaments, indicating the presence of young ladies. It seemed the banquet had begun, yet why were they coming here? Just then, Shenrong's voice rang out. "Are you certain my elder sister came this way?" The maid replied. "The Ling Prince has summoned her here. Look, that is the Ling Prince's wheelchair. They must be inside the bamboo house." Upon hearing Shenrong's voice, Shenwan's expression darkened, almost as if she could squeeze water from it. Shenrong would never skip the banquet to seek her out. Even if she wanted to summon her, she would have passed the task to Shenwei, yet here she was, accompanied by maids and matrons, clearly intending to catch her in the act. When they pushed open the door and found that the occupants were not her, would they be disappointed? Shenwan's heart raced with anticipation. As Shenrong ascended the steps, she did not knock but simply pushed the door open. The moment the door swung wide, a scene of chaos unfolded before them. Robes and skirts were strewn about haphazardly, and a pink floral belly band hung on the screen. "Ah!" Shenrong exclaimed in shock, swiftly retreating outside the door, colliding with the maid who followed closely behind her. Shenrong hurriedly exited the bamboo house, while the elderly woman, seeing the scattered garments on the floor, did not retreat. After all, at her age she had seen much in her lifetime. She cast a glance behind the screen and was met with the sight of 2 individuals collapsed on the bed, nearly causing her eyes to bulge in astonishment. The Crown Prince, Miss Shanair. The old woman's voice was not quiet, and Shenwan, outside the rockery, heard her words, her eyes widening once more. No wonder she found that faint sound somewhat familiar. It turned out to be Shening, outside the bamboo house. Shenrong, upon hearing the old woman's voice, assumed she had misheard. The person inside was clearly her elder sister. How could this old woman mistake her for her second sister? If she were to call her second sister, would that not infuriate her? But where had the second sister gone? They had agreed to catch someone in the act together, yet she was nowhere to be found. Shenrong was convinced that the old woman had made an error and did not suspect anything else. Inside the room, upon realizing it was the Crown Prince and Miss Shanair, the old woman quickly turned to shoo away the maid who had been following her, instructing someone to summon the Wang of Changshan and his wife. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince and Shening were in a predicament within the bamboo house, the Wang of Changshan hastily arrived, and the expression on his wife's face grew even more unpleasant. The peony banquet, which was supposed to be splendid, had already encountered the scandal of Miss Chen's unwed pregnancy, and now the Crown Prince was involved with the second daughter of the Peony Duke within their residence. If she were to discover that so many distressing matters were arising during this year's Peony banquet, why should she bother going to such lengths to organize it? The maid and the old woman, along with Shenrong, remained outside the bamboo house, unwilling to leave, while inside, Xie Jingyin and Shening had both awakened. Xie Jingyin, realizing he desired Shening, wore a sullen expression, his face darkened to the point of appearing murderous. Shening was frightened by his demeanor, huddling in a corner with the blanket, her face a picture of innocent sorrow. Xia Jingyin and Shen Rong were in a state of undress within the room, making it inappropriate for the Wang of Changshan and his wife to enter. Thus, they waited outside after a considerable time. Xia Jingyin emerged with a grim expression, confronting the Wang of Changshan, exclaiming, "In your residence, I have been schemed against." Shen Wan, overhearing this, felt a mix of disdain and satisfaction. Xia Jingyin could plot against others within the Wang of Changshan's residence. Yet he would not permit anyone to retaliate against him. Now, he was pinning the blame on the insufficient security of the Wang of Changshan's residence. Shen Wan increasingly felt that her decisive choice to ally with Xia Jingyan was a stroke of genius. In her previous life, she had managed to vex Xia Jingyin for 3 long years, and in this life, she was determined to trample him beneath her feet. The Wang of Changshan replied, "I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly and provide an explanation to the Crown Prince." After Xia Jingyin exited, the Wang of Changshan's wife entered the room, followed by Shen Rong. Upon passing the screen, the Wang of Changshan's wife spotted Shening curled up in the corner, weeping pitifully. Her exposed shoulders and arms marked with bruises, unmistakably indicating the nature of the events that had transpired. Seeing Shening, Shen Rong's eyes widened in shock as she raised her voice. "Second sister, how could it be you?" Shening bit her lip, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The Wang of Changshan's wife inquired, "What on earth happened?" Shening, her voice choked with sobs, replied, I don't know. The maid said the Crown Prince was looking for me. So I came this way. I was walking perfectly fine when suddenly my neck hurt and I fainted. Upon waking, I found myself here with the Crown Prince speaking nonsense. Indeed, someone had plotted against the Crown Prince and Miss Shenair within the Wang of Changshan's residence. But who possessed such audacity? Yet now was not the time for such speculations. Shen Rong assisted Shening in donning her clothing and rearranging her hair, helping her to leave, as the Wang of Changshan and his wife were still preoccupied with the peony banquet, which had been in preparation for several months. With so many young ladies and noble gentlemen in attendance, it could not be cancelled. The once bustling bamboo house soon returned to tranquility, once everyone had departed and no one had discovered them. Shen Wan let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, she felt something pressing against her lower abdomen. Realizing what it was, she felt her blood rush to her face in alarm, causing her to immediately release her hold on Xia Jingyan and push him away. Xia Jingyan, taken off guard by Shen Wan's sudden release, instinctively grasped her, and then Xia Jingyan collapsed, pulling Shen Wan down atop him. In an unfortunate twist, her knee collided with a particularly sensitive area, causing his forehead to twitch in pain. "You do not intend to render me childless, do you?" Chapter 34. Do not move. Shen Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling as if she could fry pancakes on it, she attempted to rise, but Xia Jingyan held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. "Let go of me at once." Shen Wan struggled a couple of times, only to elicit a hoarse, pained sound from the man beneath her. Do not move. The temperature on Shen Wan's face surged once more as she cursed, "You shameless scoundrel." Xia Jingyan's ears turned a deep shade of red. Feeling unjustly accused, fearing that Shen Wan might genuinely believe him to be a rogue, he retorted, "As a normal man, how could I remain unaffected while listening to such a lively scene, especially while being embraced by my fiancée? If I were to show no reaction, wouldn't he that render me useless?" Shen Wan could no longer bear to listen. Had it not been for her inability to free her hands, she would have surely covered his mouth tightly. Was she really embracing him? She was merely providing support to prevent him from falling. After holding him for so long, her waist was nearly exhausted, yet he was the one making her feel wronged. To make matters worse, when she attempted to rise, he refused to release her, asking, "How long do you intend to keep me pinned?" Truly, Xia Jingyan was fortunate that there were no sticks or stones nearby. Otherwise, Shen Wan, in her fury, would have undoubtedly struck him. It was unclear when his grip around her waist finally loosened, allowing Shen Wan to hurriedly stand up and prepare to leave. Xia Jingyan, lying on the ground, called out, "You are abandoning me." Shen Wan regretted her decision deeply. How had she ever chosen to ally with him? He was clearly a rogue. However, having boarded this ship, there was no getting off now. Shen Wan, frustrated, stamped her foot but resignedly turned back to assist Xia Jingyan to his feet. As soon as he stood upright, he clutched her tightly as if she were a pillar, rendering her unable to move. Just when Shen Wan felt she could no longer hold on and was about to topple, Jin Feng returned with the wheelchair, accompanied by Yin Shuang. Xia Jingyan settled into the wheelchair, and Shen Wan, glancing at his legs, questioned, "How did you save me just now?" Xia Jingyan replied, "I can manage a few steps, but if I walk too much or stand for a while, my legs will ache terribly." Yet he had just stood for quite some time. However, as she had been supporting him, he had not exerted himself excessively. No wonder in her previous life, after Dr. Tao treated his leg, he healed so swiftly. She had always thought he could not stand due to improperly mended bones, but it seemed that was not the case. Shen Rong had taken Shening back to the Duke's residence. Being sisters, she should have accompanied her. Shen Wan prepared to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, she remembered that she had intended to speak with Xia Jingyan about something, so she turned back and said, "Although Zhao Zhuangyuan possesses some talent, he is likely not yet worthy of the title. He is involved with Miss Chen, and coincidentally, Chen Laodaran is the chief examiner for this year's imperial examination. I suspect there may be corruption within this examination. You should inform the crown prince so he can investigate. Xie Jingyan, seated in his wheelchair, regarded Shenwan with a scrutinizing and puzzled gaze. How did you come to know of the affair between the Jin Kuzhuan Yuan and Miss Chen? Shenwan had anticipated he would inquire about this matter. She replied, I discovered it by chance. Xie Jingyan was unconvinced by this explanation. His intuition told him that Shenwan harbored a secret. She had donned a mask for her younger sister, and Shenxi had narrowly escaped trouble at the Wei Guogong residence by virtue of that mask. He found it hard to believe such coincidences existed. She had come to the Wang of Changshan to attend the peony banquet, and while at Baihui Fong, she had encountered Princess Danyang and obtained an invitation to the banquet. Yet, if one were to say she possessed foresight, she had nearly stumbled into trouble at the hands of the crown prince on 2 occasions. Shenwan was unwilling to divulge further, and Xie Jingyan did not press her. He felt he had never truly understood Shenwan. He worried she might be taken advantage of and yet still pay the perpetrators. However, the truth was she was well versed in matters of the court and capable of playing a double game. Chen Laodaran was in the crown prince's camp. Should corruption exist within the examination, he would not escape severe punishment as the chief examiner. If he were to inform Qin Wang, not only could he severely wound the crown prince, but Qin Wang would also owe him a significant favor. Noticing Xie Jingyan had fallen silent, Shenwan asked, Why are you not speaking? Xie Jingyan replied, You mentioned an alliance, mutual exploitation. I thought you were jesting. I underestimated you. Underestimating her was not a mistake. She was merely taking advantage of her rebirth. In terms of scheming, she was truly out of her depth in his presence. Shenwan responded, Thank you for today. Xie Jingyan's lips curved into a smile as he asked, And how do you intend to thank me? Shenwan was taken aback. She had not expected her polite remark would lead to such an expectation. They were mutually exploiting each other, so helping one another was only natural. She had dealt a heavy blow to the crown prince, which benefited him as well. However, had it not been for Xie Jingyan's timely intervention, she would have undoubtedly entered that room today, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thus, expressing gratitude was indeed warranted. Shenwan inquired, Your birthday is approaching. What gift do you desire? She had intended to ask him about this all along. Xie Jingyan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, What I desire, will you truly grant it? Shenwan, being generous, responded, As long as I can provide it, I shall. Xie Jingyan's smile deepened as he reclined in his wheelchair, stating, Gifts that I choose myself are rather dull. I am looking forward to the surprise you will give me. Inquiring was tantamount to asking nothing. She would have to prepare something herself. Heaven knows what he would like. Was she meant to consult Shin Foam? That was indeed a good idea. Shenwan resolved to return and ask Shin Yu. Xie Jingyan, however, shifted the topic back to the present, stating, My birthday is still a ways off. There is no hurry. How do you plan to thank me today? Attempting to divert the conversation with humor would be impossible. Although Shenwan had not contemplated it, she found it curious why Xie Jingyan insisted that she express her gratitude. Such behavior was clearly detrimental to their collaboration. Realizing that she was the one who needed to placate him, Shenwan said, Then how would you like me to thank you? Just as she thought he was about to present her with a conundrum, he replied, Think for yourself. Shenwan, very well, she would think for herself. Then, she proposed, Let my elder brother treat you to a meal. Fearing that Xie Jingyan might find fault and refuse, she swiftly turned and ran away. As she watched Shenwan's distant figure, Xie Jingyan's expression darkened to an ominous hue. Was he to be treated to a meal by Shindu? It was evidently a ploy to have Shindu beat him up. Chen Feng, standing behind, nearly trembled with suppressed laughter. Given the relationship between the heir of the Pingyang Marquis and his lordship, it was inappropriate for the lord to accept any form of gratitude for aiding Miss Shen, especially since she was his fiancée. Should the heir of the Pingyang Marquis learn of this, it was highly likely that he would deliver a sound thrashing to his lordship. Shenwan hurried away. And once she was certain that Xie Jingyan had not pursued her, she slowed her pace. Upon reaching the garden, she spotted Shenwei approaching with a maid. As soon as she saw Shenwan, Shenwei rushed over, her cheeks flushed. Elder sister, I finally found you. Shenwan inquired, Why didn't you return with them? Shenwei replied, 3 people in a carriage would be too cramped, and I didn't want to be scolded. So I stayed behind to wait for you. Chapter 35, Reprimand. Although Shenwan was aware that returning home would inevitably entail a few scoldings, she pondered why the old lady had the right to berate them. Wasn't marrying Xie Jingyan what she and the second branch had longed for? In this lifetime, it had merely occurred ahead of schedule. Poor Shenwei had come to attend the peony banquet, only for it to be interrupted by Shenying's mishap. She could not simply sit there and watch the young ladies and heirs perform. Now that she had found Shenwan, it was time to return home. The maid from the Wang family of Changshan led the way, and Shenwan and Shenwei exited the Wang residence, boarding the carriage that sped back to the Pingyang Marquis' estate. Inside the carriage, Shenwei, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, With such an incident occurring, will the Prince of Jin marry my second sister as his princess? It was unquestionable that Shening would marry Xie Jingyan, but the title she would hold remained uncertain. In her previous life, under the guise of goodwill, Xie Jingyan had taken Shening into the palace, while the second master had already seized the military power from Xinjing. Now, with the fourth master merely holding a fourth-rank official position, Shen Ying's status as Xie Jingyan's legitimate wife was significantly diminished. Thus, whether Xie Jingyan would grant Shen Ying the title of primary wife or secondary consort remained to be seen. The carriage progressed smoothly until it halted before the gates of the Pingyang Marquis estate. Shen Wei alighted first, then assisted Shen Wan down. As they stepped into the estate, a maid approached, stating, "The old lady has summoned the eldest young lady to the Qinghui courtyard immediately upon her return." Upon hearing this, the image of the old lady's harsh, somewhat menacing visage while reprimanding others flashed in Shen Wei's mind, causing her to feel apprehensive. "Elder sister," Shen Wan shook her head, assuring her, "It's nothing to worry about. Shen Ying's predicament was not their fault. They could not be blamed for it." The two proceeded to the Qinghui courtyard, circumventing the screen as they entered the room. Shen Wan immediately felt the piercing gaze of the old lady, which could chill one to the bone. Shen Wan entered with composure, only to be met with the old lady's furious slap upon the table. "So you finally remember to come back. Kneel, that was out of the question." Shen Wan straightened her back, meeting the old lady's gaze head-on. "What error have I committed that necessitates my kneeling in apology?" The old lady was taken aback by Shen Wan's audacity to challenge her. Her complexion darkened, and standing beside her, Shen Rong interjected, "Elder sister, do you still not understand what you have done wrong? You went to meet the Prince of Ling, and when our second sister sought you out, she was plotted against and lost her virtue to the Prince of Jin." What a swift and efficient accusation! Shen Wan cast a sidelong glance at Shen Rong. "The Wang family of Chanshan informed me that a maid relayed a message to my second sister, prompting her to meet the Prince of Jin, which is how she found herself in this predicament. How has this turned into her seeking me out? In your words, I am quite eager to discern whether you are lying or if the Wang family is deceiving me." As she spoke, Shen Wan turned her attention to the old lady. To understand both sides is to be enlightened, to heed only one is to remain in ignorance. If grandmother wishes to punish me, she must first ascertain the truth of whom my second sister sought before any incidents occurred. I will ask father to clarify this matter with the Wang family." The inconsistency between Shen Rong's account and that of the Wang family's servants rendered the old lady's potential punishment of Shen Wan unjust. Shen Rong had not anticipated that the Wang family would divulge this matter to Shen Wan, and feeling a pang of panic, she forced herself to maintain her composure, "Whether it was to meet the Prince of Jin or to find you, no one is clearer than our second sister," Shen Wan retorted. "Are you implying that our second sister and the Princess of Changshan have lied?" Shen Rong's countenance stiffened. Shen Wan continued, "I advise third sister to consider her words carefully. Our second sister's actions have already displeased the Princess of Changshan, and should it come to light that she has lied to her, she may never again be welcomed at the Wang family." Shen Rong's voice was rendered mute, as if someone had seized her throat. The maids and servants in the room could read the situation from Shen Rong's expression. The old lady, seated on the couch, was already displeased due to Shen Ying's misfortune with the Prince of Jin. Now, with Shen Rong unable to retort against Shen Wan's accusations, she had lost her dignity. The old lady, embarrassed, became even more furious. Shen Wan, however, had no intention of letting this matter rest. "I am betrothed to the royal family. My father does not permit me to get too close to the Prince of Jin, and grandmother has instructed me to heed my father's words. When grandmother reprimanded me, both my second and third sisters were present, yet she chose to meet the Prince of Jin. What business does she have with him? When things went awry, she sought to place the blame on me and incited grandmother to punish me. The emperor has already granted a marriage decree to me and the Prince of Ling, even setting the wedding day for next month. What wrongdoing is there in my meeting the Prince of Ling to enjoy the peony banquet?" The more Shen Wan spoke, the louder her voice became, her grievances pouring forth. Just then, Shen Jing and Shen Du entered, catching the tail end of her outburst, their expressions grave. "What on earth is happening?" He cast a sharp glance at Shen Rong, holding military authority and seasoned in the battlefield. Shen Jing's presence commanded respect, causing even high-ranking officials to feel trepidation. Shen Rong, however, was not equipped to withstand such scrutiny and turned pale. Barely able to articulate her thoughts, the third madam, concerned for her daughter, quickly interjected, "Lord, please do not be angry. Ronger is merely timid. Do not frighten her." Shen Jing shot a look at the third madam. "Timid? At such a young age she dares to deceive even the old lady. Is that what you call timid? Is this how you and the third master educate your daughter?" As he spoke, Shen Jing's voice deepened, causing the third madam's knees to weaken, nearly causing her to kneel in submission. The old lady's face was flushed with anger as she reprimanded Shen Rong. "You report to me without verifying the facts. Go to the Buddhist hall and kneel there to reflect." Shen Rong did not dare to plead for mercy and fled to the Buddhist hall. The old lady turned her gaze to the third madam. "If you cannot even manage your daughter, you should join her in reflection." The third madam's face darkened, but she dared not refute and left the room, after punishing Shen Rong and the third madam. Shen Jing's anger subsided. He rarely intervened in household matters, but the incident involving Shen Ying and the Prince of Jin was significant enough to warrant his attention. Shen Jing sat down, and the old lady remarked, "Inger and the Prince of Jin have already become a reality. There is no avoiding the marriage. However, the second's official rank is low, and the Prince of Jin may not grant her the title of primary wife. The daughters of the Pingyang Marquise estate must not become consorts. A secondary wife is also unacceptable. Just moments ago, she had been ready to punish Shenrong, and now she sought Xinjing's assistance in securing a primary wife position for Xining. Treating him as her own son, Xinjing furrowed his brow. I will do my utmost to petition the emperor for a marriage decree, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to persuade him. Xinjing was known for his resolute nature. When he said he would do his utmost, he meant it. The old lady, familiar with Xinjing's character, refrained from further comment. The remainder of the task was to prepare the dowry for Xining. Just as she was about to speak, Xinhuan interjected, "Father, the estate must prepare my dowry, leaving little time to prepare for my second sister. Her engagement to the Prince of Jin must be expedited. I am not in a hurry. I believe we should prioritize my second sister's arrangements first and allocate the dowry prepared for me to her. My wedding can be postponed." She had been fretting over how to delay her wedding date, and this presented a perfect opportunity. Xinhuan secretly rejoiced, while the old lady was taken aback by Xinhuan's generosity, feeling a sense of relief. However, Xinjing disagreed. "The wedding date is already set. It cannot be postponed. It will. If there are not enough embroiderers in the estate, we can hire from outside. This is a matter that can be resolved with some expenditure. There is no need to delay the marriage." But does father not wish for his daughter to remain by his side a bit longer? Xinhuan feigned reluctance. Typically, when she displayed such an expression, her father would acquiesce to her wishes. Xinjing sighed. "Do I not wish for that? It is merely that the situation at the borders is tense, and conflict may erupt at any moment. The sooner it is settled, the sooner it will alleviate a burden from my mind. Should urgent news arrive from the borders one day, I would be unable to escort you to the bridal sedan." But there was no outbreak of war in the past 6 months. This thought swirled in Xinhuan's throat. Yet she dared not voice it. Only feeling anxious, she signaled to Shindu to assist in persuading their father, but Shindu feigned ignorance, and it was the old lady who came to their aid. "Inger's engagement will likely take precedence. If there are 2 joyous occasions in quick succession, it may be," Xinjing interjected. "There is no need for such considerations. This matter requires no further discussion." Chapter 36, Reflection. Xinjing had matters to attend to and prepared to leave. Xinhuan turned to the old lady, saying, "I did not foresee that my second sister would encounter trouble at the Wang family of Changshan, but as the eldest sister, I was not present when she faced her ordeal. Nor did I accompany her back home. I truly should not have neglected my duty. I will head to the Buddhist hall now to copy the family rules as a form of reflection." The elderly matriarch sat upon the Luohan couch, her brows knitted into a furrow resembling the character for river. The maids and servants stood around, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they gazed at Xinhuan. When the matriarch intended to punish the eldest daughter, the girl argued her case with conviction, leading the matriarch to relent. Yet, why would she voluntarily seek punishment again? Xinjing was present, and Xinhuan had done nothing wrong. The matriarch declared, "If there is no fault, there is no need for reflection." Xinhuan shook her head, steadfast in her resolve to proceed. Xinjing interjected, suggesting that copying the family rules would serve as a practice in calligraphy and a means of self-cultivation. After speaking, Xinjing strode out decisively. Xinhuan followed closely, and upon exiting the Qinghui courtyard, she glared at her elder brother, exclaiming, "Brother, you won't even speak up for me." Shindu raised a hand to poke Xinhuan's forehead, stating, "When father has made up his mind, my counsel is of no use. Besides, you have already alerted brother. If both brother and father were absent from the estate, leaving you alone, it would only trouble brother at the frontier. The Lin Wang mansion was sparsely populated. Lin Wang would surely protect you well." Both father and brother acted out of concern for her well-being, though Xinhuan was reluctant to marry so soon. She felt resigned to her fate. The burden imposed by Xie Jingyan was not light. Xinhuan lamented, "To others, it seems Lin Wang is himself in a precarious position, yet my brother firmly believes he can protect me." Shindu replied with a smile, "Were it not for Lin Wang's intervention, you would not have survived to this day. How could brother not trust him?" Xinhuan countered, "But I was frightened down from the tree because of him." At the age of 8, when her paper kite became ensnared in a tree, she climbed to retrieve it. Upon seeing Xie Jingyan approach, she was startled and lost her footing, falling from the tree. Xie Jingyan, then only 12, failed to catch her but managed to cushion her fall, resulting in her dislocating his arm. She had not been angry with him for startling her, yet was it fair to expect her gratitude for saving her? Shindu chuckled softly, "You still hold a grudge about that, you remember it well." Before he could finish, a young servant approached with a message for Shindu, who then remarked, "Brother has matters to attend to." Indeed, he was busy while she had ample leisure time with nowhere to spend it. Xinhuan cast a glance towards the direction of the Buddhist hall, a faint smile gracing her lips as she stepped forward. Behind her, Xinhui caught up, saying, "Elder sister, I shall accompany you to the Buddhist hall for reflection." Xinhuan replied, "What purpose do you have in following me? I also wish to cultivate myself." This was a phrase their father often used. Leaving Xinhuan with no retort, and she acquiesced to Xinhui's company, finding solace in her presence. Inside the Buddhist hall, Shenrong sat upon a mat, her anger growing with each passing thought. The third madam, standing rather than kneeling, reprimanded her daughter, saying, "Why did you provoke your elder sister, even if your grandmother were to punish her by making her transcribe the family rules 100 times? It would not benefit you in the slightest." Shenrong protested, "Mother, you do not understand how my elder sister reprimands me at the Changshanwang mansion. I cannot endure this humiliation." Just then, voices from outside announced the arrival of the eldest daughter. Shenwan proclaimed, "I have come to the Buddhist hall to transcribe the family rules for reflection." As she stepped inside, she beheld Shenrong kneeling properly alongside the third madam. A smirk tugged at Shenwan's lips as she seated herself at the table. With Yin Shuang kneeling to assist in grinding ink, Shenwan took a piece of paper, flattening it with a weight, and began to write. As the ink reached the desired consistency, her demeanor remarkably akin to one engaged in self-cultivation. However, Shenrong and the third madam were in a dire predicament. Having been ordered by the matriarch to kneel in the Buddhist hall for reflection, they could not afford to slacken their diligence in the presence of Shenwan and Shenwei. Lest they incur the matriarch's wrath, noticing Shenrong's furious glare, Shenwei suddenly comprehended Shenwan's intention for coming to the Buddhist hall. Her elder sister had come under the pretense of transcribing the family rules to witness the punishment of the third sister and the third madam. Without their oversight, their punishment would be rendered meaningless, for if the matriarch were not informed, she would turn a blind eye. Clearly, the third sister's careless words, disparaging the Yun family, had truly incited the ire of the eldest sister. Shenwan diligently transcribed the family rules, and they even had their lunch in the Buddhist hall. As for the duration of her transcription, Shenwan had no idea. In any case, she took breaks now and then. Finding it far from exhausting. By evening, after nearly 3 hours of kneeling, Shenrong could no longer endure and fainted. The third madam was in no better condition. Upon her daughter's collapse, she hurriedly sought to inform the matriarch. The matriarch was not known for her fairness. Had it not been for Shenjing's pressure, she would not have punished Shenrong, nor would she have punished the third madam now that they had both fainted. It was only reasonable to let them return home. After Shenrong and the third madam departed, Shenwan set aside her wolf hairbrush and exited the Buddhist hall with Shenwei. Shenwan returned to the Qinglan courtyard, while Shenwei went back to the north courtyard. Upon entering her chamber, Yin Shuang beamed, "This is truly remarkable. The third young lady has never suffered such hardship before." Shenwan settled down with a cup of tea, the steam obscuring her expression. Compared to the torment inflicted upon her in her previous life, kneeling for 3 hours in the Buddhist hall was hardly significant. Although transcribing in the hall was not taxing, Shenwan had made a trip to the Changshanwang mansion and walked quite a distance. After dinner, she did not take her usual stroll around the courtyard to prevent indigestion. Instead, while bathing, she nearly succumbed to sleep in the tub, yet once she lay on her bed, sleep eluded her. Her mind continually wandered back to the bamboo house and rockery at the Changshanwang mansion, where Xie Jingyan had silenced her with a kiss. He approached with ease, yet she could not be so nonchalant, unable to maintain an air of indifference. It was as if a small stone had been tossed into the tranquil lake of her heart, sending ripples across its surface. Shenwan reassured herself that she would never marry another in this lifetime. After all, it was merely a kiss, nothing to make a fuss over. Nevertheless, she found herself restless until the latter half of the night, contemplating her visit to the Yun family the next day, forcing herself to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, she was not the only one experiencing insomnia that night. As she tossed and turned in bed, Xie Jingyan sat alone in his viewing pavilion, gazing at the myriad stars until the early hours of the morning. Chapter 37. Apology. Having slept late, she arose late as well the next day. Shenwan awakened to find the sun already high in the sky. After hastily consuming breakfast, she made her way to the Qinghui courtyard. Inside, the elderly matriarch lounged on the Luohan couch, idly manipulating her prayer beads. Her demeanor somewhat absent-minded. Shening, the matriarch's favored granddaughter, remained uncertain about her prospects of marrying the Jin Wang as his primary consort, leaving the matriarch preoccupied with her thoughts. Upon Shenwan's approach, a glint of cold light flickered in the matriarch's eyes before her expression softened. "Why have you come so late? Grandmother was worried about your health and was about to send someone to inquire at Qinglan courtyard." If she were truly concerned, she would have dispatched someone earlier, not waited until now. It was foolish of her to have been so easily swayed by such feigned concern, mistaking the matriarch's actions for genuine affection. Shenwan returned the matriarch's insincerity with her own, explaining that she had been unable to sleep the previous night, occupied by thoughts of her second sister and the Yun family matter, which had caused her to rise late. "I intend to visit the Yun family shortly." Given the troubles befalling the Yun family as their granddaughter, Shenwan felt compelled to pay a visit, and the matriarch had no valid reason to obstruct her. The matriarch remarked, "If the matter concerning Zhao Zhuanyuan is true, the old master of the Yun family must be infuriated." Anger was indeed certain, yet Shenwan was not overly concerned. In her past life, the Zhao family had bullied Yunemo to an extreme, and her grandfather had endured a severe illness due to his rage. What was there to worry about now? Time was of the essence, and Shenwan prepared to head to the Yun family. However, just as she was about to speak, a maid entered, reporting, "Old madam, the princess of Changshan has arrived." The arrival of the princess of Changshan at the Pingyang marquis's residence could only mean she was here to offer an apology. The matriarch's expression remained neutral as she instructed, please show the princess of Changshan in. Xinhuan decided to stay, as it was already too late to visit the Yun family, and a delay of another moment would not matter. The maid withdrew, and shortly thereafter she led in the princess of Changshan. Upon entering, the princess first bowed to the matriarch. By rank, the matriarch should have returned the greeting, but given that Xinjing had saved the emperor's life, the emperor regarded him as a brother and placed immense trust in him. It was customary for women of all ranks to show respect to the matriarch. The matriarch, however, did not shy away. She accepted every bow directed towards her. Previously, Xinhuan had seen no issue with this, but now it appeared that this was a display of her father's arrogance. Others would not say the matriarch lacked decorum. They would only claim her father, relying on the emperor's trust, disregarded the royal family and the court officials entirely. Once the princess of Changshan rose, Xinhuan offered her own respectful greeting, feeling a pang of guilt. The princess was hosting a lovely peony banquet, yet she had seized the occasion to publicly expose the eldest daughter of the National University as headmaster Chen in Zhaozhuan Yuan, casting a shadow over the festivities. This guilt would linger in her heart, and she would repay the Changshan Wang mansion one day. After the princess of Changshan took her seat, she expressed her apologies to the matriarch regarding the incident involving the second young lady of their residence. The Changshan Wang mansion sincerely regrets the matter. There were many guests at yesterday's banquet, and we were unable to oversee everything, which allowed someone to take advantage. The matriarch's demeanor was cold as she sighed. I understand that the Changshan Wang mansion did not wish for such an incident to occur. However, for my Pingyang Marquis's daughter to attend the banquet and be subjected to this, who could be so audacious as to scheme against the Jin Wang, causing my Inger to suffer? The elderly woman recognized her granddaughter's delicate nature and that she was unworthy of a match with a noble like the Jin Wang, but the daughters of the Pingyang Marquis's household did not aspire to be concubines. The princess of Changshan's expression stiffened. Although the matriarch did not state it outright, her implication was clear. If the Changshan Wang mansion were sincerely apologetic, they should assist her granddaughter in obtaining the position of the Jin Wang's primary consort. Yet, the Jin Wang was also a victim in this scenario. The Pingyang Marquis held military power and had saved the emperor's life. His daughter would be suitable as the Jin Wang's primary consort. But the second daughter of the Pingyang Marquis' second branch was merely a niece, and the distinction between a niece and a daughter was vast. Should the Changshan Wang mansion assist the second young lady in claiming the title of primary consort, it would undoubtedly provoke the displeasure of Empress Song, placing the Changshan Wang mansion in a precarious position. The princess of Changshan was suffering from a severe headache and she could only respond with words of acquiescence. This was quite natural. Daughters from prominent families seldom became concubines, especially those from the esteemed Pingyang Marquisate, which held the emperor's trust. I believe the second daughter of our household and Prince Jin are a suitable match, and the Changshan Wangfu will certainly strive to facilitate this union. Xinhuan couldn't help but smile, for the princess of Changshan implied that if the trusted Pingyang Marquis could not secure a formal marriage for his niece, then the Changshan Wangfu would be even less capable of doing so. The old matriarch toyed with her prayer beads, stating that if this matter were to come to fruition, the Pingyang Marquisate would not forget the assistance of the Changshan Wangfu. The princess replied, "You honor us too greatly. This is what the Changshan Wangfu ought to do." After a brief visit to offer her apologies, she took her leave, bringing with her a plethora of gifts. Though the old matriarch barely lifted her eyelids in acknowledgement, in comparison to the position of Prince Jin's rightful consort, these offerings were of little value in her eyes. Prince Jin harbored great potential for succession, and his consort would one day ascend to the role of empress, a mother to the realm. Once the princess of Changshan departed, Xinhuan also respectfully took her leave. Upon reaching the gate of the Marquisate, she boarded her carriage, and the servant directed the horses swiftly toward the Yun residence. The carriage halted before the entrance of the Yun family, and as Xinhuan emerged, she observed the steward escorting a physician out of the estate. Steadying herself with Shuang's hand, she ascended the steps and inquired, "Who in the household is ill and requires the physician's attention?" The steward sighed, "It is none other than the eldest daughter's marriage. The old master has fallen ill from anger." Xinhuan believed that the elder master of the Yun family would not succumb to such fury, yet it appeared that events were unfolding similarly to her previous life. She made her way to the inner courtyard of the Yun residence and headed straight to the Liuxuan courtyard, where she first sought out the elder matriarch. The matriarch appeared quite unwell, and upon seeing Xinhuan, her expression softened with kindness and affection. "What brings you here?" Xinhuan replied, "I heard that grandfather has fallen ill. The is not still uncertain regarding the engagement of Scholar Zhao and Miss Chen. How could grandfather allow himself to be so distressed?" The elder matriarch responded, "Rumors do not arise without foundation. They are indeed true." Xinhuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Has it been confirmed so swiftly? The rapidity of the news had taken her by surprise. Unbeknownst to Xinhuan, the gossip had spread from the Changshan Wangfu to the outside world almost immediately. The eldest young master of the Yun family, while tallying accounts in the shop, learned of the matter and promptly visited the Zhao family for inquiries. Coincidentally, someone from the Imperial Academy was also sent to seek out Scholar Zhao, the young master of the Yun family. Not wanting to raise any suspicions, went directly to the entrance of the Chen residence to confront Scholar Zhao, demanding that he accompany him. Scholar Zhao declined, yet the young master was undeterred, directly questioning him at the threshold of the Chen family regarding the rumors circulating from the Chanshan Wangfu. Wondering how it was possible that such gossip concerning him and Miss Chen had arisen, and whether there was any truth to it, had they chosen a different location for this inquiry. Scholar Zhao would likely have remained silent, as he had in the past, wanting both wealth and power. However, being at the entrance of the Chen family, he knew that if he dared to deny it, not only would Master Chen not let him off, but he might end up losing everything. Weighing the pros and cons, Scholar Zhao chose to comply with the Chen family. The young master of the Yun family returned to inform the elder master of the Yun family, who had nurtured Zhao Mingyi for many years with great expectations, only to be met with betrayal, unable to bear the humiliation of having raised a treacherous wolf that nearly cost his granddaughter her future. The elder master was driven to the brink, spitting blood in anger. Upon hearing of the elder master's condition, Shenwan felt her heart leap to her throat. Her maternal grandfather had never been pushed to such extremes in her previous life. Trembling, she quickly asked, "Is grandfather truly this enraged?" The elder matriarch replied, "It is a miracle your grandfather has not succumbed to his anger on the spot. Your cousin was supposed to marry on the 6th of next month. Your grandfather, with friends far and wide, was elated to see his eldest granddaughter wed to the current top scholar. He personally penned over 100 invitations to friends, inviting them to celebrate the joyous occasion in the capital. Now those invitations are en route, some even having already set out, only for this calamity to unfold, leaving your grandfather's lifelong reputation in tatters." Mrs. Yun, the second wife, added, "The elder master said this morning that we cannot let those old friends make the trip in vain. Whether they drink the Yun family's celebratory wine or his farewell wine, it matters not." Shenwan interjected, "What ill-fated words is grandfather uttering?" It was her failure to properly manage the situation and prevent the Yun family from sending out invitations. If anything were to happen to her grandfather, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Rising, Shenwan made her way to see the elder master. Inside the room, the elder master lay against the bed, his complexion ashen, his breath faint, still refusing to take medicine. The young master of the Yun family was at a loss, but upon seeing Shenwan enter, he appeared as though he had found a savior. Exclaiming, "Cousin, you have arrived just in time. Quickly persuade grandfather to take his medicine." Shenwan called out to her cousin, took the medicine bowl, and sat by the bedside, saying, "This is a fortunate turn of events. Grandfather should be delighted, not allow himself to grow ill." The elder master gazed at Shenwan. "Fortunate," she nodded earnestly. "Grandfather, consider this, had you remained oblivious to Scholar Zhao's true nature and your cousin married him in ignorance, it would have been akin to leaping into a fire pit. Now that the engagement has not been finalized, there is still an opportunity for remedy. Losing a bit of face is far better than your cousin sacrificing her entire future. Is it not? Moreover, the legitimacy of Scholar Zhao's title is still in question. I have heard that the Crown Prince is investigating examination fraud, and Lord Chen is the chief examiner for this round. Should the allegations prove true, Scholar Zhao's title will surely be revoked, and the Chen family shall not fare well either. If you allow your anger to make you ill and refuse to take your medicine, does grandfather not wish to witness the day unfold?" Shenwan believed that the elder master's anger mirrored her own. He was upset over the prospect of his granddaughter being used as a pawn. However, were he to realize that this pawn would not be sacrificed in vain and that even the Chen family, who conspired with Scholar Zhao, would face misfortune, he would surely be less furious. As she anticipated, upon hearing her words, the elder master's pent-up anger finally began to dissipate. He extended his hand, saying, "Give me the medicine." Shenwan promptly handed it to him, and the elder master drank it all in one gulp. The young master of the Yun family silently gave Shenwan a thumbs up. It was indeed his cousin who could coax their grandfather into taking his medicine. Shenwan replied, "Cousin, I speak only the truth. I am not merely flattering grandfather to get him to drink." Chapter 38, Breaking the Engagement. The elder master of the Yun family had spent the previous night in a fit of rage without sleeping. Now, with his anger somewhat abated and having taken some calming medicine, he finally lay down to rest. Upon hearing that the elder master was willing to take his medicine, the elder matriarch felt a wave of relief. When Shenwan returned, the elder matriarch beckoned her to sit beside her, patting Shenwan's hand. "Your grandfather has a stubborn disposition. If not for you today, no one would have been able to persuade him." Shenwan inquired, "Is my cousin well?" The elder matriarch sighed, "Your cousin has been by her side, and she must be quite distressed as well." "I shall go see her," Shenwan declared, just as she stood up. A maid entered, reporting, "Old madam, the eldest madam has returned." The eldest madam had gone to the Zhao family to break off the engagement. No sooner had the maid finished her report than the eldest madam stormed in. Her face flushed with fury, trembling in rage. The elder matriarch inquired, "What has you so incensed?" The eldest madam, neglecting to greet the elder matriarch, sat down and gulped her tea, then exclaimed, "It is not just anger. Had I a knife in hand, I would have committed murder today." Shenwan rose from beside the elder matriarch and quietly took a seat further down. The elder matriarch asked, "Have you not managed to call off the engagement?" The eldest madam recalled her visit to break the engagement, and the disdainful expression of Madame Zhao, feeling her anger rise to the point where her lips trembled, she struggled to find words. While the maid standing behind her recounted, Madame went to the Zhao family to break the engagement, but Madame Zhao refused, claiming that the eldest daughter marrying her son would be a lofty aspiration for our Yun family. She insisted that what man in this world does not take multiple wives. If she is this jealous before marriage, imagine how she would treat her once she enters the Zhao household. The madam scolded them for their ingratitude, to which Madame Zhao retorted that merchants prioritize profit had it not been for the elder master valuing her son's talents and knowing he would certainly succeed. They would never have treated the mother and son with such kindness. If it were not for the fear of being labeled ungrateful, the Zhao family would have withdrawn from the engagement long ago. Other top scholars marry into noble families or even princesses, yet her son is forced to marry a merchant's daughter, which is already showing great generosity. The maid, filled with indignation, clenched her fists. The elder matriarch's face turned purple with anger. Had she not just heard that the crown prince was investigating examination fraud, which could jeopardize the position of the young master of the Zhao family as the top scholar, she might have been as furious as the elder master. On the verge of spitting blood, our Yun family has long been a target. This time, we have nearly been blinded by the very geese we have nurtured. Previously, when Madame Zhao visited the Yun family, she had always been cautious and respectful, and now, with her son having achieved the top scholar title, her demeanor had grown arrogant, and the elder matriarch had not thought much of it, only to discover that she had always looked down upon the Yun family. The eldest madam continued, I was prepared for the young master of the Zhao family to act shamelessly today when I went to break the engagement, but I never anticipated that Madame Zhao would resort to slandering him. We have raised a treacherous wolf that devours its benefactors, the elder matriarch demanded. What slander did she cast upon him, with a room full of maids and matrons present, including the still unmarried Shenwan? The eldest madam refrained from speaking, but the elder matriarch could guess. In truth, Shenwan could also surmise it was likely that Madame Zhao had claimed that was already her son's possession, and no one else would marry her aside from him. Such humiliating words could easily provoke the eldest madam into a murderous rage upon hearing that Miss Chen had been pregnant for 2 months. Although the eldest madam believed her daughter would not be so, she still cautiously asked who, in a fit of anger, emphatically declared that she had nothing to do with the young master of the Zhao family. Not even having held hands, her daughter, innocent and pure, was unjustly maligned, and Mrs. Yun, almost unable to contain her anger, thought of how the Zhao family had nearly entered their home upright, only to be carried away horizontally. The more Mrs. Yun contemplated the situation, the more her heart ached with indignation. Mrs. Zhao declared that the betrothal gifts had been delivered, the wedding date set, yet the Yun family was withdrawing from the engagement based on baseless accusations. On the 6th day of the coming month, the Zhao family's bridal sedan would arrive at their doorstep, and if they failed to receive the bride, she would take legal action against the Yun family. This was no mother of a top scholar, she was nothing more than a shameless rogue. Thankfully, they had discerned the character of the Zhao family before her daughter's marriage. Had they truly gone through with it, her daughter might have been ground to dust by that mother-son duo. The thought sent chills down Mrs. Yun's spine. Shenwan advised, and, do not let your health be compromised by anger, cousin's engagement can certainly be annulled. Mrs. Yun acknowledged this but could not suppress her fury. After nearly 40 years of life, she had never been so incensed. She had previously considered Mrs. Zhao amiable, a clear reminder that one might know a person's face yet remain oblivious to their heart. Old Madame Yun instructed Shenwan, go and see your cousin, and do not let her learn of these matters. Shenwan nodded, I understand. Upon meeting Yun, she was startled by her cousin's swollen eyes and remarked, is it truly worth weeping so for a brazen individual? Yun Rui interjected, it is not sorrow, elder sister weeps from anger. Shenwan cautioned, anger harms oneself, it brings pain to the dear and joy to the foe. Yun Rui sighed, grandfather believes aunt made a good match, thinking we could too, but not everyone possesses the stature and respect of uncle, who does not belittle merchants. Shenwan replied, there are indeed many in the world with a character as admirable as father S. It is merely that grandfather misjudged this time, causing him great distress. If he knew your thoughts, it would surely trouble him greatly. Yun nodded, I know grandfather only wishes the best for me. It is I who lack such fortune, Shenwan disagreed, asserting, as the saying goes, a fortunate daughter does not enter an unworthy door. If you were to marry, that would truly be misfortune. Yun Rui nodded emphatically. What elder sister says is true. Luckily, you did not marry. Yun smiled. In that case, I am indeed fortunate. She felt grateful for her own self-respect, having not fallen for the sweet words of young Master Zhao. Otherwise she would have found herself with no way out today. Shenwan asked a maid to bring ointment to soothe Yunmo's swollen eyes, and as the 3 sisters conversed, their spirits lifted. Once Yunmo's eyes had returned to normal, Shenwan suggested she visit old Master Yun to ease his mind. However, as they approached the Lushuan courtyard, a little maid in a pale yellow dress rushed over, breathless, and exclaimed, Miss, young Master Zhao is kneeling at our door, pleading with you and the old master to believe that he and Miss Chen are innocent. How can he still have the audacity to claim innocence after fathering a child? Not only was Yun Mo enraged, but Yun Rui was equally furious, and Xinhuan felt her temper rising to a boiling point. Before her elder cousin, he had acknowledged his actions at the Chun family gate. And now he reversed his stance, kneeling before the Yun family, not merely seeking forgiveness but demanding their belief. It was evident that the crown prince was investigating the examination fraud, and they intended to sacrifice one to save the other. Did he truly think that a show of self-pity would sway the Yun family? The Zhao family, along with Miss Chen, had underestimated the intelligence of the Yun family, who were astute merchants with vast wealth. Having suffered such a loss once, would they be foolish enough to do so again? Yet, recalling Mrs. Zhao's words that infuriated Mrs. Yun, Xinhuan's face darkened. She feared that young Master Zhao, in a fit of desperation, might create a scene at the Yun family gate that would tarnish Yun Mo's reputation, which would undoubtedly infuriate her grandfather to the point of illness. Chapter 39. Annulment of engagement. Since young Master Zhao had come to their doorstep today, let him sign the annulment papers before he leaves. Xinhuan turned to Yun Rui. Go fetch the annulment papers. With those few words, she strode toward the Yun family gate, watching Xinhuan's retreating figure. Yun Rui was puzzled about why she needed the annulment papers. After all, Aunt had been unable to break off the engagement, and given that young Master Zhao had come seeking forgiveness, he was even less likely to sign them. However, obtaining the annulment papers wasn't a difficult task, so Yun Rui went to retrieve them. As Xinhuan approached the front courtyard, she noticed a crowd gathered at the gate, with Zhao Mingyi kneeling on the ground. His back was straight, and anyone who saw him would think him not a disreputable person. The Yun family should not heed slanderous rumors but rather proceed with the annulment. It was this very pretense that had deceived her grandfather and the entire Yun family. Young Master Yun Shi suppressed his impulse to have Zhao Mingyi thrown far away and attempted to persuade him to rise, for Zhao Mingyi was still the emperor's chosen top scholar. Enjoying a moment of glory, kneeling before the Yun family diminished not only his own reputation but also that of the emperor. Yet, no matter how Yun Shi urged, Zhao Mingyi remained unmoved, declaring, "If Mo does not believe me, if the Yun family does not believe me, I shall die kneeling here today." This was not a plea, it was a threat. Yun Shi's fists clenched tightly. Zhao Mingyi was certain that Yun Shi would not dare to strike him. Showing no fear whatsoever, Xinhuan stood outside observing for a moment, then requested a maid to bring her a handkerchief. Once the veil was tied, Yun Rui returned with the annulment papers. Xinhuan stepped outside, and Yun Mo's personal maid followed closely, setting down the ink, paper, and the annulment papers before Zhao Mingyi. Upon seeing the annulment papers, Zhao Mingyi exclaimed, "I will not annul the engagement." At this juncture, he still harbored hope that the Yun family would marry their daughter to him. Utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation, a cold smile crept onto Xinhuan's lips as she crouched before Zhao Mingyi, saying, "Young Master Zhao and the Chen family have indeed played a clever game. For old Master Chen is the chief examiner this autumn. Fearing that the examination fraud might be revealed, he does not dare to grant Miss Chen the title of principal wife, lest the top scholar withdraw from the engagement, leaving him vulnerable. Thus, he seeks to marry a daughter of the Yun family first, allowing a year or two to pass before making room for Miss Chen. Surely, Miss Chen will not suffer indignities in silence. The generous dowry from the Yun family would surely compensate for that, would it not? With the financial backing of the Yun family and the support of the Chun family, young Master Zhao would undoubtedly ascend the ranks in the court." Xinhuan's voice was soft, yet Zhao Mingyi's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with shock, clearly astonished at how she knew this, though her words were quiet enough that the onlookers could not hear. Yun Shi, standing beside her, did catch her meaning, and his face turned grim. Xinhuan continued, "Yesterday rumors spread that the crown prince has been investigating the examination fraud, have they not? Young Master Zhao is a clever man. He must realize that if the Yun family were to expose your misconduct to the crown prince at this juncture, what fate would await you and the Chen family?" Zhao Mingyi began to panic. "I did not cheat. The Yun family has no evidence." Xinhuan laughed lightly. "So certain are you? How then did news of your affair with Miss Chen become public knowledge, spreading like wildfire within a single day? Moreover, whether or not the Yun family has evidence is irrelevant. What matters is whether the crown prince can uncover any given the relationship between the Yun family and you. Do you believe the crown prince would not take the Yun family's words seriously or investigate thoroughly?" Zhao Mingyi's face turned pale. Xinhuan stood up, looking down at him. "Now, can we proceed to sign the annulment papers?" Zhao Mingyi looked up at Xinhuan. He could not see her facial expression, but from her eyes, he sensed the message. "You may refuse, but test the Yun family's resolve at your peril." The chill of her gaze sent shivers down his spine. Reluctantly, he raised his arm and signed his name on the annulment papers, then pressed his seal. Yun Shi took the annulment papers and displayed them to the gathered crowd, inviting them to bear witness that the engagement between his sister and young Master Zhao was hereby annulled. And from this point forward, they were no longer connected. The onlookers, curious about what the Yun family had compelled Zhao Mingyi to sign, were shocked to discover it was an annulment. Had he not claimed innocence and sought the Zhao family's forgiveness? Whispers filled the air, and Xinhuan turned to re-enter the estate, pulling down her veil. Yun Rui approached, curious. Aunt and uncle were unable to persuade young Master Zhao to annul the engagement. How did cousin manage it? Before Xinhuan could respond, another question arose. Yunqi asked, "Does cousin know who helped our Yun family yesterday at the Wang residence in Changshan?" It was Prince Ling. Xinhuan felt she had not lied. Only withheld part of the truth. Had it not been for Xie Jingyan lending her his secret guards, this matter would have been impossible to resolve. Half of the credit for aiding the Yun family belonged to Xie Jingyan. Yunqi remarked, "Then we must thank him properly." Xinhuan quickly interjected, "His assistance was merely incidental. The matters at court are quite complex." Yunqi chuckled, "Even if it was incidental, it was a true aid to our Yun family. We cannot skimp on our gratitude, especially since Prince Ling is also cousin's intended fiancé, the future son-in-law of our Yun family." She would not obstruct her cousin's gratitude towards Prince Ling, but she feared that if she expressed it poorly, Xie Jingyan might expose her as a sheltered young lady. She had no knowledge of such affairs, which would inevitably arouse her cousin's suspicions. Xinhuan felt a headache coming on as the group entered the inner courtyard with the annulment papers. Upon seeing them, old Madame Yun sighed in relief, declaring, "From this day forth, our Yun family shall have no ties to such a treacherous wolf." Xinhuan arrived at the Yun residence late. By this time, they had already begun their midday meal. The maidservants brought in the dishes, and Xinhuan assisted old Madame Yun to sit, and they all gathered for lunch, although the engagement had been annulled. The Yun family was genuinely disgusted by the entire affair, and everyone lacked appetite. Xinhuan made every effort to share amusing stories to cheer up her grandmother, knowing that if the old matriarch was pleased, the rest of the family would soon follow suit. It was a pity that Xinhuan had to exert such effort to elicit laughter from old Madame Yun, only for a maid to enter and announce, "Old Madam, Mrs. Zhao has come to demand that the Yun family return the betrothal gifts from the Zhao family." In a single moment, Xinhuan's efforts over the course of half a day were rendered futile. Furious, old Madame Yun slammed her chopsticks onto the table with great force. Over the years, the Yun family had provided far more support to the Zhao family than the Zhao family had ever offered in return. How could the Zhao family engage in such disgraceful conduct, rushing to demand the return of the betrothal gifts before the Yun family had even the chance to send them back? They were nothing but trifles. Old Madame Yun trembled with rage. Xinhuan, attempting to soothe her, said, "Grandmother, please do not let this trivial matter upset your health." After much effort, Xinhuan finally managed to calm old Madame Yun. And just as she prepared to continue her meal, a maid returned once more. The maid announced, "Old Madame Zhao insists that the Yun family return the betrothal gifts according to the list." Chapter 40, The Gift of Thanks. Typically, the return of betrothal gifts is done in accordance with the list. However, at least half of the gifts from the Zhao family were provided by the Yun family. Not merely a paltry sum saved up by the Zhao family. When Madame Zhao arranged for her son's betrothal, she had come to the Yun family in tears, lamenting their poverty and claiming they could not afford a proper betrothal gift, thereby putting the young lady of the house in a difficult position. The Yun family was well aware of the Zhao family's financial struggles. Their union was not motivated by the Zhao family's wealth. The Yun family was indifferent to the value of the Zhao family's gifts, as they were affluent enough that the sum would ensure Yun most comfort for generations. Nevertheless, the Zhao family's offerings were so meager that they brought shame to both families. To maintain appearances, the Yun family had even allocated a portion of Yun Mo's dowry to the Zhao family as a betrothal gift, meaning that anything of worth in the Zhao family's offerings was essentially from the Yun family. Now, with Madame Zhao demanding a return based on the list, old Madame Yun's face turned a deep shade of purple with fury. Xinhuan felt a headache coming on. The Yun family was astute in business dealings, yet they were utterly unguarded when it came to the Zhao family, treating Zhao Dexiao as if he were their own son or grandson, which only fostered the Zhao family's insatiable ambition. The Yun family had not taken much offense to their previous generosity, but now, to so easily give in to the Zhao family's demands was intolerable, even if they had to discard or donate the gifts. They would not allow the Zhao family to benefit from their kindness. If the Zhao family acted without sentiment, they could not blame the Yun family for being ungrateful. Yunqi sent someone to inform Zhao Dexiao that if the Zhao family insisted on adhering to the betrothal gift list, they should not expect the Yun family to keep their word. The threat proved effective. Zhao Dexiao hurried over to pull his mother away. The lunch was indeed unpleasant, and Xinhuan barely managed to fill her stomach. After the meal, she took her leave. Originally, Yun Mo and Yun Rui intended to see her off, but Yunqi said, "I will escort my cousin. I happen to have an errand outside." Xinhuan thought little of it. Aware of how busy her cousin was, out of the 10 times she visited the Yun family, seeing him twice was already commendable. However, Xinhuan did not anticipate that Yunqi was busy making his way to the Ling Wangfu to express gratitude. Just before leaving, the steward handed Yunqi the gift list for review, and only then did Xinhuan inquire and learn of his destination. Unable to dissuade Yunqi from going to the Ling Wangfu, she placed her hopes on the possibility that Xie Jingyan might not be at the Ling Wangfu, or that he would not meet her cousin. That was, of course, impossible. The entire capital knew that the Yun family was her maternal family. If Xie Jingyan refused to show her cousin any courtesy, her elder brother would certainly not comply either. To avoid any slip-ups, Xinhuan hastily returned to the inn carriage, not waiting for Yunqi to accompany her. The carriage halted in front of this main gate, and as the maid approached to report the matter, Xinhuan quickly walked away, leaving the maid bewildered as to what could have caused such urgency in the young lady. Xinhuan nearly ran back to Qinglan courtyard, and upon entering her room, she immediately opened the window and called out, "Qinyu." After several attempts, Qinyu finally appeared. Xinhuan instructed, "Please go back and inform your master not to reveal to my cousin and elder brother that I was the one who poisoned Miss Chen." Shenyu was puzzled, since Miss Chen had already informed his master, why should it be concealed from her elder brother and cousin? The master instructed him to heed Miss Shen's words, so he would comply. After Qinyu departed, Xinhuan sighed in relief and sat down to pour herself a cup of tea as Silver Frost entered the room, her eyes shining brightly, and said, "Miss, the Jin Wang does not wish to marry the second young lady as his primary wife." This was expected, and Xinhuan was not surprised. Without her father's military power, Shening could hardly catch Xie Jingyan's eye. However, given the disposition of the second branch in Shening, they would never be content with merely being a concubine. At the Ling Wangfu, Xie Jingyan sat in his wheelchair, enjoying the breeze by the lakeside. A servant approached and said, "Your Highness, the eldest son of the Yun family requests an audience." Xie Jingyan did not respond. And Shen Feng inquired, "Which Yun family?" The servant replied, "The Yun family, the maternal family of Miss Shen." A flicker of surprise crossed Xie Jingyan's eyes. "Please let him in." The servant retreated, and Shen Feng pushed Xie Jingyan toward the entrance of the Wangfu. From a distance, they spotted Yun Qi approaching, flanked by two young servants carrying a considerable load. Yun Qi stepped forward to pay his respects, greeting the Ling Wang. Xie Jingyan asked, "What brings the eldest son of the Yun family to my Ling Wangfu?" Yun Qi replied, "My Yun family has greatly benefited from your grace. How could we not come to express our gratitude?" "Benefited from my grace? On what grounds?" Xie Jingyan remarked, "I do not recall having assisted the Yun family." Before he could finish, an urgent voice interrupted. Master, Qinyu, having just arrived, was astonished to hear Xie Jingyan's words and, forgetting decorum, interrupted him. Qinyu stepped closer and said, "Master, I have something to report, even if it were urgent." One should not interrupt the master while he was speaking, especially in front of outsiders. Chen Feng thought that Qinyu was asking for punishment. However, Qinyu was undeterred, pushing Xie Jingyan aside and whispering, "Regarding yesterday's incident, Miss Shen asked you to help conceal it from the eldest son of the Yun family and the heir of Pingyang Marquis." Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow. It was already puzzling how Xinhuan learned of the situation with Zhao Zhuan and Miss Chen. But now she wanted him to help hide it from her elder brother and cousin. Xie Jingyan could not fathom the reason, though it did not dampen his good spirits. Qinyu nudged him back. And Xie Jingyan asked, "What did the eldest son of the Yun family express gratitude for?" Yun Qi stated, "My cousin mentioned today at our home that it was the Ling Wang who saved our family from a dire predicament yesterday at the Changshan Wangfu, thereby preventing my sister from falling into a perilous situation." Xie Jingyan chuckled. "How amusing that the credit for helping the Yun family was entirely bestowed upon him. I am to marry Wana next month. The Yun family is her maternal family, so it is only right that I assist them. Expressing gratitude feels too formal." Asa servant brought tea. Xie Jingyan invited Yun Qi to sit and enjoy a cup. Yun Qi remained for a quarter of an hour before taking his leave. After Yun Qi departed, Xie Jingyan turned to Qinyu, who approached and asked, "What is your command, master? Convey a message to her." Inside, Xinhuan stood by the window, lost in thought as she watched the drifting clouds. It had been some time. Why had Qinyu not returned? What if he missed his chance? Xinhuan felt a wave of anxiety. Having pondered for a while, she could not devise a suitable excuse in case the truth was revealed. Her face was etched with worry, but when she finally spotted Qinyu returning, her expression brightened as she inquired, "Did your master give anything away?" Qinyu shook his head, assuring her that he had returned in time and that Yun Dishao was unaware of her involvement with the Yun family. "That's a relief," Qinyu continued. "Your master asked me to convey a message to Miss Shen." "What message?" Xinhuan inquired. "Your master said he has never lied in his life, and feeling guilty, he wishes for Miss Shen to embroider a belt for him as compensation." Chapter 41, The Proposal. Why must he express gratitude for even the slightest assistance, and specifically request an embroidered belt? Did he not realize how much time it takes to embroider one? Did he need a belt? Wearing one she had embroidered, was he not afraid his beloved would feel envious? And he had never lied in his life. Xinhuan glanced at Qinyu and asked, "Did your master blush when he claimed he had never told a lie?" Qinyu's lips twitched slightly, and he replied truthfully, no daring not to speak ill of his master. Qinyu finished and promptly climbed a tree. Leaving Xinhuan standing there in frustration. Embroidering a belt was not difficult, but it did require time, and she dared not refuse, especially since she needed his assistance. If she did not comply, what if he refused to help her the next time she needed it? Currently, she could only rely on him, and yet for such a minor favor, he expected an embroidered belt in return. She feared she might not be able to afford the price of his gratitude. Were it not for the absurdity of her own situation, she would have sought help from her father and brother, and now she felt as if she had boarded a ship of thieves. Xinhuan took a deep breath. It was merely embroidering a belt. She would do it. Once her elder cousin brought Dr. Tao to the capital and treated his leg, she would surely demand a hefty reward in return. Resolute, Shenwan went to the storeroom to select silk. Unsure of what color Xie Jingyan preferred, she thought he would look splendid in a lake blue brocade robe, so she chose a lake blue silk and planned to embroider 5 blessings and auspicious clouds with silver thread. Her mother had taught her the ways of the world. If one chooses to act, one must do so sincerely and wholeheartedly. The entire afternoon passed as Shenwan embroidered the belt. In the evening, Shenwei came to visit and upon learning that she was embroidering a belt for the Ling Wang, remarked with a smile, "If the Ling Wang knew how much effort you were putting into this, he would surely be touched. As long as he did not criticize her for her lack of skill, she would be satisfied." Yet, Shenwan only dared to voice such thoughts internally, not wanting to express them aloud. With nothing else to occupy her time, she busied herself with needlework. Setting down the embroidery frame, she rubbed her sore hands. Shenwei began to speak of Shen Ying's predicament, recounting how the Jin Wang refused to grant the second sister the title of primary wife, causing her to cry and shatter the teacups in her room. Shen Ying had always been proud and haughty. How could she possibly resign herself to becoming a concubine? Yet, becoming the primary wife of the Jin Wang was also beneath her. Frustrated and powerless, she could only vent her anger by throwing things. Shenwei left after a mere quarter of an hour, while Shenwan continued to embroider a waist belt after dinner. The following day, Shendu brought Shenwan her favorite chestnut pastry to Qinglan courtyard. Upon seeing Shenwan embroidering, he smiled and asked, "Is it for your elder brother?" Shenwan shook her head, replying, "It's for the Ling Wang." The fact that it was not for him, her elder brother, displeased Shendu. If she were to marry, that would be one matter, but his sister had some time before she would leave the household. She must not be outdone by that young man, the Ling Wang. Shendu inquired his sister, "Are you closer to the Ling Wang or to me, your elder brother?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shenwan replied, "Why ask?" "Of course, I am closer to you, elder brother." Shendu then declared, "If you are indeed closer to me, then this waist belt shall be for me." Shenwan found herself at a loss for words. She could not possibly reveal to her elder brother that this waist belt was not a gift for Xie Jingyan, but rather a request made by him. Rarely did her elder brother ask her for something, and Shenwan found it hard to refuse. She decided to give it to him first and would later embroider another for Xie Jingyan, as he had not specified a particular date for its delivery. Seeing Shenwan nod in agreement, Shendu was pleased. "Don't tire yourself, take your time with the embroidery, your elder brother is not in a hurry." Shenwan acquiesced verbally, yet throughout the day, she devoted nearly all her spare moments to embroidering the waist belt. The next day, with the sky a brilliant blue, not a single cloud marred the expanse. After breakfast, Shenwan accompanied her maid Silver Frost to Qinghui courtyard to pay respects to the old lady. Passing through the garden, she noticed the second madam striding purposefully away, not towards Qinghui courtyard, but out of the estate. The urgency of her departure piqued Shenwan's curiosity about the second madam's intentions. Shenwan could not discern the reason, but upon reaching Qinghui courtyard, the purpose of the second madam's visit became clear. As Shenwan approached the screen, she overheard the third madam say, "Inger and the Jin Wang have been in trouble at Changshan Wangfu for 3 days now, and there is still no conclusion. Second sister-in-law has gone to the palace to seek out the empress. Surely a resolution will be reached today." The old lady also hoped for a swift resolution, but it hinged upon Shening becoming the primary wife. This matter had deprived her of peaceful sleep for 3 days, her fatigue visibly apparent. Upon Shenwan's entrance, the third madam's expression darkened somewhat. Shenwan had gone to the temple to copy scriptures for reflection, while the third madam and her daughter Shenrong had knelt for 2 or 3 hours, their knees pained until today. Naturally, they bore no goodwill towards Shenwan. Shenwan remained unfazed by the third madam's demeanor as she approached the old lady to pay her respects and then took a seat. After sitting for nearly a quarter of an hour, Shenwan prepared to leave when a young maid with her hair styled in twin buns entered, reporting, "Old lady, Madam's son from the left assistant minister's residence has arrived." The old lady was fiddling with her prayer beads, lost in thought. Upon hearing the maid's announcement, her hand stilled. What could Madam's son want at their Pingyang Marquis residence? "Please invite Madam's son in." The maid withdrew, and shortly thereafter she ushered in Madame Sunday. Upon seeing the old lady, Madam's son approached with a beaming smile, remarking that it had been some time since she last paid her respects. The old lady could hardly recall when she had last met Madam's son, thus her curiosity about the purpose of this visit only intensified. "Indeed, it has been a while. What brings Madam's son to our Pingyang Marquis residence today?" she inquired, inviting her to take a seat. As the guest, Madam's son settled on the opposite side of the rattan couch, exchanging pleasantries and praising Shenwan profusely before turning her attention to Shenwei, stating with a deeper smile, "The fourth young miss possesses a gentle demeanor and treats others with humility and grace. She is truly endearing." These words were not lost on anyone present. Even Shenwan discerned Madam's son's true intention. She had come to propose a marriage. However, it remained unclear whether it was on behalf of her son or at someone else's behest. Shenwan recalled that just a few days prior at Changshan Wangfu, the third young master of the left assistant minister's residence had retrieved Shenwei's embroidered handkerchief, which had been swept away by the wind. Marriage proposals were not a matter for Shenwan and Shenwei to overhear, so they excused themselves with a bow. Shenwan maintained her composure. While Shinwei, feeling shy from the compliments, blushed deeply, her face resembling a palette of rouge. After they exited, Shinwei needed to descend the steps, but Shinwan pulled her into the adjacent floral hall, where the acoustics were poor, allowing them to overhear the conversation next door. The voices from the main hall faintly carried through, and Shinwan listened intently as Madame Sun indeed sought to arrange a marriage for her son with Shinwei, extolling her virtues to the skies, so much so that even the fourth madam found it excessive, remarking, "My daughter is gentle and modest. She does not deserve such lofty praise from Madame Sunday." Madame Sun smiled. "Fourth madam is being too humble, but I see fourth young miss as exceptional in every regard. I wonder if my somewhat inept son is worthy of such a fortune." Upon hearing this, Shinwei felt her heart leap into her throat. While she had speculated that the compliments hinted at a marriage proposal, it was now unmistakably confirmed. Shinwan's mind raced as she recalled whom the third young master married in her past life, if memory served. It was a lady from the Zhao Hanlin residence, a match that seemed harmonious and enviable. The left assistant minister held a more prestigious position than the fourth master, and, being the second son, the third young master would not inherit the bulk of the family fortune. With Shinwei bearing the title of fourth young miss from Pingyang Marquis' residence, the two families seemed well matched. The third young master was refined and courteous. If Shinwei were to wed him, they would likely enjoy a harmonious partnership. However, if the heir to the Duke of Wei was involved, Shinwan found herself conflicted. She had already set the groundwork for Shinwei to send orchids to the Duke of Wei's heir, who had accepted them without refusal, indicating his interest in Shinwei. Yet, days had passed without the Duke's household making a formal proposal. Now that Madame Sun had come to propose for her son, Shinwan wondered if the fourth madam would agree. However, the old lady would certainly approve. Indeed, the old lady's voice soon echoed, "Madame Sun is truly being modest. Your son is exceptionally talented and gifted. If he is not worthy, then few young gentlemen in the capital are." This statement essentially signaled her consent, yet the old lady was merely the grandmother. The final decision rested with the fourth master and fourth madam. The old lady turned to the fourth madam, who appeared increasingly restless. Like Shinwan, she had expected the Duke of Wei's heir to propose first, and had placed both the Duke's heir and the third young master in contention for the fourth young miss, presuming the fourth house would undoubtedly favor the Duke's heir. The Duke of Wei's heir was only 3 years older than the third young master, yet he was far more mature and composed. Although he had a legitimate son, the third young master was a second son and would not inherit the bulk of the family estate. Had it been the legitimate first son seeking Shinwei's hand, the fourth madam would not have felt such trepidation. Yet, with the Duke's heir remaining an unknown factor, and Madame Sun making a genuine proposal, the fourth madam feared missing a favorable match. Sometimes, having too many options can be a burden. The fourth madam remained silent, prompting the old lady to furrow her brow. "Are you opposed?" The fourth madam hurriedly shook her head. "I have a favorable impression of the third young master, yet when it comes to Wei heiress marriage, my opinion alone does not suffice. It requires the master's approval," the old lady replied. Her father will not object. This indicated that the fourth madam was to agree to this marriage proposal on the spot. Shinwan's brows knitted together, since the left assistant minister's household had expressed a desire for the match. Delaying the acceptance by a few days posed no issue. The urgency of the old lady suggested she wished to bolster Shin Ying's chances of becoming the primary wife of the Jin Wang. For Shin Ying's sake, the old lady seemed wholly unconcerned with the feelings of the fourth house. Madame Sun, eager to finalize the engagement, had brought along tokens of betrothal, ready to present them to the old lady. Just as the old lady was about to extend her hand to accept, a maid entered, announcing, "Old lady, the Duchess of Wei has arrived." What could the Duchess of Wei want at the Pingyang Marquis residence? "Quickly, please invite her in." The fourth madam exhaled, a hint of anticipation flickering within her. Meanwhile, in the floral hall, Shinwei was equally puzzled by the Duchess's visit. When her arm was nudged, Shinwan quietly asked her, "Fourth sister, do you prefer to marry the third young master or the Duke of Wei's heir?" Shinwei's already flushed cheeks burned hotter at the question. Stamping her foot, she exclaimed, "Elder sister, what are you saying? The Duchess of Wei is not here to propose for the heir. How can you be so certain?" Shinwan teased. Shinwei lowered her gaze, saying, "The Duke of Wei's heir is not someone I could aspire to marry." She possessed a sense of self-awareness. Her previous naive longing to visit the Duke's residence had resulted in humiliation, nearly costing her face, leaving her with deep regret. How could she dare to hope that the Duke of Wei's heir would take an interest in her? Moreover, she had no desire to attract his attention. The very thought of the Duke's serious and stern countenance filled her with trepidation. How could she dare to consider marrying him? Before long, the maid returned, ushering in the Duchess of Wei. The Duchess, too, performed a respectful greeting to the old lady, who welcomed her with a smile. "What brings you to our residence, Duchess of Wei? Please take a seat." The Duchess, of even higher status, settled into the chair previously vacated by Madame Sun. As she took her seat, still warm from its previous occupant, she smiled and said, "Surely, you have not yet guessed my purpose for visiting? Your fourth young miss is kind-hearted and lovely. A truly fortunate girl. Today, I have come to discuss arranging her marriage to my son. Once she comes of age, we shall welcome her into our family." As soon as those words were uttered, Everyone in the room, including the matriarch, was left utterly dumbfounded. Although it is often said that a family with a daughter attracts suitors from 100 households, to have 2 suitors vying for the hand of the 4th young lady on the same day, and both from remarkably good families, was indeed astonishing. Was the 4th young lady truly so enchanting? The matriarch herself was taken aback. She had presumed that the heir of the Duke of Wei would undoubtedly overlook Shen Wei. Yet here he was expressing interest. Madame Sun had not anticipated that there would be competition for a marriage proposal, which only underscored her son's discerning eye. With a smile, she remarked that the Duchess of Wei had arrived a moment too late. For the Marquis of Pingyang had already consented to betroth the 4th young lady to her youngest son. The Duchess of Wei, perplexed about Madame Sun's visit to the Duchess of Pingyang, was momentarily stunned by this revelation. She had intended to visit the Temple of the Guardian today and had already reached the entrance of the Duke's residence when her son urged her to go to the Marquis of Pingyang to propose. The Duchess had initially thought there was no rush and could come the next day, but her son was insistent, so she complied. To her surprise, despite her haste, she had arrived too late. The Duchess began to suspect that her son might have been aware of Madame Sun's intentions to propose to Shenxi and had rushed her to intervene. If only her interest were singular, it would suffice. After all, there were many distinguished young ladies in the capital to choose from. However, it was rare for the heir of the Duke of Wei to also take a liking to Shen Wei. The Duchess did not wish to disappoint her son and turned to the 4th madam, inquiring whether the 4th young lady had indeed been promised to another. The 4th madam replied that both she and the matriarch had agreed, but they were still awaiting the Lord's opinion. This indicated that full consent had not yet been given. The Duchess noted, "It was indeed my oversight. I hesitated to intrude upon the Marquis of Pingyang given their recent concerns. But fortunately, I have not arrived too late and still have a chance." Madame Sun's expression shifted slightly, as she remarked, "Isn't it rather ungracious of the Duchess of Wei to act in this manner?" Indeed, it was somewhat ungracious, the Duchess mused with a sigh. This was her first time engaging in such maneuvering, but for her son, she was willing to go to great lengths. The Duchess stated, "Madame Sun is unaware of my intentions. I have taken a liking to Shenxi and sought to propose. I do not blame you, but it is quite unexpected that the Marquis of Pingyang would agree to the match. I presumed there was an understanding between our families, which is why I refrained from intruding at this juncture." The Duchess's words left not only Madame Sun perplexed but also the members of the Marquis's household. The Duke's house had never indicated any interest in the 4th young lady. How could there be an understanding? The matriarch sensed that something had transpired of which she was unaware and cast a questioning glance at the 4th madam. Seeking clarification on the Duchess's statement, the 4th madam explained, before the peony banquet at the Wang family, Weir accompanied the eldest young lady to Baihui Pavilion to purchase flowers. She had set her sights on a peony, but it was purchased by the heir of the Duke of Wei. Due to Weir's injury at the Duke's residence, the heir, feeling guilty, presented the peony to her, knowing how much she desired it. The eldest young lady believed it inappropriate to accept the flower without reciprocation, so she instructed Weir to gift the heir in exchange. The matriarch's brows furrowed deeply as she scolded the 4th madam. "Why did you not inform me of this matter? The heir of the Duke of Wei holds a significant status. Gifting a peony to Shen Wei and accepting it as an exchange clearly signifies an engagement token. The Duchess of Wei's invitation for Shen Wei to the residence to admire flowers implies a willingness to form an alliance with the Duke's family. The mutual gift of flowers between Shen Wei and the heir cannot be dismissed as mere friendship. It almost formalizes their engagement, with only the final acknowledgement pending." Had the 4th madam communicated this, Madame Sun's proposal would have been promptly declined. The Duchess of Wei's timely intervention has averted the potential scandal of the Marquis's household promising their daughter to 2 suitors. The matriarch looked at Madame Sun with an expression of regret. Before she could speak, Madame Sun remarked, "It appears that the 4th young lady and the heir of the Duke of Wei harbor mutual affection. I was unaware of the situation and nearly disrupted a promising match." Madame Sun was self-aware. Upon sensing the Duchess's intent to contest the proposal, she realized she could not compete even if the heir had a legitimate son and was merely seeking a secondary wife. He was not a match for her son. She dared not provoke the Duke's household over her son's matrimonial prospects, merely expressing frustration in the heat of the moment, with so many esteemed young ladies in the capital. It was unnecessary to offend the Duke's family over Shenxi. If one were to criticize the 4th madam, she had indeed not directly signified an intention to accept the proposal, and even for her own pride, she had acknowledged her consent in front of the Duchess of Wei. "I must take my leave, as there are matters to attend to at home," Madame Sun stated. The 4th madam rose to see her off, but Madame Sun smiled and said, "There is no need for you to accompany me. The maidservant will suffice." The matriarch, however, would not allow a maid to escort her and instead sent the 3rd madam to accompany Madame Sun out. In the flower hall, Shen Wei had spent many days pondering why the heir of the Duke of Wei had accepted her elder sister remained silent, and even their mother smiled, as if understanding something she did not. It dawned on her that this was the implication, yet she had merely followed her elder sister's suggestion to present she did not harbor any romantic feelings towards the heir of the Duke of Wei. Grabbing Shenwan's arm, she shook it fervently, exclaiming, "Elder sister, you must go and explain to grandmother and the Duchess of Wei. They must have misunderstood the heir's intentions." Shenwan, with her earrings swaying elegantly, chuckled, "Oh, my naive fourth sister, you are too young to comprehend. The heir of the Duke of Wei is quite aware. If he had not been inclined, the Duchess of Wei would not have come to propose." Shenwei stared at Shenwan in disbelief, her cheeks flushing rapidly as realization struck. "You mean, elder sister, you orchestrated this on purpose?" Shenwan did not deny it, merely smiling. "When the heir of the Duke of Wei spoke to me, his gaze was fixed on you. I suspected he harbored some affection for you, so I allowed you to test the waters, and you succeeded beyond expectation. No wonder it had been her elder sister's idea for her to present the heir of the Duke of Wei had truly accepted it, leaving her astonished. Shenwei's face turned crimson, and she declared, "I shall no longer acknowledge you, elder sister." Flushed with embarrassment, Shenwei turned to leave. But at that moment, a maid entered announcing, "Fourth young lady, the matriarch requests your presence in the main hall." As the words reached her ears, Shenwei promptly forgot her earlier declaration and instinctively glanced back at Shenwan, who covered her mouth with a laugh. "Weren't you just saying you would ignore me?" Shenwei, flustered, began to stomp her feet. Shenwan, knowing her sister's shyness, laughed. "I shall accompany you." The two made their way to the main hall, and Shenwei's blush lingered, though her gentle disposition added a touch of playfulness to her embarrassment. Upon seeing her, the Duchess of Wei was quite pleased, although she remained uncertain as to why her son had taken a liking to Shenxi. While she had indeed become fond of her, she could not dare to harbor high hopes. Shenwei approached the Duchess of Wei to pay her respects. The Duchess praised her profusely before gifting her a jade bracelet from her wrist, saying, "I was in such a rush to leave today that I forgot to bring a token of engagement. When the betrothal is formally arranged, I shall present it to you then." Thus, the engagement between Shenwei and the heir of the Duke of Wei was established. After a brief quarter of an hour, the Duchess took her leave, and the fourth madam escorted her out. Once the fourth madam returned after seeing the Duchess of Wei off, Shenrong arrived, inquiring, "Did the heir of the Duke of Wei send peonies to my fourth sister? I was completely unaware of this matter, and moreover no peonies were delivered to the residence from Baidhui Pavilion that day." Shenrong had seen the flowers sent to the residence and found nothing particularly special about them, otherwise she would have ensured they were presented to the matriarch. If the matriarch desired them, Shenwan and Shenwei would have no choice but to present them as filial offerings, a practice she and Shening frequently engaged in. Thus, upon hearing of this matter, she had rushed over despite the lingering pain in her knee. Although Shenwei was merely to become a secondary wife to the heir of the Duke of Wei, it could be said that she would still hold the title of the Duke's wife in the future. It was a respectable match, and she ought to marry a prince or a nobleman. The matriarch turned to Shenwei, who in turn looked to Shenwan. Shenwan explained, "My fourth sister and I desired the peony known as the phoenix feather and golden pooled a gift to Princess Danyang. Since it was intended as a gift, we hesitated to accept the heir's flowers, which is why we exchanged them for the." Coincidentally, Princess Danyang was also visiting Baidhui Pavilion that day, so we directly presented the peony to her and did not bring it back to the residence. Shenrong interjected, "So does this mean that my fourth sister has given away the engagement token sent by the heir of the Duke of Wei to Princess Danyang? Could the words be any more cutting?" Shenwan retorted, "That was merely the Duchess of Wei's statement to encourage Madame Sun to withdraw, who would consider a flower as an engagement token, if it is not cared for properly. And my sister has yet to be married. How could the flower perish before the wedding? What a ridiculous notion from our third sister." Shenrong was left speechless by Shenwan's retort, only able to seethe in anger. The third madam then turned to the fourth madam, saying, "Eldest young lady, the fourth young lady is young and does not understand. It is your duty to be clear about such significant matters. You have even embarrassed Madame Sun in the process." The matriarch's expression grew cold, and the fourth madam replied, "It is not that I chose to remain silent. I did not expect the heir of the Duke of Wei to take an interest in Wei. I was hesitant to speak out, fearing that if I misinterpreted the heir's intentions it would be a minor embarrassment, but should it spread, it could damage the heir's reputation for proposing. Confidences are often kept, and words can lead to ruin. Within this household few wished for the fourth branch to prosper. The eldest young lady did not even dare to inform Wei, and she was even less likely to share such information. While she felt frustration for being kept in the dark, had she spoken up, she would have been ridiculed for her naive hopes. After all, they had shared the same roof for over a decade. And she knew well the temperament of the third madam. Moreover, she truly could not allow herself to think so, merely harboring a glimmer of hope. At this very moment, the engagement has been established, and she remains somewhat bewildered. How could the heir of the Duke of Wei possibly have taken an interest in her daughter? The old matriarch is aware that the fourth madam is not lying. Otherwise she would not have been so easily persuaded to agree to betroth her daughter to young Master Sun upon a mere nudge. The prospect of Wei marrying the heir of the Duke of Wei is indeed a fortunate affair for the Pingyang Marquis 8. The fourth madam eagerly nods in agreement. Feeling somewhat fatigued, the old matriarch gestures for everyone to take their leave. Upon exiting Qinghui courtyard, the third madam feigns a smile, saying, "Congratulations to you, fourth sister-in-law." The fourth madam responds, Wei has made a splendid match. In the future, the third young lady will surely marry even better. It seems our Pingyang Marquis may well produce 3 princesses. Such flattering words dispel the third madam's jealousy in an instant. After the third madam departs with her daughter, Shenwan gazes at the fourth madam, hesitating to speak. Noticing this, the fourth madam asks, "Is there something that the eldest young lady finds difficult to share with your fourth aunt?" Shenwan pulls the fourth madam aside, saying, "Let me speak frankly with you, fourth aunt. The day I adorned fourth sister with the mask was not mere coincidence. I had previously sought a marriage divination at Hugua Temple for her. The oracle indicated that fourth sister would face a risk of injury to her eyes during the proposal process. If she could evade this calamity, the engagement would be successful, hence I intended for her to wear the mask made of cunning. The oracle also advised that it would be best for fourth sister to wait until next spring to marry. The heir of the Duke of Wei will conclude his mourning period in 4 months. While fourth sister will come of age in 5 months. From what the Duchess of Wei conveyed, it appears she wishes for fourth sister to be married immediately upon her coming of age. I thought that since part of the oracle has already proven accurate, it would be wise to heed it fully, even if it merely means postponing the wedding by 3 months. Both the fourth madam and fourth master believe the events of that day to be fortuitous. Typically Shenwan never applies flower designs, yet on that particular day, she did so with a design that could not be washed away, and was compelled to wear a mask due to Shenying's insistence that she draw the design crookedly. It felt as though an unseen force was protecting their daughter. Only today did the fourth madam realize that it was Shenwan who had safeguarded her daughter. A profound gratitude welled within her as she remarked, "That oracle has already helped Wei evade a calamity. It is certainly worth believing. A mere 3-month delay in her marriage should not be an issue for the Duchess of Wei." Shenwan refrains from disclosing her rebirth, instead opting to divert the conversation with the oracle's words. She wishes for Shenwei to marry in the spring because the heir of the Duke of Wei's legitimate son did not survive the winter. The late consort of the Duke of Wei hailed from the Wooding Marquisate, and in her previous life, the Wuan Marquisate held the heir's consort responsible for not caring for the young heir, resulting in his contracting smallpox and dying prematurely. Shenwan is unaware of the full details, but it is common knowledge that the Wuan Marquisate has been relentlessly pursuing the family of the consort. To prevent such a situation from arising, Shenwan believes it wise to avoid this winter altogether. If the young heir is unharmed, the Wuan Marquisate will have no reason to target the fourth master. Should the young heir truly succumb to the smallpox epidemic, Shenwei would still be unmarried, leaving the Wuan Marquisate with even less reason to blame the fourth master upon receiving the fourth madam's agreement. Shenwan breathes a sigh of relief. As they turn, they see Shenwei looking at them with suspicion, her lips pursed as if to suspend a kettle. Mother and elder sister must be the true mother and daughter. Always hiding things from me. The fourth madam can hardly contain her amusement. You sisters should play together. I shall return to the northern courtyard first. Before she can finish her sentence, a maid rushes over from a distance, exclaiming, "Eldest young lady, the emperor has sent an envoy to announce a decree, requesting that you and the second young lady go to the front courtyard to receive it." Shenwan is taken aback. It would be one thing for the emperor to issue a decree for Shenying, but why must she also go to receive it? Inside, the old matriarch sits upon a rattan couch, her gaze inscrutable. The third madam, sitting at a lower position, remarks, "The fourth sister-in-law has always been tight-lipped. I am not surprised she has kept the matter of the Duke of Wei's heir to herself. But I am astonished that the eldest young lady has not uttered a single word." The eldest young lady's silence could be dismissed as a trivial matter unworthy of discussion, but the fact that she left the estate accompanied by a maid and carriage, without anyone reporting this event, raises suspicions. Furthermore, the elder maid Wu and Ziyu have both been punished and sold off, while several young maids in Qinglan courtyard have also been dismissed for their misdeeds. During the days when the old matriarch and the second madam were transcribing Buddhist scriptures, the eldest young lady had even summoned a broker to the estate, selecting 6 maids, insisting on taking them back to Qinglan courtyard without allowing Chang Mama to reprimand them. Determined to educate them herself, this behavior clearly indicates a suspicion that the old matriarch and the second madam are placing their own people around her as a precaution. Even the third madam can sense this, let alone the old matriarch, who has distinctly perceived that Shenwan no longer treats her with the same warmth as before. Since her engagement to Prince Ling, Shenwan has not once clung to her arm and acted coy like Shenying and Shenrong. The old matriarch slowly manipulates her prayer beads, her expression growing increasingly shadowy. At this moment, a maid hastily enters, declaring, "Old matriarch, the palace has sent someone to announce a decree, summoning the eldest young lady and the second young lady to receive it together." The old matriarch's brow instantly furrows. Although the decree is directed at Shenwan and Shenying, all members of the Marquisate must attend to receive the decree. The old matriarch, leaning on the maid's arm, rises and makes her way to the front courtyard. In the main hall, with Shinjing leading the way, a multitude of people kneel on the ground, the envoy holding the bright yellow imperial edict to declare. His voice echoes within the hall. Shenwan kneels on the ground, and with each word she hears, her frown deepens. The first half of the decree announces the marriage between Shenying and Xie Jingyin. With the emperor bestowing Xining upon Xie Jingyin as his legitimate wife, although this comes as somewhat of a surprise, it is not entirely unexpected. However, what utterly astounds Xinhuan is the latter half of the decree. The emperor decrees that she and Xining shall wed on the same day. On the 16th of next month, while Xie Jingyin comes to take her as his bride, he will also come to escort Xining away. The emperor deems it a double joy for the Pingyang Marquis to have two young ladies married on the same day, yet Xinhuan can only feel an overwhelming sense of misfortune approaching. Have they not had enough time to choose a date for Xie Jingyin and Xining? Why must their weddings coincide? Chapter 45, Dowry. Xinhuan feels discontented, and others too harbor their own doubts. Puzzled as to why the emperor would arrange matters this way, even Xinjing, who prides himself on understanding the emperor well, cannot fathom the reasoning. While the simultaneous marriages of Xinhuan and Xining may bring excitement to the Pingyang Marquis, what of the residences of Prince Ling and Prince Jin? The officials cannot be in two places at once. They can only attend one of the weddings. The less favored Prince Ling and the currently favored Prince Jin will undoubtedly create a dilemma for the officials in their choice. Even if the emperor dislikes Prince Ling, he would not humiliate his own son in such a manner, especially since Prince Ling is marrying his cherished daughter, Xinjing. What is the emperor truly plotting? Xinjing finds himself increasingly unable to decipher the emperor's intentions. Others are equally at a loss. The envoy, noticing that no one has come forward to accept the decree after reading it, reminds Xinjing, Pingyang Marquis, please accept the decree. Xinjing raises his hands above his head, declaring, I accept the decree. The envoy places the bright yellow imperial edict into Xinjing's hands, smiling as he remarks, a household producing two princesses and marrying them on the same day is an unprecedented event in the capital, truly a cause for celebration. The envoy, a confidant of the emperor, is seen off personally by Xinjing, who inquires, Mr. Yuan, may I ask why the emperor has arranged for both Prince Ling and Prince Jin to hold their weddings on the same day? Mr. Yuan does not conceal the truth. Replying candidly, the empress believes that the wedding of Prince Jin and the second young lady should precede that of the eldest young lady. However, upon consulting the Bureau of Astrology, the earliest auspicious date is the 18th of next month. Since the wedding date of Prince Ling and the eldest young lady has been set for some time, it would be inappropriate for the Pingyang Marquis to delay the second marriage for the sake of Prince Jin. Thus, it was suggested to the emperor that both marriages take place on the same day. After contemplating for a moment, the emperor consented. The empress's suggestion is clearly a form of retribution for the day Xinhuan did not choose her son. Xie Jingyin, the emperor is well aware of this. By agreeing to the empress's proposal, is he expressing his displeasure that his daughter chose Prince Ling? Yet, during these days, he has not sensed any discontent from the emperor towards him. In the main hall, the emperor decrees that Xining is to be wed to Prince Jin as his legitimate wife, finally alleviating the old matriarch's long-held worries, allowing her to set aside the tension that has lingered for days. Bringing great joy to the old matriarch, who rewards the entire estate with 2 months' worth of wages, the household servants share in this blessing, each of them grinning from ear to ear, for the Pingyang Marquis has produced 4 daughters, with 2 becoming princesses and 1 poised to become a future noble consort. Only the engagement of the 3rd young lady remains unconfirmed, while even the 4th young lady may become a noble consort. Certainly, the 3rd young lady's marriage will be commendable. There is no other household in the capital that can compare to the Pingyang Marquis in terms of marrying off daughters. Congratulations echo ceaselessly. And the blush on Xinying's face shows no signs of fading until Shenrong pours cold water on the situation, remarking that while the second sister's marriage may come first, marrying on the same day as the eldest sister will undoubtedly lead to her dowry being overshadowed. Xinhuan's dowry, solely from the public treasury, exceeds Xinying's by 4,000 taels, not to mention the contributions from Xinjing and the Yun family. Unless the second branch depletes their entire fortune for Xining, it would be impossible to match Xinhuan's dowry. The old matriarch furrows her brow, and when Xinjing returns with Mr. Yuan, she states Inger and Wan are marrying on the same day could result in her dowry being too meager, which would reflect poorly on Prince Jin. I suggest we prepare an amount from the public treasury that aligns with Wanner's share for Inger. And on the wedding day, we should send a portion of Wanner's dowry to the Prince Ling's residence in advance. Xinjing raises his hand to interrupt the old matriarch, his expression darkening as he declares, the Emperor and Empress have insisted on having Prince Jin's wedding coincide with Prince Ling's. I cannot prevent that, but when it comes to my daughter's marriage, I will not accommodate anyone. Prince Ling is his son-in-law. And if the Empress refuses to show Prince Ling any respect, she is simultaneously disrespecting Xinjing. Furthermore, to expect his daughter to consider Prince Jin's reputation and secretly send part of her dowry to Prince Ling's residence is utterly unacceptable to Xinjing. Leaving those words behind, Xinjing turns and departs. In Xinhuan's memory, this is the first time Xinjing has spoken so firmly to the old matriarch, and it is all in her defense. Xinhuan feels a wave of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears, while the old matriarch's expression darkens. She did not expect Xinjing to confront her so openly in front of so many people. A glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, after Xinjing departed, Xinhuan followed suit. As she watched her leave, Xining cast a look of grievance at the old matriarch, lamenting, "Grandmother, my elder sister commands your full attention. I can accept having a slightly lesser dowry than hers, but to be so vastly outdone would invite ridicule." The old matriarch, still simmering with anger from Xinjing's retorts, replied, "Your grandmother would never allow you to feel wronged." Her mind was consumed with curiosity about how the second madam had managed to persuade the empress, and why the empress insisted that Xining and Xinhuan depart on the same day. She hoped it was not as she feared. Upon returning to Qinghui courtyard and sipping a cup of tea, the second madam returned from the palace. She entered with a smile, for her daughter was to be the legitimate wife of the Jin prince. But as she dismissed the maids and servants, the smile faded from her face. The old matriarch sensed that the second madam had come to discuss unpleasant matters. The second madam reported the empress's intentions in detail, causing the old matriarch to furrow her brow. "You agreed to this?" The second madam pressed her lips together, responding, "I did not agree. The empress will not grant Inger the position of legitimate wife." After a pause, her tone grew cold. "Once the imperial decree is issued, Inger's position as the legitimate wife will be a foregone conclusion. My agreement with the empress does not guarantee its success." Meanwhile, Xinhuan returned to Qinglan courtyard, drank a cup of tea, and began to embroider a waist belt. She needed to finish her elder brother's belt swiftly before embroidering one for Xie Jingyan. Xinhuan anticipated that her choice of Xie Jingyan would bring him animosity from the Jin prince and the empress, but she never expected the empress would resort to such heartless tactics to suppress him. With the emperor as her accomplice, she had never intended to remarry. Her alliance with Xie Jingyan was out of necessity. She was indifferent to how the wedding feast would unfold, but Xie Jingyan might care. As it pertained to his reputation, Xinhuan felt a pang of guilt but could do nothing but hasten to complete the waist belt he desired. Inside the room, as she sat on a small couch stitching, she had already completed more than half of the belt and expected to finish it that night. Xinhuan was focused on her work when Inshuang fetched tea. Upon her return, she placed the teacup on the small table and reported, "Miss, the second madam has reclaimed her authority over the household." How impatient! Just as matters regarding Xining settled, she snatched back the household management. Xinhuan understood that had Xining not encountered trouble at the Changshan Wangfu, the second madam would have demanded her authority back the day after finishing her Buddhist scriptures. Xinhuan casually inquired, "Did the third madam comply readily?" "Impossible," Inshuang replied. "The third madam was reluctant, saying that with the second young lady's imminent marriage, the second madam needed to focus on preparing her dowry and could afford to manage for a while longer." The second madam disagreed, stating it was more convenient for her to manage the household to prepare the dowry for the second young lady. Otherwise, she would have to seek the third madam for purchases from the embroidery house. The old matriarch supported the second madam's stance, so the third madam, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to relinquish her authority. According to the young maid, the old matriarch had pacified the third madam's displeasure by gifting her a pair of jade bracelets. Even the old matriarch understood that the household authority could not fall into the third madam's hands, lest it disrupt the unity of the brothers. How could their father rest easy by entrusting the entire household management to the second madam without fostering the ambitions of the second household? Chapter 46, Filial Piety. The old matriarch wished to prevent the third madam from coveting the household authority, yet she was determined to do so. The next day, after breakfast, Xinhuan left Qinglan courtyard not to pay her respects to the old matriarch in Liushuang courtyard, but rather to deliver the finished waist belt to her elder brother in the front courtyard. Upon seeing the waist belt Xinhuan had embroidered, Shindu was astonished. "You finished it so quickly? I thought it would take at least 2 or 3 more days." Before Xinhuan could respond, Inshuang chimed in, "The young lady has been embroidering whenever she had a moment. She stayed up late last night to finish it and didn't even have time to pay her respects to the old matriarch before bringing it to the young master." Shindu was deeply touched. His elder brother was not in a hurry, but his sister was exhausting herself, which made him feel heartbroken. "I'm glad you like it," Xinhuan replied. "Like it? I can't bear to part with it." Shindu exclaimed, "Is father in the study?" Xinhuan asked. Shindu nodded, and she made her way to find Xinjing in the study. Xinjing was handling military affairs. When Xinhuan entered, he set aside the documents upon seeing her. "What brings you here at this hour, my daughter?" This was Xinhuan's first visit to Xinjing so early. "I have something to discuss with you, father." "What is it?" Xinjing inquired. Xinhuan did not beat around the bush. She stated directly, "I would like my third aunt to manage the embroidery house." Xinjing did not expect Xinhuan's visit was regarding this matter. "Did your third aunt ask you to speak on her behalf?" In Xinjing's mind, his daughter was innocent, and without someone urging her from behind, she would never concern herself with such matters. Xinhuan shook her head, asserting, "This is my own idea. A few days ago, when the second aunt was copying Buddhist scriptures, the third aunt managed the household for a few days. Now that the second young lady's marriage is confirmed, the second aunt is eager to reclaim the household authority from the third aunt, which has left her quite displeased." The old matriarch even rewarded her with a pair of jade bracelets to soothe her. "Since mother passed away, the second aunt has been in charge of the household. I worry that if the second aunt continues to hold on to the authority for too long, when my elder brother marries and brings his wife into the family, the second aunt may not be willing to relinquish control. Xinjing chuckled. You worry too much. Your elder brother's marriage has not been settled yet. It is still early. Once he marries, naturally, your sister-in-law will manage the household. Xinjing had never thought that anyone could seize the management of the first branch's household. It was not simply a matter of the second madam not wanting to relinquish it, Xinhuan countered, but father, have you considered that the management of the household has not belonged to mother for quite some time? It will be quite challenging for my sister-in-law to manage in the future. It is fine while you and my elder brother are present, but if both of you are on the battlefield, those in charge may not heed my sister-in-law's commands. If anything goes awry, the old matriarch will certainly reclaim the authority and hand it back to the second aunt. This made Xinjing furrow his brows. Very well, I will heed your counsel and allow your third aunt to manage the embroidery house from now on. Grateful that her father was receptive to her advice, Xinhuan nodded eagerly. Just then, Xindu entered, having changed from his ivory-white brocade robe to a lake blue one, cinched with the very waist belt Xinhuan had gifted him. He looked exceptionally handsome, noticing Xinjing's scrutinizing gaze. Xindu said, Father, what do you think of my attire? Xinjing asked, do you have someone in mind? Xindu. Just then, Xinhuan's words reminded Xinjing that Xindu was half a year older than the Ling Prince, who was already set to marry. Xindu's own marriage had not yet been arranged, and as a father preoccupied with military affairs, Xinjing had indeed overlooked this matter. Xinjing assumed Xindu was dressing up for a meeting with a potential suitor. Understanding the youthful impulses, however, Xindu shook his head. Who would I have in mind? Disappointed, Xinjing remarked. If you have no one in mind, what is the purpose of dressing up so nicely? Xindu pointed to the waist belt. My sister just gifted it to me. The outfit I was wearing before did not match well, so I changed. Seeing Xinjing's attention on the belt, Xindu added with satisfaction, my sister's embroidery skills are not inferior to mother's. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Xinjing then turned his gaze to Xinhuan. What about my gift? Xinhuan, looking into her father's expectant eyes, she could not bring herself to admit she had not prepared anything. She could only lie. I couldn't find the ink-colored silk in the storeroom that you like, so I embroidered one for my elder brother first. I will return home and embroider one for you that will be even more beautiful than my elder brother's. Xinjing's expression softened with pride. You truly are a good daughter. However, Xinhuan left the room feeling a heavy heart. As she stepped outside, the sunlight hit her, and she realized that the matter of her brother's waist belt would have to be postponed. She went to the storeroom to fetch a piece of ink-colored brocade before finally heading to Qinghui courtyard to pay her respects to the old matriarch. This was the latest she had ever arrived to do so. Upon entering, Shenrong remarked, elder sister, if you had come a bit later, you could have offered grandmother the afternoon greetings. Truly, were it not for the need to sow discord between the third and second households, Xinhuan would not have wished to benefit the third household by allowing them to encroach upon the authority of the household management. Xinhuan felt uneasy but maintained her composure, saying, I went to the outer courtyard to see father. The old matriarch, holding a cup of tea, remarked, your father is busy with official duties. Why would you disturb him? Their father rarely ventured into the inner courtyard, and with his busy military affairs, she feared she might not see him for days if she did not take the initiative. In the past, she had not understood the old matriarch's advice to refrain from disturbing her father, but after his old ailment resurfaced and led to his passing, she regretted it immensely. In this life, she resolved to seek out her father whenever she wished, regardless of what others thought. Xinhuan, with wide eyes, fabricated a story. I went to find father for grandmother. For grandmother? The old matriarch's brow furrowed. What business do you have with your father on grandmother's behalf? Xinhuan responded, I heard from the maids in the household that grandmother wishes for the third aunt to manage the embroidery house to assist the second aunt. But it is father who controls the household management. You would not dare to disturb him for such trivial matters. To appease the third aunt, you gifted her a pair of jade bracelets. And since father is on leave today, I feared he might leave the estate, so I went directly to find him without paying my respects, and he agreed to let the third aunt manage the embroidery house. The second madam's expression darkened instantly. The old matriarch, suddenly enraged, demanded, which maid has been gossiping in your presence? Xinhuan feigned surprise. Is what the maid said incorrect? Does grandmother not wish for the third aunt to manage the embroidery house? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. If father has agreed, the old matriarch's disapproval would surely dampen the third madam's spirits. In front of the third madam, the old matriarch had to consider her words. Clenching her teeth, the old matriarch suppressed the anger rising in her throat and stated, grandmother merely feels you should not disturb your father for such trivial matters. Xinhuan smiled. Father is busy with military affairs and may overlook some details. I should assist him in being filial to grandmother. Madame San beamed with delight, her smile nearly reaching her ears. Although the matriarch had gifted her a pair of exquisite jade bangles, Madame San had spent the better part of the night seething with indignation. To her astonishment, Xinhuan had merely mentioned to the Marquis that the embroidery workshop would henceforth fall under her jurisdiction, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, leaving her utterly dazed. Shenron, observing Shenwan, felt an unprecedented pang of guilt. Had she known that her elder sister's intention was to secure the management rights of the workshop for their mother, she would not have been so sardonic about her sister's tardiness in greeting. Chapter 47. Disdain. Madame Mère was poised to voice her opposition, but before she could utter a word, the matriarch cast her gaze in her direction, silently signaling her to remain silent, with her heart brimming with fury. Madame Mère had no choice but to suppress her emotions. The affairs of the Pingyang Marquisate were currently dictated by Xinjing, and whatever he consented to had already become an immutable reality. To oppose him at this juncture would only serve to irritate Madame San and jeopardize her future plans. The entirety of the Pingyang Marquisate would ultimately belong to their branch. Thus, the mere matter of managing an embroidery workshop was of little consequence, a minor sacrifice for a grander scheme. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept onto Madame Mère's face. Just yesterday, her younger sister-in-law had expressed a desire to assist her in managing the household, thereby allowing her to concentrate on preparing Ingeres' dowry. She had initially refused outright, but upon reflection she regretted turning down her sister-in-law's offer, and had intended to propose the same to the Marquis when next they met, only to find that her elder sister had already resolved the matter. Such words dripped with insincerity, blatantly deceiving Madame San into believing that Madame Mère would share a portion of the management rights with her. It was far more plausible to expect the sun to rise from the south. Madame San smiled as well, though her laughter was hollow. What could Madame Mère possibly mean? They were merely assisting the main branch in managing the household. Previously, she had refrained from meddling in the affairs of the steward. Unaware of the significant benefits involved, however, after a few days of managing the accounts, she had gained a clear understanding. The second branch indulged in lavish feasting, leaving the third branch with naught but scraps, if they were fortunate. They might receive a mere fraction more than what June had offered during her stewardship. The matriarch, ever partial to the second branch, was keen to prevent her from encroaching on the steward's authority. This time, having realized that she had been discovered, she sought to placate Madame San with a pair of jade bangles. As the undercurrents between Madame Mère and Madame San surged, Xinhuan perceived that sowing discord between the two branches would be far easier than she had anticipated. And the rifts would run deeper than she had imagined. She awaited the unfolding drama with keen interest. Exhausted, the matriarch finally dismissed them, and while Madame San typically lingered until the end, this time she departed first. However, upon exiting the Qinghui courtyard, she was called back by Madame Mère. Though Madame San's ire had yet to dissipate, she felt compelled to show some deference to Madame Mère outside Qinghui courtyard. Otherwise, word would surely reach the matriarch, and she would find herself reproached for discord among sisters-in-law. With an air of aloofness, Madame San inquired, "What do you require of me, sister-in-law?" Madame Mère replied with a smile. "I wish to share a portion of the immense fortune that has come my way with you, sister-in-law." Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, Xinhuan took a moment to rest before beginning to embroider a belt. As she gazed at the inky satin in her hands, a headache began to form. Once she finished the belt for her father, she could surely commence on one for Xie Jingyan, couldn't she? To be honest, a flicker of trepidation coursed through her. After deciding on a design, she instructed Inshur to fetch some gold thread, threaded the needle, and took her first stitch. Of this endeavor consumed the next 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Xinhuan finally completed the belt for her father, her neck stiff from the effort, and her hands weary gazing at the finished product. She felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of her father's joy upon receiving it. She promptly instructed Inshur to send someone to inquire if her father was in the residence. Inshur hastened to fulfill this task. Just as it happened, Xinjing was indeed at home. Xinhuan took the belt and stepped outside. But after only a few paces, she encountered a young maid dressed in a pale pink gown who informed her, "Miss, the matriarch requests your presence at Qinghui courtyard." What could the matriarch possibly want with her? Xinhuan pondered, yet knowing it was improper to refuse the matriarch's summons, she decided to see her first before delivering the belt to her father. After the maid conveyed the message, she stepped aside. And Xinhuan, accompanied by Inshur, continued on her way. As they passed through the garden, Xinhuan noticed the maids from the third branch sneaking down a narrow path, their furtive demeanor betraying their guilt. She knew that if she hadn't seen them, it would have been one thing, but now her curiosity was piqued. Besides, taking that path would lead her closer to Qinghui courtyard, thus not delaying her audience with the matriarch. With determination, Xinhuan guided Inshur down the narrow path. However, after a short while, the suspicious maid vanished around a corner. Xinhuan quickened her pace, scanning her surroundings. Just as she sensed something amiss, a male voice called out from behind a tree. "Cousin Wan, are you searching for me?" The sudden voice startled both Xinhuan and Inshur. Turning her head, Xinhuan saw the scion of Madame San's family, young Master Wu, emerging from behind a large tree. Being Madame San's nephew and Shenron's cousin, he was typically addressed as cousin by the young ladies of the household. In her previous life, Xinhuan had harbored a dislike for this nephew of Madame San, who reveled in vice, gambling, drinking, and even harassing virtuous women in the streets. However, he rarely graced the Pingyang Marquisate with his presence. Why was he here today? Not only was he present, but he also surveyed her with an openly lewd gaze. Igniting a deep-seated aversion within her, young Master Wu, feeling parched and restless under Shenhuan's gaze, approached her step by step, his face flushed with an unsettling hui. As he swallowed hard, he leered at her. His breath growing heavy. With Ling Wang incapacitated, he is but a useless man. It is unlikely he can provide you with the pleasures of a woman. Allow me, your cousin, to relieve your solitude. At this moment, Shenhuan struggled to comprehend the situation. The maid from the third branch had deliberately feigned a sneaky demeanor to lure her here. She had never anticipated that Madame San would permit her nephew to lay eyes upon her with such ill intent in the Pingyang Marquisate. Fortunately, unbeknownst to Madame San, Xie Jingyan had dispatched someone to protect her. Young Master Wu's derogatory remarks about her fiancé would surely bring him to a violent end today. Shenhuan was aware that she was not in any immediate danger, yet instinctively recoiled as young Master Wu advanced. In his eyes, her retreat signified that she was paralyzed by fear, oblivious to her opportunity to escape. You won't be getting away, he sneered, just as his hand reached out toward her. A stone was hurled, striking his hand and causing him to falter. Before he could react, another stone flew through the air, striking him at a pressure point, causing him to collapse to the ground. Shenhuan assumed it was Chen Yu who had intervened, but upon hearing the sound of wheels rolling, she turned to see Xie Jingyan approaching in his wheelchair, his expression dark and foreboding. The sight of his face sent a shiver down Shenhuan's spine, especially as his striking eyes seemed to gather a storm, invoking a sense of unease within her that was difficult to articulate. It was no wonder he wore an expression that suggested he might take a life. Even if he bore no affection for her, he would not tolerate the stain of infidelity hovering over his head. He had already turned against the king of Jin, how much less would he tolerate the advances of Madame San's nephew? Xie Jingyan glanced at the unconscious young Master Wu sprawled on the ground, his voice cold as I see. Is it truly this foul within the Pingyang Marquisate? Chapter 48. Leniency. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. The second and third branches, in collusion with Xie Jingyan, dared to conspire against her father, seeking to usurp military power and nobility. What hope did she have? However, Shenhuan kept these thoughts to herself. Chen Feng crouched down to examine young Master Wu's flushed face and reported back to Xie Jingyan. He has been poisoned with lust. Kill him, Xie Jingyan commanded, his voice devoid of warmth. Shenhuan quickly interjected, do not kill him. Xie Jingyan's gaze turned toward her, his face growing increasingly livid. He has wronged you, and you plead for his life? With a stoic expression, Shenhuan replied, if the lust poison is not resolved, will he not explode and die? Xie Jingyan remained silent, tacitly agreeing with her assertion. To kill him outright would be far too lenient. Let him remain here in a stupor, and allow him to explode and perish. Though young Master Wu was a man of vice, indulging in all manner of debauchery, he was still the legitimate heir of the Wu family. If he were to die in such a manner within the Pingyang Marquisate, it would be interesting to see how Madame San would explain the incident to her family. Seeing Shenhuan's resolve, Xie Jingyan's expression softened somewhat, and he motioned for Chen Feng to push him away. Shenhuan hesitated, torn between following Xie Jingyan or continuing on to see the matriarch. She suspected that the matriarch was well aware of the day's events. Shenhuan pondered how she could further incite the matriarch's ire. As she lagged behind, Xie Jingyan turned to her, asking, what are you lingering for? Shenhuan quickened her pace to join him, exiting through the narrow path. She inquired, are you here looking for my elder brother? Xie Jingyan shot her a sidelong glance. I need to come to the inner courtyard to seek out your brother. Shenhuan felt a flicker of annoyance at his condescending tone. In her previous life, she had discovered him within the inner courtyard, and he had claimed to be searching for her elder brother then, which had struck her as odd. Now, he seemed to offer a different narrative. Choosing silence, Shenhuan watched as Xie Jingyan's gaze fell upon the belt that Inshur held. He extended his hand, demanding, give me the belt. Clearly, he had come to retrieve the belt. Was it truly necessary for him to make a personal appearance for such a trivial matter? Inshur, fearful of Xie Jingyan, complied even though she knew the belt was not intended for him, handing it over obediently. After all, presenting the Marquis's belt to Ling Wang was hardly an issue, was it? Xie Jingyan took the belt, commenting, the craftsmanship is commendable, but is this belt not a tad too heavy for me to wear? Shenhuan replied, the belt is for my father. Xie Jingyan's expression shifted. Then what of my belt? Shenhuan clarified, once I deliver the belt to my father, I shall return home and begin embroidering one for you. Xie Jingyan's face darkened, his voice rising slightly, so many days have passed, and you have yet to begin. The visage of anger and the tone of dissatisfaction reflected in Shenhuan's demeanor as she retorted, her voice tinged with indignation, I have toiled day and night embroidering this sash, and yet you still find me lacking in speed. Xie Jingyan, even more incensed, replied with a sardonic edge, your relentless efforts are not for my benefit, are they? Shenhuan shot back, if it were not for you, I would not be embroidering this sash at all. My elder brother has seen it, snatched it away, and gifted it to him. Now my father desires one as well, and I must embroider for him too. Xie Jingyan's brows furrowed in contemplation as he gazed at Shenhuan, musing, I merely requested a sash for myself, your brother and father have theirs, must I remain empty-handed? It seemed unreasonable to blame him. After all, he simply desired a sash, Shenwan countered. You are not in want of sashes, why then do you insist on my crafting one for you? With a dismissive glance, Xia Jingyan retorted, do your brother and father lack sashes? Indeed, they were not in want of sashes, yet they cherished those she crafted. It had become a necessity, Shenwan declared. I shall return and embroider it. It will be completed in 3 days, Xia Jingyan replied. There is no need for haste, I will collect it in 4 days, Shenwan thought to herself how accommodating the prince was. She had half expected an extension of 10 days or even a fortnight. Yet it was merely 1 day. However, considering he had already waited several days, she refrained from further protest. She still needed to visit the old matriarch. Extending her hand, she said, please, allow me the sash, Xia Jingyan interjected. I shall take this sash as well. Shenwan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is intended for my father. It is of no use to you. With a scoff, Xia Jingyan replied, when I reach your father's age. It will serve its purpose, Shenwan thought. He is merely occupying the time I could spend embroidering a sash for him. In retaliation, he wishes to claim the one meant for my father. Yet, he still has 20 years to reach my father's age. By then, this sash would be tattered and worn. I have only promised to embroider one sash for you, if you take this one. I shall not embroider another, Shenwan warned. Reluctantly, Xia Jingyan relinquished the sash to Shenwan, adding with a hint of reluctance, make it look presentable. Shenwan accepted the sash, saying, I apologize. Xia Jingyan regarded her. As of now, you may focus on your brother and father, but once we are wed, such leniency will not be afforded. That he assumed Shenwan's apology was for the delay in embroidering his sash. Shenwan froze momentarily, realizing he had misunderstood her intentions. Since receiving the imperial edict, she had longed to apologize to Xia Jingyan in person. Now that they had met, it was imperative to express her regrets for dragging him into a day of marital celebration that had turned sour. I do not mind, Xia Jingyan replied coldly. Shenwan sought to comfort him. This is merely a pretense of a marriage. It holds no weight. When the time comes for your true wedding, the prince will certainly not overshadow you. Xia Jingyan's expression, which had been merely displeased, grew icy, as if shrouded in frost upon hearing her words. Shenwan, sensing his lips pressed tightly together in silence, hurriedly departed. As Shenwan traversed the garden towards Qinghui courtyard, Xia Jingyan's gaze lingered on her, the rising turbulence within his chest becoming increasingly palpable. Chen Feng could no longer refrain from advising, young master, do not let your temper harm your health. Xia Jingyan clenched his teeth. Tell me, does she intend to drive me to my grave before our wedding, so she may remain a widow for life? Although his question was directed at Chen Feng, the latter dared not respond. Miss Shen likely bore no such intentions, yet the potential for Xia Jingyan to be genuinely enraged was undeniable. As Shenwan moved further away, she sensed a gaze upon her and turned to find Xia Jingyan's eyes locked onto hers across a sea of blossoms. Doubt crept in. Surely it was mere illusion, as the distance rendered direct contact improbable. Shaking her head, she continued on her way. Upon entering Qinghui courtyard, she heard the sounds of laughter emanating from within. However, as Shenwan passed the screen and entered the room, the laughter abruptly ceased. It was understandable. The arrival of an uninvited guest signified a plan gone awry, leaving no room for merriment. The moment the third madam caught sight of Shenwan, her heart quivered violently. Why was the eldest daughter present at the matriarch's quarters? Should she not have been at the smaller path? For reasons unknown, a deep sense of dread settled within the third madam. As if calamity loomed, rendering her unable to remain seated, Shenwan, perceptive to the third madam's unease, feigned ignorance, and inquired cheerfully, what delightful conversation has you all in such high spirits? I could hear your laughter from the courtyard. Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding crash echoed through the room, a sound of shattering glass. The third madam, already fraught with anxiety, jumped at the noise, nearly losing her composure. Shenwan turned to see Shenrong's maid stumbling into the room, tripping on her skirt and landing at Shenwan's feet, breathless and frantic. Madam, it is terrible. The young lady has been ruined by the second young master. Chapter 49. Regret. The maid was undoubtedly terrified, her frantic state evident in the harshness of her words. The third madam's complexion paled dramatically as she sprang to her feet, but the sudden movement caused her head to spin. Had it not been for the timely support of the fourth madam, she might have collapsed to the floor. Yet, the third madam paid no heed to her dizziness and hurriedly left. The second madam followed closely behind, while the fourth madam hesitated, glancing at the matriarch. The old matriarch's countenance was no less grim than that of the third madam, her gaze fixed upon Shenwan with a ferocity that suggested she wished to devour her whole. Just moments ago, Shenwan held a flicker of sympathy for Shenrong's plight, but upon realizing the old matriarch would hold her accountable, a sense of vindictive satisfaction surged within her. They had woven their own entrapment, only to be ensnared by their own webs. However, a lingering doubt nagged at her. Had she not instructed Chen Yu to guard the small path, ensuring the second young master could not escape and suffer the torment of his own deceit? How had Shenrong managed to slip past? Given Shen Yu's capabilities, it seemed implausible that she would have failed to stop Shenrong. Shening and Shenwei, curious about Shenrong's predicament, longed to investigate but knew they could not intervene. They could only bide their time. The old matriarch's eyes were tightly shut, her agitation and fury manifesting in the rapid twirling of her prayer beads. The maids and servants within the room held their breath, fearful of provoking the matriarch's ire. The wait was excruciating, and after what felt like an eternity, a maid rushed in, whispering urgently to Grandma Sunday. Upon hearing the news, Grandma Sun's expression shifted dramatically as she quietly reported to the old matriarch. The blood drained from the old matriarch's face, her body trembling as her grip on the prayer beads tightened to the point of near fracture. There was no time to summon a physician. They needed to call for a doctor to enter the residence. Grandma Sun hurried to summon a physician, opting for one of the most reputable doctors in the capital. The old matriarch's face was ashen, and as Grandma Sun assisted her to her feet, the matriarch's legs buckled beneath her. The maids rushed forward to support her. With the matriarch's departure, the remaining individuals felt no need to linger. Upon exiting Qinghui courtyard, Shenwei turned to Shenwan and whispered, "Eldest sister, do you think the third sister will truly leave?" The fourth madam interjected, "This is not a matter for unwed daughters to discuss." Shenwei promptly silenced herself. The fourth madam felt a surge of relief mixed with unease. The old matriarch had never wished for the fourth house to prosper and would not permit it to overshadow the second or third houses. Shenwei's betrothal had proceeded smoothly only because the old matriarch sought to leverage the influence of the Wei Duke's residence to elevate Shenying's status as the legitimate wife of the prince. Otherwise, the old matriarch would have preferred a union between the fourth house and the Sun family, even if it were merely an oral agreement. As long as the Pingyang Marquis' residence acknowledged the verbal engagement, the Wei Duke's house would have no recourse. Even if the fourth house insisted on marrying the Wei Duke's heir, it would remain a thorn in the side of the Duchess of Wei. With Shenying's elevation to the status of the prince's legitimate wife, the old matriarch felt elation, and she could turn a blind eye to the fourth house's daughters marrying well. However, with Shenrong's predicament surfacing, the third madam's nephew, a man of no merit, was no longer suitable for marriage. Even the most reputable families in the capital would refuse to marry their daughters to him. Shenrong's fate was sealed. The old matriarch's anguish over her daughter's poor marriage prospects would pierce the hearts of both herself and the third madam. With only 4 daughters in total, 2 had already lost their virtue before marriage. Such a disgrace occurring within the esteemed Pingyang Marquis' residence was intolerable, especially given the third madam's nephew's audacity. The fourth madam no longer dared to allow her daughter to roam freely in the northern courtyard. As the fourth madam led Shenwei away, Shenwan had initially intended to deliver the sash to the front courtyard. However, with such turmoil in the household, her father would undoubtedly be furious upon learning of the incident. Receiving a sash she had embroidered would not bring him joy. It would be better to postpone the delivery. As she passed through the garden, the maids exchanged whispers, and upon catching Shenwan's gaze, they scattered like startled birds. Returning to Qinglan courtyard, Shenwan immediately approached the window, where Chenyu awaited. What transpired between Shenrong and the second young master? Chenyu bowed apologetically. "I have not forgotten your instructions." When Miss Shen-san approached, I intended to intervene. However, upon overhearing her conversation with her maid, I learned that today's events were a result of the collusion between the second and third houses, aiming to force you to withdraw from the engagement and marry the second young master. In my moment of anger, I failed to stop her. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the struggle for favor with the prince. If she could not marry Xie Jingyan, Shening would become the prince's consort, and the entire court, including the emperor, would tacitly recognize the Pingyang Marquis' residence as aligned with the prince's faction. To aid Xie Jingyan, they resorted to such despicable tactics, and now they reaped their just rewards. After delivering her report, Chenyu took her leave. Shenwan remained seated, her anger simmering even after consuming 2 cups of tea. Yin Shuang returned from an errand and reported, "Miss, it is said that third miss has lost half her life." The third madam struck her nephew, the second young master, a dozen times, leaving her hands swollen. No matter how close the bond, a nephew could never surpass the connection of blood, especially when that nephew was a good-for-nothing. Had the second young master not been the only son and a relative, the third madam might have entertained thoughts of eliminating him entirely. Shenrong was carried back, lying on the bed, in a state of unconsciousness. The maid knelt on the floor, trembling with fear. Third madam's eyes were red, her heart filled with regret as she sternly questioned the maid. What on earth went wrong? Why didn't the eldest miss take the small path, and how could Ronger end up there? The maid, shaking, replied, "The eldest miss did go down the small path and encountered the cousin young master, but just as he intended to assault her, King Ling arrived and knocked him unconscious. The eldest miss left with King Ling. She was worried that the cousin young master might be killed by King Ling, and you couldn't explain to the Wu family." In her haste, she wanted to see the situation, but I couldn't stop her. When she called out to him, he woke up and then went wild, tackling her and tearing her clothes. I tried to save her, but I couldn't pull him away. The maid, recalling the scene of the young master from the Wu family being violent, and the desperate look in the eldest miss's eyes as she was assaulted, felt a chill run through her body. King Ling, why would he appear at the Pingyang Marquis' residence at this time? Why was there no one to report his arrival? How weak must King Ling be to catch someone trying to force himself upon his betrothed and merely knock him out? Why didn't he simply kill him? If he had, it would have spared her innocent daughter from this calamity. Third Madam's heart was torn, and she wept inconsolably. Just then, the maid entered to report, "Madam, second Madam has arrived." Third Madam raised her head, a terrifying hatred igniting in her eyes. For the sake of Xin Ying's position as the prince's consort, she ruined her daughter's entire life, and now she dares to come here. Tell her to leave. Inside the room, Qianhuan listened to the report of Third Madam's fury, feeling a sense of delight as she indulged in pastries. Silver Frost informed her, "The Marquis knows something has happened in the inner courtyard and has gone to Qinghui courtyard." Upon hearing this, Qianhuan immediately set down the half-eaten pastry and stood up. With such turmoil occurring in the inner courtyard, her father would surely be furious. This was a trap laid by the third house. She was eager to see how the old lady intended to handle this matter. Arriving at Qinghui courtyard, she reached the entrance just in time to hear the sound of slaps. Qianhuan initially thought the punishment was directed at the maids, but upon entering, she was taken aback to see the second young master Xinli and the third young master Xindian being beaten. To be honest, Qianhuan was bewildered. If Xining and Xinrong were the old lady's cherished ones, then Xinli and Xindian, being her own grandsons, were her lifeblood. The only person bold enough to punish them in Qinghui courtyard would be her father. But why would her father punish them? Could it be related to Shenrong's incident? Qianhuan asked a young maid what had transpired, and the maid whispered the young master from the Wu family was brought into the residence by the second and third young masters. They were originally talking in the pavilion, but when the third young master went to relieve himself, the second young master had to leave the residence for a matter and didn't call anyone to attend to the young master from the Wu family, allowing him to wander in the inner courtyard, which led to the third young master being harmed. The Marquis was furious and ordered 30 strikes each for the second and third young masters and sent them to kneel in the ancestral hall until tomorrow morning. If they were to send someone to inform the young master from the Wu family, their plan could not be executed. It must be said that their scheme was truly meticulous. Both the second and third young masters were at fault, yet they could shift the blame onto each other. The second young master would not have anticipated that the young master from the Wu family would roam about recklessly, while the third young master thought the second young master would attend to him, believing there would be no issue. Moreover, they were the only sons of the second and third houses. If one were to inadvertently fall into a trap, even if their father were to be furious, he could not punish them both to death. The punishment would likely be as it was now, 30 strikes and then kneeling in the ancestral hall, for the sake of helping Xie Jingyin. These people truly spared no effort. In the main hall, the old lady sat on a Luohan couch, her expression exceedingly grim. The second and third masters shared a similar pallor, and while Xinjing punished their sons, they felt pain for them but dared not utter a word. Suddenly, the cries ceased, and the old lady's heart leaped to her throat as a maid rushed in, saying, "They received 23 strikes, and the second young master has fainted." The old lady felt a pang of heartache, while Xinjing, with a cold demeanor, ordered splash water on him to wake him up and continue the punishment. The maid exited. The old lady's face darkened. She attempted to speak several times but restrained herself. If the old lady could endure, so could the second and third masters, and though the second madam found it intolerable, the third madam could no longer contain herself. Her daughter had been harmed, which was already enough to cause her distress, and now her son was to be punished. The third madam nearly stormed in. Addressing the Marquis, they allowed an outsider to roam in the inner courtyard. "If the Marquis wishes to punish them, I have no objections, but does the Marquis bear no fault? The guards of the Marquis's residence are strict. No one knew King Ling had entered the estate, yet he has repeatedly appeared in the inner courtyard. With the Marquis so indulgent towards King Ling, how could the younger generation not let their guard down? If it weren't for King Ling's interference today, my daughter would never have suffered such a fate." Xinjing's brow furrowed tightly. Qianhuan had initially intended to eavesdrop behind the screen, but she could no longer hold her tongue at the third madam's words. She stepped forward and said, "I sympathize with my third sister's plight, but Aunt's words not only slander King Ling but also tarnish my reputation. I must ask you, Aunt, when has King Ling appeared repeatedly in the inner courtyard of the Marquis's residence? Who has witnessed it?" Failing to ensnare her, she vented her anger on King Ling and sought to shift the blame onto her father. Everyone else was at fault, yet only the third house remained innocent. "Right," Qianhuan inwardly scorned, her questions firm and resonant, while the third madam's long fingers beneath her flowing sleeves clenched tightly, rendering her speechless. Could she claim that the maid had seen Xie Jingyan by the small path? Once that was revealed, Shindu would seek out Xie Jingyan, inevitably exposing the young master's intentions toward Qianhuan. Shenrong's incident had already enraged Xinjing. He would not know what fury would ensue if he learned that the young master from the Wu family had originally aimed for Qianhuan. For today's events, she could only swallow her grievances, yet she was unwilling. Unfortunately, no matter how discontent the third madam was, it was too late. The rice had been cooked, and the matter was irretrievable. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if there were, as long as she harbored ill intentions, she would eventually meet a similar fate. The third madam remained silent, and Qianhuan pressed on, "Why is Aunt not speaking?" The third madam nearly bit down on her silver teeth, and the old lady's icy gaze fell upon her, saying, "Your aunt is merely upset and may have spoken out of turn. Why press her so?" Qianhuan replied, "I merely wished to clarify, lest I wrong my aunt." Before Xinhuan's words could settle, a maid rushed in from behind the screen exclaiming, "Aunt, it's bad, the third miss has woken up and is causing a scene, insisting on seeking death, the maid cannot hold her back." The third madam did not even sit down. Upon hearing this she turned and left. The old lady, anxious, quickly instructed Grandma Sun to follow her and check. The old lady turned to Xinjing, her lips pressed into a straight line. The matter had occurred, they could only learn from it to prevent future occurrences. The Marquis was busy with military affairs, the remaining matters should be left to the third house to handle. Xinjing indeed found it difficult to intervene. The incident involved the third house's daughter, and the young master from the Wu family was also the third madam's nephew, making it a complicated situation. He could only issue a gag order, forbidding such disgraceful matters from spreading beyond the estate, and strengthen the management of the inner courtyard to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Xinjing rose to leave. With Xinhuan and Xindu following suit, upon exiting Qinghui courtyard, Xinjing asked Xindu, "Did King Ling enter the inner courtyard today?" Just as Xindu was about to nod, Xinhuan shot him a glance. Prompting Xindu to shake his head, "No." Xinjing said, "Although King Ling has good character, he should not be allowed to come and go freely in the inner courtyard, he is not to climb over the wall again." Xindu agreed. Xinjing then returned to the outer courtyard. After he left, Xindu looked at Xinhuan. "Why didn't you let brother tell father about King Ling's visit today?" Xinhuan replied. "I feared that father would be angry." Xindu chuckled. "The father is not unaware that King Ling often climbs over the wall to enter the estate." "Often." Xinhuan keenly caught that word, her expression turning peculiar. "He comes often." It was only twice that he had entered the estate, once today and once when he accidentally overheard her speaking with Xining, leading him to misunderstand that she was using him to marry the prince. Xindu remarked, "How careless of him to be discovered by third aunt." Xinhuan felt increasingly puzzled. It seemed her brother and father were particularly indulgent towards King Ling. She knew he could be cured after his leg injury. But neither her father nor brother was aware of it. She intended to marry King Ling, yet neither her brother nor father had opposed her, even fearing that she might bring harm to King Ling. It felt as though her father and brother were hiding something from her. Just as Xinhuan was about to inquire, Xining approached, forcing her to suppress her myriad of doubts, while Xindu had not realized that Xinhuan's concern about angering their father did not pertain to King Ling's entry into the inner courtyard but rather the young master from the Wu family. He left with peace of mind. Chapter 51. Heartache. Watching her elder brother's departing figure, a smile unconsciously graced Xinhuan's lips. Xining approached and, upon noticing, immediately lashed out. "Elder sister can still smile when third sister is in such a dire state?" With Shinron's incident, she could not even muster a smile. It was utterly absurd. Wasn't it merely a display of sympathy for Shinron? She was capable of that too, Xinhuan retorted with anger. Third sister has suffered so terribly, and it's all the fault of those heartless fiends who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, using such despicable means to harm others, having harmed the second sister. They now come for the third sister. Their end will surely be tragic, and they will not die a good death. As she spoke, Xinhuan's gaze drifted lightly toward Xining. "Second sister, what do you think?" Xining instantly regretted having spoken up, but she couldn't bear to see Xinhuan appearing so unperturbed. Why was it that despite repeated schemes against her, Xinhuan could always evade disaster? Xining clenched her fist beneath her flowing sleeves, gritting her teeth in frustration. Xining had brought this upon herself. Xinhuan would not easily let her off the hook. If second sister truly cared for third sister, why not join me in cursing them? Xinhuan laughed, yet her reprimands were genuine. Xining found no joy to share, and equally could not muster any curses. Xinhuan simply gazed at her. Anticipating her ire, Xining, simmering with unvoiced frustration, reflected that it was not Xinhuan who had wronged her, but rather young Master Wu, which allowed her to vent her anger alongside Xinhuan. The elder sister proclaimed that those who harmed the third sister would surely meet with a dire fate. Xinhuan proposed, "Shall we pay a visit to the third sister?" The very idea of visiting the third sister was preposterous. Did she intend to provoke her into a fit? Xining suppressed the fury threatening to erupt from her chest and replied, "The third sister is in a foul mood. I dare not go." Indeed, with the second aunt having been turned away by the third aunt, it was prudent to abstain for now, and Xinhuan nodded in agreement. Xinying's face turned an ashen hue with indignation. After delivering her cutting remarks, Xinhuan, heedless of Xinying's mounting ire, returned to Qinglan courtyard in high spirits, accompanied by Yinshuang. Once home, she enjoyed a cup of tea and took a moment to rest before beginning to embroider a sash for Xie Jingyan. Using silver thread as well, she toiled at her embroidery until nightfall. As the hour grew late, Yinshuang, recalling Xinhuan's earlier instructions, said, "Miss, tomorrow is the 6th day, it is the day young lady Yun is to be wed. Will you still visit the Yun residence?" On the day of Yun Mo's broken engagement, Xinhuan had explicitly instructed Yinshuang to go to the Yun family. Hearing Yinshuang's words, Xinhuan looked up in surprise. Has it truly come to the 6th day so swiftly? Time had flown while she busied herself with the sash. Yinshuang chuckled. "Indeed, and in just 12 days, it will be your joyous wedding day." The thought of marrying Xie Jingyan, even knowing it was but a facade, filled Xinhuan with a nervousness that surpassed even her anxiety from her previous life when wed to Xie Jingyin. She found it incomprehensible why she felt this way. After all, it was merely a false engagement, so there was no reason for such trepidation. Unwilling to ponder it further, she decided it was best not to overthink. For the more she contemplated, the more anxious she became. However, as she needed to visit the Yun family the next day, she resolved not to stay up late that night, setting down her embroidery frame. Having completed 2 sashes, her pace had noticeably slowed, and she was grateful Xie Jingyan had granted her an extra day, otherwise she would have struggled to finish in 3 days, after massaging her sore hands and neck. Xinhuan refreshed herself before retiring to bed, enjoying a peaceful night's sleep. Upon awakening the next day, Xinhuan felt invigorated as she stretched in bed. After breakfast, she made her way to the Qinghui courtyard to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Just as she approached the entrance, a maid approached and bowed, saying, "The old matriarch is unwell and has excused the young ladies from their greetings." The old matriarch had not slept well these past few nights due to the matters concerning Xining. And the blow of Shenron's disgrace had been unprecedented. It would be remiss if she did not fall ill. Given her affection and high hopes for Xining, not needing to pay her respects was fortuitous. And Xinhuan promptly turned to head toward the secondary gate. It was a day of rest, and Xinjing was at home, so she first went to the study to deliver the sash. Upon entering, Xinjing remarked, "Are you looking for your father?" Xinhuan replied, "I have finished embroidering the sash for you. I had intended to deliver it yesterday." Xinjing, surprised, responded, "You completed it so quickly. It surpasses the speed at which your mother worked while she was alive." Mentioning her mother made Xinhuan's heart ache. She longed for her, yet even with the chance at rebirth, her mother was beyond reach. Xinhuan choked out, "How could a daughter compare to her mother? Mother had to manage the household and entertain guests, while I have nothing to do with presenting the sash." Xinjing was reminded of Yunshi, and his eyes reddened with emotion. The sash was beautifully embroidered. "Not inferior to that crafted by your mother." At that moment, a servant outside announced, "Lord, the 4th master has arrived." Xinhuan had merely come to deliver the sash, as she needed to visit the Yun family. So she said, "Father, I must go to the Yun residence. My grandfather has fallen ill due to the distress over cousin Yun Mo's engagement, and I wish to check on him." Xinjing never obstructed Xinhuan from leaving the estate, especially since she was visiting the Yun family. He said, "Your mother is no longer with us, and I am busy. Please show filial piety to your grandparents on behalf of your mother and me." Xinhuan nodded repeatedly, bowing as she withdrew. Just as she exited, the 4th master entered the study. Xinhuan offered him a courteous greeting before leaving. As she descended the steps, Xinjing's voice called out, "4th brother has arrived just in time. My daughter is soon to be wed, and I would like you to instruct her on managing the household." Xinhuan felt a lump in her throat. In her previous life, her father had been forced to accept her marriage to Xie Jingyin and had been quite displeased, yet he had not forgotten that she must learn to be the mistress of the household. However, in her past life, she had been taught by the 2nd madam, resulting in little knowledge gained, and after her marriage she had managed the Jinwang mansion poorly, incurring much scolding from Empress Song. Eventually, it was the Yin family who sent a steward to assist her. Though she no longer needed to learn, Xinhuan was determined to earnestly study anew, cherishing her father's love. Upon reaching the gates of the Marquis's residence, Xinhuan boarded the carriage, heading straight for the Yin family home. In her previous life, the Yun family had been festooned with decorations on this day, celebrating with great joy. In this life, however, it was as ordinary as any other day. Accompanied by Yinshuang, Xinhuan arrived at the Liushuang courtyard, where the old matriarch greeted her with a warm smile, inviting her to sit beside her. "I was just discussing with your 2 aunts, and here you are." Xinhuan settled beside the old matriarch, saying, "I have been busy these past few days and have not had the chance to visit you and grandfather." "How is grandfather's health?" The old matriarch chuckled. "I cannot say how your grandfather is faring either." Xinhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can that be?" The old matriarch laughed, "Counting today, it has been 3 days since I last saw your grandfather." He sent out invitations to a host of friends to come into the capital for a celebration. "But with your cousin's engagement cancelled, he has taken it upon himself to entertain those friends, showing them the sights of the capital." Xinhuan expressed her concern. "Is grandfather's health able to withstand such exertion?" The eldest madam of the Yun family replied, "Your eldest cousin had similar worries, but once your grandfather saw so many friends, his spirits lifted, and all ailments seemed to vanish." Chapter 52. Absurdities. Old Master Yun's illness stemmed partly from his own misjudgment and partly from the embarrassment he felt before his close friends. In recent days, those friends had all arrived in the capital. Though he had lost face, they had all consoled him, and once Old Master Yun overcame that psychological hurdle, his health had improved significantly. A little more sightseeing, and he would be free of all afflictions. Old Master Yun's illness had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, allowing Xinhuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to her grandfather, she would carry that burden of guilt for a lifetime. Knowing Xinhuan was present, Yun Mo and Yun Rui eagerly sought her out. The old matriarch smiled. "You sisters go and play. There is no need to stay by my side." Yun Rui took Xinhuan's hand, saying, "Let us go to the garden to admire the flowers." Yun Mo was more composed, while Yun Rui was lively and animated, exclaiming, "Thank goodness the eldest sister is not getting married today, otherwise I would be unbearably bored." After so many days, Yun Mo had long since moved on from Zhao Mingi. Though a hint of melancholy lingered, noticing this, Shenwan asked, "What troubles you?" Yunemo brushed her hand over a peony, saying, "Elder brother has been pondering how to host a banquet to bring some liveliness to the house, so as not to waste the trip of grandfather's friends, but grandmother and grandfather's birthday celebration is still a long way off." Hearing this, Yun Rui also looked troubled, glancing at Shenwan. "Yesterday, I carelessly mentioned an idea, and my mother scolded me harshly." Shenwan inquired, "What sort of idea could provoke such a response from the second madam? Surely it cannot be that severe," just as Yun Rui was about to explain. Yunemo nudged her, causing her to fall silent. Shenwan's gaze flitted between the two. "What is it that you cannot share with me?" Yun Rui replied, "It's not that I cannot say, but I fear you will mock me. For isn't it the case that grandfather's dog, Huawan, is about to give birth again? I was thinking of throwing a banquet for Huawan." Shenwan felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. If she did not wish to share, she need not fabricate such an absurd excuse. In truth, Shenwan could easily surmise that as the direct granddaughter of the old master, those friends who entered the capital would not be able to partake in the wedding feast of Yunemo. But they could just as well join in celebrating her own wedding. However, given her marriage to Xie Jingyan, a prince of the current emperor, her status was far too elevated for the Yun family to approach such matters. They dared not even entertain the thought, especially since the emperor had scheduled the wedding of Xie Jingyin and Shening on the same day. It was clear that on that day, very few officials would attend the banquet at the Lingwang mansion, let alone merchants, which would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, when Yun Rui proposed her idea, she received a thorough reprimand from the second madam. In reality, the Yun family was unaware that upon learning of Old Master Yun's guilt over his friend's wasted trip, Shenwan had contemplated suggesting that they accompany Old Master Yun to the Lingwang mansion for the wedding feast. Unfortunately, her engagement to Xie Jingyan was merely a facade, and had there been any true feelings involved, she would have spoken out. Shenwan felt a pang of guilt, taking advantage of Yunemo and Yun Rui's absence. Inchuan could not help but whisper, "Is there truly no way to ask Ling Wang for assistance?" Shenwan shook her head. "He has already done enough for me. I cannot let him sacrifice his own dignity to aid me." At that moment, Yun Rui spotted a beautiful orchid and called Shenwan over to admire it, prompting her to stroll over. The group spent half an hour playing in the garden before returning to the old matriarch. After taking a seat and enjoying a cup of tea, a maid brought over a bundle. The old matriarch said to Shenwan, "Your grandmother's purple gold pills should be finished by now. The last time you came, I forgot to give them to you. Please take them home with you." In truth, the Yun family could directly present the gifts to the residents of the Marquis of Pingyang. Yet the venerable matriarch of the Yun household believed that such an act would appear overly obsequious towards the old lady, hence she insisted that Shenwan deliver them instead, as it would demonstrate her filial piety. Garnering her greater affection from the matriarch, the Yun family consistently considered Shenwan's interests, but she shook her head and declared that she would not take any more gifts, for her grandmother had heard from somewhere that consuming too many Zijin pills was detrimental, and had already resolved to abstain from them. Yin Shuang stood behind Shenwan, her eyes wide with surprise, as she had never heard the old lady express such sentiments. Those Zijin pills were expensive. They were of little consequence to the Yun family. However, even knowing that the Yun family did not regard the pills with any significance, Shenwan was reluctant to allow the old lady to continue taking advantage of the situation. The old matriarch had not anticipated that the old lady would perceive the excess consumption of Zijin pills as undesirable, thus if it was indeed a source of disdain, they could no longer be delivered. Just as the old matriarch was about to speak, a young maid in a light pink dress rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Old lady, the court has dispatched officials to imprison young Master Zhao and has surrounded the residence of the director of the Imperial Academy." The old matriarch was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with Madame Yun. Neither spoke, but Yun Rui inquired aloud, "Is it due to examination fraud?" This seemed a rather redundant question. Who else would be imprisoned but the top scholar if it were not for examination malpractice? Even though it had long been known that the Crown Prince was investigating such fraud and that young Master Zhao was undoubtedly guilty, the realization of his fate brought a sense of relief to the entire Yun family. Shenwan also felt that the timing of young Master Zhao's imprisonment was almost too precise, akin to a deliberate act. Today was supposed to be the day he wed Yunemo. A day of joyous celebration, yet he found himself in chains due to the scandal of examination fraud, plummeting from the heights of fortune into the depths of despair. One could only wonder if young Master Zhao would regret his choices while languishing in prison. Although he lacked the talent to truly earn the title of top scholar, had he refrained from cheating, he might have still made a respectable showing, especially with the financial backing of the Yun family. His father would likely have extended a helping hand, considering the Yun family's influence. Alas, young Master Zhao chose the path of corruption, forsaking the righteous way for a dubious route, thereby jeopardizing his future and his life. Shenwan could not shake the feeling that the events were too coincidental. It was likely that the Crown Prince was merely doing Zhao Jingyan a favor, helping the Yun family save face. Madame Yun felt a surge of joy and inquired, "Why has no one mentioned finding evidence until now? Why the sudden arrests?" The maid was unable to provide an answer, but soon Yun Qi returned, stating, "The heavens are vast and all-seeing. The Crown Prince's men discovered a wad of used paper in the Zhao family's firewood shed, which contained this year's examination questions, irrefutable evidence that young Master Zhao cannot refute. Xinhuan remarked, examination fraud undermines the very foundation of the court. The emperor will surely impose severe penalties. The old matriarch's anger dissipated entirely just as she was reveling in this news. Another maid rushed in, saying, "Old lady, Madame Zhao is kneeling outside the residence, pleading for you and the old master to save young Master Zhao." Chapter 53. Astonishment upon hearing Madame Zhao's name, the old matriarch's good mood was overshadowed by a heavy gloom. Madame Yun erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What does Madame Zhao take our Yun family for? How dare she come here? Drive her away." The old matriarch coldly commanded, "Clean the spot where she knelt several times to avoid soiling our Yun family's grounds." The Zhao family held no standing in the capital, relying solely on their appearance and a modicum of talent. They had managed to win the favor of the eldest Miss Chen, thus aligning themselves with the Chen family. Now that the fraud was exposed, the Chen family could barely protect themselves, leaving Madame Zhao with no one to turn to for help, though the Yun family was merely a family of merchants. Their wealth was substantial, and with the backing of the Marquis of Pingyang, they wielded considerable influence. Madame Zhao, however, failed to consider that her son had indulged in scandalous behavior, bringing shame upon the Yun family. The old master of the Yun family had deeply regretted his misjudgment, and it was already generous that the Yun family did not take this opportunity to strike back. For her to expect their assistance was absurd. Akin to hoping for a sudden imperial amnesty, it was a fanciful notion, bordering on self-humiliation. Observing the old matriarch's distress, Xinhuan consoled her, saying, "Grandmother, do not let such a person upset your health, it is not worth it." The old matriarch understood, yet her anger was hard to quell. The mere thought of Yun Mo almost being ensnared in the Zhao family's predicament sent shivers down her spine, but thankfully, the Yun family had not become embroiled in such an entanglement. Otherwise, the pent-up frustration within her would eventually lead to her demise. As Xinhuan discussed other matters, the old matriarch's mood gradually improved. After accompanying her for lunch, Xinhuan took her leave. As she exited, she noticed that the ground in front of the Yun family's gate was still damp. Yin Shuang remarked that she had overheard the Yun family's servants say that Madame Zhao resolutely refused to leave and was threatening to take her own life, prompting the steward to have onlookers witness that it was Madame Zhao who sought death, not the Yun family. Madame Zhao had pressed a gold hairpin to her throat, yet after a while, she did not dare to pierce it. Suddenly a rotten egg was hurled from the crowd, prompting Madame Zhao to leave in disgrace. Selfish individuals tend to cling to life, and Madame Zhao was certainly no exception. With this, the engagement could be considered effectively concluded. Xinhuan felt a sense of relief as she boarded the carriage. Half an hour later, the carriage halted in front of the Marquis of Pingyang's residence. Yin Shuang disembarked first, then assisted Xinhuan down. As Xinhuan emerged from the carriage, she spotted Wu Tai, the eldest sister-in-law of the third madam, emerging from the residence with a beaming smile that lit up her face as if adorned with gold leaf. It was no wonder Wu Tai was so jubilant. Her son, a ne'er-do-well given to drinking and gambling, had reached his 20s without a match in sight. However, fortune smiled upon her, as a splendid match had seemingly fallen from the sky, one that could not be easily dissolved. It was likely that Wu Tai would wake from dreams with a smile on her lips. Where there was joy, there was bound to be sorrow. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Xinhuan noticed the maids from the third household running towards her with urgency, their expressions indicating trouble had arisen. "Please do not tell me Shenrong has attempted to take her own life again." Xinhuan felt a pang of curiosity but refrained from asking, as the Marquis of Pingyang's residence was not large enough to conceal significant events. Just as Xinhuan returned to Qinglan courtyard, having barely sipped half a cup of tea, the news from the third household reached her. A young maid reported, "The old lady has betrothed the third young lady to young Master Wu." Upon learning of this, the third young lady was devastated and ran into a pillar. Yin Shuang's eyes widened in shock. "Did the third young lady die?" The maid shook her head. "No, she did not die." The maids were quick to react. When the third young lady ran into the pillar, one of them caught her waist, but she was a moment too late, and the third young lady's head still struck the pillar, causing a minor injury. As the maid recounted the events, she expressed her sympathy. The eldest young lady was marrying the Prince of Ling, the second young lady the Prince of Jin, and the fourth young lady was poised to become a duchess. Everyone believed the third young lady would at least secure a position as a princess, yet who could have anticipated that she would end up with such a poor match? Xinhuan remained impassive. She felt no sympathy for Shenrong's plight. These were the very expectations they had sought to impose upon her. To feel sorrow for Shenrong would be akin to inflicting pain upon herself. After sipping her tea and nibbling on a pastry, Xinhuan resumed her embroidery of the waist sash. Yin Shuang remarked, "The Marquis has asked the fourth madam to teach you how to manage the household. It seems you may not be able to finish the waist sash in 4 days." The time was already tight, and with other tasks to attend to, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. However, Xinhuan was not overly anxious. Her father had forbidden Xie Jingyan from climbing over the walls to enter the residence, and it was unlikely they would meet again before the wedding. She merely needed to complete the embroidery before her marriage. Xinhuan's thoughts were optimistic, yet on the fourth day, after finishing her lessons on household management with Xinwei and the fourth madam in the northern courtyard, she spotted Chen Feng pushing Xie Jingyan towards her from a distance. With two maids following closely behind, Xinhuan's face registered shock as Xie Jingyan observed her and said, "Are you so surprised to see me?" Xinhuan replied, "Did my father not forbid you from climbing over the walls to enter the residence?" Xie Jingyan had lost count of how many times he had looked at Xinhuan as if she were a simpleton. "Miss Xin, are you unaware that the Marquis of Pingyang has a front gate?" Xinhuan was at a loss for words. Why was he so sharp-tongued? Could he not come without his biting remarks? Xinhuan fell silent, and Xie Jingyan extended his hand, asking, "Where is my waist sash?" He had made 2 trips to the Marquis of Pingyang's residence for a single waist sash. Xinhuan found herself at a loss for words. Looking at his outstretched hand, she replied, "It isn't finished yet." Xie Jingyan's expression dimmed, and Xinhuan felt as though she had committed a grave error, hastily explaining, "I have been diligently working on it whenever I could, but my father insisted I learn household management from Aunt 4. Before she could finish her explanation, his previously dim gaze brightened once more, and his tone softened considerably. "Learning household management is important." This man was indeed capricious. Xinhuan, feeling uneasy, asked, "You're not angry?" Xie Jingyan reclined in his wheelchair, his eyes sparkling with a myriad of glimmers. "You study household management to manage the affairs of my Ling Wanfu. Why would I be angry?" This sounded as if he were entrusting the management of Ling Wanfu to her. However, they were merely feigning a marriage, and she would only be in Ling Wanfu for 6 months at most. Was there even a need for her to manage affairs? Xinhuan was plagued by doubts but kept them to herself. She had no intention of managing the household, learning about it was unnecessary, and she could not explain why she was unable to present him with the waist sash. Raising her head, she noticed Xie Jingyan's gaze fixed upon her, and an inexplicable sensation stirred within her, leaving her flustered and eager to escape, and so she did it, exclaiming, "I will return to embroider your waist sash right away," without waiting for Xie Jingyan to respond. Xinhuan had already fled. Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. "Why do I sense that she is a bit afraid of me?" Chen Feng replied, "Master, you must be mistaken." Miss Xin was clearly unafraid of her grandfather, as he would undoubtedly dedicate himself tirelessly to completing the embroidered waistband he desired. Having visited twice, only half of the waistband was finished, which indicated a lack of fear on her part. Chapter 54, Consideration. Xie Jingyan sat in his wheelchair, watching Xinhuan run off until she vanished from sight. Chen Feng inquired, "Isn't the master looking for Miss Xin? Should I summon her back?" Xie Jingyan replied, "Never mind, let her be, let us go." Qin Feng's lips twitched in irritation. Qin Yu returned briefly to inform the master that Miss Xin wished for old Master Yin to bring his friends to the Lingwang mansion to celebrate her and the master's wedding. Yet she hesitated to speak up out of concern for the master's reputation. The master, having made the overture, should have expected Miss Xin to seek him out, yet he seemed to spare her the discomfort of even voicing it. After all these years by the master's side, Chen Feng was taken aback to discover that the master was such a considerate person. Surely he did not merely feign interest to catch a glimpse of Miss Xin. Meanwhile, Xinhuan hurried back to Qinglan courtyard, with Yin Shuang trailing behind, slightly breathless. "Why are you in such a rush, miss?" she asked. Puzzled, Xinhuan herself was unsure. Since that encounter at Changshan Wang mansion, she had developed an inexplicable fear of seeing Xie Jingyan. It was a bewildering anxiety, especially since she was to marry into Lingwang mansion. She felt despondent, as if burdened by an overwhelming sense of dread, although she claimed to return to finish embroidering the waistband. She had held the embroidery frame in her hands for a long while, not managing to stitch even a single thread. After staring blankly for quite some time and sipping a cup of tea, she finally calmed herself enough to resume her work. Originally, she intended to attend the West Courtyard to continue her studies in managing the household, but she decided against it. Instead, she sent a maid to inform the fourth madam and busied herself with her own tasks. Just as she was deeply engrossed in her embroidery, a maid outside the beaded curtain reported, "Miss, old Master Yun has come to the Marquis residence." "Why has my uncle come?" Xinhuan wondered. It was quite rare for him to visit the Marquis residence. Even less frequently than her father visited the Yun family. Xinhuan found it odd, and it became even more perplexing upon learning that old Master Yun was there to see Xinjing. Setting down her embroidery frame, she took Yin Shuang and headed to the front courtyard. As she approached the second gate, a maid came forward to say, "Miss, you arrived just in time. The Marquis is looking for you." Xinhuan quickened her pace toward Xinjing's study. Upon entering, she found no sign of old Master Yun and asked, "Father, where is uncle?" Xinjing replied, "Your uncle has already left." Pouting, Xinhuan retorted, "It took him so long to come to the Marquis residence, and he left without waiting for me." After grumbling, she looked at Xinjing. "Did you call for me?" Xinjing regarded her and asked, "Did you ask Ling Wang to invite your grandfather's friends to the Ling Wang mansion for the wedding celebration?" Xinhuan was taken aback, her voice rising slightly. "Ling Wang invited grandfather's friends to the Ling Wang mansion for the wedding celebration." Xinjing furrowed his brow, noting his daughter's astonishment, which suggested she was unaware of the matter. He recalled that Xie Jingyan had secretly arranged for guards to protect Xinhuan, and it must have been the shadow guards who informed him of this, as it stemmed from his own initiative. Your uncle came for this very matter, Xin Jing explained. Xia Jingyan had discussed the issue with Yun Qi, who, upon returning, reported to Old Master Yun. However, Old Master Yun was hesitant to truly bring that group of friends to the Ling Wang mansion for fear of ridicule. He believed Ling Wang must have known about this, considering it was likely Xin Wan who had mentioned it. The Yun family, feeling unable to refuse, sent Old Master Yun to seek Xin Jing's assistance in declining Ling Wang's kind offer. Xin Jing assumed it was Xin Wan's request and thus sent a maid to find her. Xin Wan shook her head. I never mentioned this to Ling Wang, Xin Jing remarked. Ling Wang has your best interests at heart. You shall marry him, and your father is at ease. Xin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling both flustered and touched. Although she did not understand Xia Jingyan's motivations, she was deeply moved and at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Just then, Chindu entered and asked, Father, did you call for me? Xin Jing glanced at Xin Wan before stating, though this is Ling Wang's own intention, your grandfather feels it would be best not to go. You should speak to Ling Wang about it, Shindu replied. He has already approached my cousin directly. He surely will not change his mind. Try to persuade him. If he remains resolute, then so be it. Xin Jing did not place much importance on the matter, as it was entirely normal for a grandfather to bring a group of close friends to celebrate his granddaughter's wedding. Furthermore, Xin Jing had always held merchants in high regard and found nothing objectionable about it. If the Yun family had reservations, he would act in accordance with their wishes to alleviate any psychological burden on Old Master Yun. Xin Jing instructed Shindu to find Xie Jingyan. And Shindu complied, with Xinwan accompanying him out. Shindu looked at Xinwan. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately said nothing. Noticing this, Xinwan inquired, Brother, did you want to tell me something? Shindu smiled and shook his head, feeling cheerful. I was merely going to ask if you had any message for Ling Wang. I suddenly recalled that he visited this morning and decided against asking. My future brother-in-law is truly commendable. For your sister's happiness, he even disregards his own pride. Hey, brother hasn't finished speaking yet. Why are you leaving? Without waiting for her brother to finish, Xinwan hastily made her exit. Heaven knows why Xie Jingyan would act in such a manner, but it was certainly not for her sake. After all, he was the type who expected her to embroider a waistband for him in return for even the smallest favor. And he would not be pleased if it was not completed on time. Yet, despite her certainty that Xie Jingyan was not acting for her benefit, she could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, Xinwan picked up her embroidery frame and resumed stitching the waistband. As Shindu had said, Xie Jingyan had directly invited Old Master Yun, and there would be no change in his decision. Unable to persuade Xie Jingyan to reconsider, Xin Jing instructed Shindu to inform Old Master Yun, suggesting he keep his close friends in the capital for a few more days to attend the wedding celebration at Ling Wang Mansion on the 18th. After 2 days of dedicated effort, Xinwan finally completed the waistband. Once finished, she instructed Chenyu to deliver it to Xie Jingyan. However, upon seeing the waistband being offered, Chenyu declined, stating, I can assist with any other task Miss Shin assigns. But for the waistband, it is best if you deliver it personally to the master. For this waistband, the master had visited the Pingyang Marquis residence twice. Had he merely wanted the waistband, he could have sent someone to urge its completion rather than come himself. To return the waistband without sensitivity to the situation would surely earn him a sharp reprimand. Xinwan was taken aback by Chenyu's refusal. Your master is eager for it. Before she could finish, Chenyu had already leaped onto a tree and did not come back down. Xinwan was left exasperated, wondering why she would help with something so nefarious but refused to assist with delivering the waistband. The situation was baffling, and the guards assigned to her seemed particularly peculiar. With Chenyu unwilling to help, Xinwan had no choice but to deliver it herself, as she could not continue to trouble Xie Jingyan with repeated visits to the Pingyang Marquis residence. Especially when he was impaired in mobility, she arranged for a carriage. Chapter 55. Medicinal bath. Xinwan did not immediately leave the residence with the waistband. Instead, she first visited the storeroom, with only 3 days remaining until Xie Jingyan's birthday. She needed to bring along the birthday gift when visiting Ling Wang Mansion. However, the gift she had prepared was rather heavy, and Yin Shuang could not manage it alone. She called upon a young maid to assist in carrying it to the front courtyard and loading it onto the carriage. Once Xinwan settled into the carriage, they headed straight for Ling Wang Mansion. After a short while, the carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of Ling Wang Mansion. Upon seeing the carriage from Pingyang Marquis residence and recognizing Xinwan, the servants of Ling Wang Mansion were taken aback. Miss Shin was to marry their prince in just a few days. Was it not said that it was inappropriate to meet before the wedding? Yet here she was, accompanied by a package of unknown contents, piquing the curiosity of the attendants who followed her. Bearing the boxes, after a considerable walk, they arrived at the where Xie Jingyan resided. During her previous visit for the betrothal, Xinwan had seen Xie Jingyan watching someone fly kites in the courtyard. She glanced up at the sky, where a beautiful kite soared high against the azure backdrop. Upon entering the courtyard, she instinctively looked towards the spot where she had seen Xie Jingyan last time, but he was nowhere to be found. The maids in the courtyard gazed at Xinwan, prompting her to ask, Where is Ling Wang? A young maid replied, The prince is currently taking a bath. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Feng emerged from inside, interrupting her. The prince requests that Miss Shin come inside. Why would he invite me into the inner chamber? Xinhuan pondered. It felt inappropriate to enter Xie Jingyan's private quarters, especially since she was already in the Lingwang mansion. However, recalling that their marriage had been sanctioned by imperial decree and that she would be residing in that very room in just 7 days, she concluded there was no harm in entering. Thus she ascended the steps. The maids behind her exchanged glances, eyes wide with surprise. Yin Shuang attempted to follow Xinhuan inside but was stopped by Chen Feng. Once inside, Xinhuan's gaze scanned the room, but she did not see Xie Jingyan. Suddenly a rich voice called out, "Come here." He was behind the screen. Xinhuan, without much thought, stepped forward. However, as she rounded the screen, she was met with the sight of Xie Jingyan soaking in a bathtub. In an instant her face turned crimson, and she quickly turned her back, flustered and indignant. "You scoundrel, you're taking a bath and still called me in?" Xie Jingyan corrected her. "I am taking a medicinal bath." Whether it was a bath or a medicinal soak, did it not amount to the same? They were both unclothed and submerged in a tub. If she had known she would encounter such an embarrassing scene, she would have never come to deliver the waistband. Mortified, she attempted to leave, but Xie Jingyan's teasing voice echoed, "You have seen me bathe before." Xinhuan was left speechless, her mind racing. How could he say such a thing? That incident had occurred several years ago, and she could hardly believe he still remembered it. This was certainly not the first time Xinhuan had caught sight of Xie Jingyan immersed in a bath. When she was merely 8 years old, she had stumbled upon him once before. It was the first day he had come to the Pingyang Marquis' residence to train in martial arts under her father. After a rigorous session, drenched in sweat, he had taken a bath in her elder brother's room. Unbeknownst to her, while retrieving her 9-link ring that she had carelessly left behind, she accidentally walked in on him. And in her embarrassment, she had fled, shattering the 9-link ring in the process. Due to this mortifying incident, the following day, when her kite became entangled in a tree, she climbed up to retrieve it, only to panic upon seeing him approach, causing her to fall from the tree. He had failed to catch her, resulting in her arm being dislocated. Consequently, both her father and elder brother were convinced he had saved her. Had it not been for him, she would never have fallen from the tree in the first place, because she had stumbled upon him bathing. She dared not speak the truth. That scoundrel had bullied her incessantly during the 3 months he spent at the Pingyang Marquis' residence. And she had not once enjoyed a whole skewer of candied hawthorn during that time. Even now, as she recalled those old grievances, she felt a pang of resentment, particularly as he dared to bring them up again. Xinhuan, incensed, momentarily forgot to leave, but Xie Jingyan remarked, "I must take a medicinal bath every 3 days for half an hour without interruption. Not if I don't allow you to enter. Do you intend to wait for half an hour?" "Waiting half an hour is preferable to entering," she retorted, her cheeks aflame. He inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have finished embroidering the belt you requested, and I brought it for you. Additionally, your birthday is approaching, so I have brought your birthday gift as well. Also, thank you for inviting my grandfather's friends to the Lingwang residence for the celebration." With her back turned to him, she intended to place the belt on the small table. However, he commanded, "Hand the belt to me." Unable to set the belt down, she thought to herself, "Can't he wait until after his bath to see it?" She understood his leg injury rendered him somewhat immobile, and though she refrained from visiting the Pingyang Marquis' residence out of consideration for his dignity, he seemed utterly unconcerned about her feelings. Taking a deep breath to quell the heat in her cheeks, she turned around only to feel her face flush once more upon seeing him in the bath. Suppressing her embarrassment, she handed the belt to him. After glancing at it, he remarked, "It's quite well embroidered." "Place it on my bed." Xinhuan complied, contemplating that having shown him the belt, perhaps she could now take her leave. Yet Xie Jingyan added, "What about my birthday gift? It's outside, bring it in." "I cannot carry it alone." Xie Jingyan then called for Chen Feng to bring in the items. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng entered, carrying a large box, and at Xie Jingyan's gesture, began to unpack its contents. Inside was a remarkably beautiful coral tree. However, Xie Jingyan's expression bore no hint of joy, rather, it was tinged with ire as he turned his gaze toward Xinhuan. Disappointment evident in his eyes. "Is this truly the birthday gift you prepared for me?" "Isn't it obvious?" Xinhuan replied, noticing his arm casually draped over the edge of the bath, unsure where to direct her gaze. She listened as he continued. "Last year, during the Emperor's birthday banquet, you also entered the palace to celebrate. Do you recall the gift I presented to the Emperor, having taken some time to remember?" She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Do you recall?" he pressed. "And what of it?" Xinhuan countered. "Just because you gifted the Emperor a coral tree, does that mean I cannot gift you one as well?" His gaze remained fixed on her face as he replied, "My gift to the Emperor was a coral tree devoid of any sentiment. I am rather curious as to why Miss Xin would gift me such an extravagant coral tree." The fact that he did not even refer to the Emperor as father in private revealed the nature of his feelings towards the Emperor. Xinhuan felt her cheeks burn under his scrutinizing gaze, a sense of inexplicable guilt washing over her. She certainly could not divulge that she had chosen the coral tree merely to avoid making a mistake. "I have received your assistance countless times, and being unaware of your preferences, I decided to gift you something I cherish deeply." This was not entirely a falsehood. Had she not held the coral tree in such high regard, it would have long since found its way into the hands of the old matriarch through Shening and Shenrong. Xie Jingyan's expression softened slightly. Since it is something you cherish, I shall not deprive you of it. Take it back. Xinhuan hesitated, realizing that bringing such a large box back would attract undue attention. If I take it back now, I will need to bring it again in a few days. Please keep it here for me until then. Uncertain of what she had said that had pleased Xie Jingyan, she noticed his disappointment dissipate, replaced by a hint of a smile at his handsome face, akin to a snow lotus blooming at dawn atop a snowy mountain, was breathtaking yet untouchable. Truly, his moods were as fickle as the wind. Xinhuan had long since given up trying to decipher his feelings, finding herself utterly perplexed. What if you do not wish for the coral tree? What do you desire instead, if you do not specify? I shall not gift you anything, she inquired. Xie Jingyan smirked. Gift me a purse. Xinhuan, bewildered, thought she must have misheard him, that he did not want the valuable coral tree, but instead requested a purse. How utterly nonsensical. Chapter 56. Additional adornments. Having embroidered the belt, it was only natural for her to agree to his request for a purse as his birthday gift. On your birthday, there will surely be many young ladies visiting to present me with additional adornments. I cannot personally deliver it to you, and you cannot conveniently visit the Pingyang Marquis' residence to collect it, so I shall have Chen Yu bring it to you. There's no rush, you may present it to me after we are married. Such an agreeable demeanor was rare. After ensuring that all necessary gifts had been exchanged and expressing her gratitude, Xinhuan decided not to intrude any longer on Xie Jingyan's medicinal bath and turned to leave. Yet, as she stepped out of the Muyu pavilion, she suddenly remembered that she had left her embroidered handkerchief in his room and turned back to retrieve it. As she entered the room, she heard Chen Feng remark, Master, it has been half an hour, you should get up. Xinhuan was taken aback. A scoundrel. She had genuinely believed he needed to soak for another half hour. It turned out he had already spent enough time in the bath. Through the screen, she could vaguely see Xie Jingyan still in the tub. As she approached, she shot him a fierce glare, snatched the handkerchief from the small table, and walked out without glancing back. Xie Jingyan, bewildered, exchanged glances with Chen Feng. Chen Feng wore an innocent expression. I had no idea she would return. It truly was not his fault. He had been concerned about his master soaking too long and harming his health. Why could not Xie Jingyan have allowed Miss Shen to wait a moment longer and dressed before meeting her? Now he had been caught in the act. Xie Jingyan rubbed his temples, recalling Xinhuan's flushed cheeks, and found it impossible to suppress a smile. Xinhuan exited the Lingwang residence, her heart filled with indignation. Fearing that her emotions might betray her, she refrained from revealing her feelings. If this was how he would tease her before they were even wed, what further mischief awaited once she became his wife? Did the Lingwang not maintain his chastity for his beloved in his past life, avoiding the company of women? This was hardly the case. Could it be that the rumors were misleading and she had misjudged him? Xinhuan felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in her, realizing that it was easy to board a pirate ship, but difficult to disembark. Upon her return to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, she went directly to Qinglan Courtyard. The old matriarch had fallen ill from the shock of Shenron's incident, while the second madam was preoccupied preparing Shenying's dowry, and the third madam was busy comforting her daughter. No one paid any attention to Xinhuan. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have been summoned to be scolded for her lack of decorum prior to her marriage to the Lingwang. Yet, even if they were angry, they could not reprimand her now. She had merely gone to the Lingwang residence to deliver a birthday gift. Shenying and Shenrong had both lost their virtue before marriage, and she was to be blamed. What would become of Shenying and Shenrong? Having spent an entire afternoon embroidering the purse Xie Jingyan requested, she crafted a double-sided embroidered purse that was exquisitely detailed. For the next 3 days, Xinhuan spent her days in the northern courtyard, learning the art of management from Shenwei. Xinhuan wished to start from scratch, but the methods taught by the fourth madam were far inferior to those from the Yun family. After several days of patience, she could no longer endure and began teaching the fourth madam instead. In just 3 days, the fourth madam's management skills improved dramatically. When the fourth master inquired how the fourth madam was faring in teaching Xinhuan, she shook her head. I am unable to teach her, the fourth master replied. Wanner is so intelligent, how could you not teach her? The fourth madam retorted. You and the Marquis should have asked her first before assigning me the task. The Yun family had already educated her. There was no need for her to learn from me. For the past few days, it has been Wanner teaching me how to manage. She even instructed me on how to run the shop, and I have indeed found it much easier and beneficial. The fourth master was left speechless. During these days, the Marquis' residence remained remarkably tranquil, with each household maintaining an air of calm. Even the incident of Shenrong's attempted suicide had not stirred any further commotion. Yet, the stillness only heightened Xinhuan's sense of unease. She felt as if beneath the placid surface of the sea, turbulent waves were ready to erupt at any moment. On the day of Xie Jingyan's birthday, her premonitions proved correct, as numerous young ladies began to arrive at the Marquis' residence to present her and Shenying with additional adornments. Shenrong feigned illness and did not make an appearance. Xinhuan and Shenying greeted the young ladies, with Shenwei assisting in the reception. It was then that Xinhuan noticed that the adornments she had previously received had now found their way into Shenying's possession. Although the young ladies who had gifted Xining had also presented gifts to Shenwan, it was evident that those given to Shenwan were of inferior quality. Only a few had offered identical gifts. From the adornments presented by the young ladies, it was clear where their fathers and grandfathers stood. A few had gifted the same items, yet in her previous life, they had not participated in the Crown Prince's competition. Shenwan observed this with a calm demeanor, unaffected by it. However, Silver Frost felt a surge of anger, particularly as Xining displayed her triumph in a rather conspicuous manner. However, Xinying's triumph came to an abrupt halt with the arrival of the Yun sisters. Each of the sisters, Yun Mo and Yun Rui, presented Shenwan with a set of exquisite hair ornaments valued at 3,000 taels. Furthermore, the three young masters of the Yun family each bestowed lavish bridal gifts upon her. The two uncles gifted Shenwan 2 shops and a manor each, while her maternal grandfather, the venerable Master Yun, offered even more. 48 sets of bridal gifts, 6 shops for manors, 500 acres of fertile land, and 2 additional courtyards. In her past life, the Yun family had already provided Shenwan with a generous dowry, yet this time it was even more substantial. This clearly indicated the Yun family's greater affection for Xie Jingyan and their sympathy for his leg injury, prompting them to enrich her dowry to ensure their lifelong comfort. As the legitimate daughter of the primary branch, Shenwan's dowry from the Pingyang Marquis' residence was already more generous than Xinying's. Not to mention the Yun family's contribution, which far surpassed that. The moment the Yun family's gifts arrived, Xinying's smile vanished. On this day, after finishing breakfast, Shenwan proceeded to Qinghui courtyard to pay her respects to the matriarch. Upon reaching the screen, she overheard the old lady comforting Xining, saying, "In all of Dechu, there is only one Yun family, and you are their sole granddaughter. It is only natural for them to dote on you." Xining pouted and replied, "Then grandmother, you should dote on me more." The old lady smiled affectionately, responding, "Very well, I shall dote on you more." As Shenwan entered, the old lady remarked, "The dowry from the Marquis' residence is greater than that of your second sister. And the Yun family has also been quite generous. Your dowry will exceed your second sister's by more than double, so I shall not be adding anything further." In her past life, she had not received anything, let alone in this one. Shenwan had never harbored any expectations. While material gifts could be foregone, her reputation should not be tarnished. Shenwan stated, "If grandmother does not provide me with additional gifts, the dowry list will only reflect those from the Yun family, without any acknowledgement from you." The second madam interjected, "That is easily remedied. Simply allocate 2 shops and a manor from the Yun family's gifts to be recorded as from your grandmother, and it will all be yours." While everything would indeed belong to her, the reputation would remain with the old lady. A rather naive notion, Shenwan replied. "On the day of my wedding, my maternal grandfather will attend the banquet at the Ling Wang's residence. If this deception reaches his ears, it will surely displease him. Such trivial matters Master Yun would not know," the second madam retorted. Shenwan looked at the second madam, saying, "Grandmother does not care for such reputation. Why must you insist on deceit? If this must be done, it requires my father's consent as well." Chapter 57. Bullying. Shenwan brought Xinjing out, immediately extinguishing the second madam as fervor. The old lady, feeling pity for Xinying's lesser dowry compared to Shenwan's, decided to transfer her intended share to Xining. While Xinjing might remain silent, he would never permit the Yun family's reputation to be sullied at the expense of the old lady's dignity. If they were to disregard this reputation, then they should do so entirely. One cannot have their cake and eat it too. The old lady cast a sidelong glance at the second madam, her expression hinting at displeasure, and the second madam understood that she had failed in her task. In her frustration, she realized she did not need to argue with the eldest daughter. The authority lay with her. And even though the eldest daughter's dowry was prepared by the fourth madam, the matter was handled by her people. She could execute it directly without needing to voice it, even if the Yun family found out and were displeased. They would not visit over such trivial matters. Should Xinjing hold her accountable, the servants would naturally deflect to preserve the old lady's reputation, as long as the eldest daughter's dowry was substantial. It would not be a significant issue. At this point, she had made it clear that the eldest daughter had explicitly disagreed with the course of action. If she were to proceed, it would be her fault. Shenwan would certainly report to Xinjing, while Xinjing would not penalize her. The authority she had would likely be lost. The second madam simmered with resentment as the old lady fiddled with her prayer beads, gazing gently at Shenwan, saying, "Grandmother was merely speaking lightly. You took it to heart. Although our family may not be as affluent as the Yun family, you are still my most cherished granddaughter. How could I possibly not provide you with additional gifts upon your marriage?" With that, she instructed Grandma Sun to fetch the land and property deeds. The old lady granted Shenwan a shop and a courtyard with 4 entrances. Although the shop was not particularly lucrative and the courtyard was in a remote location, it was still a gift, and Shenwan did not despise it. She rose to express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." The old lady beamed with a smile, yet her expression bore an icy undertone. Xining, infuriated, twisted her embroidered handkerchief. Does she truly need to compete over such trifles when she already possesses so much in her dowry? Contemplating the conditions set by the Empress and the Crown Prince for her to attain the position of primary consort, hatred nearly spilled from Xinying's eyes. She would endure these grievances for now. Once the crown prince's plans were secured, she vowed that Xinhuan would meet a fate worse than death. Xinhuan did not linger long, taking her leave with the deeds in hand. Upon exiting Qinghui courtyard, Yin Shuang expressed her concern. "Miss, with you and the second young lady marrying on the same day, will the dowries not get mixed up?" Xinhuan was not worried about the dowry being confused. The fourth madam was overseeing it, and Xinjing was also attentive. Furthermore, since she and Xining were to marry on the same day, the potential for confusion was already inherent, but the servants would be particularly careful, minimizing the chances of error. Moreover, even if a mix-up were to occur, it could be rectified and would not lead to her dowry being mistakenly sent to the crown prince's residence without recourse. Though the likelihood of confusion was slim, Xinhuan remained vigilant. In her past life, her dowry had not attracted any ill intentions, primarily because Xie Jingyan was one of their own, and she had utilized her dowry to assist him in securing his position. Anyone attempting to lay claim to her dowry would be at odds with Xie Jingyan. In this life, she was marrying Xie Jingyan. They might not refrain from similar thoughts, especially given that her dowry contained numerous antiques and artworks, many of which the Yun family had meticulously gathered for her marriage. They were valuable and easily replicated. In her previous life, she had garnered considerable support from various scholars for Xie Jingyan. Thus, remaining cautious was prudent. Xinhuan detoured to the north courtyard before returning to Qinglan courtyard. With her wedding approaching, the atmosphere in Qinglan courtyard was particularly bustling. Xinhuan needed to organize the items to be taken to the Ling Wang's residence and record some on the dowry list. After a day filled with activity, she collapsed onto her bed that night, exhausted. However, the following day brought little to do. In the morning, before Xinhuan had even risen, the maids had already affixed the large red wedding characters. As soon as the characters were displayed, the ambience of marriage enveloped her. Xinhuan stared blankly at the vibrant red characters, memories of that day at the Changshan Wang's residence flooding her mind, where she had tumbled into Xie Jingyan behind the rockery. Her heart raced, prompting her to feel anxious about the impending wedding night. Fearing her mind would spiral into unwelcome thoughts, Xinhuan picked up a book to read with utmost focus. When Xinjing arrived at Qinglan courtyard and saw her engrossed in her reading, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I have never seen you so studious before. How come you are so earnest now that your wedding is near?" Xinhuan set the book down and descended from her small couch, asking, "Father, what brings you here?" Xinjing gently patted her head, his voice tinged with reluctance. "I cannot help but feel a sense of loss knowing you are to be married tomorrow. So I came to see you." As Xinhuan grappled with how to interact with Xie Jingyan. Upon hearing this, she immediately proposed. "Then, how about I postpone the wedding for a few months?" Xinjing chuckled. "When will you marry?" "Father would never be willing." "Do you intend to remain unmarried for life?" If only she could, she would prefer to stay at the Pingyang Marquis' residence forever. However, Xinhuan was aware that this was mere fantasy. She could only hope for her father and elder brother's safety, and once Xie Jingyan achieved his ambitions, they could amicably part ways and find a serene place to live out their days. Xinjing visited Xinhuan, presenting her with 20,000 taels in silver notes for her to keep as a reserve. Xinhuan replied, "My dowry is already ample. There is no need for you to provide me with additional reserves." "Father," Xinjing insisted, "one can never have too much money. Take it without worry. Once you are married, life will be different. Do not take advantage of Ling Wang's favor and become spoiled, mistreating him." Xie Jingyan dotes on her. Xinhuan thought to herself, which of her father's eyes perceived this affection? Previously he had worried she would bring misfortune to Xie Jingyan, and now he was concerned she might bully him. Could Xie Jingyan truly be someone she could bully? Xinhuan had always known of Xinjing's fondness for Xie Jingyan, but she had not realized it surpassed his affection for her own daughter. A faint look of dissatisfaction crossed Xinhuan's porcelain-white face. "Father, you are not worried that Ling Wang might bully your daughter. Rather, you are concerned that your daughter might bully him. Am I still your biological daughter?" With a hint of amusement breaking through his usually stern demeanor, Xinjing replied, "Ling Wang would not dare bully you." "Dare not? Xie Jingyan has bullied me countless times. How can you be so certain?" Xinhuan, without a doubt, believed that one day he might sell her father out, and her father would still help him count the money. Xinjing took a seat, and as Xinhuan poured him tea, she recalled that in her previous life, her elder brother had come with their father to visit her. While pouring, she asked, "Where is elder brother? Why did he not come with you?" Xinjing explained, "Your elder brother was taken out of the residence early this morning by your second brother and the others. I do not know what they are busy with." Upon hearing that Xindu had been taken out by Xinli and Xindian, Xinhuan's heart skipped a beat, and her hand trembled as she poured the tea, almost spilling it. She hurriedly set the teapot down. Just then a young maid in a pale yellow dress rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, it's terrible. The young master and the second and third young masters are fighting at Diyue Tower and have been injured." Chapter 58. The fight. Xinjing's brow furrowed deeply. Xinhuan's heart leapt into her throat as she anxiously inquired, how could they be fighting at Diyue Tower? Tomorrow was her wedding day with Xining. Her elder brother was not an indiscreet person, nor were Xinli and Xindian likely to act thoughtlessly. Xinhuan was desperate for answers, but the young maid only knew that Xindu and the others had fought at Diyue Tower. She did not know whom they had fought or why. Xin Jing rose to leave, and Xin Wan, feeling uneasy, followed him to see. Once they reached the front courtyard, the reason for the fight became clear. Xin Wan married Xie Jingyan, although Xie Jingyan had suffered a leg injury. He remained a prince of noble lineage. As for Jin Wang, there was no need to elaborate. Xining marrying Xie Jingyin was indeed a step up for her. Xin Wei's marriage was also commendable. But it was Xin Rong's betrothal to her cousin, Master Wu, that had recently stirred quite a stir. Many found it utterly bewildering and were reluctant to believe the news. Not long after, Xindu Xinli and Xin Dian went to the Yulu for drinks, where they were bombarded with inquiries about the veracity of the rumors. Xin Dian, already in a foul mood, found himself in a confrontation with the heir of the Yindingbo. A brawl ensued. Xin Dian was no match for the Yindingbo heir, who had 2 lackeys at his side. Seeing Xin Dian at a disadvantage, Xinli rushed to his aid, and the fight escalated. Since Xindu Xinli and Xin Dian were inseparable, Xindu could not stand idly by while his companions were being beaten. He attempted to mediate the conflict, but his efforts fell on deaf ears. Instead, the cousin of the Yindingbo heir, Master Chang from the Huaihua general's residence, sought to spar with Xindu, throwing a punch at him, which Xindu had no choice but to parry. Initially, Xindu gave way to Master Chang, but as the latter pressed on, Xindu's temper flared. The two were evenly matched in skill, and as they fought earnestly, the Yulu remained intact. Master Chang received a kick from Xindu. While Xindu endured a punch from Master Chang, Xinli, concerned that matters would escalate, hurried to intervene. However, as they restrained Xindu, no one held back Master Chang, with an unavoidable kick aimed at Xindu. He was struck solidly on the shoulder, sending him tumbling down, along with Xinli, who had been attempting to assist him, with Xindu sustaining a shoulder injury, Xinli twisting his waist, and Xin Dian suffering a black eye. They found themselves in a dire situation. Although the Yindingbo heir did not gain any advantage, the upcoming wedding of the Pingyang Marquis's daughter meant that Xindu and his companions had to entertain guests. And their current state left them utterly embarrassed. When Xinwan arrived at the front courtyard, she was met with the sight of the 3 of them supporting each other, some clutching shoulders, others holding waists, and one covering his eye. Xinwan hurried over, asking, "Elder brother, is your shoulder all right?" Xindu moved his shoulder slightly, wincing in pain, yet he tried to downplay it. "It's just a minor injury. But I fear I won't be able to carry you to the bridal sedan tomorrow." Xin Jing's expression was grim as he recalled that his daughter was to be wed the following day. "You 3 had better go to the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions." With Xin Jing fuming, no one dared to argue, and they begrudgingly went to kneel in the ancestral hall. Gritting their teeth in pain, Xinwan sensed something amiss. While others may have been oblivious, she was acutely aware that the Yindingbo was aligned with the Jinwang and that Xinli was the elder brother of the Jinwang's consort. It was unthinkable for the Yindingbo heir to strike him, reflecting on the fact that Xinli had attempted to mediate and had held Xindu back, preventing him from dodging Master Chang's kick. Xinwan's gaze turned icy. This was not mere mediation, it was a ruse to ensnare her elder brother, allowing Master Chang to strike him. Yet Xinwan could not fathom their motivations. What benefit could they possibly gain from her elder brother suffering at the hands of Master Chang? Remembering her elder brother's previous injuries, which had rendered him incapable of wielding the red tassel spear, she felt a surge of concern. She implored Xin Jing, "Father, please calm down. We don't yet know how serious the injuries are. Perhaps we should invite a doctor to examine my elder brother. If the injuries are severe and treatment is delayed, it could lead to lasting repercussions." Xin Jing recognized the precarious position of the Pingyang Marquis's residence. Attracting envy due to the simultaneous weddings, however, he believed that Xindu needed to learn from his pain, and thus refused to summon a physician. Xinwan, her eyes glistening with worry, protested, "Tomorrow, I am to be wed. Do you wish for me to marry with an unsettled heart?" Her eyes reddened with concern, and Xin Jing's resolve softened. As a father, he found it hard to refuse his daughter's final request before her marriage. He instructed Steward Li to call for a physician to come to the residence. With that, Xin Jing retreated to his study. Returning to Qinglan courtyard, Xinwan waited anxiously until a maid finally arrived to report. "Do not worry, miss, the young master's shoulder is not injured to the bone. The doctor said that with a few days of medication he will be fine." Relieved, Xinwan exhaled. As the maid departed, Lady Dowager's chief maid Hong Xiu entered, delivering the message that the young master had sustained a shoulder injury, the second young master had twisted his waist, and the third young master had a black eye that likely would not fade by tomorrow. Only the fourth young master remained unscathed. With both the eldest and second young mistress set to be wed, the fourth young master would be unable to carry them both to the bridal sedan, necessitating that they be assisted by the matchmaker instead. In her previous life, Xinwan had been carried to the sedan by her elder brother. This time, however, she found it of little consequence. Her primary concern lay in disrupting Xie Jingyin and the second house's plans. Fearing they might act prematurely, she had already cautioned her elder brother to be vigilant, yet sometimes, one could not foresee every danger. The doctor treated their wounds in the ancestral hall. As Xinli could not kneel for long due to his back injury, Lady Dowager summoned Xin Jing to intercede on behalf of the 3. Nonetheless, Xin Jing still punished them to kneel for 2 hours before allowing their return. In the evening, the vibrant sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. Xinhuan stood on the corridor, watching the sun dip below the horizon for quite some time before finally retreating to her room. With the wedding set for the following day, fatigue awaited her, and she needed to rest early after her bath. As she emerged from behind the screen, Mama Zhou entered, accompanied by a maid bearing a tray containing an exquisitely crafted brocade box. Xinhuan inquired. "What is this?" Mama Zhou replied. "This was just sent by the fourth madam. She instructed you to take a look at it before sleeping tonight, as it may be of use tomorrow." As Mama Zhou spoke, she directed the maid to place the brocade box on the bed. Once the maid had set it down, Mama Zhou and the maid withdrew, calling out for Ring Shuang and Hai Tang to leave as well. Xinhuan could fairly guess the contents of the brocade box, her cheeks flushing. After all, her union with Xie Jingyan was merely pretense. It was unnecessary for her to lie. In her previous life, the second madam had sent a book the night before her wedding, and now the fourth madam was fussing over her marriage with such a large brocade box. Could she be mistaken in her assumptions? Sitting at the edge of the bed, she opened the box. Was it not an explicit depiction of spring scenes? The box contained not only a book but also an entire set of small porcelain figurines in various poses beneath the book. A mere glance made her face burn crimson. The illustrations were distinct from those of her previous life, depicting women in dominant positions. It was evident that concern for Xie Jingyan's mobility had prompted them to encourage her to take the initiative even though she was alone in the room. Xinhuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chapter 59. The wedding. On the day of her wedding, as dawn broke, Xinhuan was roused by Ring Shuang and Hai Tang, who informed her that Lady Quanfeng had arrived to prepare her face and attire, helping her don the vibrant red wedding gown before assisting her to sit on the bed to await the arrival of the bridal sedan. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, just as Xinhuan's bottom began to numb, she faintly heard the sounds of firecrackers and swana music from the front courtyard. The bridal sedan had arrived. A young maid joyfully rushed in to announce the news. Lady Quanfeng helped Xinhuan cover her face with the bridal veil and escorted her outside. Their first stop was Qinghui Courtyard, where they needed to bid farewell to their parents and grandmother. Upon arrival, Xining was already present. Both brides wore identical wedding gowns, right down to their shoes, phoenix crowns, and veils, as they were to wed on the same day to princes of the emperor. The palace had dared not favor one over the other, thus the two sets of wedding attire were crafted tirelessly by the palace embroiderers. The maid fetched a mat, and Xinhuan and Xining knelt to pay their respects to the elderly matriarch. She first aided Xinhuan to her feet, then Xining, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with reluctance. After paying respects to their grandmother, it was time to bid farewell to their parents. Xinhuan knelt before Xinjing, while Xining knelt before the second master and second madam. Although the distance was not great, Xinhuan could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Xinjing, a seasoned general who had faced death on the battlefield, also found his eyes misty, whispering, "Father and your grandmother will always be here. Do come back to visit." Xinhuan nodded, and at that moment, the matchmaker entered, announcing that the auspicious hour was approaching and it was time to prepare for the bridal sedan. According to tradition, it was customary for the matriarch to cover the brides with their veils once more, yet Xinhuan chose to be willful, choking on her words, "Father, please cover me with the veil." Such a simple request could hardly be denied by Xinjing. He accepted the veil from the maid and gently draped it over Xinhuan. Meanwhile, the matriarch also covered Xining with her veil, holding onto her hand tightly. Even after the matchmaker urged her twice, the matriarch reluctantly released her grip, wiping away tears. With the matchmaker's assistance, Xinhuan and Xining stepped out one after the other. But as they crossed the threshold, they did so side by side, with Xinhuan on the left and Xining on the right. The matchmaker guided Xinhuan down the steps, preparing to help her into the bridal sedan. Beneath the bright red veil, Xinhuan furrowed her brow. In the Dechu dynasty, the right side was considered honorable, although in her heart, Xie Jingyan surpassed Xie Jingyin. In terms of status, Xie Jingyin was the legitimate son of a consort, while Xie Jingyan was born of a deposed consort, and furthermore, Xie Jingyin was 11 months her senior. The bridal sedan of the Jinwang should have been placed on the right, leading the procession. White then was the Lin Wang's sedan positioned to the right. The ceremonial officials presiding over the wedding banquet were the left and right vice ministers of rites. How could such an oversight occur? A sense of unease crept into Xinhuan's heart, just as the matchmaker had led her to the bridal sedan, and the maid lifted the curtain. As Xinhuan bent down to enter the sedan, halfway in, she suddenly froze, stepping back hurriedly. The matchmaker, surprised, exclaimed, "Why have you come back out?" Xinhuan lifted her veil and coldly demanded, "Whose bridal sedan am I boarding?" As she spoke, she turned to meet the cold gaze of Xie Jingyin, who was mounted on horseback, their eyes locked, each more frigid than the last. Meanwhile, Xindu, who had been assisting Xinhuan into the bridal sedan, turned at the sound of his sister's voice from behind, momentarily stunned before blurting out, No, this is a mistake, hurry and switch it back." With Xie Jingyan unable to personally welcome her due to his leg injury, it was the 8th prince, Xia Dingxian, who rode in his stead, his lips twitching in disbelief that he was merely 15 years old, and it was already shocking enough that the 6th brother chose him over so many adult royal brothers to act as a proxy for the wedding. He nearly assisted in the wrong bride's reception, which was indicative of the carelessness of the Pingyang Marquis household. How could such a mistake occur? In Shuang was equally bewildered and hurried to support Xinhuan. Chastising the matchmaker, how could you almost escort the wrong person? Originally, In Shuang intended to assist Xinhuan herself, but the matchmaker forbade her, and thus she yielded. Just moments ago, the second Madame S maid had called her over. After exchanging a few words, the matchmaker had swapped out the people. The brides were identical in their wedding attire, and with their veils obscuring their faces, it was easy to confuse them, leading her to follow the matchmaker away. Shindu's expression was also somber. The simultaneous marriages should have been a source of great joy, yet if the wrong bride were to be escorted, resulting in a mistaken ceremony, it would become a laughingstock. At that moment, Xining had already entered the bridal sedan chair when the matchmaker hurriedly pulled her out and seated Xinhuan inside. Once settled, Xinhuan felt uneasy and called out. In Shuang, standing beside the sedan chair, In Shuang quickly reassured, "Miss, I am here this time. It is indeed the bridal sedan of the Ling Princess residence." Only then did Xinhuan relax, after witnessing the air of the ending Marquis beating Xinli the previous day. She had sensed something amiss but could not quite grasp the reason until now. The injury to her elder brother meant he could not carry her into the sedan, with the identical wedding gowns and the veils obscuring their visages. It was all too easy to switch their places, potentially resulting in her being mistakenly placed in the sedan of the Jean Prince. If that were to happen, she would find herself confused at the Jean Prince's residence. Performing the ceremonial rites with Xie Jingyin, and if any intimate moments were to occur in public, she would have no choice but to accept the situation, marrying Xie Jingyan. As for Xining, she was already Xie Jingyan's. Even if Xie Jingyan married her, he would still return her to the Jean Princess residence. Xining and Xie Jingyan's union was sanctioned by imperial decree. While her own marriage could be seen as a mistake, it was unlikely that the Empress and the Jean Prince would grant her the status of a principal wife, and instead, she would likely be placed on equal footing with Xining. Moreover, the Jean Prince had initially been unwilling to take Xining as a principal wife but later consented, only for rumors to arise shortly thereafter about young Master Wu being drugged in the Marquis's residence. With intentions of misconduct, Xinhuan could easily deduce that the condition for granting Xining the position of principal wife was that she must marry into the family as well. This scheme to undermine Xining was something the second madam dared not refuse, yet resented, which was why, after the marriage decree was issued, she employed unscrupulous tactics to prevent Xinhuan from marrying before Xining left the household. The endless calculations and schemes had left Xinhuan in a state of perpetual vigilance. Had she not been, she might have fallen into their trap. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. A chill running down her spine, the incident of Xinhuan and Xining nearly boarding the wrong bridal sedan soon reached the ears of the old matriarch and the second madam. The second madam anxiously inquired, "Was the wrong sedan boarded?" The maid shook her head, relieved. Fortunately, the eldest miss asked a question just as she was boarding, and it has been rectified. As long as it has been corrected. The second madam's face lit up with relief. She dared not disregard the Empress and the Jean Prince's words, yet she had followed through with her orders. If the eldest miss did not fall into their trap and instead married into the Ling Princess residence, she could not be blamed. As she watched Xinhuan enter the Ling Prince's bridal sedan, the sunlight cast a shadow over Xie Jingyan's face, akin to the oppressive sky before a storm. Filled with an atmosphere of foreboding, his meticulously crafted plans, which seemed foolproof, had unraveled right before his eyes, igniting a desire for vengeance within him, yet he found himself powerless to act, leaving with a heart full of resentment alongside the bridal sedan of the Jean Prince. Xinhuan was unaware of how long she had been jostled in the sedan. She felt as if the phoenix crown atop her head would break her neck. The exhausting ordeal of marriage had now been thrust upon her for the second time. Starved and parched, she couldn't express the sheer joy she felt when the sounds of firecrackers and traditional music finally reached her ears. At last, they had arrived at the Ling Princess residence. The eighth prince, Xie Jingxian, was to help Xie Jingyan shoot arrows at the bridal sedan. Xie Jingyan, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed over by Chen Feng, who remarked, "Thank you for your trouble, eighth brother. I shall shoot the arrows myself." Xie Jingxian handed him the bow and arrows. As Xie Jingyan drew the bow, the spectators held their breath, realizing that a missed shot would be embarrassing, but should he shoot poorly and hit the bride within the sedan, it would turn a joyous occasion into a calamity. Xie Jingyan loosed 3 arrows towards the sedan, then wheeled himself over. The matchmaker lifted the curtain of the sedan, and Xie Jingyan extended his hand, saying, "My lady, please alight from the sedan." Seeing the hand reaching in, Xinhuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately reached out, her hand enveloped tightly in his, an inexplicable flutter rising within her. As Xinhuan was led out of the sedan, the matchmaker presented a large red silk sash, and it was only then that Xie Jingyan released her hand. They entered the residence, where Xinhuan stepped over a fire basin and mounted a saddle before arriving at the main hall. The left deputy of the Ministry of Rites proclaimed, "The auspicious hour has arrived, kneel and pay respects." Xinhuan assumed that Xie Jingyan would remain seated in his wheelchair to pay homage. But he declared, "Assist me to rise." Qin Feng helped him to his feet, and they stood side by side. The left deputy of the Ministry of Rights announced, "Bow to heaven and earth," just as Xin Wan and Xie Jingyan were about to bend down to pay their respects. A voice with a peculiar pitch rang out, "The Emperor has arrived." Chapter 60. The ceremony. The bustling main hall fell into an immediate silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Eyes darted among the attendees, each wearing expressions of disbelief. How could the Emperor have come to the Ling Princess residence? Everyone had assumed that on the same day as the Jin Prince and Shining wed, the Emperor would either remain within the palace, not partaking in either son's wedding feast, or would only visit the Jin Prince's residence. How could he possibly come to the Ling Princess house? The son he most despised. After the incident with Consort Chen, the Emperor had sent the Ling Prince to guard the imperial tombs, nearly causing the Ling Prince to perish there, with both princes celebrating their nuptials on the same day. It had truly posed a dilemma for the officials. They could not be in two places at once. By choosing to attend one prince's wedding, they would be unable to attend the other's. The Empress had deliberately sought to suppress the Ling Prince, compelling them to take sides. How could the injured Ling Prince compare to the Jin Prince, if they chose not to partake in the Jin Prince's wedding? What future could they have once he ascended to power? The officials had nearly unanimously decided to attend the Jin Prince's celebration, yet they could not entirely neglect the Ling Princess residence. It would be improper for couples to be separated on such a joyous occasion, and it was also inappropriate for the Ling Princess house, which hosted primarily female guests, to be overlooked. Thus, they sent their sons to the Ling Prince's residence to offer their congratulations. The guests at the Ling Princess banquet consisted mainly of young lords from noble families, accompanied by a cohort of close friends led by Old Master Yun. Not only was there a disparity in status, but also in age, yet none could have anticipated the most significant disparity of all. The Emperor had also arrived. Old Master Yun had never expected to see the Emperor in his lifetime, and his close friends could hardly believe that during their visit to the capital, they would not only miss the wedding of Old Master Yun's granddaughter but also have the fortune of encountering the Emperor. This visit to the capital had proven worthwhile, truly benefiting from Old Master Yun's influence. Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan were equally astonished by the Emperor's presence. Left speechless, Xinhuan was elated, silently apologizing for her earlier misjudgment of the Emperor. The Empress had suggested that the Emperor attend the wedding of the Jin Prince in Shining on the same day as theirs, not only to embarrass Xie Jingyan but more so to target her. The Emperor had acted according to the Empress's wishes, and Xinhuan had believed the Emperor to be indifferent to Xie Jingyan's feelings. She had not expected him to arrive at the Ling Princess residence. The Empress's scheme had backfired spectacularly, and her face was now flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, the Empress and the Jin Prince must have received word of the Emperor's arrival at the Ling Princess residence. One could only wonder how they felt at this moment. Were they distressed? In contrast, Xinhuan was in high spirits, pondering whether Xie Jingyan shared her elation. Just then, a displeased voice broke through her thoughts. "Who allowed you to take my mother's memorial tablet? Put it down." In the serene wedding hall, his voice rang out sharply and coldly. Nobody would have anticipated the Emperor's visit. The tablet representing Xie Jingyan's mother, Consort Chen, was placed in the high seat, yet the Emperor had banished Consort Chen to the cold palace, inadvertently expressing his ire towards Xie Jingyan. No one dared to allow the Emperor to see the memorial tablet. The left deputy of the Ministry of Rights quickly commanded the servants to remove it, not realizing it would provoke Xie Jingyan's fury. Xie Jingyan had not held high hopes for the Emperor's presence at the Ling Princess residence. Whether he came or not mattered little to him. However, he wished for his mother to witness his marriage. If the Emperor were to arrive and have the tablet removed, it would be better if he did not come at all. The servant had just lifted the tablet when Xie Jingyan suddenly erupted in anger, causing the servant to tremble and accidentally knock the tablet over. In a flurry, the servant attempted to set it upright. The Emperor stepped into the wedding hall just in time to overhear Xie Jingyan's words. His brow furrowed slightly, though he said nothing as everyone in the hall knelt to pay their respects. In their focus on kneeling, they forgot to assist Xinhuan. Xie Jingyan found it difficult to stand, let alone kneel. Neither of them knelt, and the Emperor commanded, "Everyone rise, Your Majesty." The Emperor passed by Xie Jingyan, his gaze lingering on the tablet for a moment before he took his seat and declared, "Let the ceremony commence." The left deputy of the Ministry of Rights called out once more, "Bow to heaven and earth." Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan each held one end of the red silk and bowed in reverence. After paying homage to heaven and earth, it was time for the high altar. Qin Feng moved to assist Xie Jingyan in turning, but Xie Jingyan raised his hand to stop him, struggling to turn on his own, moving excruciatingly slowly, his forehead visibly trembling. What others could accomplish with ease required him to exert every ounce of his strength. Xinhuan could not fathom why he insisted on standing. Was it not sufficient to offer their respects from his wheelchair? Their union was merely a formality, not a genuine marriage, so such effort seemed unnecessary. After paying homage at the high altar, it was time for the couple to exchange vows. They stood facing each other, slightly closer now, their heads brushing together during the bowed. It was not painful. Yet the peculiar sensation within Shenwan resurfaced. She was grateful for the veil that concealed her face, hiding the flush that could have stained her cheeks. Her gaze fell upon the boots Xie Jingyan wore, adorned with embroidered shilins, and trailed upward until it landed on the lotus jade pendant at his waist, causing her to stiffen. That pendant was a gift from his beloved, the very same one that had been clutched in his hand when he met his tragic end in the past life. In her past life, when this jade pendant was presented to Xie Jingyin, the tassels were already stained crimson with blood. Xie Jingyin had inquired if she knew who had gifted this pendant to the Prince of Ling. At that time, she had asked Xie Jingyin in return, but he had said nothing, merely tossing the pendant back into the tray with casual indifference. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, and the pendant flew from the tray, shattering upon impact with the ground. She was aware that Xie Jingyan harbored feelings for another, yet was it appropriate to wear a pendant gifted by someone else on such a joyous occasion? Was this a reminder to herself to preserve her virtue? Shenwan, lost in thought, forgot to rise, prompting the matchmaker to chuckle, advising her to rise quickly, as there was no need to bow for such an extended period. Shenwan did not get up, and neither did Xie Jingyan. They straightened themselves, but Xie Jingyan could no longer endure the strain and returned to his wheelchair. The left assistant minister of rites called out, "The ceremony is complete, escort them to the bridal chamber." Shenwan was supported by the matchmaker as they navigated the winding corridors, arriving at the Mou pavilion, where she was gently placed upon the bridal bed. As soon as she settled down, the sound of wheels rolling approached, and Xie Jingyan halted before her, taking a seat beside her. He accepted the ceremonial scale from the matchmaker, lifting the veil from her head. Their eyes met. Shenwan had always known that Xie Jingyan was handsome, but in his resplendent red wedding attire, he was even more captivating, so much so that she felt unable to look away. Unsure if it was shyness or a fear of becoming ensnared, she quickly averted her gaze when their eyes nearly collided. A maid approached with a cup of wine, and the matchmaker cheerfully remarked, "Drink from this cup, wishing you a lifetime of happiness." They reached for the wine, their arms entwined close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. After consuming the wine, the matchmaker showered them with auspicious words, causing Shenwan's cheeks to flush. While Xie Jingyan appeared quite delighted and generous with rewards, the matchmaker expressed her gratitude repeatedly before taking her leave. The bridal chamber was left with only Shenwan and Xie Jingyan. Shenwan felt inexplicably nervous. She thought it prudent to say something to alleviate the awkward tension. However, a glance in his direction found her ensnared by his smiling eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xie Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on Shenwan's face. When she looked at him, his clear eyes held only her reflection, and his lips were as vibrant as freshly washed cherries, glistening invitingly. They exchanged looks, each captivated by the other. By the time Shenwan regained her composure, Xie Jingyan had drawn very close, almost leaning in for a kiss. Startled, she quickly turned her face away and stood up. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice called from outside, "Sixth brother, why are you still inside? Everyone is waiting for you." Chapter 61, The Wedding Feast. Xie Jingxian shouted while knocking on the door, and Xie Jingyan replied, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Xie Jingxian entered. He had changed out of the bright red wedding attire he had worn to greet the bride, now dressed in a sky-blue cloud-patterned robe. Though only 15, he stood tall and graceful, like a rare orchid. Upon seeing Shenwan, Xie Jingxian bowed, addressing her as sixth sister-in-law. Shenwan nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Jingyan extended his hand, requesting, "Help me to my wheelchair." Xie Jingxian promptly complied, pushing Xie Jingyan away while calling back to Shenwan, "Sixth sister-in-law, I'm taking sixth brother away now." As they exited, Xie Jingyan asked, "What transpired in the front courtyard?" Xie Jingxian replied, "Wherever father is present, there is no room for laxity. Only you, sixth brother, are unafraid of father." He added, "But I truly did not expect father to come here. Second brother is surely furious." Xie Jingyin was not merely furious. He was nearly beside himself with rage. The Duke of Jin's residence was slightly closer to the Marquis of Ling's than to the Marquis of Pingyang's, yet to await the Emperor and Empress's departure from the palace. Xie Jingyin led the bridal sedan around in circles. When he finally received word that the Emperor and Empress had exited the palace, he timed the return of the bridal sedan to the Duke of Jin's residence. However, upon retrieving Cunning from the sedan, he found that the Emperor and Empress had yet to arrive and could only endure the wait. After a quarter of an hour, the imperial carriage finally arrived, and the distinctive voice of a duck quacked through the air as ministers and their wives awaited the Emperor's arrival, only to hear the announcement of the Empress. The officials were left bewildered. Had they not been informed that the Emperor and Empress would exit together? Where was the Emperor? Xie Jingyin inquired. "Mother, where is father?" The Empress maintained a smiling facade, yet her perfectly manicured nails nearly pierced her flesh as she replied in a voice that was deliberately gentle, "Your father learned that the wedding banquet at the Prince of Ling's was rather subdued and feared that Miss Shen would feel slighted, so he decided to change course and head to the Prince of Ling's residence." The Empress had left the palace alongside the Emperor, yet she had not anticipated his sudden change of heart. Perhaps he had never intended to come to the Duke of Jin's residence at all. He had planned to attend the wedding banquet at the Prince of Ling's from the outset. The Empress, wanting to uphold her son's dignity, had counseled the Emperor, even engaging in a heated argument. Resulting in their unfriendly parting, the emperor went to the Prince of Ling's, while the empress arrived at the Duke of Jin's. It was she who had insisted on hosting the wedding banquet alongside the Prince of Ling. Now, the emperor's decision to attend the Prince of Ling's banquet was a staggering blow to her upon learning of her failed plan and that her son had brought back cunning. The empress's ire flared, yet she could only swallow her anger. The ministers exchanged glances, their faith in the empress's explanation wavering. Was the wedding banquet at the Prince of Ling's really so desolate? Although they had not attended, their sons had, and among the youth, the atmosphere would surely be lively. The emperor trusted the Marquis of Pingyang, yet his concern for the daughter of the Marquis could hardly lead him to attend the Prince of Ling's banquet solely to spare her feelings. The marriage to the Prince of Ling was Miss Shen's own choice, not a result of coercion from the emperor. It was unclear whether the emperor was irritated by the ministers attending the Duke of Jin's wedding banquet or whether he felt a deeper affection for the Prince of Ling. Unwilling to see him slighted, and thus chose to lend his support to the prince instead. Internally, the ministers speculated, their thoughts coalescing around the four words, "The emperor's heart is inscrutable." Fortunately, the law does not punish the multitude. As long as all the ministers acted in tandem, the emperor, despite his dissatisfaction, could not retaliate against them. However, they would need to carefully weigh their allegiances moving forward. The wedding feast was tasteless for the ministers. Akin to chewing wax, the banquet at the Duke of Jin's appeared lively yet was starkly subdued, while the Prince of Ling's was the polar opposite. The emperor's presence rendered the young gentlemen overly cautious. Their hearts restless as they suppressed their exuberance. This was precisely why the 8th prince summoned Xie Jingyan to the front courtyard. No one dared to indulge in food or drink in the emperor's presence, necessitating a leader to set the tone. That individual could only be Xie Jingyan. Once he arrived in the front courtyard, the wedding feast quickly became vibrant, filled with games and revelry, the raucous laughter echoing all the way to Shenwan in the Mou pavilion. Shenwan had not anticipated the festive atmosphere in the emperor's presence. However, she was too preoccupied to enjoy it. Since the previous night, she had scarcely eaten, and now she was famished, feeling as though her stomach were pressed against her back. Though there had been food on the table, she wished to eat, but Yin Shuang, concerned that eating cold food might upset her stomach, instructed a young maid to take the dishes away for reheating. After a considerable wait, the maid finally returned with the warm dishes. Starving Shenwan picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Once satiated, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Sitting on the bridal bed while waiting for Xie Jingyan's return, fearing his arrival, she stood and paced, only to sit again when fatigue set in. After what felt like an eternity, she finally heard the sound of the maid's greeting Xie Jingyan outside. He had returned. Shenwan instantly felt a surge of nervousness. Soon, the sound of wheels rolling approached, and Xie Jingyan entered, pushing his wheelchair. Upon his arrival, both Yin Shuang and Haitang withdrew, remembering to close the door behind them. The room was left with just the two of them. Shenwan felt a flutter of anxiety and broke the silence, asking, "Has the emperor left?" "Yes, he just departed." After exchanging those words, the silence enveloped them once more. This time, Shenwan remained quiet, and Xie Jingyan said, "Help me up." Previously, Chen Feng had assisted Xie Jingyan, but with Shenwan's marriage, it was no longer appropriate for him to serve in the room. Now, with only the two of them present, Shenwan had no choice but to assist him. She rose to help Xie Jingyan. Having consumed a fair amount of wine, he leaned heavily against her. The scent of alcohol wafting from him, whether he was unable to stand or simply tipsy, he nearly collapsed onto Shen Wan. As she struggled to steady him, she inadvertently tripped over the footstool and found herself tumbling onto the bed atop Xie Jingyan. He let out a muffled groan of pain, while Shenwan's face burned with embarrassment. She hastily attempted to rise, only to find herself trapped in his embrace, unable to move. So eager, his voice reverberated above her, causing her already flushed cheeks to redden further. What was he saying? They were merely pretending to be married. Shenwan struggled. "You must let me go." To her surprise, Xie Jingyan obediently released his hold, allowing her to rise. He then sat up, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded her. Shenwan dared not meet his gaze, instead asking, "How shall we sleep tonight?" Xie Jingyan smirked. "How do you think we should sleep?" Shenwan replied, "I will sleep on the floor." Xie Jingyan's smile faltered, and he looked at her incredulously. "On the wedding night, you want me to sleep on the floor? Do you wish for your elder brother to come and beat me to death?" If her elder brother were to find out, it was indeed a possibility. Shenwan looked at him cautiously and ventured, "Then will you sleep on the floor?" Xie Jingyan's expression darkened dramatically. "What did you just say?" Repeat that. Chapter 62. Forbearance. It was utterly impossible for him to sleep on the floor. After all, he had graciously relinquished the position of the Princess of Ling to her. To suggest that he sleep on the floor would be akin to repaying kindness with malice. However, Shenwan, in her subconscious, did not regard Xie Jingyan as a man with a disability. The only place to sleep in the room was the bed. Someone had to take the floor, and if she did not, then it would have to be him. Xie Jingyan's gaze bore down on Shenwan with an intensity that was almost palpable. Shenwan replied, "I can sleep on the ground, it's no trouble. My elder brother will know, and I will simply tell him the truth." After all, she had already married into the family. Even if her brother were to be angry, he would have no means to retaliate against her. Xie Jingyan's expression darkened further. You are not concerned about your elder brother knowing? What about your father, the emperor? Have you considered how you will explain this to them? This, Xinhuan had not thought it through. She looked at Xie Jingyan and said, as long as you keep your mouth shut, they won't find out. Xie Jingyan chuckled softly. There is no wall that does not let the wind pass through. A gag order can only silence those loyal to me. The implication was clear. Not everyone in the Prince Ling's residence or even in Mo Yushuan was entirely under his command. Xinhuan was well aware of this without needing Xie Jingyan to point it out. If their pretense of a marriage were to be exposed, her father, her brother, and the emperor would undoubtedly demand that their charade become reality. If that were to happen, the position of Princess Ling would no longer be available, and she would have led Xie Jingyan into a dire predicament. Feeling dejected, Xinhuan looked at Xie Jingyan and asked, "What then should we do?" Xie Jingyan, his expression impassive, replied, "This bed is large enough. It can accommodate two." Xinhuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How can that be?" Xie Jingyan fixed his gaze upon her, his tone irritable. "Rest assured, I will not touch you." Xinhuan, blushing, stammered, "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just." After a prolonged pause, she was unable to articulate her thoughts. Xie Jingyan pressed, "Just what?" Xinhuan hesitated. "I tend to be restless when I sleep." Xie Jingyan cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "You need not worry, I am also not a tranquil sleeper." Xinhuan was taken aback. Was that meant to reassure her? It only heightened her anxiety. The thought of two restless souls sharing a bed was unsettling. Although Xie Jingyan had commendable character, he was not a man of unyielding virtue. She had learned that during their encounter at the Changshan prince's residence. He had admitted to being a normal man, and physical proximity could provoke reactions. Xinhuan found herself torn, unsure of what to do. She could neither sleep on the bed nor lay out on the floor. Surely she could not sit alone all night. Xie Jingyan, perceiving her distress, chose to ignore her and lay down. Closing his eyes, his flawless visage, illuminated by the glow of the crimson wedding candles, appeared even more enchanting. Xinhuan's gaze shifted to the jade pendant hanging at his waist. She felt guilty for doubting Xie Jingyan's self-restraint. In his past life, he had never married, nor had he even had a maid by his side. He wore the jade pendant given to him by his beloved as a constant reminder, and it was inconceivable that he would act inappropriately towards her. Realizing her overreactions, Xinhuan reassured herself that sleeping in the same bed was not a source of fear. If he were to do anything untoward, the position of Princess Ling would be irretrievably lost to him. With that thought, her worries dissipated. Cautiously she climbed onto the bed, wary of disturbing Xie Jingyan, unaware that the man pretending to be asleep was secretly smiling at her actions. Just as she settled down, Xie Jingyan sat up and said, "If you intend to sleep at my feet, you might as well return to the floor." Xinhuan looked at him, puzzled. "Why can't I sleep on this side?" "There is no reason," he replied curtly, lying back down and shutting his eyes. The absence of a reason was indeed suspicious. Xinhuan's gaze drifted to his legs, and she noticed something peculiar. The areas not covered by his socks appeared dark. Thinking she might be imagining things, she reached out and tugged at his trousers, revealing legs that were as black as coal. Caught off guard by her action, Xie Jingyan shot up, and Xinhuan exclaimed, "Your legs!" Pain and embarrassment flickered in his eyes, masked by anger. "Who permitted you to touch my legs?" Concern etched on her face. Xinhuan asked, "How did your legs become like this?" The pity reflected in her gaze pierced Xie Jingyan's heart, and he tightly pressed his lips together. "I do not require your sympathy." Xinhuan was aware that he could not stand and that his legs could indeed heal, yet she could not comprehend why they appeared this way. A broken leg, even if it could not be healed, should not look like that. "Your legs will get better," she stated. Xie Jingyan laughed, a sound that was laced with sorrow. "A better? Does she have any idea how many doctors and healers I have consulted? My brother has brought no fewer than 10 into the estate." He pulled the blanket over his legs and lay back down. Xinhuan had initially intended for them to occupy opposite ends of the bed, but Xie Jingyan's disagreement forced her to relent. She returned the pillow to its place and cautiously lay down, trying to position herself toward the inner side of the bed. Usually, she was a disciplined sleeper, able to maintain her boundaries, and her previous arguments with Xie Jingyan had merely been a pretext to convince him to allow her to sleep on the floor. Exhausted from the day's events, she found herself unable to drift off. Of the wedding candles flickered, occasionally popping. Assuming Xie Jingyan had fallen asleep, she turned to look at him and whispered, "I'm sorry." Xie Jingyan was not asleep. He opened his eyes and gazed at Xinhuan, his eyes reflecting emotions she could not decipher, swirling like a vortex that threatened to pull her in. Xinhuan found herself momentarily entranced, and Xie Jingyan gently asked, "Did I frighten you just now?" While she had not been scared earlier, she certainly was now, her heart racing in a flurry of confusion as she quickly turned away, presenting him with the back of her head. "I'm going to sleep." Xie Jingyan's brow furrowed tightly, and he kept his gaze fixed on her. Even though she had turned her back, she could feel his stare, sending shivers down her spine. "Could you please stop staring at the back of my head?" she thought, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. As she faced the inner side of the bed, her mind was filled with turmoil, and then she heard Xie Jingyan say, "Cover your feet." She quickly tucked her feet under the blanket. Xie Jingyan then pulled the blanket to cover her head entirely. Xinhuan turned in the blanket, revealing her clear eyes as she looked at him. Xie Jingyan pulled the blanket up a bit more. Ensuring that not even her eyes were exposed, was he trying to suffocate her with the blanket? Xinhuan felt vexed, and then she heard Xie Jingyan call out, "Chen Feng," after calling out twice without response. Xinhuan noticed he seemed to be enduring something. Concerned, she asked, "Why do you need Chen Feng?" Xie Jingyan's ears turned slightly red as he replied with frustration, "At the banquet earlier, I was forced to drink quite a bit." Chapter 63, Embarrassment. Xinhuan immediately regretted her inquiry. If he felt awkward, she too felt the weight of that awkwardness. The situation was untenable, Xie Jingyan's mobility was restricted, and with Chen Feng absent, she could not simply ignore his predicament. This was likely something Xie Jingyan did not wish to discuss but had chosen to address regardless. Xie Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on Xinhuan, making her wish for nothing more than to disappear. Gathering her courage, she poked her head out from under the blanket and asked, "Do you not need my help?" Xie Jingyan felt like hanging Chen Feng by his feet. He did not refuse her offer, which she took as an implicit acceptance. Xinhuan had no choice but to muster her resolve and crawl out from under the blanket. She got out of bed, then assisted Xie Jingyan to his feet, exerting all her strength to support his waist as they made their way behind the screen. The first few steps were manageable, but soon Xie Jingyan's legs grew weak, and he leaned heavily against her, nearly causing her to buckle under his weight. How embarrassing it was to think about what might happen next, she lamented inwardly. As she helped him to the screen, a knock sounded at the window, and Chen Feng's voice came through. "A master, the maid said you called for me." The voice was not particularly melodious, yet to Xinhuan it was the sweetest music, a welcome rescue. "Come in quickly and assist your master," she urged. Chen Feng appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon opening the window and leaping inside, Xinhuan promptly released her hold on Xie Jingyan, turning red as she faced away. As she approached the bedside, a sudden realization struck her, and she dashed out of the room. Just as she had one foot out the door, a sound of splashing water echoed behind her. Xinhuan felt her face grow increasingly warm, as if she were caught in a whirlwind. Silver Frost, sitting outside on the corridor gazing at the moon, turned upon hearing the door open and saw Xinhuan. She hurriedly rose, asking, "Miss, why are you out here?" Silver Frost, aware that her mistress's marriage to Prince Ling was a facade, had been guarding the door to prevent any eavesdropping maids or servants from approaching. She knew her mistress would not consummate the marriage, yet it was inappropriate for her to abandon Prince Ling on such a significant night. Now that Xinhuan had emerged, it was essential that she did not do so in vain. If she were to find herself in a similar predicament as Xie Jingyan, it would be utterly embarrassing. Upon returning to the room, Xinhuan found Xie Jingyan already lying down with his eyes tightly shut. Assuming he had fallen asleep, she cautiously climbed over to the inner side of the bed. Xinhuan thought the awkwardness had reached its peak, yet this was merely the beginning. On the inner side of the bed, a decorative box sat atop a shelf, and it seemed that when she had helped Xie Jingyan down from the bed, the blanket had inadvertently draped over the box, causing it to be knocked to the floor. As she pulled the blanket to cover herself, she accidentally toppled the contents of the box. If it had been any other item, it would have been inconsequential, but this box contained porcelain figurines. Xinhuan recognized the box from before, but had not thought much of it. After all, there were many similar boxes. However, she had not expected this particular box to be the one that fourth madam had instructed old Mama Zhou to give her as a dowry, which she had been too embarrassed to examine in her own room the previous night, and now it had unexpectedly spilled out before her. As her gaze swept across the room, Xinhuan felt as if she were on the brink of madness. She hastily placed the porcelain figurine into the brocade box, but alas, it was too late. The noise from its earlier fall had been too loud, and Xie Jingyan, who had been pretending to be asleep, could no longer maintain the faade. "What is it?" Xie Jingyan sat up and caught sight of what Xinhuan held in her hand. The words that had yet to fully emerge became lodged in his throat, and his handsome, almost devilishly charming face flushed with an unusual hue. Xinhuan wished fervently for a bolt of lightning to strike her down. She had never before encountered such an embarrassing situation in her life and wished to avoid the sun's rays come morning. In a flurry, she scrambled to stow the item back in the brocade box and returned it to its original place. Fearing it might be discovered again, she decided to place it far away, then lay back down, pulling the blanket over herself entirely in an attempt to feign death. Xie Jingyan's cough broke the silence, followed by a soft, lingering Xinhuan. Xinhuan's desire to vanish intensified. She even contemplated the notion of silencing him permanently. Quickly she sat up to search for the lost item, but her gaze found nothing. Blushing fiercely, she turned to Xie Jingyan and asked where it was. He lifted the blanket slightly, revealing the porcelain figurine resting beside his thigh. As she reached for it, she inadvertently brushed against his hand. The contact felt like touching a searing ember, and she instinctively withdrew her hand, only to hear a soft, teasing chuckle escape him. Xie Jingyan handed the porcelain figure back to Xinhuan, who was unsure how she managed to accept it. She felt as if she were a boiled crab. Hastily returning the porcelain to the brocade box and covering herself once more, after a moment of silence, Xie Jingyan's voice floated through the air. "Are you planning to suffocate yourself under the blanket?" Why was he still awake? Xinhuan quietly nudged the blanket down with her foot. Xie Jingyan could barely suppress a smile. However, the faint, lingering fragrance that wafted from her seemed to ignite a yearning within him. And his mind involuntarily drifted back to the alluring image of the porcelain figure, stirring his restless heart. The night deepened, urging them to sleep. Both assumed the other had succumbed to slumber, yet after what felt like an eternity of insomnia, fatigue ultimately claimed them, and they fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden shimmer across the room. As Shenwan awoke, still in a state of semi-consciousness, she attempted to turn over, only to realize she was being embraced. A jolt of realization struck her, and as she opened her eyes, she discovered she was nestled in Xie Jingyan's arms, who was still asleep. Shenwan, the remnants of sleep vanished in an instant. How could she have ended up in his embrace after wrapping herself like a silkworm before bed? Panic surged through her as she quickly sat up, the blanket slipping away, revealing an even more awkward sight. Xie Jingyan's impressive stature was unmistakably evident. Shenwan cursed her own keen eyesight, her face burning with embarrassment as she swiftly yanked the blanket back over him. Turning around, she found Xie Jingyan gazing at her with wide-awake eyes, devoid of any hint of sleepiness. "When did you wake up?" she stammered, her cheeks aflame. Xie Jingyan regarded her with an expressionless face. "You mentioned you are not a restless sleeper. I did not anticipate you would be quite so unrestrained." Shenwan was indignant. She had always been a sound sleeper. In the 5 or 6 years she had been married to Xie Jingyan, she had never once found herself waking up in someone else's embrace. How could it happen now, on the very first day of their marriage? Yet, she could not deny the truth of his statement. Feeling vexed, she listened as he said, "Squeeze my arm." Shenwan, momentarily distracted, asked, "What did you say?" He repeated, "My arm has gone numb from your weight. Please squeeze it." Her cheeks flushed with heat. "Why don't you push me away?" Xie Jingyan regarded her leisurely. "How do you know I haven't attempted to push you away?" Was he implying he had tried but failed? Shenwan was skeptical, and he continued, "Compared to you kicking me, having you hold me while I sleep feels much safer." Shenwan remained unmoving, and Xie Jingyan lifted his arm slightly. With a sigh of resignation, she extended her hand to massage his arm, mentally resolving that she would not share a bed with him again that night. While she kneaded his arm, she noticed a handkerchief trapped beneath him and suddenly recalled that the palace maids would be arriving shortly for an inspection. Chapter 64. Insufficient. Not only would they be coming to inspect, but they also needed to take it back to the Empress for her scrutiny. Shenwan extracted the handkerchief, its glaring whiteness nearly blinding her. Her eyes ached at the sight. Turning to Xie Jingyan, she asked, "What should we do?" Xie Jingyan wore a look that seemed to say, "You ask me, but who should I ask?" With determination, Shenwan bit her finger hard enough to draw blood. The sharp pain causing her to gasp, she dabbed the blood on the handkerchief and tucked it beneath Xie Jingyan's waist. The movement was fluid and seamless. As she sucked on her finger, she sensed his gaze upon her, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Turning her head, she met Xie Jingyan's complex expression of flustered. She said, "I'm not faking this. I just can't get past the Empress." Xie Jingyan smirked. "This is still insufficient." "Not enough," Shenwan retorted. "Isn't this almost sufficient?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Jingyan pulled her closer, and before she could react, he pressed his lips against her delicate neck. The sensation sent a wave of tingling warmth coursing through her body, rendering her mind momentarily blanked. It wasn't until a sharp sting on her neck brought her back to reality that she instinctively pushed him away. Her face flushed as she covered her neck and glared at him. You shameless man." Xie Jingyan wiped his lips with his finger, a devilish smile playing on his lips. "With such a display, who would doubt that we did not consummate our marriage last night?" While no one would suspect, Shenwan was incensed. "How am I supposed to face others like this? We still have to go to the palace to pay respects to the Emperor and Empress." Xie Jingyan looked at her. "I'm lending you the position of the primary wife. You can't let others suspect that I am incapable, can you? And your elder brother." At this point, he fell silent, and Shenwan felt her anger bubbling up, unable to express it. "What does my elder brother have to do with this?" Xie Jingyan replied. "Before the marriage was arranged, your brother came to speak with me." Shenwan knew her brother had been concerned that Xie Jingyan might not be able to fulfill his marital duties. She had assumed her brother had not approached him, but clearly he had. The thought of her brother's inquiries made her face flush again, and her curiosity got the better of her. "How did you send him off?" Xie Jingyan remained silent until she looked up at him. Then he said, "I assured him that I would not impede his role as an uncle, and only then was your brother satisfied and departed." His voice was rich and smooth, like fine wine, and it sent shivers down her spine. His star-like eyes made her hesitant to look too long, igniting a desire to flee. Shenwan hastily got out of bed and called for Ing Shuang and Hai Tang to enter. The two maids had been waiting outside, and upon hearing Shenwan's summons, they cautiously entered the room. As Ing Shuang helped her don her attire, Shenwan proceeded to wash up and sat at the vanity while Ing Shuang styled her hair. Ing Shuang's deft fingers worked quickly, and in no time, the hairstyle was complete. Though Shenwan gazed into the bronze mirror, her thoughts were not on herself but rather on the man reflected within it. Since she had sat at the vanity, she had noticed Xie Jingyan's unwavering gaze upon her. His eyes remained fixed on her, which made her uncomfortable. Turning around, she asked, "Aren't you getting up?" Xie Jingyan met her gaze. "You want tea? Help me, so I cannot rise." Shenwan turned to Hai Tang. Assist him. Hai Tang glanced at Xie Jingyan, noting his furrowed brow, and quickly shook her head, unwilling to approach. Shenwan looked to Ing Shuang. who also shook her head. The prince had specifically indicated that the young lady should assist him, and they did not dare to disobey. After Ying Shuang finished styling Shenwan's hair, she took a step back. Shenwan, feeling disgruntled, stood up to help Xie Jingyan rise. She knew he was doing it on purpose. With her present, Chen Feng could no longer attend to him. The responsibilities that had once belonged to Chen Feng now fell to her. They had to remain separated. As Shenwan assisted Xie Jingyan from the bed, just as she was about to help him into his wheelchair, footsteps echoed from outside the beaded curtain. Mama Zhang, who served the Empress, entered, performing a respectful bow. This servant greets His Highness and Her Highness. Upon rising, she caught sight of the unmistakable red mark on Shenwan's neck, which the powder could not conceal. Mama Zhang smiled silently. Shenwan helped Xie Jingyan settle into the wheelchair as Mama Zhang approached the bed, lifting the blanket to reveal the stark white handkerchief stained with vivid red. Mama Zhang collected the handkerchief and, bowing, said, "May His Highness and Her Highness soon be blessed with a child. Thank you for your hard work, Mama." Shenwan exchanged a knowing glance with Ying Shuang, who understood and discreetly passed over a pouch. Mama Zhang accepted it, offering a few more auspicious words before departing. Once Mama Zhang left, Xie Jingyan turned to Shenwan. "Where is my pouch?" Before Shenwan could respond, Hai Tang promptly retrieved the intricately embroidered pouch that Shenwan had made. She handed it to Shenwan, who then offered it to Xie Jingyan. However, he did not take it. "Wait for me to return. Help me tie it on then. For now, push me outside." Shenwan hurriedly complied. She pushed Xie Jingyan to the door, where Chen Feng took over. Watching Xie Jingyan move further away, Shenwan felt increasingly burdened by the trouble she had caused him and wondered if her cousin had managed to find Dr. Tao and procure the 2 medicinal ingredients. She needed to ensure his leg was treated as soon as possible, otherwise it would be terribly inconvenient. After Xie Jingyan finished washing and changing, he returned to the room, having changed out of the bright red wedding attire but still wearing the jade pendant of a lotus flower at his waist. Noticing her gaze on the pendant, he remarked, "This pendant is exquisitely crafted. I quite like it." How could he not like something worn on such a joyous occasion? There is no need to explain to her. She is fully aware. Shenwan held a pouch in her hand, and Xie Jingyan said, "Put it on for me." Shenwan slightly furrowed her brows and replied, "Since I am already wearing the jade pendant, there is no need for the pouch." Wearing the jade pendant gifted by her beloved while also donning the pouch she had given him might provoke jealousy, leading others to think he wished to enjoy the blessings of a shared life. Shenwan suspected that his wearing the jade pendant served as a reminder for himself, while hanging the pouch clearly aimed to project an image of a blissful newlywed couple, but she deemed it unnecessary. Xie Jingyan looked at Shenwan with curiosity. After all, the pouch and jade pendant did not hinder one another. Shenwan thought of him and wondered why he showed no appreciation for her consideration. Since he believed it would not be a hindrance, what more could she say? Indeed, he had entrusted her with the position of the primary wife. Their bond was as strong as gold, and surely he would not harbor disdain over a mere pouch. It seemed she had underestimated their feelings. Shenwan approached Xie Jingyan with the pouch, thinking it would not be difficult to tie it. Yet as he sat in his wheelchair, it proved inconvenient. To fasten the pouch, she had to draw closer, inching nearer. After considerable effort, once the pouch was finally tied, they found themselves so close that their breaths intertwined, causing Yinxiang and Haitang to worry Shenwan might bump into Xie Jingyan's chin. What one fears often comes to pass. Having secured the pouch, Shenwan forgot how near she was to Xie Jingyan and stood up. Inadvertently colliding with his chin, Xie Jingyan gasped in pain, while Yinxiang and Haitang covered their faces. Shenwan hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Chapter 65, entering the palace yet, disregarding his sore chin. Xie Jingyan urgently asked Shenwan, "Did your head hurt?" Shenwan was taken aback, a strange, indescribable sensation coursing through her. She replied honestly, "It hurts." Before she could finish, her arm was seized, and before she could react, her head was lowered. Xie Jingyan's calloused hand rested gently atop her head, tenderly rubbing it, warmth radiating from his palm. The heat on Shenwan's face rose steadily. She was unaccustomed to such intimacy from Xie Jingyan. When she glanced up, her gaze met his, and her ears flushed crimson. At that moment, Xie Jingyan remarked, "You're already not very bright. If you bump your head again, my elder brother will not spare me." Shenwan, she raised an eyebrow, glaring at Xie Jingyan. How could she have believed he was merely concerned about her? It appeared he had always regarded her as foolish, only refraining from speaking out of fear of her elder brother. With this thought, Shenwan's brows knitted tighter as she looked at Xie Jingyan. "Are you that afraid of my elder brother?" How had she not noticed this in her past life? Xie Jingyan replied, "Your elder brother saved my life. You are his beloved sister. As long as your requests are not excessive, I shall comply." Shenwan's eyes brightened. "Would it be acceptable for you to sleep in the study?" Xie Jingyan chuckled in disbelief. "What do you think?" Thus, it was undoubtedly out of the question. Shenwan understood it was impractical. Her elder brother was unaware of their feigned marriage, and Xie Jingyan sleeping in the study would appear as if he were bullying her in her brother's eyes. He would never agree to such an arrangement, yet sharing a bed could easily lead to further awkward situations like those of the previous night and that morning. It was evident that the awkwardness was not hers alone. Why did it seem he was unfazed? Shenwan looked up at Xie Jingyan, unexpectedly meeting his gaze. He averted his eyes and said, "Let us eat." we must enter the palace shortly. Entering the palace to pay respects with tea was a matter of great significance. Prompting Shenwan to cease her musings, they sat down to breakfast together. After finishing their meal, Shenwan pushed Xie Jingyan towards the main gate of the Wangfu, where they would take a carriage to the palace. Xie Jingyan's carriage was specially designed, spacious enough to accommodate his wheelchair seamlessly. As the carriage made its way towards the royal palace, Shenwan and Xie Jingyan exchanged few words, yet the silence felt awkward. She lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to observe the bustling street outside. Noticing Shenwan's eager expression, Xie Jingyan's hand, resting on his knee, instinctively tightened. His eyes darkening, Shenwan caught a glimpse and inquired, "Does your leg hurt?" Xie Jingyan remained silent, his gaze fixed outside the carriage for a long while before saying, "I cannot accompany you on your shopping." No one had asked him to accompany her shopping. Did he fear she might request him to do so? After all, he had just promised to comply with her reasonable requests. Refusing would contradict his own words and be a slap to his face. However, truly accompanying her could risk being seen by his beloved, placing him in a dilemma, so he spoke first to prevent her from voicing her desires. It was indeed a challenge for him to be caught in the middle. And to spare him further anxiety, Shenwan replied, "I understand, you are not in a position to accompany me." Xie Jingyan expected Shenwan to comfort him, but instead, her words felt like a dagger to his heart, causing him to wince in pain, his eyes shutting tightly. Seeing him silent, Shenwan felt increasingly perplexed by his unpredictable moods, silently returning her gaze to the bustling scene outside, until they arrived at the palace. Neither spoke again. When the carriage halted, Xie Jingyan was the first to disembark, followed by Shenwan. They were greeted by palace attendants who guided them to the Shokang Palace to present tea to the Empress Dowager. As well as the Emperor and Empress, Shenwan intended to push Xie Jingyan, but he coldly stated, "There is no need." Shenwan's hand had already reached the wheelchair when he spoke, and as he moved forward on his own, her hand froze, confused about what had displeased him. Again, Jinfeng pushed Xie Jingyan towards the Shokang Palace, and Shenwan, already slow in her steps, found herself lagging further behind as she pondered what might have angered him. Noticing Shenwan trailing significantly, Jinfeng remarked, "Master, the princess consort has not caught up." Xie Jingyan glanced back at Shenwan, his expression dim and somewhat resigned. Upon seeing this, Jinfeng took a few steps back. Shenwan could not fathom what had caused Xie Jingyan's annoyance. Upon lifting her gaze and realizing Jinfeng had paused, she recognized he was waiting for her. She hurried over to take Jinfeng's place. Pushing Xie Jingyan toward the Shokang Palace, Xie Jingyan remained silent, and Shenwan dared not speak, fearing that any additional words might lead to further misunderstandings, so she chose to remain quiet to avoid saying something wrong. As they approached the Shokang Palace, they spotted the Crown Prince approaching them. Upon seeing them, the Crown Prince smiled and said, "I have yet to congratulate my sixth brother and sister-in-law on their joyous union. Yesterday, I was unwell and missed the wedding feast at the Jin Wangfu and the festivities at the Ling Wangfu. It is truly a pity." Yesterday, both the Jin Wangfu and Ling Wangfu held their wedding banquets on the same day. But the Crown Prince did not attend either. He and Xie Jingyan were embroiled in a fierce contest for the position of heir, and as Xie Jingyan suppressed Xie Jingyan, the Crown Prince was unwilling to witness his triumph. Particularly as Xie Jingyan had previously helped him out of both emotional and logical reasoning, he felt obliged to give Xie Jingyan some regard. However, as all the officials attended the Jin Wangfu to celebrate, he chose to go to the Ling Wangfu, which made him appear petty, so he simply abstained from both celebrations altogether. Yesterday, upon learning that the emperor had gone to the Ling Wangfu, he was filled with regret. He could have chosen either and still witnessed the splendid expressions of the Jin Wang and the empress, or gone to the Ling Wangfu, or his father made the same choice, which would surely infuriate the Jin Wang. Xie Jingyan and Xining also came to the Shokang Palace to present tea. As they approached, they overheard the Crown Prince's words, and Xie Jingyan's expression darkened. The illness of the Jin Wang had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. Aside from being unable to leave the estate for the wedding feast, nothing else had been delayed. It was implied that the Crown Prince was feigning illness, but the Crown Prince paid no mind. Smiling, "Your father and the others are still waiting for you to present tea. I shall not delay you." In high spirits, the Crown Prince departed. Xie Jingyan watched the Crown Prince's departing figure alongside Xining. And as they withdrew their cold gazes, Shenwan had already pushed Xie Jingyan far away. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Shenwan beheld the Empress Dowager seated upon the phoenix throne, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect and made it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. She was a stark contrast to the defeated figure of the Empress Dowager from her past life after the Crown Prince's death, who bore no resemblance to the woman before her. The late Empress, the mother of the late Crown Prince Xie Jingqi, was the Empress Dowager's niece and the one she favored most. The Crown Prince still possessed the strength to contend with Xie Jingyan, not only due to his status as the legitimate firstborn but also largely because of the Empress Dowager's protection. The Empress Dowager was the Emperor's mother, and he held her in the highest regard. The death of the late Crown Prince had dealt a significant blow to the Empress Dowager, aging her a decade overnight, leaving her in despair, and until her death, she never stepped out of the Shokang Palace again. After Xie Jingyin ascended the throne, when they came to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager, they were met with a cold reception. However, the Empress Dowager not only refused to see them but also ceased to meet with her own second son. The king. At this moment, the Empress Dowager appeared particularly spirited, as the crown prince still held hope before their arrival. Both the emperor and empress had already been present. Upon seeing them enter, the emperor set down the teacup in his hand. Empress Song wore a smile, though her eyes glimmered with coldness. The humiliation she suffered yesterday would be etched in her memory for a lifetime, while she dared not harbor resentment towards the emperor. At least not openly. She attributed the emperor's absence from the Jin Wanfu and his presence at the Ling Wanfu to Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan, blaming them for the loss of face she and the Jin Wang suffered. Particularly with Shen Wan, who had not chosen her son Xie Jingyin, introducing a multitude of uncertainties into his path to succession, causing their calculated plan to fall apart and turning the wedding feast into a source of ridicule. Clenching her fists tightly beneath her phoenix robe, Empress Song spent the night pondering why the emperor had chosen to go to the Ling Wanfu. Chapter 66. The bottom line: the palace maid brought forth mats, and Xie Jingyin and Shening knelt down first to present tea to the Empress Dowager, followed by Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan. Due to Xie Jingyan's leg discomfort, the Empress Dowager permitted him not to kneel. After the Empress Dowager received the tea, she gifted Shen Wan and Shening each a set of headpieces, expressing her hope that they would soon bear offspring for the royal family. Shen Ying's face turned crimson, while Shen Wan felt she should be the one blushing, as the awkwardness from the previous night replayed in her mind, making her cheeks even redder than Shen Ying's. After paying respects to the Empress Dowager, they next offered their reverence to the Emperor and Empress, yet, to his surprise, Xie Jingyan did not kneel. The Emperor, however, did not voice any objections, instead bestowing a jade scepter upon him. Empress Song rewarded Shening with a blood jade bracelet and presented Shen Wan with a jade pendant. Once the tea ceremony was concluded, the Emperor departed to attend to official documents, and Xie Jingyan and Shen Wan took their leave as well. Exiting the Shokong Palace, Xie Jingyan turned to Shen Wan, saying, "If you wish to shop, I cannot accompany you, but if you desire to stroll through the Imperial Garden, I would be glad to join you." Shen Wan had no inclination to visit the garden. Having resided in the palace for several years in her past life, she had grown weary of it. She shook her head in refusal. Xie Jingyan then suggested, "In that case, let us return to the residence." Shen Wan pushed the wheelchair toward the exit of the palace, and finding the surroundings empty, Xie Jingyan inquired, "How did you realize you had boarded the wrong sedan chair yesterday?" Shen Wan replied, "The sedan chair that halted beside the Pingyang Marquis' residence surely belonged to the Jin Prince's household. I might have made a mistake, but the sedan chair would never stop incorrectly." Xie Jingyan turned to look at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shen Wan, perplexed, asked, "What are you smiling about, at a crucial moment?" "You demonstrated remarkable cleverness," he remarked. As so many people were present, yet even Shenyu, whom he had dispatched, failed to notice the switch between her and Shening. That she alone discerned it made Xie Jingyan realize he had underestimated her in the past. Shen Wan's cheeks flushed at the compliment, but recalling his earlier remark about her foolishness, she could not help but glare at him, unprepared for her reaction. Xie Jingyan turned and caught her eye. Shen Wan quickly averted her gaze, pretending nothing had occurred. He chose not to call her out on it. Sitting in the wheelchair with an unusually buoyant mood, As Chen Feng drove the carriage out of the palace and into the bustling streets. Xie Jingyan commanded, "Stop!" Chen Feng promptly reined in the horses. Shen Wan looked at Xie Jingyan, puzzled. "Why have we stopped?" Feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, he replied, "I will accompany you shopping." Shen Wan was taken aback, wondering why he had suddenly changed his mind about not being able to join her. Chen Feng, seated on the carriage shaft, could hardly believe his ears. His master despised being observed while seated in a wheelchair, finding it more unbearable than death. At banquets held in the palace or feasts at the noble houses, he would avoid attending whenever possible, yet now he willingly offered to accompany the princess consort on a shopping excursion. He had always believed that his master would agree to marry the princess consort out of pity, knowing that the Jin prince was not a good man, and not wanting her to fall into a perilous situation that could entangle the Pingyang Marquis' household in a power struggle. Yet now, it was evident that his master harbored genuine affection for her, so much so that even when she rubbed salt in his wounds, he would merely sulk for a while before lowering his standards. This was no mere fondness, it was unmistakably love. Surely the princess consort would be deeply touched by this, Chen Feng mused, only to hear Shen Wan say, "Your legs are not in good condition. Perhaps we should forego shopping." Chen Feng, it seemed one stab was not enough. She pressed on, "Did the princess consort truly not wish to see his master enraged?" Shen Wan spoke casually, as she subconsciously believed that Xie Jingyan's wheelchair confinement was merely temporary. She had never regarded him as disabled, thus her words flowed with less caution. As soon as she finished speaking, she sensed the atmosphere in the carriage had turned icy, even colder than when they had entered the palace. Realizing she had unintentionally vexed Xie Jingyan, she hurried to amend her statement. "What I meant was that once your legs are better, you can accompany me shopping." Yet before she could finish, Xie Jingyan interrupted with a curt command. Get out! Xinhuan had never witnessed such a grim expression on his face before, and she was momentarily taken aback, obediently disembarking from the carriage Chen Feng, while thinking that Xinhuan deserved this. Still advised, master, return to the Wangfu, Xie Jingyan ordered, and Chen Feng dared not disobey. As they mounted the carriage and departed, Xinhuan watched it recede, seething with indignation. How could there be such a stubborn man? Throwing a tantrum simply because she would not allow him to accompany her while in a wheelchair. Did he enjoy being observed? What was the point of her attempting to deter him? This was truly self-inflicted frustration. As she stormed forward, she thought to herself, shopping, it was a miracle if she could walk back to the Ling Wangfu, let alone indulge in leisurely shopping. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, mentally cursing Xie Jingyan. Just then, a familiar voice called out, cousin. Xinhuan turned her head and was delighted to see her elder cousin. Cousin, Yun Qi alighted from his horse, frowning slightly as he approached. I just saw a figure resembling you from behind. I didn't expect it to truly be you. Why are you alone on the streets without even a maidservant accompanying you, after attending the tea ceremony with Xie Jingyan? She had not brought in Shuang along due to Chen Feng's presence. She could not let her elder cousin know about her quarrel with Xie Jingyan, so Xinhuan replied, I sent my maidservant to purchase some items. Yun Qi showed no suspicion, advising, in the future, when you go out, it would be wise to bring along a couple more maidservants. Even in the emperor's realm, safety is not guaranteed. It is better to be cautious. Xinhuan nodded repeatedly, then asked, has grandfather's worry subsided? Yun Qi chuckled, not only has it subsided, but he is quite elated. After returning from the wedding banquet yesterday, he spoke highly of the Lingwang. Remembering how Xie Jingyan had asked grandfather Yun to bring close friends to the Ling Wangfu for the wedding banquet, Xinhuan's grievances against him dissipated. The two cousins chatted amiably as they walked down the street when a carriage halted nearby. Xie Jingyan, witnessing their cheerful exchange, wore an increasingly dark expression. How foolish of him to worry. He had barely lost sight of her when he began fretting about her wandering alone and potentially facing danger, prompting him to instruct Chen Feng to return for her. Yet there was no need for his concern. She had barely walked half a street before encountering her cousin. Fuming, Xie Jingyan drew the curtain of the carriage. Return, he commanded. Chen Feng took his seat once more, but just as he was about to drive away, Yun Qi departed, leaving only Xinhuan behind. Chen Feng got the test for the master had come once more. The carriage remained motionless for quite some time. Xie Jingyan, feeling irritable, queried, why are we not moving yet? Chen Feng forced a smile. The princess consort is alone again. Xie Jingyan flung open the curtain, and at that moment, Xinhuan sensed someone was watching her. Turning around, she was delighted to see Xie Jingyan. Their eyes met, and Xinhuan's heart soared that he had returned. Not wanting to keep him waiting, she prepared to rush over. But just then, a runaway horse came barreling toward her, the rider shouting frantically, move aside, make way. Upon hearing the thunderous hoofbeats, Xinhuan turned just in time to see the horse charging at her. Her face paling in fear. Just as she felt her demise was imminent, a figure leaped forward, pulling her into a roll on the ground for safety. When Xinhuan opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into Xie Jingyan's worried and urgent eyes, his voice trembling as he asked, are you hurt? Chapter 67. Concerned, how could he be so worried about her? Was it because of her elder brother? Xinhuan struggled to suppress the flutter in her heart and shook her head. I'm fine. Xie Jingyan let out a low groan, softly urging, there are so many people watching. Quickly, get up. Only then did Xinhuan realize she was still in his embrace, her face flushing crimson as she hurried to her feet. By that time, Chen Feng had already wheeled the wheelchair over, wincing slightly. Among the three of them, it seemed he had sustained the most injury, yet he had been so focused on Xinhuan's safety that he failed to notice the imminent danger himself. When Xie Jingyan had leaped from the carriage to save her, Chen Feng had been unable to avoid the collision, tumbling from the carriage in an undignified manner, which was hardly befitting of a highly skilled bodyguard. Xinhuan assisted Xie Jingyan into the wheelchair before boarding the carriage as Chen Feng drove them back to the Wangfu. Inside the carriage, Xie Jingyan sat in the wheelchair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his grip tightening around his knee, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Xinhuan was alarmed, asking, what is wrong? But Xie Jingyan remained silent. His legs, already weak, had been pushed too hard in the heat of the moment while saving Xinhuan, and now he felt a pain that pierced to the bone, rendering him almost speechless. Xinhuan was at a loss for what to do. All she could manage was to wipe the sweat from his brow. However, after merely a few strokes, he grasped her hand, placing it on his knee. Xinhuan allowed him to hold her hand, wishing only for him to feel a modicum of relief after what felt like an eternity. His complexion began to improve, though he appeared utterly spent. He looked at Xinhuan, releasing his hold on her hand. Noticing her hesitation to speak, he prompted, if you have something to say, just say it. Xinhuan began, thank you for saving me earlier. Xie Jingyan said nothing, his gaze unwavering from her face, making Xinhuan feel as though there was something unsightly upon it. She raised her hand to wipe her face and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Xie Jingyan inquired, what were you intending to say to me? If it was merely an expression of gratitude, there was nothing shameful about voicing it. Xinhuan hesitated, I didn't want you to misunderstand me. Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow. Misunderstand? Xinhuan continued, your leg ailment can truly be cured. I'm not just trying to comfort you, it's the truth. Xie Jingyan chuckled. What leads you to believe my legs can be healed? Her question left Shenwan momentarily stumped. She could not reveal that she had lived a past life, so she resorted to a fib. I dreamed about it, wishing that her previous life had merely been a nightmare. Xie Jingyan's smile grew broader. You dreamed about me, Shenwan, exasperated, thought, this is not the point, after finally coming up with a plausible excuse. He had taken it in an entirely different direction. Shenwan felt utterly drained, and the smile on Xie Jingyan's face vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound sense of desolation. Dreams were often the opposite of reality. Shenwan shook her head. That won't happen. My cousin has already found. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the carriage jolted, causing Xie Jingyan's back to collide with the wheelchair, eliciting a pained flinch from him. The conversation abruptly came to a halt. Chen Feng drove the horse-drawn carriage back to the Ling Wangfu and noticed Xie Jingyan's pallid complexion. Chen Feng stated, I shall send someone to fetch the imperial physician. Xie Jingyan replied, it is merely a superficial injury, there is no need for a physician. A superficial injury. Shenwan looked at Xie Jingyan and asked anxiously, where are you hurt? Xie Jingyan did not respond to her. Upon returning to Jingmo Xian, once inside, he instructed, apply medicine to my back. Chen Feng procured the medicine, placed it on the small table beside the bed, and then withdrew, calling out to Ying Shuang and Hai Tang to follow him outside. Xie Jingyan extended his hand, and Shenwan assisted him in sitting up. As she helped him, she also endeavored to loosen his clothing, which proved to be quite a challenge once his inner garment was removed. Shenwan observed 2 bruises on his back, likely sustained while he was rescuing her. Having been struck by stones on the ground, Shenwan selected some ointment for bruises and applied it to the affected areas, saying, it may sting a bit, bear with it. As she rubbed the medicine in, she watched him, but Xie Jingyan did not even flinch. Compared to the pain in his leg, these bruises were hardly of any consequence. Just as she was applying the medicine, Chen Feng's voice came from outside. My lord, the heir of Pingyang Marquis has arrived. Shenwan wondered, why his elder brother come? Surely he has not heard about the incident on the street involving her and Xie Jingyan. Has he? That would be rather swift. Puzzled, she then heard Xie Jingyan say, let him in. Shenwan helped Xie Jingyan get dressed, and when Shindu entered, she inquired, what brings you here, elder brother? Shindu replied, on our way back from the military camp, my father heard that you narrowly escaped an incident on the street, and that it was your brother-in-law who rescued you. He was concerned and sent me to check on you. It was indeed touching that he came out of concern for her potential injury, causing Shenwan to feel a lump in her throat. I am fine, elder brother. Shindu paused, then remarked, it is not you he worries about. It is your brother-in-law, Shenwan. Shindu then turned his gaze to Xie Jingyan, who said, I am also unharmed. I apologize for causing my father-in-law concern. Father-in-law, his words rolled off the tongue effortlessly. Shenwan felt a slight blush creep to her ears. Shindu sighed in relief, as long as everyone is well, I shall take my leave to spare my father any further worry. If you cannot return tomorrow, then you may postpone your visit. Shindu urged Shenwan to take good care of Xie Jingyan before departing. Shenwan asked, has your shoulder wound healed? Shindu moved his arm and smiled, it is but a minor injury. It is nothing to fret over. Shenwan could not muster a smile. What was a minor injury now could pose greater danger next time. Shindu furrowed his brow tightly. Shenwan continued, yesterday's near mistake with the bridal sedan was no accident. It was intentional. Your shoulder injury was part of their scheme, and even the incident concerning third sister was originally targeting me. Shindu's eyes narrowed. Initially, he had deemed the bridal sedan incident too peculiar to be a mere oversight, especially since Xining was the daughter of the second household, with both the second madam and the old matriarch relieved they had not made a mistake. He had dismissed his doubts, yet he had not considered the multitude of hidden agendas at play. It was utterly intolerable that the second and third households would resort to such underhanded tactics to force his sister into marriage with young Master Wu. Even if their plan had backfired, he could not fathom the depths of their depravity in pursuit of power, especially when his father still held the old matriarch in such high esteem. Shenwan had initially intended to discuss these matters when she returned home the next day, but with her elder brother present at the Ling Wangfu, she could not contain herself. Shenwan cautioned, Prince Jin is ambitious and ruthless, your second uncle is no better, they are both unscrupulous in their pursuit of power and will undoubtedly employ every means to seize control of the military from my father. You and father must remain vigilant. Shindu nodded, elder brother understands and will remind father to be cautious. Chapter 68, Chagrin. After Shindu's departure, only Shenwan and Xie Jingyan remained in the room. Struggling, Xie Jingyan managed to stand, and Shenwan silently fetched a clean brocade robe to assist him in dressing. The act of dressing itself was manageable, but fastening the belt required her arms to encircle his waist, which felt somewhat awkward. As Shenwan tied the belt for Xie Jingyan, the maidservant brought in lunch. Once she had helped him dress, the two sat down to eat, seated in a wheelchair. Xie Jingyan found it difficult to reach for dishes that were too far away. Thus, once Shenwan sat at the table, she attentively served him, deftly selecting dishes based on where his gaze lingered. This meal brought Xie Jingyan considerable delight. After lunch, he retreated to the study to read, while Shenwan requested the maidservants prepare hot water for her bath. After changing into a clean dress, she felt utterly refreshed. With nothing to occupy her time, Shenwan took Yin Shuang for a stroll in the garden. Hoping to tire herself out so she could sleep soundly that night, the garden was a riot of colors vibrant with blossoms, and as summer approached, a few butterflies flitted about gracefully, standing by the lake. Enjoying the breeze, she was approached by a young maid in a pale yellow dress who said, "Your Highness, the prince is seeking you. What could he want? If he needed something, it would be more convenient to ask Qin Feng in her absence." Xinhuan was puzzled, yet knowing Xie Jingyan had sent for her, she felt compelled to return her. Upon her arrival at Mou Shen, she expected to find Xie Jingyan in the study, only to discover him in the inner chamber. Indulging in a medicinal bath, blushing, she turned her back. "Why did you call for me while you were taking a medicinal bath?" Xie Jingyan responded, "I have not finished my reading. I would like you to read it to me." "Why not have Qin Feng read it to you?" Xinhuan retorted. "Qin Feng cannot read." Outside, Qin Feng had suddenly transformed into an illiterate. He truly could not bear to be apart from her. Yet his excuse was rather flimsy. Xinhuan was taken aback to learn that Xie Jingyan's personal guard could not read. Surely there were others like Chen Yu who could. It was unlikely they were all illiterate. However, considering he had just saved her life on the street, she felt it would be unreasonable to refuse a small request. Xinhuan picked up the book resting on the small table and began to read aloud to Xie Jingyan. With his eyes closed and his arm draped casually over the bathtub, he appeared utterly at ease. After completing one book, Xinhuan noticed that Xie Jingyan seemed to have dozed off. Preparing to set the book down and slip away quietly, she was interrupted as his voice rang out, "Read it again." With a resigned sigh, Xinhuan resumed her reading. Fortunately, by the time she finished the second reading, it was also time for him to emerge from the bath, and he did not require her assistance to rise this time. She lacked the strength for that, while their daytime interactions were manageable. Xinhuan's greatest dread remained the night. She had resolved not to share a bed with Xie Jingyan again. Once he returned from the study, she helped him sit on the bed. Xie Jingyan remarked, "We shall return home tomorrow. We should retire early tonight, but your injury is not yet healed." Xinhuan protested. Xie Jingyan lay back on the bed, nonchalantly stating, "It is but a minor injury. It does not prevent me from accompanying you home." Xinhuan nodded repeatedly, then turned to grab a blanket. Xie Jingyan assumed she was merely preparing to share the bed, as there was only one blanket to be had, and thought she intended to sleep apart. To his dismay, Xinhuan spread the blanket on the floor instead, which darkened his expression. After laying out the blanket, she searched for a pillow and, unsure where to find one, took the one from the bed. Approaching the bedside, she said, "Please hand me the pillow." "Get it yourself," he replied, his tone clearly irritated. Xinhuan discerned his displeasure but chose not to dwell on it. If he preferred her to fetch it herself, so be it. She stretched over him to grab the pillow, only for him to suddenly embrace her waist, pulling her onto the bed and pinning her beneath him. In such a position, Xinhuan felt her cheeks flush crimson. "You," Xie Jingyan gritted his teeth, "I told you I would not lay a hand on you. Do you not trust me?" Xinhuan replied, "You have an injury on your back. I will sleep on the floor to avoid disturbing you." Xie Jingyan chuckled. "You truly are considerate." Xinhuan continued, "After all, you were injured while saving me." Xie Jingyan replied, "Such gratitude. How do you intend to repay my life-saving favor?" She knew that he would expect some form of compensation for even the smallest assistance. Xinhuan's face deepened in hue. "Please, let me up." Xie Jingyan remained unmoved. "What do you want in return?" Xie Jingyan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "What if I were to ask for something more? Are you not afraid I might demand your hand in marriage?" Xinhuan's heart raced. "You wouldn't dare?" Xie Jingyan's smile widened, his fingers brushing against Xinhuan's smooth cheek. "Are you so certain I would not make such a request?" While Xinhuan might have hesitated about other matters, she was resolute on this one. With his hand on her face and her body trapped beneath him, the situation, even devoid of emotion, was perilously charged. How could he not be a man of restraint? Xinhuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As she struggled, the awkwardness of their position intensified. Xinhuan felt mortified, while Xie Jingyan was no better off. His reputation was at stake, and he felt utterly humiliated by his younger brother's interference. Feigning nonchalance, Xie Jingyan lay back down, prompting Xinhuan to attempt to leave the bed. "Did I permit you to sleep on the floor?" he questioned. It was not a matter he needed to consent to. As Xinhuan attempted to get up, she suddenly hesitated. Even with his injuries, if he did not allow her to leave the bed, she found she could not. After all, they had shared a bed the previous night. He need not worry about her kicking him, so what did she have to fear? Xinhuan nestled herself against the inside of the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket. However, she was still somewhat unwilling. "You must promise me that once your leg is healed, you will sleep in the study." In response, Xie Jingyan merely chuckled. Xinhuan, feeling vexed, asked, "What is so amusing?" Xie Jingyan, of course, would not disclose that he found her naviot. If he truly wished to act, he could do so at this moment without waiting for his leg to heal. To suggest sleeping in the study after his recovery seemed to imply that she was resigned to sharing a bed with him for the long haul. Xie Jingyan's mood soared. As Xinhuan fixed her gaze upon him, Xie Jingyan readily declared, "This request is not unreasonable. I shall comply." However, the ease with which he acquiesced now would surely lead to considerable distress in the near future. Nonetheless, it was settled. Xinhuan, truly fatigued, turned over in her bed and fell asleep facing inward. Yet, when she awoke the following day, the first sight that met her eyes was not the wooden planks of her bed. but rather Xie Jingyan. Once again, she had found herself nestled in his embrace. As she stared at his serene sleeping visage, she pondered how she had ended up there. Suddenly, Xie Jingyan opened his eyes, and the gaze he directed at her was laden with sorrow. Startled, Xinhuan bolted upright. Upon glancing back at Xie Jingyan, everything appeared as it should, as if that moment of sorrow had been merely a figment of her imagination. Chapter 69, The Return Home. Xinhuan dared not dwell on it, hastily leaping out of bed to summon Yin Shuang and Hai Tang. Before it was only after Xinhuan had completed her morning routine that Xie Jingyan arose, insisting that she assist him with dressing. Despite the multitude of maidservants in the Mou pavilion, he chose to impose upon her alone, leaving Xinhuan with no choice but to stifle her indignation. After breakfast, she was eager to return home. Although the Pingyang Marquisate housed many individuals she wished to avoid, it was nonetheless the place where she had grown up, and she longed to see her father and elder brother. Upon exiting, Xinhuan urged Xie Jingyan toward the gates of the Wang residence. Her pace noticeably quickened. Just as they passed through the second gate, she spotted Steward Zhou approaching. He stepped forward to announce, "Your Highness, the matriarch of the Right Minister's household passed away last night." Upon hearing the words Right Minister's household, Xinhuan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. In her past life, Yun Rui had married into the Right Minister's family. Though it was not the current Right Minister Chen's household, with the matriarch's passing, Minister Chen would observe a period of mourning, and the emperor had promoted Lord Su, who had served in Dongzhou for 3 years, to take his place. In her previous life, after marrying Xie Jingyin, Yun Mo had wed the top scholar, which had elevated Yun Rui's prospects considerably, attracting numerous suitors. The Su family had only recently risen to prominence in the capital, and the young master of the Su family was both charming and talented, garnering praise from Lord Zhao. Thus, the Yun family had married Yun Rui to him. However, on the third day of their marriage, the Su young master indulged in debauchery and, in a drunken brawl, fell from a building, meeting a tragic end. The Su matron blamed Yun Rui for her son's demise, claiming that her misfortune had driven him to seek solace in brothels. Yun Rui, devastated, eventually discovered she was with child, which somewhat alleviated her plight, but tragically she bore a daughter, further diminishing her standing in the Su matron's eyes, leading to a life of despair this time around. Many events diverged from her past life due to Xinhuan's presence, yet numerous factors remained unchanged, following the same trajectory as before. However, in this life, she did not marry Xie Jingyin nor did Yun Mo wed Lord Zhao. The Yun family's status was far less elevated than in her previous life, and given their misjudgment regarding Yun Mo's marriage prospects, they would likely approach Yun Rui's marriage with greater caution, ensuring they would not repeat past mistakes. As Xinhuan lost herself in thought, Xie Jingyan's voice cut through, instructing Steward Zhou to prepare a condolence gift for the Chun family. She snapped back to reality and inquired, "Will you not pay your respects in person?" The Chen family's ancestral home lay in the northwest. In her past life, Xie Jingyan had attended the matriarch's funeral himself, and later, when he raised an army in the northwest, Minister Chen had been instrumental in his endeavors, serving as a trusted ally. Xie Jingyan looked at Xinhuan with surprise, while Steward Zhou interjected, "Your Highness, it is inappropriate for the newlyweds to attend a funeral." Xinhuan understood that newly married individuals should refrain from attending such somber occasions, especially those of fragile constitution. Whether Xie Jingyan could be deemed fragile, she could not ascertain, but her instincts suggested otherwise. Nevertheless, some matters were best left unexamined, so she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Still, she hoped that this time around, Xie Jingyan would cultivate a beneficial relationship with Minister Chen for his own advantage. "Ensure the condolence gift is suitably substantial," Xinhuan instructed. "As long as the prince does not attend in person, the gift's value is of little consequence." Steward Zhou nodded vigorously. Xie Jingyan replied, "Do not send the condolence gift just yet. I have other plans." Steward Zhou acquiesced, but then recalled something and turned back to report, "On the day of your highness's wedding, the old marquis brought several esteemed friends, each presenting gifts of considerable worth, suitable for the family treasury." The old marquis's acquaintances, while not of high status, were indeed quite wealthy. The opulence of the gifts had left even a steward of the Wang household astonished. Originally, Steward Zhou had intended to report this the previous day, but given Xinhuan's near mishap on the streets and Xie Jingyan's intervention for her, he had thought better of it. Gift-giving typically adhered to the principle of reciprocity. However, the old marquis's acquaintances posed a challenge for return gifts. Which merchant would dare send a wedding invitation to the Ling Wang household unaware of when the festivities would take place? Moreover, the disparity in status rendered reciprocation difficult, fraught with potential controversy and the risk of unnecessary complications. Xie Jingyan turned to Xinhuan and said, "Send those gifts to the Yun family and let them handle the returns." Xinhuan replied, "You had my grandfather invite those esteemed friends to the estate for the wedding banquet, thus bringing honor to him. They even met the emperor. If you send the gifts to the Yun family, my grandfather will not be pleased." This statement displeased Xie Jingyan, for it indicated that Xinhuan was approaching matters from the Yun family's perspective rather than his own. He fixed his gaze upon her, speaking deliberately, "You are now my princess consort. Henceforth, you must prioritize your identity as the Ling Wangfei in your words and actions, followed by all else." Xinhuan thought to herself, Had he forgotten that her status as the Ling Wangfei was merely a facade, a transient role, while her identity as her grandfather's legitimate granddaughter remained unchanged? She decided against arguing further. Her return home was of utmost importance. Let me confer with my cousin upon our meeting, and then we shall decide. Without granting Xie Jingyan the chance to dissent, she pushed him forward upon reaching the entrance of the Wang residence. They boarded the carriage and set off directly for the Pingyang Marquisate. On the very day of their return, Xinhuan and Xining found their carriages arriving at the Pingyang Marquisate's gates almost simultaneously. To the astonishment of the gatekeeper upon seeing Xinhuan, Xining remarked, "What a coincidence." Xinhuan replied, "This fortuitous timing was specifically requested by the Empress." The mere mention of request darkened Xie Jingyan's already sour countenance. For 3 days, he had been unable to reconcile the fact that the emperor had chosen to celebrate at the Ling Wang residence rather than his own Jinwanfu. Xinhuan's words rendered Xining speechless. She had little else to say to Xinhuan and entered the estate first. Xinhuan lingered a few steps behind, and as she and Xie Jingyan entered the marquisate, Xindu approached. Having heard that Xie Jingyan had accompanied her home, "How are you back? Has your injury healed?" The first question was directed at Xinhuan, while the second was aimed at Xie Jingyan. Xinhuan hesitated. Unsure how to respond, she found herself questioning whether this was truly her return or Xie Jingyan's. Xie Jingyan shot a glance at Xindu and replied, "I am not so weak, a mere scrape will not keep me indoors." Xindu chuckled and inquired, "Wasn't Jin Wang also supposed to come? Where is he?" Xinhuan answered, "Elder brother arrived a moment too late. He has gone ahead to visit the matriarch." Xindu, taking over for Xinhuan, pushed the wheelchair forward, saying, "Let us first pay our respects with tea. Later, brother-in-law, do indulge me with a game of chess." Chapter 70. Tea ceremony in the Qinghui courtyard. In the main hall, the elders and younger generations of the marquisate gathered to welcome Xinhuan and Xining on their return. The matriarch reclined on a rattan couch, clad in a cloud-patterned silk coat, her hair meticulously styled, and adorned with a jade hairpiece that added to her vitality and cheerfulness. Xining had succeeded in becoming the only Jin Wangfei, a position that placed her above all others, much to the matriarch's delight. The second madam was equally pleased, for with the imperial decree of marriage should the Jin Wang ascend to the throne, Xining would be elevated to the status of crown princess, and ultimately should he become emperor, she would be the revered empress. In recent days, the second madam had walked with an air of superiority, her pride palpable, especially upon seeing the Jin Wang accompanying Xining, yet her elation waned slightly when she beheld Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan. Although she was pleased with Xinying's fortune, the thought that Xinhuan's substantial dowry had been taken to the Ling Wangfu cast a shadow of regret over her. She had never anticipated that her plans might falter, having always viewed Xinhuan's dowry as an extension of her own daughter's fortune. The realization that this was no longer the case left her feeling at a loss. Nonetheless, in light of the Jin Wang's promising future, the second madam's initial discomfort faded. After all, if he succeeded, the entire realm of Dechu would belong to her daughter. Xinhuan approached the matriarch to pay her respects. The matriarch smiled, though the warmth in her eyes was subdued. "I heard you encountered an accident on the streets yesterday. Was it the Ling Wang who came to your aid?" This was common knowledge, and Xinhuan could neither deny nor would she. The matriarch continued, "I understand you have a penchant for shopping, but for the Ling Wang to accompany you on your second day of marriage, especially when you nearly faced danger, is rather inappropriate. It was quite unbecoming for her to reprimand her granddaughter in front of so many witnesses on her first return home." Xinhuan felt a twinge of discontent. But before she could respond, Xie Jingyan interjected, "It was I who insisted that Wanner accompany me to the market yesterday." His voice, rich and tinged with affection, left the matriarch momentarily speechless. Covertly cast a grateful glance towards Xie Jingyan. But only after the gesture did she realize that she had not intended to go shopping yesterday. It was he who had repeatedly changed his mind and ultimately insisted on her disembarking from the carriage. She truly ought not to bear the brunt of the old lady's reproaches, nor did she need to express thanks to him. Retracting her appreciative gaze, she shot a glare at Xie Jingyan, leaving him bewildered by her swift change of demeanor. How could this woman's temperament shift more rapidly than the turning of a page? The old lady felt somewhat embarrassed, yet fortunately, at that moment, Xinjing entered the room. Upon taking his seat, the old lady instructed, "Serve the tea." And now that Xinhuan and Xining held the esteemed titles of princesses, even as younger relatives, they were not required to kneel while serving tea. Xinhuan did not need to kneel, let alone Xie Jingyan. They had not knelt before the Empress Dowager or the Emperor, much less before the old lady. As Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan presented tea to the old lady, she accepted it graciously and bestowed upon Xie Jingyan a prized inkstone. Next, Xining and Xie Jingyan offered their respects to the old lady, who presented Xie Jingyan with an inkstone of similar quality. However, even though both were inkstones, one could easily discern that the one given to the Duke of Jin was of superior quality. After the tea ceremony with the old lady concluded, it was time to pay respects to Xinjing. His offering was equitable, presenting each with a military treatise. Xinhuan felt somewhat resigned about receiving such a gift from her father. The Duke of Jin held little interest in military affairs. rendering the treatise nearly equivalent to waste paper in his eyes. At that moment, Xie Jingyan was still recovering, and receiving a military treatise seemed to her father quite inconsiderate. Nevertheless, Xinhuan understood that her father cherished military texts above all. He would not bestow such gifts upon those he did not favor. The gift to Xie Jingyan was genuine affection, while the gesture towards the Duke of Jin was one of obligation. As they were both sons-in-law of the Pingyang Marquisate and sons of the emperor, the old lady could afford to show favoritism. He could not, once the tea ceremony with Xinjing was complete. Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan's participation ended there, while Xining and Xie Jingyin still needed to pay respects to the second elder and his wife. The second elder and his wife wore beaming smiles, their happiness evident, presenting Xie Jingyin with a jade pendant, which was undoubtedly the finest piece the second elder could offer. Having a son-in-law of such noble status could be a double-edged sword. The best offerings might not meet the son-in-law's expectations, yet they dared not withhold gifts. With the tea ceremony concluded, Xinjing lingered for only half a cup before rising to depart. Xindu turned to Xie Jingyan and said, "Come, it's still early for the return banquet. Accompany me for a game of chess." Xie Jingyan also preferred to distance himself from the gathering, casting a glance at Xinhuan before allowing Xindu to usher him away. Once the second elder invited Xie Jingyin to the study for a conversation, the once crowded main hall was left with only a few people. Xinhuan contemplated sitting for a while longer before joining her brother and Xie Jingyan for chess. The old lady reclined on the Luohan couch, gently toying with her teacup, while the second wife remarked, "Who would have thought our Pingyang Marquisate would produce two princesses?" The third wife sat there, her expression grim, unable to find words to articulate her displeasure. With such a lively occasion as the tea ceremony, Shenrong had not made an appearance. Her two older cousins were enjoying splendid marriages. Even though the Prince Ling had broken his leg, he was still a prince, unlike her cousin, young Master Wu, who lacked in family background, looks, and character. As the legitimate daughter of the third house, she felt even less fortunate than Shenwei, which pierced her heart more painfully than a knife. Were it not for the third wife's sense of obligation, she would have preferred to remain absent. The old lady took a sip of tea, setting the cup down as she addressed Xinhuan. "You and Inger are not only sisters but also sisters-in-law. With the Prince of Jin's future still uncertain, you and the Prince Ling must do your utmost to support him." Xinhuan was taken aback by the old lady's words. She and Xie Jingyan were expected to support the Prince of Jin in his quest for the throne, despite her father previously obstructing her choice of the Prince of Jin. Pretending to be oblivious, she replied, "What assistance can the Prince Ling and I possibly provide to the Prince of Jin?" No one suspected her feigned ignorance, considering she had only recently come of age, and her lack of understanding regarding court affairs was deemed quite normal. Moreover, the assistance they sought was not from Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan, but rather from the influential Yun family that stood behind her. The old lady remained silent, prompting Xining to interject. "Wherever our elder sister and the Prince Ling can lend a hand, I shall certainly speak up. Once the Prince of Jin achieves his goals, given our sisterly bond, he will undoubtedly not neglect you and the Prince Ling." "Neglect us and the Prince Ling? Will he leave us with just our remains in gratitude for their assistance?" Xinhuan silently scoffed, maintaining an impassive facade as she replied, "Should anything arise, second sister, feel free to approach me. If I can assist, I will undoubtedly do so." Though she would not assist them in their endeavors, should they find themselves in a predicament, she would readily step in. Xining's smile broadened at Xinhuan's response, and both the old lady and the second wife appeared quite pleased. The atmosphere in the room was light and jovial until a maid entered, bowing and announcing, "Old lady, the eldest lady of the Wu family has arrived." In an instant, the smile on the old lady's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. The old lady had never held the Wu family in high regard. However, out of respect for the third wife's maternal family, she had tolerated them. Yet now, with her beloved granddaughter entangled with the Wu family's misdeeds, the mere mention of the Wu family filled her with loathing. Clenching her prayer beads tightly, she ordered, "Let her in." The maid retreated, and shortly thereafter, the eldest lady of the Wu family entered. In stark contrast to the old lady's concealed displeasure, the eldest lady of the Wu family radiated triumph, exuding an air of confidence that grated on the nerves of everyone in the Pingyang Marquisate. Everyone, that is, except Xinhuan. She was likely the only person in the Pingyang Marquisate who welcomed the eldest lady's visit, for each of her appearances served as a reminder to the old lady and the third wife of their lofty ambitions that had ultimately led to Shenrong's downfall. However, today marked the return visit of Xinhuan and Xining, and typically visitors would avoid such occasions. One would expect the eldest lady of the Wu family to have more decorum. With a beaming smile, the eldest lady of the Wu family bowed to the old lady, who maintained a strained grin as she replied, "The household is preoccupied with attending to the Prince of Jin and the Prince Ling. Forgive our lack of proper welcome." Though the old lady's words suggested the Pingyang Marquisate had failed in its hospitality, she was, in fact, rebuking the eldest lady of the Wu family for her uninvited presence. The eldest lady of the Wu family, however, was undeterred. She recognized the underlying message but cared little for it. She was aware that the old lady held little regard for her son. All she desired was to secure a marriage for her daughter. Shenrong, and the words may have been harsh, but she was unperturbed. Taking her seat, the eldest lady of the Wu family stated, "Today marks the arrival of the new son-in-law of the Pingyang Marquisate. And I ought not to intrude, however. I have heard that the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Lady Chen, has recently passed away. I thought this an opportune moment for my husband to ascend. And in due time, our Wu family will welcome Ronger into our household, which will certainly enhance our standing." Shenwan had initially assumed the eldest lady of the Wu family had come for a different purpose. But it now appeared she was there to seize the opportunity presented by the vacancy in the Ministry of Rights. In her past life, she had never heard of the eldest Wu lord expressing interest in that position. However, the circumstances had changed this time around. The Wu family had already established a familial connection with the Pingyang Marquisate, and with two princesses and a future duke's wife emerging from their ranks, it would not be difficult for the Wu family to secure the position they desired. The third wife felt somewhat swayed, as the individual vying for the official position was her own brother. And her daughter's engagement to the eldest Wu son was already a reality. If the Wu family thrived, so too would her daughter. The third wife glanced at the old lady, who wore a cold expression, her fingers gently manipulating the prayer beads. She cared for Shenrong and naturally wished for her well-being, but this matter was delicate. For the eldest Wu lord to be qualified for that position, he would have to seek out Shenjing, and he would not bend the rules for anyone. Shenjing would avoid any semblance of favoritism, and if the second and third elders sought promotions, he would sidestep their requests, let alone that of the eldest Wu lord. To assist the eldest Wu lord, they would have to turn to the Prince of Jin, but who would dare approach him with such a request? The astute Empress Song was well aware of the events that had transpired between the eldest Wu son and Shenrong in the inner courtyard. It was evident that the second wife had been playing both sides. Despite the failed plans, she had no reason to target them for her ire. The Empress Song and the Prince of Jin were both harboring grievances, and seeking the Prince of Jin's assistance for the Wu family would only place them in a precarious position, which would not only yield no benefits but might also provoke the prince's displeasure. However, this opportunity was indeed rare. The old lady weighed her options carefully before signaling to the third wife, who then escorted the eldest lady of the Wu family to the southern courtyard. After their departure, the old lady turned to Shenwan. "Among you 4 sisters, only your third sister has not fared well in marriage. This union cannot be undone. We can only hope that the Wu family thrives, allowing your third sister to maintain her dignity. As for you sisters," before the old lady could finish her thought, Shenwan interjected, "It's a pity that the Prince Ling lacks influence in court. Even if I wished to assist my third sister, I would be at a loss. However, such trivial matters would be a piece of cake for the Prince of Jin. Given the good rapport between my second and third sisters, I am certain that my second sister will lend her support to my third sister." Shening retorted, "If the Prince Ling cannot assist, there is always our uncle." Shenwan regarded Shening with a knowing gaze, asserting, "My father has always respected our grandmother. If she wishes for his assistance, she need only speak up. Why should I have to intervene? Do you presume that I hold more sway with him than our grandmother?" Calculating her, yet still seeking her aid, these people had skin thicker than city walls. The eldest Wu son had already angered their father with his reckless behavior. To expect him to assist the Wu family for the sake of Shenrong's better marriage would invite scorn upon whoever dared to suggest it, and the old lady would be no exception. While their father respected the old lady, he was not foolishly obedient, otherwise she would not have to resort to such schemes against him. Shenwan was confident that the old lady would not dare approach Shenjing or Xiejingyan. Her refusal to assist was articulated with precision, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The old lady's gaze darkened slightly, but she refrained from voicing any further objections. After lingering for another quarter of an hour, finding the atmosphere unbearably dull, Shenwan grew curious about the outcome of the chess game between Xie Jingyan and her brother, prompting her to rise and leave, leisurely strolling towards the front courtyard and making my way to the study. I caught sight of Shindu pushing Xie Jingyan out from a distance. As I approached, I heard Shindu exclaim, "Being a big brother-in-law is truly delightful. In the past, when we played chess, you never allowed me to win, but now that you have married my sister, you dare not triumph over me." Shenwan's steps abruptly halted, her cheeks flushed under the sunlight, Xie Jingyan's ears tinged with a hint of crimson as he replied, "It has been a long time since I last played chess. I have become rather unpracticed." Shindu chuckled, "While I may not be your equal in chess, I am well aware of whether you let me win or not." Shenwan could no longer bear the conversation, regretting her decision to come, and prepared to leave quietly. However, before she could turn away, Shindu spotted her and called out, "We are over here." Contemplating how to silence his elder brother's tongue, Shenwan approached, pretending she had not overheard anything, and asked, "Have you finished your game so soon?" Shindu explained, "There was a matter in the military camp. The deputy commander came to see father, and with lunch approaching, we did not continue." As Shindu pushed the wheelchair forward, the group engaged in casual conversation. They lingered in the garden for a while before making their way to Qinghui courtyard just in time for lunch. Upon their arrival, Xie Jingyan and the two elders were already present. After waiting for about half a tea's worth of time, Xin Jing arrived, and everyone sat down to dine together. Once seated, Xie Jingyan placed a piece of braised pork ribs from his plate into Xin Wan's bowl. Instantly capturing everyone's attention, poor Xin Wan's delicate face could hardly withstand the unexpected gesture. Truly, she had not anticipated such a move from him, after all during their time at the Lingwang mansion. It was she who often served him dishes. Xin Wan looked up at Xie Jingyan, inadvertently locking eyes with his gaze, which brimmed with affection, causing her heart to skip a beat, suppressing the ripples of emotion within her. Xin Wan served Xie Jingyan a dish. She feared that their ruse of a marriage might be discovered by her father and elder brother, and thus she felt compelled to reciprocate his affectionate gesture. "Husband, this dish is my favorite. Do give it a try," she said, placing the food into his bowl. At the sound of her calling him husband, Xie Jingyan paused for a moment before a pleased smile graced his lips. "Then I must taste it." Xin Jing, sitting nearby, wore a serious expression softened by a hint of a smile, while the fourth madam remarked, "What a lovely relationship they have." The back and forth between Xin Wan and Xie Jingyan was evident to everyone at the table, including Xie Jingyan, who sat directly across from them and observed the interaction with clarity. However, his countenance darkened, and had it not been for their location in the Pingyang Marquis' residence, he might have thrown down his chopsticks in frustration. He had never regarded Xin Wan highly, he only tolerated her for the sake of the military power held by Xin Jing, yet he could not deny that watching Xin Wan and Xie Jingyan display their marital affection left him feeling quite displeased. As if something that rightfully belonged to him had been taken away, Xin served Xie Jingyan some food, and he, mindful of her feelings, reciprocated by serving her as well. Yet, among the numerous dishes on the table, it was only the fish that Xin disliked, and that was precisely what Xie Jingyan had served her. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, and while Xin ate the fish, her smile vanished, marking the meal with a palpable tension. She had believed that becoming the Princess of Jin would secure her superiority over Xin Wan, yet the Prince of Jin was entirely ignorant of her preferences. Conversely, although the Ling Wang had lost a leg, he was still perceptive, as evidenced by the tenderness with which he regarded Xin Wan. Xin Ying's jealousy made her food feel difficult to swallow. The meal stretched on for nearly half an hour before Xin Jing excused himself, having matters to attend to in the military camp. After finishing their meal, Xin Wan and Xie Jingyan returned to the Lingwang mansion, with Xin escorting them out. As Xin Wan stepped out of the Marquis' residence, she spotted a servant leading a horse over, immediately recognizing it as her elder brother's steed in her previous life. Her brother had met with an accident while riding this very horse. Xin Wan quickly turned to Xin, "Brother, you must promise me something." Her tone was tinged with urgency. Xie Jingyan glanced at her, while Xin inquired, "What is it that you wish for me to promise?" Xin Wan replied, "Brother, I implore you to refrain from racing horses with others in the future." Xin regarded Xin Wan with curiosity. But why? In the capital, it was common for young scions to indulge in horse racing, and during his leisure time in the military camp, he occasionally participated as well. No one had ever dissuaded him. Why then did his sister suddenly seem so serious about forbidding him from racing? Xin was eager to understand her reasoning, but Xin Wan could not divulge the truth. She could not simply say she feared her brother would repeat the tragic fate of her past life. There was no guarantee that those individuals would not employ the same underhanded tactics again. All she could do was urge her brother to steer clear of such activities, as long as he refrained from racing horses. Their schemes would be thwarted. "I dreamt of Mother last night," Xin Wan finally said, "and she urged me to remind you not to race horses with others anymore." Xin responded, "Why didn't Mother come to me directly in my dream?" Xin Wan stamped her foot and insisted, "Brother, will you agree to my request or not?" Xin relented, "Very well, I promise you, I shall not race horses with others anymore." With her elder brother's agreement, Xin Wan felt a sense of relief. Once they settled into the carriage, Xie Jingyan regarded her with a curious expression. "Why do you look at me so?" he asked. "Why are you forbidding your elder brother from racing horses?" Xin Wan replied, "Did I not explain it already?" Xie Jingyan interjected, "Your excuse is rather flimsy. Even your brother does not believe you, let alone I." Lowering her gaze, Xin Wan said, "I know my brother enjoys racing, but I fear they might resort to foul play during the races." Xie Jingyan had not anticipated that Xin Wan's concern for Xin horse racing stemmed from this reason. If they truly wished to tamper with the horse, it would not necessarily need to occur during a race, he remarked. Xin Wan was certainly aware of this. However, her brother was highly skilled, and under normal circumstances, he could handle such situations. He would not cease riding simply to avoid the possibility of foul play. That would be an overreaction, yet, if he could avoid racing, that would suffice. Although her brother relished racing, he seldom participated due to the demands of military life, which often kept him preoccupied. Xie Jingyan was uncertain whether Xin Wan's reasoning was genuine. After all, she had not even confided in her own brother, so what credibility did her words hold for him? The two remained silent as they journeyed back to the Lingwang mansion. Upon arriving, the servant descended the steps and reported, "Princess, your cousin, young Master Yun, has arrived at the Wang mansion and has been waiting for you for a quarter of an hour." Hearing that her cousin had come, Xinhuan's eyes brightened immediately, and she eagerly lifted the carriage curtain to exit. Her impatience was evident, and it did not go unnoticed by Xie Jingyan, whose expression darkened. Just the previous day, she had shared laughter with her cousin in the streets. And now, hearing of his arrival, she was filled with such joy. By the time Xie Jingyan disembarked from the carriage, he could only catch a glimpse of Xinhuan's hasty figure as she entered the residence. His expression growing increasingly stormy. Young Master Yun should know that he was supposed to accompany his cousin back home, and if he was so eager to see her, he ought to be at the Pingyang Marquis' residence instead of lingering at the Lingwang mansion. Once inside, Xie Jingyan inquired, "Where is young Master Yun?" The servant replied, "In the main hall. Steward Zhou is entertaining him with tea." Chen Feng pushed the wheelchair toward the main hall, and from a distance, they could hear Xinhuan's cheerful voice. "Cousin, why did you arrive so early?" Yun Qi chuckled. "I did not want you to wait too long. Since today is not busy for me, I came early." Xie Jingyan's expression soured further, however, when he ascended the steps and entered the room. He discovered not only young Master Yun but also a middle-aged man, approximately in his early 40s, upon his entrance. Xinhuan joyfully introduced, "This is Dr. Tao, an esteemed physician. My cousin has specially invited him to treat your leg." Xie Jingyan was taken aback that he had initially thought young Master Yun had come to see her, only to realize he had brought a doctor to attend to his leg. Having encountered numerous physicians before, Xie Jingyan had long since ceased to harbor any expectations. Without expectations, there was no room for disappointment. Although he had no faith that the doctor brought by young Master Yun could heal his leg, he appreciated the sentiment and expressed his gratitude to him. Young Master Yun smiled. "If the Ling Wang wishes to thank someone, it should be your cousin. I am merely acting on her behalf." A flicker of surprise crossed Xie Jingyan's eyes as he looked at Xinhuan, who urged him, "Let Dr. Tao examine your leg first." As Xie Jingyan turned his gaze to Dr. Tao, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, yet he could not place where. "Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Tao," Xinhuan said. Dr. Tao extended his hand to take Xie Jingyan's pulse, concentrating intently for some time, his brow furrowing repeatedly before he finally released his hold. "I must examine the prince's leg." Nodding in agreement, Xie Jingyan rolled up his pant leg, revealing his legs, which appeared as dark as coal, causing young Master Yun to gasp in shock. Dr. Tao pressed on the acupoints of Xie Jingyan's calf, causing him to grip the wheelchair tightly in pain. Once Dr. Tao withdrew his hand, Xinhuan asked, "What is the cause of the prince's leg being in this state?" Dr. Tao replied, "The prince's broken leg has long since healed. The reason he cannot stand is due to poisoning. Once the poison is resolved, he will be able to walk freely within half a month." Xie Jingyan had heard such claims before, and his expression remained unchanged. The notion that detoxification would allow him to walk normally was not novel, yet detoxification was far from easy. Until he saw the dark state of Xie Jingyan's legs, Xinhuan had assumed he was unable to walk due to the broken leg. It was only then that she learned it was due to poisoning. She inquired, "When were you poisoned?" Xie Jingyan remained silent, not out of unwillingness to confide in Xinhuan, but rather because he himself was unaware. Dr. Tao interjected, "It likely occurred while treating the broken leg. The poison was mixed into the medicine and subsequently traveled to the meridians in the leg. Had it been ingested with other food, reaching the lungs, he would have perished long ago." Young Master Yun, unfamiliar with medical principles, could glean from Dr. Tao's words that Xie Jingyan had encountered misfortune, yet he was also fortunate to be alive. He asked Dr. Tao, "Do you have a way to detoxify the Ling Wang?" Dr. Tao remarked, "I do possess a method for detoxification. However, there are two medicinal ingredients that are exceedingly rare. If we cannot procure them before he loses all sensation in his leg, their existence will be of no consequence." Chen Feng hurriedly inquired, "What are these medicines? If they exist in this world, we shall surely find them." Dr. Tao replied, "The volcanic lotus and the snow snake bile." Just the names of these two remedies suggest their extraordinary nature. The snow lotus flourishes near volcanoes, while snakes are averse to cold and find it exceedingly difficult to survive in frigid environments. Thus, locating a living snake in the snowy mountains would be akin to a Herculean task. Upon hearing Dr. Tao's words, Yun Qi swiftly glanced at Xinhuan. Were these not the very medicines his cousin had requested him to seek? Yun Qi, puzzled, observed Xinhuan shake her head. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart, yet this scene did not escape Xie Jingyan's keen gaze, as a barely perceptible frown creased his brow. Chen Feng declared, "I shall dispatch someone to search for them immediately." He turned to give instructions, but Yun Qi called out to him, saying, "There is no need to seek them." Chen Feng halted, turning back to look at Yun Qi. Yun Qi pivoted, and the steward behind him handed over the brocade box he had brought. Yun Qi accepted it and presented it to Dr. Tao. With a look of confusion, Dr. Tao took the brocade box, opened it, and was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in delight, "This is the volcanic lotus." Yun Qi stated, "We also have a lead on the snow snake bile. I will do my utmost to ensure it arrives at the Lingwang mansion within 10 days. His cousin had requested him to find these two remedies, but she did not specify they were for treating the leg of the Lingwang. That he did not inquire further. His cousin merely indicated a general direction. He sent messages to the stewards of shops in those areas to inquire, and to his astonishment, they indeed had them in stock. However, the mere mention of these remedies suggested they were anything but ordinary. Yet everything has its price, and the Yin family, if lacking in anything, had ample wealth. Xinhuan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, cousin. Jin Shi chuckled. Why be so polite with family? Xinhuan, not wishing to maintain the pretense of formality, shifted the conversation, asking, what did Dr. Tao say regarding my maternal grandmother's illness? Jin Shi replied, Dr. Tao came to the capital to treat the Ling Wang. I do not yet know if he is willing to attend to my grandmother's condition. As I have not yet broached the subject with him, Xinhuan had been requesting Yin Shi's assistance in locating Dr. Tao for some time. In truth, finding him was not difficult, but Dr. Tao was reluctant to come to the capital. The Yin family offered a handsome sum, yet they not only failed to persuade Dr. Tao but also inadvertently angered him. He was not one to treat ailments for monetary gain. Whenever anyone from the Yin family fell ill, they could simply bring the patient to him, and he would treat them if he could. If he could not, no amount of money would change that. The steward of the Yin family wore a troubled expression, and as he was departing, his attendant mentioned the Ling Wang, suggesting that summoning the injured Ling Wang to such a distant place for treatment would surely be impractical. Unbeknownst to them, Dr. Tao overheard this and promptly changed his mind. Accompanying the steward of the Yin family to the capital, it was evident that he had come to treat Xie Jingyan's leg. Jun Qi personally went to greet him outside the city, and upon receiving him, brought him directly to the Ling Wang mansion. Xinhuan was astonished. In her previous life, it was Dr. Tao who had healed Xie Jingyan's leg, and he had remained at the Ling Wang mansion as the court physician. She had thought it would be easy to summon Dr. Tao, only to realize he was doing it solely for Xie Jingyan's sake. Although Xinhuan spoke softly with Yun Qi, Xie Jingyan was nearby and heard every word clearly. He was even more astonished, for upon first seeing Dr. Tao, he felt a sense of familiarity. Disliking speculation, he directly inquired, I find you somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Dr. Tao responded, Your Highness, you are not mistaken. Not only have you seen me, but your late mother, Consort Chen, also saved my life. Asa Prince Xie Jingyan was aware that Consort Chen had seldom left the palace before her demise, making it quite rare for them both to have crossed paths, unless Xinhuan was just contemplating this when Xie Jingyan asked aloud, Did Dr. Tao once serve as a court physician? Dr. Tao nodded, confirming, Indeed, I did serve as a court physician, but that was a decade ago. At that time, I had only just entered the Imperial Medical Bureau for a few months when I became embroiled in the palace's intrigues. Had it not been for Consort Chen's intercession with the Emperor on my behalf, I would have lost my life. I disliked living in constant fear within the palace, nor did I enjoy practicing medicine. Prioritizing my own survival, I resigned. He was a man who believed in repaying kindness, and he thought he would never have the opportunity to repay Consort Chen's life-saving grace. Yet, unexpectedly, the Yin family sought him out to treat the Ling Wang's leg ailment. He did not dare to hope he could heal the Ling Wang's leg, especially since so many court physicians had failed, but this might be his only chance to repay Consort Chen's kindness. Thus he unhesitatingly followed the Yin family to the capital. Xinhuan had not anticipated that Dr. Tao's fortunate connection stemmed from Consort Chen's good deeds while she was alive. Xie Jingyan arranged for Dr. Tao to reside within the Ling Wang mansion. Xinhuan turned to Dr. Tao, saying, Dr. Tao, your medical skills are exceptional. My maternal grandmother has a chronic illness that is difficult to cure. Might I request your assistance in examining her? Such a trivial matter was hardly something Dr. Tao would refuse. Yun Qi escorted Dr. Tao to the Yin family residence, and as Xinhuan recalled the matter that Steward Zhou had reported to her earlier that morning, Yun Qi was nearly at the entrance of the Wang mansion when she chased after him, saying, Many of grandfather's close friends sent numerous congratulatory gifts. It would be inappropriate for the Ling Wang to return the favors. I shall send someone to deliver those gifts to the Yin family. Before Xinhuan could finish her sentence, Yun Qi interrupted, Those gifts are meant for you and the Ling Wang. How could they be sent to the Yin family, if you were to do so? Grandfather would surely be displeased, thinking you have distanced yourselves from him. This time, the Ling Wang has helped grandfather maintain his reputation, and those close friends of his are already concerned that the gifts they sent were insufficient. No matter what Jin Shi said, he would not allow Xinhuan to send them, and she had no choice but to relent. Upon returning, she told Xie Jingyan, My cousin does not permit me to send those gifts to the Yin family. Xie Jingyan did not press the issue, recognizing that the Yin family had already done him a considerable favor by bringing Dr. Tao and assisting in procuring the antidote materials. He felt indebted enough without needing to worry about those gifts. If the Yin family requires my assistance in the future, they need only to inform me. Receiving such a promise from him, Xinhuan felt that her cousin's efforts over these past few days had not been in vain. With a light heart, she pushed Xie Jingyan back toward the MOU pavilion. Chapter 74. Turning the tables. Upon returning to the MOU pavilion, Xie Jingyan went to the study, while Xinhuan retreated to the inner chamber. As she sipped her tea, pondering how to pass the afternoon, she found that before she had finished even a cup, a young maid entered, standing outside the beaded curtain, saying, Your Highness, the Wang Yi requests your presence in the study. Uncertain of the reason for his summons, Xinhuan set her teacup down and rose to her feet. Inside the study, Xie Jingyan was engrossed in reading a military treatise that Xin Jing had sent him. Xinhuan approached, asking, "Do you require my assistance?" Xie Jingyan looked at her, questioning, "Must there always be a reason to seek you out? What else would I need you for?" Xinhuan regarded him quizzically. Xie Jingyan redirected his gaze back to the military text, instructing, "Prepare the ink for me." Xinhuan, astonished, thought, "Please do not tell me you summoned me merely to prepare ink. Such a trivial task could easily be handled by one of the many maids in the courtyard. Or at the very least, Chen Feng could assist." Sensing her thoughts, Xie Jingyan casually remarked while flipping the pages, "As newlyweds, it's the perfect time for affectionate moments. Do you wish for others to doubt our marital bond?" Xinhuan found herself at a loss for words. Xie Jingyan cast a sidelong glance at her, continuing, "For this month, let us strive to remain inseparable. A month, must they truly remain inseparable?" Xinhuan was filled with skepticism. Questioning when he had ever cared so much about others' perceptions, nor did anyone else behave in such a manner, Xie Jingyan turned another page, asserting, "I am unlike others." Xinhuan observed him, curious to discern in what ways he differed. Only to hear Xie Jingyan's rich voice declare, "I am devoid of purpose." Xinhuan was taken aback. She was contemplating how to find him something to occupy his time, while she wished to retort. Her mind struggled to find the words, as it was indeed true that he had little to do, and with his leg ailment, it was inappropriate for her, as his newlywed wife, not to accompany him. Particularly since she had taken the initiative to marry him. Thus, she felt compelled to remain close to him. Resigned, Xinhuan began to prepare ink for him, which only elevated Xie Jingyan's mood as he perused the military treatise. Once the ink was ready, Xinhuan settled onto a small couch aboard. She sought out a book from the shelf to pass the time. It was not a genre she particularly enjoyed and appeared rather dull. After flipping through a few pages, she found herself yawning incessantly, ultimately opting to lie down on the small couch. Xinhuan could not ascertain how long she had slept, but when she awoke, she found a cloak draped over her shoulders, and Xie Jingyan was still seated there, engrossed in his reading. Stretching her limbs, she contemplated asking Xie Jingyan if they could go out, yet she feared interrupting his reading. So she remained seated in silence. Picking up the book again, she flipped through a couple more pages when Xie Jingyan suggested, "Accompany me for a stroll in the garden." This was precisely what Xinhuan had hoped for. Her nap had been refreshing, and a leisurely walk would tire her out a bit more, ensuring she would sleep soundly that night. Eagerly, Xinhuan sprang from the small couch, and upon exiting the study, she was greeted by the breathtaking hues of the evening sky, a sight that captivated the heart. After a brief stroll in the garden, they returned just in time for dinner. Following the meal, Xie Jingyan headed back to the study without mentioning Xinhuan's company, so she chose not to follow. Instead, she indulged in a relaxing hot bath and lounged on the small couch with a book in hand. Yin Shuang and Hai Tang sat on a low stool embroidering sachets. When Xie Jingyan returned from the study, the two maids hurriedly took their leave. Xinhuan dreaded the thought of sharing a bed with Xie Jingyan. Yet thankfully, Dr. Tao had already been invited into the mansion, and the medicinal ingredients would arrive soon. His leg would soon be healed, and he would move to the study, leaving the entire room to her. Cocooning herself in her blankets, Xinhuan pondered how she had managed to leap into Xie Jingyan's embrace while wrapped up so snugly. Determined to avoid repeating the previous awkwardness, Xinhuan climbed out of bed and sought a length of rope. Tying one end to the bed and the other to her wrist, after securing the rope, she noticed Xie Jingyan watching her and declared, "This way, I won't inadvertently roll into your arms." Xie Jingyan regarded her with an impassive expression, stating, "Binding yourself is insufficient. You must also bind me." Xinhuan stared at him in confusion. Xie Jingyan elaborated, "I cannot guarantee that I won't roll over and embrace you." Xinhuan felt her ears flush. Responding, "You won't." Xie Jingyan gazed into Xinhuan's eyes, but she dared not meet his gaze. She merely heard him chuckle softly before drifting off to sleep. Who could have known? Despite such words, even with a few extra doses of courage, she would not dare to bind Xie Jingyan's hands. Xinhuan lay down to rest, offering him only the back of her head. She thought that if she tied his hands, it would ensure her peace of mind. However, upon awakening to find his face absent, she felt an immediate sigh of relief. Yet, before she could fully exhale, she realized she was being embraced by Xie Jingyan from behind, with an unmistakable pressure against her backside. When she shifted slightly, a muffled groan emanated from behind her, tightening his hold as if he wished to melt her into his very being. Xinhuan felt a rush of warmth envelop her. Her cheeks and ears burned. She dared not move, surrendering herself to his embrace, uncertain of how long it lasted. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, he finally released her and turned over. Xinhuan hurriedly sat up, intending to rise from the bed, only to forget her hands were still bound, causing her wrists to ache. Xie Jingyan opened his eyes, and Xinhuan frantically untied the ropes. He inquired, "Did I hold you?" "No." Xinhuan hastily descended from the bed, missing the subtle upward curl of his lips as he sat there. After completing her morning rituals, a maid brought in breakfast, and Xinhuan joined Xie Jingyan at the dining table. Midway through their meal, a little maid dressed in a cerulean gown entered, relaying a message. "Your Highness, the carriage is ready." Xie Jingyan turned to Xinhuan, who stated, "I must visit the Yin family today. I won't be back for lunch." Xie Jingyan, picking up his chopsticks, remarked, "Are you implying that you do not wish for my company?" Accompanying her to her family was already a significant gesture. She would never dare to invite him to the Yin residence, yet, his words suggested he might be willing to join her. Fearing she might misunderstand, Xinhuan cautiously asked, "Do you have the time?" Xie Jingyan gazed into her watery eyes and replied leisurely, "The Yun family has shown considerable concern for my leg ailment. How could I not accompany you on your first visit after marriage?" Was he indeed accompanying her? Xinhuan's spirits lifted as she placed a golden silk roll into his bowl. After breakfast, she pushed Xie Jingyan out of the estate upon reaching the entrance of the Wang residence. They encountered the 8th prince, Xie Jingxian, riding towards them. Seeing them, Xie Jingyan appeared somewhat taken aback. "Did 6th brother summon me for something of great importance, and why is the princess consort here to greet me?" Xinhuan had not anticipated the 8th prince's arrival, nor that Xie Jingyan had summoned him. If he had matters to attend to, how could he accompany her to the Yin family, just as she was about to decline? Xie Jingyan preempted her, addressing Xie Jingxian, "If you had arrived a moment later, I would have accompanied your princess consort to the Yin family." Naturally, Xie Jingxian had thought it odd for 6th brother to welcome him. He had overestimated the situation. Dismounting, he inquired curiously, "Why would 6th brother summon me while busy with the princess consort?" Chapter 75. Paying respects. Xie Jingyan did not indulge in pleasantries with Xie Jingxian. Stating directly, "I have just married, and it would be inappropriate for me to pay my respects at the residence of the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Please convey my condolences on my behalf." Xie Jingxian was taken aback. "You summoned me merely to assist in delivering condolences? Surely there must be some mistake." It was one thing to have him help greet the princess consort, as that was essential. However, delivering condolences was not obligatory. It would suffice for the steward to send a token of sympathy. His brother's insistence to go himself seemed unnecessary. Xie Jingxian's face bore a look of confusion. Yet he understood his brother's character. If he had called him, it was likely a matter of importance. Steward Zhou stood nearby, equally astonished. He shared Xie Jingxuan's sentiments, believing sending a condolence gift was sufficient. Previously, the prince had held a similar view, but it seemed the princess consort had a significant influence over him. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Chen, was a man of integrity, a valuable ally, yet the prince was not involved in the power struggle. Moreover, Chen would be in mourning for 3 years. Whether he would return to the ministry after that was uncertain. There truly was no necessity for such a gesture. Xie Jingxian looked at Xie Jingyan. "Must you go to deliver your condolences?" "Yes," was the firm reply. Xie Jingxian then said, "If I assist in delivering the condolences, I expect some form of compensation." Xie Jingyan asked, "What do you desire?" Without hesitation, Xie Jingxian pointed, "I would like you to give me the jade pendant as a fee for my services." Xinhuan followed his gesture, placing a hand to her forehead. She was uncertain whether to commend or criticize the 8th prince's taste. Of all things he could ask for, he chose Xie Jingyan's most cherished possession. Could he truly part with a pendant gifted by his beloved? As she pondered this, she heard Xie Jingyan respond, "That jade pendant is not for you." Xie Jingxian retorted, "Why not? The material of this pendant does not appear particularly remarkable." Before he could finish, Xie Jingyan interrupted. "It was a gift from your princess consort." Xinhuan was taken aback. Xie Jingxian too was momentarily speechless. To openly declare that the pendant from the empress was lacking in quality before her was rather embarrassing. His handsome face flushed as he realized it was a gift from the empress, which explained why Xie Jingyan wore it even on his wedding day. It appeared quite exquisite. However, that pendant was not given by her. Xinhuan cast a sidelong glance at Xie Jingyan. Was he using her as a shield to deflect Xie Jingxian's inquiries, or was he merely protecting her dignity by concealing the identity of the gift's original owner? Or perhaps the princess consort he referred to was not her at all. A flurry of speculations raced through Xinhuan's mind, causing her a sudden pang of unease. She heard Xie Jingyan say, "Choose any item from the storeroom at your leisure." Xie Jingxuan's face lit up. "Thank you, 6th brother." "I shall not be polite then." He eagerly dragged Steward Zhou towards the storeroom to select something. The servant brought the carriage over, and after Xie Jingyan boarded, Xinhuan followed suit. The Yun residence was somewhat distant from the Ling Wangfu, and it took them nearly half an hour to arrive at the entrance. The doorman, upon recognizing the carriage from the Ling Wangfu, hastily went to inform old Madame Yun while descending to greet them. Upon entering the Yun family, Xinhuan guided Xie Jingyan towards the Liuxuan courtyard, where old Madame Yun resided. Upon entering, they maneuvered around a screen only to find old Madame Yun seated on a rattan couch, with Madame Yun De and Madame Yun Air also present. Upon seeing Xie Jingyan, old Madame Yun quickly rose with the aid of her maid, intending to pay her respects. However, Xie Jingyan gently assisted her, saying, "You are the elder, how can you bow to your granddaughter's husband?" Granddaughter's husband. The 4 words rolled off his tongue distinctly, and coupled with his rich, resonant voice, it flowed like a gentle stream into one's heart, evoking an indescribable feeling. Xinhuan, momentarily taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Xie Jingyan observed her. Why do you not speak? Shenwan regained her composure and hurried to assist old Madame Yun, saying, how can grandmother bow to us younger generations? That would be too much for us. The authority of the imperial family supersedes all. Even the Marquis Pingyang should bow to the Prince of Ling, let alone the Yun family. Shenwan helped old Madame Yun to sit, remarking, grandmother appears to be in much better spirits than when we last met. Old Madame Yun patted Shenwan's hand, smiling, it is thanks to the Prince of Ling that I am well. Dr. Tao visited yesterday and prescribed a remedy that is very effective for my condition. After taking just one dose, I slept soundly until dawn. I have not felt so relaxed in years. Over the years she had consulted countless doctors and taken innumerable prescriptions, believing she would not live much longer. Yet, Dr. Tao had assured her that with proper care, she could live for at least another decade. This news delighted old Madame Yun and the entire Yun family. Shenwan linked her arm with old Madame Yun's, saying, grandmother will surely live to be 100. Old Madame Yun beamed, since your cousins are not in any rush to marry, I am counting on you to give me a great-grandson soon. Shenwan's ears flushed red. Instinctively she glanced at Xie Jingyan, only to find him gazing at her with a tender smile. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze. Shenwan hastily changed the subject, asking where is grandfather. Old Madame Yun replied, your grandfather is seeing off his close friends who are leaving the capital today. He should return in time for lunch. Xie Jingyan observed the gaze Shenwan directed towards old Madame Yun, and the expression on old Madame Yun's face became even more radiant. The eye in her eyes, Xie Jingyan's attention towards Shenwan mirrored that of her late husband during his youth. It was a gaze that seemed to capture her entirely, as if he wished to present her with all the treasures of the world. Such genuine affection could not be feigned. The Yun family was already immensely pleased with Xie Jingyan as their grandson-in-law, and now knowing his leg ailment could be treated further solidified their approval of Xin Jing's choice for her husband. The Yun family was unaware that Shenwan had chosen him herself. They believed it was Xin Jing's selection. Though puzzled, they trusted Xin Jing to choose the best for Xin Wan. As they conversed, a sound of tinkling bells approached, and Yun Mo and Yun Rui arrived. The two stepped forward, first curtsying to Xie Jingyan before pulling Shenwan aside to chat. Shenwan occasionally glanced at Xie Jingyan, concerned he might find the conversation dull. She inquired, where is my elder cousin? He arrived some time ago, but the Yun family will surely send someone to fetch him to greet you, as he is the most suitable to host you. Yun Mo replied, elder brother left early this morning for Mianzhu. She added. Shenwan paused, asking, is it for medicinal materials? Yun Mo nodded. Elder brother fears the steward in Mianzhu may not acquire the herbs needed for the princess leg, so he insisted on going personally. He assured he will return within 10 days at the latest. Chapter 76. Serving dishes. In her previous life, Shenwan was uncertain whether her cousin had personally ventured to Mianzhou to procure medicinal herbs. But in this life, with her cousin taking the initiative, she felt assured of success. A profound sense of gratitude filled Shenwan's heart towards her cousin. Before long, Elder Yun and second Elder Yun returned. But as Yun Qi was absent, it fell upon them to accompany Xie Jingyan in expressing their gratitude. After Xie Jingyan departed, Shenwan engaged in conversation with the elder lady Yun and her companions to alleviate their boredom. As they chatted, Madame Yun recalled a matter and inquired of Shenwan, will the Pingyang Marquis hold a grand birthday banquet for the elder lady this year? The Yun family and the Pingyang Marquis were in-laws, and regardless of whether the celebration was lavish or modest, the Yun family would certainly not neglect their birthday gifts. However, a grand celebration necessitated a significant offering, especially with a multitude of guests in attendance. It was imperative not to tarnish the Yun family's reputation or the elder lady's dignity. Conversely, a modest gathering would only involve close friends and family, allowing for a simpler and more understated presentation of gifts. A few months prior, when Madame Yun visited the Pingyang Marquis, she had heard from the second madam that a grand celebration was planned. However, just days ago, Shenwan and Shening had recently married, which was a cause for jubilation. Typically one would not host consecutive grand feasts. At the very least, a gap of 3 to 5 months was customary. Hosting too many events in quick succession would inevitably invite gossip and lead to suspicions regarding the Pingyang Marquis's motives for profiting from the occasion. Shenwan found it difficult to voice her feelings about the Yun family's earnestness in celebrating the elder lady's birthday. After all, they could prepare their gifts upon receiving the invitation. Was there truly a need for such urgency? The Yun family regarded the Pingyang Marquis as relatives, yet aside from her father and elder brother, the others seemed to view the Yun family as mere pawns. Shenwan felt overwhelmed and replied, my second sister and I have just married, and soon my third sister will also be leaving the household. With the elder lady's birthday in between, it is certain that there will not be a grand affair. Yun Rui, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, but the eldest son of the Wu family is a man of questionable character. The Pingyang Marquis should be more aware of this than anyone else. How could they betroth Miss Shinsan to him? She had long been intrigued by this matter. The Yun family was unaware of the eldest son Zhao's dubious reputation when marrying off their daughter. Yet the Pingyang Marquis, fully aware of his character, still proceeded with the match. This left Yun Rui baffled. Shenwan gestured for Yun Rui to lean closer and whispered a few words. Yun Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Shenwan had merely disclosed a morsel of information, the rest could be inferred from Yun Rui's expression, indicating that something had indeed transpired that compelled the marriage since a grand banquet was off the table. Preparing the birthday gifts would be simpler, the Yun family's business spanned across Tichu, and they frequently engaged in exchanges, yet the most challenging gifts to present were those for the Pingyang Marquis 8. They could neither appear obsequious, which would diminish the Yun family's stature, nor could they fail to convey their respect for the elder lady of the Pingyang Marquis 8. In short, Madame Yun dreaded the task of preparing gifts for the Pingyang Marquis 8. However, her inquiry regarding the elder lady's birthday served as a reminder for Shenwan. With the elder lady's birthday approaching, and having already destroyed the 100-year longevity painting, she had yet to decide on a suitable gift. She needed to contemplate carefully, seeking something that would not require a significant expenditure and would leave no room for criticism. After spending a while indoors, Yun Mo and Yun Rui tugged Shenwan into the garden to admire the flowers. They played in the garden for nearly half an hour before returning, just in time to hear a maid report to elder lady Yun that the old master had returned and was currently playing chess with Prince Ling in the study. At lunchtime, Xie Jingyan finally returned with elder master Yun and the others. Elder master Yun was beaming, and upon seeing him, elder lady Yun's face also brightened with a smile. Their apparent joy suggested that the chess match had been quite enjoyable. Shenwan inquired, "Did grandfather win or lose?" Elder master Yun chuckled. "Grandfather is old. How could he possibly be a match for Prince Ling?" Elder lady Yun interjected, 20 years ago, you were not a match for the Pingyang Marquis either." Observing elder master Yun's inability to maintain his composure, the room erupted in suppressed laughter. Shenwan moved closer to Xie Jingyan and whispered, "You let my elder brother win, why not let my grandfather win as well?" Xie Jingyan responded in a hushed tone, "I let him have the game, but I did not let your grandfather win. Given that Shindu was slightly older than him, losing to him would be somewhat acceptable. However, losing to the elder master Yun would be quite embarrassing, and considering elder master Yun's temperament, it would only serve to dampen his spirits." Shenwan bent over, and the two shared whispers. Appearing to others as if they were playfully gossiping, newlyweds reveling in their affection, they had endless conversations even after a brief separation. When Shenwan straightened up, she noticed the amused yet silent gazes of everyone around them. Although she understood it was not as it seemed, her cheeks flushed nonetheless. As they sat down to eat, Shenwan turned to Xie Jingyan and said, "You must not serve me any dishes." She did not wish to be the target of teasing, even if it were merely through glances. Her pride could hardly withstand such scrutiny. Xie Jingyan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did you say?" Shenwan prepared to repeat herself, but with so many people around, she refrained. Once seated, Xie Jingyan promptly placed dishes into her bowl, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Shenwan wished she could throw him out the window for serving her food. Yet he continued to add more. Noticing Shenwan's gaze upon him, Xie Jingyan remarked, "Did you not ask me to serve you?" She had meant to say he should not serve her. Shenwan felt a rush of heat to her face. Catching a glimpse of the smirk on Xie Jingyan's lips, realizing that he was intentionally provoking her, while it might be acceptable in the Pingyang Marquis 8, where not only her father would be pleased, but it could also irritate Shen Ying and Xie Jingyan. In the Yun household, it was unnecessary. Nonetheless, Xie Jingyan continued to serve her. Shenwan found it unreasonable to refuse him, and her gaze flitted across the table. Landing on the sautéed mushrooms and greens, with a slight smirk, she served a couple of chopsticks full into Xie Jingyan's bowl, saying, "My dear husband, do enjoy this." Elder master Yun interjected, "Why serve him greens? He should be served meat instead." Shenwan replied, "Grandfather, he loves greens the most." Elder lady Yun promptly instructed a maid to move the greens closer to Xie Jingyan for his convenience. Xie Jingyan. He turned his head to see Shenwan's animated expression, which was utterly delightful. A stirring sensation gripped his heart as he took her hand, speaking in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. "It is quite inappropriate for everyone at the table to indulge me." Shenwan's face felt as if it had ignited, burning with embarrassment. Engaging in this playful banter, she was no match for him and had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Feeling unable to withdraw her hand, she could only allow him to hold it. The others fared better, but Yun Mo and Yun Rui, who sat next to Shenwan, were blushing, their eyes filled with envy. Shenwan made several attempts to retrieve her hand, but to no avail. Flustered and irritated, she shot Xie Jingyan a warning glance, indicating that if he did not release her, she would not hold back. Xie Jingyan pretended not to notice, even provocatively stroking her delicate hand with his fingertip, causing a jolt of pain to shoot through his thigh, making him wince slightly. He then shifted his grip, freeing Shenwan's hand from the table, and instead grasped the hand that was causing mischief on his thigh. The subtle exchanges between the two went unnoticed by those at the table. Yet the maid standing behind Shenwan, serving wine, observed everything with clarity. Prince Ling was indeed exceedingly indulgent towards his cousin. Chapter 77, Misconception. The atmosphere during this meal was harmonious, far surpassing that of the Pingyang Marquis 8. After finishing their meal, Shenwan and Xie Jingyan took their leave. Yun Mo and Yun Rui escorted them out of the estate, while Chen Feng playfully nudged Xie Jingyan, allowing Shenwan to converse with them. Yunemo looked at Shenwan with envy, exclaiming, "Cousin, Prince Ling treats you exceptionally well." Shenwan, how could she express that all of this was an illusion? It was indeed a facade, yet it was no wonder that Yunemo and the others were captivated. Even she felt somewhat dazed, experiencing a sense of being cherished by Xie Jingyan, as if he held her in the palm of his hand. If she found it challenging to discern the truth from the illusion, how could others do any better? It could only be said that he was exceedingly adept at feigning affection, deceiving everyone around them. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yun residence, both Yunemo and Yun Rui were reluctant to part with Shenwan. Her visits to the Yun family had been infrequent before her marriage, and now that she was wed, the chances of seeing each other would likely diminish even further. Shenwan also felt a pang of reluctance. Upon noticing, Xie Jingyan addressed Yunemo and Yun Rui, saying, "I hope you both will visit the Ling residence often, to keep Wan her company and alleviate her boredom." His clear and melodious voice reached Shenwan's ears, causing her heart to skip a beat. She had been hesitating to invite Yunemo and Yun Rui to the Ling residence, only to find that Xie Jingyan had directly extended the invitation on her behalf. Seemingly able to read her thoughts, Yunemo and Yun Rui were equally surprised by Prince Ling's invitation. Deepening their admiration for Shenwan, they nodded eagerly in response. As the coachman brought the carriage around, Shenwan and Xie Jingyan climbed aboard. Just as they were about to depart, Shenwan caught sight of the steward, who approached. Knowing she had something to discuss, she exchanged a few words with him. Watching the carriage of the Ling residence disappear into the distance, Yunemo turned to the steward with curiosity. "What did my cousin say to you?" The steward smiled and replied, "She mentioned that if there are any matters concerning the Yun family, I must ensure to inform her, especially regarding the engagements of the 2 young ladies and the 3 young masters." It was uncommon for the Yun family to send word to the Pingyang Marquisate regarding their affairs. Had Shenwan not insisted, they likely would not have informed her. As Shenwan settled into the carriage, she felt increasingly hesitant to look at Xie Jingyan. She lifted the curtain to gaze outside, but all she could see were the walls. Xie Jingyan, observing her, quipped, "Is the wall more appealing than me?" Shenwan, how could she compare herself to a wall? She could not stare at him, nor could she keep her eyes on the wall. Silently she lowered the curtain and turned to him. Xie Jingyan remarked, "You may invite anyone you wish to the Ling residence. You need not concern yourself with me." Indeed, he had discerned her hesitance. They were feigning marriage. She was not truly the princess consort of Ling, so how could she invite whomever she pleased? Even if she were the genuine princess consort, she could not act so freely. And now that Xie Jingyan had granted her this privilege, Shenwan felt grateful and replied, "If you wish for me to invite someone to the residence, I can assist you with the invitations." Xie Jingyan found her words rather peculiar. Did he really require her assistance in sending invitations to those he wished to invite? Upon recalling the incident at the Changshan Wangfu Peony banquet, where Shenwan had urged him to observe the young ladies of noble birth, his expression darkened. She truly did not regard herself as the princess of Ling. Feeling displeased, Xie Jingyan lifted his foot and pressed it upon Shenwan's thigh, demanding a leg massage. Shenwan's gaze remained fixed on Xie Jingyan's face. As soon as his countenance shifted, she sensed trouble brewing. Just as she pondered what might have irked him, his leg was thrown over hers. To her relief, it turned out his change in demeanor was due to leg pain. She remarked that she was merely reciprocating kindness. He wished to meet his beloved but found himself hindered. Therefore, she took it upon herself to send invitations for a flower viewing and tea gathering, allowing him a chance to see her and alleviate his longing. He ought to be grateful to her, not vexed. Gingerly Shenwan began to knead his leg, cautious not to apply too much pressure. With his annoyance still simmering, Xie Jingyan coldly remarked, "Haven't you had enough to eat at the Yun residence?" This scoundrel, demanding a leg massage while being so impolite. Throughout her life, she had never performed such a service for anyone. Did he think her strength insufficient? With renewed vigor, Shenwan pressed harder, causing Xie Jingyan to sharply inhale. "Are you attempting to murder your own husband?" he exclaimed. "Whose husband do you think I am? You shall not take verbal advantage of me." Despite his irritation, Shenwan moderated her pressure considerably. Suddenly, Xie Jingyan broke into laughter, as if the clouds had parted after rain, implying that while she shouldn't take liberties with words, perhaps she could elsewhere. Frustrated, Shenwan contemplated halting the carriage and squeezing into another with Yin Shuang to escape his torment. Noticing Shenwan's expression of suppressed anger and her subtle glares, Xie Jingyan felt his irritation dissipate. Having entered his flower palanquin and the Ling Wanfu, she was not in a position to leave at will. Leaning against his wheelchair, he gestured for her to continue massaging his leg. Shenwan swallowed her grievances, believing that once her cousin delivered the medicinal herbs to the Ling Wanfu and his leg was healed, he would no longer have the inclination to tease her daily. The carriage continued onward until it came to a halt before the Ling Wanfu. After massaging for the entire journey, Shenwan's hands felt weary. Upon disembarking, she did not wait for Xie Jingyan and proceeded directly into the residence. However, as she descended the steps she paused, for Steward Zhou approached to inform Xie Jingyan that the new Right Assistant Minister of Rights had been appointed, with Lord Su, the governor of Lianzhou, assuming the role. Who recommended him? Xie Jingyan inquired. The Duke of Zhonghua. Steward Zhou replied. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Shall we send a congratulatory gift?" Xie Jingyan turned to Shenwan. What do you think, should we send something? She had merely suggested he visit Lord Chen's residence to pay respects. Why was he asking her about sending a congratulatory gift, nonetheless, since he sought her opinion? Xinhuan expressed her thoughts. The Duke of Zhonggui is affiliated with the Jinwang. Undoubtedly, the newly appointed Lord Su is as well. If we do not send something to Lord Su, Lord Chen will perceive your intentions to be more sincere. Given that one was preparing to withdraw from court, it was inconvenient for Xie Jingyan to send a condolence gift himself, thus he had chosen to send the 8th prince in his stead, demonstrating his regard. Moreover, the absence of a gift from the newly appointed Right Assistant Minister of Rights would render the contrast even more pronounced. Furthermore, there was an important point Xinhuan did not mention: she would not allow Lord Su to remain in the position of Right Assistant Minister of Rights for long. Xie Jingyan, resting against his wheelchair, smirked and replied, "Let us proceed according to the princess's wishes." Steward Zhou acknowledged, and as Xinhuan prepared to leave, Xie Jingyan called out, "Aren't you going to push me?" Xinhuan turned around, but saw no sign of Chen Feng. Reluctantly she complied and began to push Xie Jingyan, just as Chen Feng appeared while ascending the steps. If one were to claim it was not intentional, who would believe it? Upon returning to the Mayu Pavilion, Haitang approached, reporting, "Princess, today the Pingyang Marquis' residence sent word that the third young lady's wedding date has been set for the 6th of next month." Chapter 78. Assistant Shenron was to marry on the 6th of next month, with the 3rd being the old matriarch's birthday, allowing for the delivery of both birthday gifts and wedding adornments. However, Xinhuan had yet to decide what to present for the matriarch's birthday. Sitting down with a cup of tea, she pondered her options. Suddenly struck by an idea, she hastily set her teacup aside and made her way to the study. Xie Jingyan was engrossed in a book, and upon seeing Xinhuan enter, he raised an eyebrow, initially believing she would not come without a maid summons. He found her unexpectedly obedient. A faint smile graced Xie Jingyan's lips as Xinhuan approached with an air of supplication. "Could you do me a favor?" Xie Jingyan indeed had been too quick to rejoice. Shifting his gaze from the military treatise to Xinhuan's face, he inquired, "What favor do you require of me?" She replied, "Your calligraphy is exquisite. Would you assist me in writing a character?" Xie Jingyan set down his book, asking, "Which character?" Xinhuan explained, "With the matriarch's birthday approaching, I intend to create a 100 longevities painting with the largest character in the center. I would like your help in writing it." Originally, she had planned to embroider a 100 longevities tapestry with golden thread, but the tapestry had been ruined and time was of the essence. Writing the character would not only save her money and trouble but also leave no room for the Marquis' family to criticize her. Surely a hand-stitched piece would be deemed more sincere than her and Xie Jingyan's joint efforts. Xinhuan gazed at him with hope. Such a trivial task, Xie Jingyan could hardly refuse, especially after her compliment on his calligraphy. As the matriarch's birthday approaches, it is only fitting that we prepare the gifts together. Was that an agreement? Xinhuan's heart soared, fearing Xie Jingyan might retract his word. She swiftly gathered paper and brush. He dipped the brush in ink, his strokes fluid and commanding as he inscribed the character in the center. Exuding grandeur. Observing the character, Xinhuan felt her initial idea might not have been the best. Xie Jingyan's work was likely to be quite valuable. Once the ink dried, Xinhuan took the paper and returned to her room to write the remaining 99 unique characters. She spread the paper across the table, admiring Xie Jingyan's work. As Yin Shuang and Haitang praised it profusely, Xinhuan was quite pleased with the gift she had prepared, almost reluctant to part with it. After admiring the characters for a while, she dipped her brush in ink, aiming to replicate the characters from the previous painting. However, after successfully writing 18, her hand faltered on the 19th, resulting in an unsightly character. She scrambled to rectify it, only to make it worse. Xinhuan's heart ached. Having ruined her own work was one thing, but to ruin the one she had requested was entirely another. Yin Shuang asked, "What shall we do?" What could they do? They could only seek Xie Jingyan's assistance once more. Xinhuan steeled herself and approached the door of the study, hesitating to enter, noticing her reluctance. Xie Jingyan, curious about what troubled her, called, "Come in." Hiding the paper behind her back, Xinhuan stepped inside. Xie Jingyan regarded her. "Is there something you need?" "Yes, I have a small matter." "What is it?" he prompted, embarrassed. Her voice faltered. "I ruined the 100 longevities painting. Could you write another for me?" Xie Jingyan paused, surprised. He had expected something more significant. As if recalling something, a glimmer flickered in his eyes, and he smirked slightly. "I can write it for you again. But can you guarantee it won't be ruined this time?" She certainly did not wish to ruin it again. She had been exceedingly careful, yet it still turned out poorly. His implication was clear: if she failed again, he would not assist her further. Xinhuan resolutely replied, "I will be extra cautious this time. If it truly does not work out, I can always find another gift." Xie Jingyan, perceiving her intentions, stated, "I will teach you how to write it." Xinhuan, perplexed, thought, "Teach me to write? I already know how to write." Curiously, she asked, "How will you teach me?" Without elaborating, he simply said, "Come here." Compelled by some unseen force, Xinhuan approached. Xie Jingyan relinquished his position, allowing her to set the paper down. As she prepared the brush to hand to him, suddenly, her wrist was grasped. Unbeknownst to her, he had risen to stand directly behind her, so close that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. The proximity was overwhelming, causing her ears to flush. She quickly stammered. Ear-legged Xie Jingyan supported himself against the desk, stating that a few characters would not strain him, yet, do not lose focus. How could she possibly maintain focus under such circumstances? His breath brushed against her neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. Xinhuan steadied her mind, allowing Xie Jingyan to guide her hand as they wrote the character together. After completing the largest, he switched brushes and continued. He managed to write 10 characters in one go, but soon he appeared unable to maintain his position and returned to his wheelchair, stating, "You can write 10 at a time. Twice daily you come find me." Then, once had been awkward enough, she was to endure this 9 more times. Why had she chosen to undertake this task with him when she could have simply spent a bit of money? Xinhuan regretted her decision deeply. Could she retract her request and choose a different gift? Alas, while she pondered such thoughts, she lacked the courage to voice them and dared not look back at Xie Jingyan. Hastily departing instead, determined to avoid seeking Xie Jingyan's help, Xinhuan wished to let the matter of the 100 longevities painting fade away. However, Xie Jingyan, aside from occasionally inviting her to stroll through the garden, spent most of his time in the study reading, and she had no choice but to accompany him. Although she was usually free to do as she pleased, he often recalled their arrangement as he read. For days passed, leaving only 10 characters unwritten. Thankfully, only 10 remained. The previous 90 characters had been written at Xie Jingyan's urging, yet now Xinhuan was the one impatient to complete the last 10. The next morning, after breakfast, Xie Jingyan, noticing the pleasant weather, requested Xinhuan to push into the garden. She replied, "With the matriarch's birthday so near, the presentation still requires time. Would it not be better to finish the last 10 characters first? And then I will take you to the garden." Xie Jingyan gazed at Xinhuan with a smile. Why the rush? Xinhuan directly pushed the wheelchair to the study, tidied up the writing desk, placed the longevity painting, and then ground the ink, completing everything in one seamless motion. Once she finished her tasks, she noticed someone had appeared behind her. Although this had happened many times before, Xinhuan still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Fortunately, this was the last time. After inscribing the final 10 characters for longevity, her work was finally accomplished. Xie Jingyan held her hand, guiding the brush with dexterity, while Xinhuan applied no effort at all. To her, this felt no different than if Xie Jingyan had written it alone. It merely sounded more pleasing to say that it was a joint effort. Upon completing the last character, Xinhuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Grateful that the endeavor was over, Xie Jingyan, unable to stand any longer, settled into the wheelchair. As Xinhuan rolled up the longevity painting and turned around, she inadvertently stumbled, not noticing Xie Jingyan was right behind her, causing her to fall directly into his lap. Sitting upon his thigh was already awkward enough, but even more so was the fact that her head collided with his nose. Stunned, Xie Jingyan gasped, exclaiming in disbelief at her unexpected betrayal. "Who was betraying the bridge after crossing it?" Xinhuan retorted, clearly irritated that he had leaned in too close. Attempting to rise, she found herself held back by his embrace. Unable to get up, embarrassment and anger flooded her, and she exclaimed, "Let me go." The man behind her obediently released his grip, prompting Xinhuan to make her escape with the painting. However, just 2 steps away, Xie Jingyan's mournful voice called after her, "You've injured me. Will you not even care whether I live or die? It was merely a bump on your nose. Do you need to use such dramatic language?" Xinhuan glanced back, only to see blood trickling from his nose. Xinhuan's heart sank. She realized her collision had indeed been rather forceful. Her own had throbbed in pain, but she hadn't anticipated it would cause such an injury. "I'll have a maid fetch a doctor for you," she said urgently, rushing towards the door, but Xie Jingyan called her back. "Come back." Xinhuan halted abruptly and turned to face him. "I cannot afford to lose face," he stated. Was this truly a matter of pride? Xinhuan disapproved, yet she found herself swayed by his reasoning. By the time the doctor arrives, I could have already staunched the bleeding. After contemplating briefly, Xinhuan hurriedly instructed a maid to fetch cold water while Xie Jingyan held his head high, pinching his nostrils. Once the maid brought the cold water, Xinhuan quickly took a handkerchief, applying it to his nose. After several applications, the bleeding finally ceased. Seeing the forlorn look in Xie Jingyan's eyes directed at her, Xinhuan felt as if she had committed a heinous act, a sense of grievance rising within her. "I did not do it on purpose," Xie Jingyan sighed, his body feeling weak. "If you did not intend to, yet here I am injured, so, had you meant it, my life would surely be forfeit." Was it truly so exaggerated? After all, she had merely bumped his nose. Yet recalling how Xie Jingyan had previously suffered due to the machinations of his beloved, ultimately leading to his tragic demise, a wave of concern washed over Xinhuan. Not if even a kingdom could not compare to one's beloved, how could they, mere mortals, hope for anything more? She had staked all her hopes on Xie Jingyan, along with the lives of her family and the Yun clan. If Xie Jingyan were to meet a fate similar to his past, lost in her thoughts, Xinhuan was abruptly snapped back to reality as Xie Jingyan waved his hand in front of her, his expression darkening. He questioned her, "What occupies your mind so deeply?" As she regained her composure, Xinhuan met his probing gaze, shaking her head. "Nothing at all. In this lifetime," she vowed never to allow Xie Jingyan to ascend to that position again. There was no need to indulge in unnecessary worries or wild imaginings. Grasping the longevity painting from the table, she turned to leave. Xie Jingyan watched her exit the study, increasingly convinced that this woman was concealing something from him. Returning to her inner chamber, Xinhuan unfolded the longevity painting with Yin Shuang and Haitang standing behind her, exclaiming, "This longevity painting is truly exquisite." Had she not interfered, Xie Jingyan could have produced an even more remarkable piece. Assured there were no issues, Xinhuan rolled up the painting again, instructing Yin Shuang to seek someone to mount it. As Yin Shuang took the painting and walked towards the beaded curtain. Xinhuan called her back. Yin Shuang turned back in confusion. Xinhuan hurried over, reclaiming the painting from her grasp and heading towards the window. After glancing outside, Chen Yu appeared, inquiring, "Did the princess summon me?" Xinhuan handed him the longevity painting, instructing, "Find a calligraphy shop to have this mounted, and also make a copy to bring back." Chen Yu, taken aback, questioned, "You want a replica?" Yin Shuang and Haitang exchanged puzzled looks as well. Unsure of the rationale behind Xinhuan's request, they dared not inquire further, and Xinhuan remained silent, aware that Xie Jingyan had poured several days of effort into crafting the longevity painting. And the old matriarch was unworthy of such a gift. She herself felt reluctant to part with it. With the longevity gift prepared for the old matriarch, Xinhuan settled down to enjoy some tea. Recalling Xie Jingyan's earlier request for her to take him for a stroll in the garden, after the incident where she had caused him to bleed, she wondered if he would still wish to go. Xinhuan seized the pretense of delivering pastries to the study, finding that Xie Jingyan had ceased bleeding but had not requested her company for a garden stroll, just as well, as Aunt Wu had matters to discuss with her. Prompting Xinhuan to exit the study. Throughout the day, Xinhuan did not return to the study again, only seeing Xie Jingyan during lunch and dinner. However, as night fell, anxiety gripped her. Since marrying Xie Jingyan, her greatest dread had been the onset of night. Bound hand and foot, Xie Jingyan would embrace her as they slept. Unbound, she would cling to him. Each day she awoke, the anticipation was fraught with awkwardness. As before, after finishing his reading and bathing, Xie Jingyan returned, and Xinhuan assisted him to bed. A man capable of standing to perform a wedding ceremony and supporting himself to write 10 characters for longevity claimed he could not get into bed. Xinhuan found it hard to believe he was not merely treating her like a servant. Internally skeptical, she dared not voice her doubts, reasoning that there were only a few days left. After Xie Jingyan lay down, Xinhuan wrapped herself tightly in her bedding. He remarked, "We are destined to sleep together. What is the point of wrapping yourself so tightly? Come into my arms." Xinhuan merely contemplated delivering a kick to send him tumbling off the bed. Blushing, she resolutely turned her back. Xie Jingyan was only jesting. Lying in bed, a hint of delight crept into the corners of his mouth. As he closed his eyes, just as Xinhuan thought he had fallen asleep and attempted to turn over quietly, he suddenly sat up, startling her. "Scoundrel!" Xinhuan glared at him, yet before she could fully unleash her ire, she noticed blood streaming from his nose once more. Xinhuan swiftly sat up, exclaiming, "How is it that you are bleeding again?" In response, Xie Jingyan shot her a reproachful look, as if to say, "What do you think?" Xinhuan was rendered speechless. After all, she had caused the initial bump earlier in the day, and he had not bled throughout the afternoon. Why then was he bleeding now? She suspected it was not her doing, but with his previous lack of bleeding, it seemed implausible to claim otherwise. Hastily, Xinhuan retrieved a damp cloth to apply to his nose. After a considerable struggle, the bleeding finally ceased. Observing the apologetic glimmer in her eyes, Xie Jingyan felt utterly powerless against her, sighing, "It's late. Let us sleep." With a heart full of apprehension, Xinhuan lay down, peeking out from beneath the covers to watch him. Initially, Xie Jingyan faced her, but upon her turning to gaze at him, he grimaced and rolled over, presenting her only with the back of his head. Xinhuan thought, "How much does he wish to avoid seeing me?" Irritated, she turned her back to him. The following morning, to her surprise, she awoke to find neither Xie Jingyan's embrace nor was she held by him. He was nowhere to be found. By the time she had finished washing up and was preparing for breakfast, Xie Jingyan returned. During breakfast, neither spoke, and Yin Shuang and Haitang exchanged glances, sensing the tension. Although the prince and princess typically kept their conversation to a minimum, today's silence was particularly pronounced. They could not help but wonder if a quarrel had transpired, yet it did not feel like one. Chapter 80, Ailing health. The princess and the prince were not truly wed. There was no reason for them to quarrel yet continue to share a room, a bed, and meals together. Yin Shuang and Haitang exchanged glances. Increasingly perplexed, this breakfast was a trial for Xinhuan, who longed to say something, yet feared she would irritate Xie Jingyan. Opting to remain silent, after breakfast, Xie Jingyan retreated to the study, while Xinhuan decided to take 2 maids to the garden to admire the flowers. However, as she exited, Xie Jingyan's gaze fell upon her, and Xinhuan wondered what it meant. Do you require me to grind ink for you? She ventured. Xie Jingyan remained silent, which seemed to indicate agreement. Truly, he was miserly with his words. No, he was stingy even with a single character. Xinhuan resigned herself to following him to the study. Of the ink grinding did not take long, and soon Xinhuan found herself unable to leave. Instead, she casually selected a book from the shelf, settling onto a small couch to read. The book was engaging, and she became so engrossed that she lost track of time, laughing aloud at particularly amusing passages. Yin Shuang feared that Xinhuan's laughter might disturb Xie Jingyan's reading. She glanced over and noticed him sipping tea, only to set it down after a sip to refill his cup. Yin Shuang then realized that her attention had been entirely focused on the princess, neglecting to attend to the princess' needs. After Yin Shuang departed, Xie Jingyan continued to observe Xinhuan. Marveling at this woman so devoid of care, she spent the entire morning without a single inquiry about his well-being, lost in the pages of her book, as if it held more allure than he did. After much effort, I finally brought her home as my wife. We share the same bed each night, yet I can only gaze upon her without the privilege of indulging in her presence. Who knows how much longer I must endure such a torment? My legs are uncooperative, rendering me incapable of taking a refreshing cold shower at night. Who could possibly understand the agony I am experiencing? Lost in thought, I suddenly feel a warmth in my nose. Xie Jingyan. Xinhuan is reading a book when Yin Shuang enters with tea, exclaiming in surprise, startling her, "Your Highness, it's terrible, the prince has a nosebleed." Xinhuan turns her head and sees that certain gentleman looking utterly despondent, head held high. How could he have another nosebleed? Was the impact of my collision that severe? Had it not been so late last night, I would have summoned a doctor for Xie Jingyan immediately. Without hesitation, I instruct Yin Shuang, quickly fetch Dr. Tao. Yin Shuang turns and rushes out, and Xie Jingyan cannot stop her in time. Alas, he indeed requires medical attention. However, before Dr. Tao arrives, Xie Jingyan has already staunched the bleeding. Dr. Tao hurriedly arrives with his medical box, setting it down to take Xie Jingyan's pulse. He does so with great seriousness, his brow furrowed. Were it not for Xie Jingyan's impeccable health in his previous life, Xinhuan would suspect him of suffering from some obscure ailment. While checking Xie Jingyan's pulse, Dr. Tao glances at Xinhuan and releases his hold, prompting Xinhuan to inquire why Xie Jingyan continues to bleed after just one collision. Before she can speak, Dr. Tao asks, "How long have you been married, Your Highness?" Xinhuan, why such a question? Although she finds it strange, she answers truthfully, 9 days. Dr. Tao's brow furrows further. 9 days? Why has the consummation not yet occurred? Is it possible? Xinhuan. Xie Jingyan, from the pulse, Dr. Tao discerns no issues in that regard. Aside from the possibility of inexperience, he cannot fathom any reason for the newlyweds not to consummate their marriage. Xinhuan knows Dr. Tao possesses remarkable medical skills, yet how could he deduce their lack of consummation merely from a pulse? Knowing is one thing, but stating it so bluntly is mortifying. She glances at Xie Jingyan, urging him to respond to Dr. Tao. Xie Jingyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clears his throat and says, "I wish to wait until my leg condition improves." Xinhuan thinks Xie Jingyan's excuse is quite clever. However, Dr. Tao bluntly counters, "You have already married the princess. If your leg does not heal, will you remain unconsummated for life? In your prime, prolonged abstinence is detrimental to your health." Xie Jingyan. Xinhuan's face, neck, and ears turn crimson as she musters the courage to say, "His nosebleed was caused by my collision yesterday." Dr. Tao replies, "You must have broken his nose yesterday. The bleeding should have ceased by now." Xinhuan suddenly understands why Dr. Tao could not remain in the imperial hospital. She is not disputing or questioning his medical expertise, she is merely trying to help him out of an awkward situation. Yet, despite her efforts to ease the tension, Dr. Tao removes the very support she extended, leaving them in an even more uncomfortable predicament. Xinhuan wishes there were a hole in the study for her to hide in. Casting a dagger-like glare at Xie Jingyan, whose ears are flushed with embarrassment, he states, "I kindly ask Dr. Tao to prescribe me some medicine." Dr. Tao suspects they may not have comprehended his words. As he has been quite straightforward, he proceeds to write a prescription, which simply reads, "Consummation." It is written in large letters, easily legible even to those with poor eyesight. Xinhuan. Xie Jingyan, after writing the prescription, Dr. Tao takes his leave, leaving Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan staring at each other, both blushing more profusely than the other. Xie Jingyan places the prescription in a drawer and resumes reading. Albeit with the book upside down, you might want to correct that, Xinhuan suggests. The corner of Xie Jingyan's eye twitches as he straightens the book, glancing sideways at Xinhuan. "Why are you still here?" She too wishes to leave. She had wanted to flee when Dr. Tao inquired about their consummation, yet her feet feel as though they are nailed to the ground. Xinhuan looks at Xie Jingyan. Hesitating to speak, Xie Jingyan encourages, "If you wish to say something, please do." Xinhuan asks, "Would you like me to help you?" Xie Jingyan gazes at her with a smile. "If you dare, I shall accept." Xinhuan's heart sinks, and she turns to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, she turns back to ask Xie Jingyan, "What about the maidens in the courtyard? Do you have someone you fancy? Or should I choose for you?" Xie Jingyan's expression darkens, and anger surges within him. "Are you suggesting that your help means bringing me a concubine?" "No, what else could it mean?" Faced with the fiery intensity of his gaze, Xinhuan feels a twinge of fear. Xie Jingyan is on the verge of exploding. "Come here." Could Xinhuan approach, it feels as if he might strangle her. She quickly bolts away. Fortunately, his leg still hinders him, or she would have been unable to escape. Xinhuan seeks out Dr. Tao, hoping he might have a remedy to stop Xie Jingyan's nosebleeds without requiring consummation. Xie Jingyan did not expect Xinhuan to dare defy him and leave, his anger boiling to the point of wanting to throw her onto the bed. Just then, the door swings open, and Xinhuan enters with tea. Upon seeing him, Xie Jingyan chuckles in disbelief. "Did you not run away?" How dare you return? Xinhuan places the tea before the desk. I did not run. I noticed your temper was high and thought to brew tea to cool you off. She sets the tea in front of Xie Jingyan. He looks at her suspiciously, about to speak when Haitang enters and announces, Your Highness, the two young ladies from the Yin family are here to see you. Xinhuan feels as though her cousins have arrived not merely as visitors but as her saviors. She turns to leave. As Xinhuan prepares to entertain her guests, Xie Jingyan finds it inappropriate to keep her. He lifts the teacup, uncovering a large chrysanthemum floating atop. Truly a cooling tea. Chapter 81. A stroll through the market. Xinhuan goes to greet Yun Mo and Yun Rui. Spotting them from afar, Yun Mo is dressed in a flowing gown adorned with subtle patterns, her slender waist and soft smile suggesting her noble lineage. Beside her, Yun Rui wears a dress embroidered with colorful butterflies that seem to dance with her every step, indicating her more spirited and vivacious nature. Upon seeing Xinhuan, both beam brightly, particularly Yun Rui, who waves enthusiastically. As they approach, Yun Rui calls out, Cousin, and praises, the Ling Prince's residence is quite magnificent indeed. The Ling Prince's residence is impressive, perhaps even surpassing that of the Jin Prince's. Truth be told, Xinhuan finds the emperor's intentions inscrutable. Although he harbors resentment towards Xie Jingyan due to concubine Chen, he still bestowed upon him the residence closest to the palace, even attending the wedding feast there. Xinhuan cannot believe her father's life-saving grace could sway the emperor to such a degree. She prefers to think that the emperor secretly cherishes Xie Jingyan. As it is their first visit to the Ling Prince's residence, Xinhuan shows them around. Given the Yun family's wealth, constructing a grand estate would be effortless. However, certain privileges are exclusive to the royal family, and even the Pingyang Marquis's residence is not permitted access. Since Xie Jingyan invited Yun Mo and Yun Rui to accompany Xinhuan to the Ling Prince's residence, she has eagerly awaited their arrival. Finally, after much anticipation, Xinhuan is overjoyed and resolves to keep them for lunch. Just as she prepares to instruct Yin Shuang to have the kitchen prepare their favorite dishes, Yun Mo glances up at the sun overhead and tells Xinhuan, We have been here for half an hour. We should return. Xinhuan protests, Must you leave so soon? You haven't spent as much time here as you did in the carriage on the way. Yun Rui also looks reluctant, mentioning that their grandmother insisted she accompany the Ling Prince and not stay too long, but she did allow them to visit often in the future. The Ling Prince does not require her company, especially since he has been left with a nosebleed from her presence. Xinhuan asks, Are you heading straight back to your residence? Yun Rui shakes her head, We will stroll through the market before returning. Fearing that their grandmother might prohibit Yun Mo and Yun Rui from visiting the Ling Prince's residence in the future, Xinhuan refrains from insisting they stay. Grandmother's wishes are not to be defied, but Xinhuan can venture out to the market herself. Grandmother's authority does not extend to her, a married woman. Xinhuan decisively instructs Yin Shuang, Go inform the prince that I am taking the young ladies out for a stroll. Yun Mo watches Xinhuan, Will you not accompany the Ling Prince? Xinhuan's ears flush at their gaze. There is no need to be present at all times. I have been married to the Ling Prince for less than 10 days. I used to come here often, did I not? The logic in her words leaves Yun Mo and Yun Rui without a rebuttal, and they continue their cheerful banter as they walk toward the gate of the Ling Prince's residence. In the study, Xie Jingyan is reading when he grows thirsty. He takes a sip of tea and grimaces at the taste of chrysanthemum tea, which he finds difficult to enjoy. As soon as the tea touches his lips, his brow furrows, yet, to avoid another nosebleed, he must endure it. After a couple of sips, he sets the teacup down. Just then, Yin Shuang enters, bowing as she reports, Your Highness, the princess sends word that she and the two young ladies have gone out for a stroll and will not return for lunch. Yin Shuang's report is merely a formality. Her primary aim is to collect silver notes, and having delivered the message she hastily exits. Xie Jingyan suddenly finds it impossible to concentrate on his reading. The womaness outing is merely a pretext. She is intentionally avoiding him. Does she think she can escape? With thoughts of those who wish to undermine him outside the residence, Xie Jingyan feels a wave of irritation wash over him. Shenyu, before he finishes speaking, a shadow darkens the open window, and a figure appears in the study. What is your command, my lord? Shenyu asks. From now on, whenever the princess leaves the residence, follow her discreetly. As they continued their outing, Xinhuan, Yun Mo, and Yun Rui found themselves in a carriage, making their way through the bustling streets of Chongping in the capital. Upon reaching the lively thoroughfare, they strolled from one end to the other. Yun Rui's gaze wandered along the rows of shops, the vibrant stalls of vendors, and the throngs of pedestrians. With a pout, she mused, Our Yun family has established shops in other bustling locales, yet here in the capital, we seem to have deliberately avoided the lively areas. If only we had a shop on Chongping Street. Xinhuan, who once struggled to comprehend the rationale behind the old patriarch Yun's decisions, found herself gaining insight. The Yun family was already immensely wealthy, rivaling nations in their riches. Thus, the preservation of their fortune outweighed the pursuit of further wealth. In a capital teeming with influential nobility, even the slightest misstep in a prosperous area could attract the attention of several esteemed individuals. The Yun family could easily afford to open a shop on Chongping Street, but the more vibrant the locale, the greater the concentration of the elite. There was a saying, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Though the family had their father as a strong foundation, He was a general, and when war broke out, he would be called to the battlefield, potentially absent for months on end. If trouble were to befall the Yun family, distant aid would be of little help. The capital was a realm governed by royalty and the powerful, its streets glimmering with gold, yet the Yun family had no claim to this wealth. There were plenty of lucrative opportunities beyond the capital, and losing this one was of little consequence. Yun Rui merely voiced her thoughts. She dared not question her grandfather's judgments. The family had numerous capable men who could bring in wealth, leaving only her and her sister alongside Shenwan to focus on spending. They wandered from shop to shop, perusing stalls as their maidservants and attendants followed behind, managing their purchases. As they strolled, Yun Rui pointed towards a cosmetics shop, exclaiming, "I wish to buy some rouge and powder. Let us go see what they have." Yun Rui eagerly pulled Shenwan and Yun Mo into the shop, only to have her enthusiasm quickly dampened upon spotting a young lady selecting cosmetics within, the very nemesis of her cousin. Yun Mo noticed too, casting a reproachful glance at Yun Rui before suggesting to Shenwan, "Shall we change shops?" Unperturbed, Shenwan had no intention of leaving just yet. Before she could respond, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Zhonghua, Fu Shu, overheard their conversation and turned, saying, "Miss Shen, or should I say, Princess Ling now, are you truly so frightened of encountering me?" "No fear." To be candid, Shenwan did feel a twinge of apprehension. After all, in her past life, Fu Shu had met a most tragic end, a memory that haunted her nightmares. In their previous lives, she and Fu Shu had clashed over Xie Jingyin for many years. Fu Shu was infatuated with him. Fully aware of Shenwan's affections, and wielding the emperor's marital selection privilege against her at every turn, their encounters invariably escalated into fierce confrontations. After Xie Jingyin ascended the throne, his first consort was indeed Fu Shu. A decision that seemed perfectly reasonable given the Duke's contributions and Fu Shu's fondness for him. Shenwan could do nothing to prevent it. Their rivalry had raged from the palace grounds to within its walls. Shenwan had endured a difficult pregnancy, resulting in a miscarriage, while Fu Shu had a smoother experience, promptly conceiving after a few visits from Xie Jingyin. Unfortunately, she faced complications during labor, enduring 2 full days without delivering the child. The midwife faced a dilemma: preserve the larger or the smaller child. Xie Jingyin opted for the larger one, yet the midwife chose to save the smaller. To ensure the prince's safe delivery, the midwife resorted to a cesarean section, a memory that still echoed with Shenwan, recalling the heart-wrenching cries that ensued. Regrettably, the prince, upon birth, cried only a few times before succumbing. Once Shenwan had believed that the midwife's decision was merely to protect the prince at the cost of the larger child, but now she suspected that Cunning had orchestrated the entire affair. Their animosity stemmed from Xie Jingyin, yet in this life, she had chosen Xie Jingyan, leaving Fu Shu with no reason to target her. With a smile, Shenwan addressed Fu Shu, "Your words make me feel as though you are quite eager to see me." Chapter 82, the struggle. Maintaining a serene smile devoid of anger, Shenwan left Fu Shu momentarily taken aback. Her blatant provocation had garnered an unexpected response. Princess Ling remained unfazed, yet Fu Shu could not deny her own desire for this encounter. They had clashed numerous times over the crown prince, only for Shenwan to choose the Ling prince instead, rendering their past rivalry rather futile. Fu Shu, perplexed, remarked, "I had assumed you would choose the crown prince." Shenwan replied, "I could never aspire to such heights." Fu Shu scrutinized Shenwan, surprised by her self-awareness, lamenting, "Alas, your second sister lacks such insight." In Fu Shu's eyes, Shenwan, as the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, was unworthy of Xie Jingyin, let alone Cunning. Shenwan had escaped the fire pit that was Xie Jingyin, yet Fu Shu was still eager to leap into it. Though Fu Shu's words were harsh, Shenwan chose not to hold them against her. Considering the tragic fate Fu Shu had met in her previous life, however, Shenwan would not extend her kindness to the point of preventing Fu Shu from jumping into the fire pit. Their past grievances would be set aside, with an understanding that they would coexist without interference. As they wandered separately, Yun Mo and Yun Rui watched in astonishment. Both had feared Fu Shu might suddenly lash out. Yet it wasn't until Fu Shu finished her purchases and departed with her maid that they truly believed this encounter had been benign. They were aware that Fu Shu's animosity towards Shenwan stemmed from the crown prince. But with Shenwan marrying Xie Jingyan instead, and Cunning, her cousin, betrothed to the crown prince, Fu Shu's continued animosity towards Shenwan seemed entirely unsurprising. Having finished selecting her rouge, Shenwan and her companions exited the shop, their spirits buoyed as they continued their shopping excursion. As they paused at a small stall to admire fragrant pouches, a commotion erupted ahead. Curious, Yun Rui inquired, "What is happening up there?" A bystander replied, "At the Wangyue Tower, someone has issued a challenge. The prize for matching is 1,000 taels." After sharing this news, the individual hurried off. Yun Rui gazed at the crowd gathering around Wangyue Tower, pouting, "What a pity we cannot go see." Shenwan dismissed the idea, stating, "There is nothing of interest to see." Yun Rui pressed on, "Is my cousin not even curious?" Had the events been unfamiliar, Shenwan might have felt intrigued. But given her foreknowledge, curiosity eluded her. Not only was she indifferent, but she also sought to quell Yun Mo and Yun Rui's curiosity by explaining that spectacle was orchestrated by the newly appointed Right Minister's son. Su to enhance his reputation in pursuit of a marriage proposal. Yun Mo's eyes widened while Yun Rui gasped, "Is it a ruse?" Shenwan cautioned, "Should the Su family come to propose, neither grandfather nor uncle must agree." Both Yun Mo and Yun Rui flushed, stomping their feet as Yun Mo retorted, "What nonsense is that, cousin? How could a young master from the right minister's residence possibly be interested in us?" Shenwan gazed at the drifting clouds above, reflecting, how many suitors genuinely approach for love. Most seek power and status, and the wealth of the Yun family is undoubtedly a tempting prospect. At times she pondered how if the Yun family were less affluent and not the subject of envy, perhaps Yun Mo and Yun Rui's marital prospects would not be so fraught with complications. Exchanging glances, the sisters still deemed such a notion implausible. After all, how could the minister's residents seek a marriage match purely for wealth? Shenwan's musings seemed fanciful. The tavern was a melting pot of society's various tiers, and even they wouldn't dare venture there, let alone the esteemed Princess Ling. Noting their lingering curiosity, Shenwan decided to indulge them, suggesting, "Let us go to the Tsueyu Pavilion." Yun Rui exclaimed, "How could I forget the Tsueyu Pavilion? It lies directly across from Wangyue Tower." At Tsueyu Pavilion, we can not only select jewelry but also be the first to know about the happenings at Wangyue Tower. With that, Yun Rui eagerly led Shenwan towards the Tsueyu Pavilion. As they approached Wangyue Tower, Shenwan glanced inside, only to see a sea of faces, many unable even to enter the establishment. Due to the commotion at Wangyue Tower, Tsueyu Pavilion was unusually crowded, with a young attendant outside warmly inviting them in and guiding them to the second floor. However, just as they reached the top of the stairs, a sharp, resonant sound shattered the air. A precious item had been dropped, followed by an irate voice, "How could you hand me that? Now it's shattered. Who will take responsibility?" The voice belonged to Xining, unmistakable after years of familiarity. Ascending the final two steps, Shenwan's eyes fell upon the scene. Fu Shu and Xining, locked in a heated confrontation, the remnants of a shattered jade bracelet strewn about them. Fu Shu, equally incensed, retorted, "I handed it to you. You simply failed to catch it. Who is to blame for that?" Witnessing their fury, Shenwan was at a loss as to who had instigated the altercation. However, she was certain that this was no mere accident. A nearby lady whispered to Shenwan, "The eldest daughter of Duke Zhongwu just snatched a hairpin from the crown prince's consort. When Fu Shu chose this jade bracelet, the crown prince's consort purchased it first. Fu Shu handed it over, but whether it was poorly passed or poorly received, the bracelet met its demise, watching the exquisite jade bracelet shatter into pieces. The onlooker winced. That bracelet was worth several hundred taels. Shenwan had no intention of lingering further in this drama and prepared to descend, but alas, she was spotted by Xining, who joyfully called out, "Elder sister!" With no escape possible, Shenwan approached Xining. Xining faced Fu Shu, declaring, "Is the Duke of Zhongwu so financially strained that a mere 300 taels jade bracelet can't be accounted for? This shattered bracelet shall be added to my bill." Fu Shu, possessing a stubborn streak, could not tolerate Xingying's disparagement of her family. Though she couldn't compete with the Princess Ling, she refused to be outdone by the crown prince's consort. "I shall see just how wealthy your crown prince consort truly is," she retorted. Unyielding, Xining immediately pointed to several hair ornaments, stating, "I will take these." With that, she shot a challenging glance at Fu Shu, who had made even more extravagant purchases. Shenwan stood there, observing the two engaged in a heated dispute, while the proprietor of Tsueyu Pavilion wore an expression of unrestrained delight. In the end, Fu Shu was forced to concede defeat, and Xining, with her head held high, reveled in her triumph. However, once her glee subsided, Xining approached Shenwan saying, "Elder sister, I haven't brought enough money, can you lend me some?" Shenwan replied impassively, "If you lack funds, why have you purchased so many pieces of jewelry?" Xining insisted, "I can't let her look down on me." Shenwan suggested, "Have Tsueyu Pavilion deliver the jewelry to the Jinwangfu and then collect the payment." Xining countered, "If Fu Shu pays directly, wouldn't I be conceding defeat to her? Borrowing money from her wouldn't be a loss, would it?" Shenwan found her reasoning laughable. She was well aware of Xingying's ulterior motives. Being sisters in the same household, it was impossible for her to turn a blind eye. Shenwan instructed Yin Shuang, "Go settle the bill." Yin Shuang's eyes widened in surprise, and after a brief whisper from Shenwan, she hurried off to complete the transaction. Fu Shu, having been outmatched by Xining, wore a rather unpleasant expression. At that moment, news arrived from the opposite side of Wangyue Tower. The young Master Su had made his appearance. Immediately someone inquired, which young Master Su? It was none other than the newly appointed Right Minister of Rights, the eldest son of the Su family. Yun Mo and Yun Rui exchanged glances, a trace of disdain flashing in their eyes. Fu Shu, having lost face, was met with the sycophantic remarks of the young ladies, who inquired, "Is it true that the Right Minister of Rights was recommended by the Duke of Loyalty?" Fu Shu's dismal mood brightened in an instant. After all, it was indeed her father who had put forth the recommendation. Her father, a Duke of Loyalty, enjoyed the Emperor's favor, far surpassing the mere second master of the Pingyang Marquisate. With her head held high, Fu Shu departed like a victorious rooster. Xining, fuming, twisted the embroidered handkerchief in her grasp, feeling somewhat better when she recalled her numerous jewelry purchases. As the attendant packed the jewelry, Xinying's maid, Green Willow, reached out to take it, only to be preempted by Yin Shuang. Green Willow exclaimed, "These are the jewels my lady purchased. What do you intend to do with them? Yin Shuang retorted, the jewelry belongs to your lady. But the payment was made by my lady. With that, she took the bundle and positioned herself behind Xinwan. Sheneng, irate, demanded, what does this mean, elder sister? Xinwan replied, it means that you will send someone to deliver the silver note to the Ling Wangfu. And I will then hand over the jewelry to you. Xin Ying's expression darkened as she replied, elder sister, are you worried that I won't repay you? After all, it wasn't the first time she had borrowed money without returning it. Xinwan remarked. Xin Ying's face turned an ashen shade. Chapter 83, reporting. Xining quickly glanced around. Aside from the Yun sisters and their respective maids, no one seemed to notice their conversation. Otherwise, she suspected she might have erupted on the spot. Her heart seethed with indignation, but due to her reputation, she dared not unleash her fury, the anger simmering within her, scorching her insides, her eyes, filled with suppressed rage. Bore into Xinwan, who remained unperturbed by her ire. With a resolute expression, Xinwan showed no inclination to negotiate, prompting Xining to angrily toss her sleeve and depart, seeing her storm off. Yin Shuang felt a twinge of concern. Would Xining truly abandon the jewelry? In contrast to Yin Shuang's anxiety, Xinwan felt quite at ease. Having grown up together as sisters, she was all too familiar with Xin Ying's temperament, both shameless and overly concerned with her pride. Xining would never allow the jewelry to go unclaimed. The moment she donned it, Fu Shu's nature would ensure that Xining would be ridiculed, and there was no way she could endure that. Xinwan had vowed not to let these treacherous individuals take advantage of her, and she intended to keep her promise. Xinwan, along with Yun Mo and Yun Rui, entered Suiyu Pavilion, initially intrigued by the commotion at Wanyue Tower. However, with the excitement dissipated and Xin Ying's antics having disrupted their jewelry shopping, the three soon exited Suiyu Pavilion. After wandering the streets for another half hour and feeling somewhat fatigued, they parted ways. Yun Mo and Yun Rui returned to the Yun residence while Xinwan took a carriage back to the Ling Wangfu. Upon entering the Ling Wangfu, Xinwan made her way to the inner courtyard. Just as she reached the entrance of Moyu Pavilion, a small maid rushed up behind her breathless and said, a princess, the Pingyang Marquis has sent someone to summon you back. Xinwan furrowed her brows slightly. Glancing at the sun in the sky, Yin Shuang asked, at this hour, why would the Marquis send for the princess? Returning now, even if only for a brief moment at the Pingyang Marquis, she would have to hurry back for dinner. Such urgency to summon her back could only be for Xin Ying's sake or some other matter. It was one thing for them to treat her with disdain within the Marquis. But she had already married into the Ling Wangfu. Did they expect her to rush back at their beck and call? Xinwan had no intention of returning, but given that the Marquis had sent a messenger, she couldn't simply ignore it, lest the servants of the Ling Wangfu think she disregarded the Pingyang Marquis. Xinwan instructed Yin Shuang, you go back to the Pingyang Marquis and tell them that the Ling Wang has had a flare-up of his leg ailment, and I am unable to leave. Once the Ling Wang feels better, I will return. After Yin Shuang departed, Xinwan stepped into Mayu Pavilion. Just as she ascended the steps, she spotted Chen Feng pushing Xie Jingyan out of the study. The handsome, devilishly charming face of the esteemed gentleman revealed little emotion, yet his words carried a hint of displeasure. You've returned, Xinwan thought. His tone suggested she had been out all night. She had only been away from the estate for a little over 2 hours. She had no idea how his temper had fared in her absence, whether he had sipped several cups of chrysanthemum tea, or if the kitchen had followed her instructions to prepare green bean soup for him. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she blurted out, you haven't had a nosebleed again, have you? Xie Jingyan's face darkened. How dare she bring that up? The maids and servants in the courtyard glanced over in surprise. The princess was being rather excessive. The prince had suffered a nosebleed severe enough to require a physician. Yet she still found the leisure to stroll about with her cousins, returning only now, seemingly indifferent to the prince's condition. Noticing Xie Jingyan's displeasure, Xinwan realized she had once again provoked him. With his fiery temper, it was no wonder he was in such a foul mood. She could only avoid him. Xinwan stepped into the room, leaving everyone in the courtyard, including Xie Jingyan, momentarily stunned. Chen Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. With the prince in such a state of anger, how could the princess simply enter without a word of comfort? The prince was easy to pacify. A kind word would suffice. Chen Feng felt a pang of sympathy for his lord, only to hear Xie Jingyan's gritted teeth command, back to the study. Chen Feng had no choice but to push Xie Jingyan back toward the study. Once inside, Xinwan poured herself a cup of tea. She had instructed the maid to brew chrysanthemum tea for Xie Jingyan, but to her surprise, the maid had been diligent enough to change all the tea in the room to chrysanthemum tea as well. She found it unpalatable and set it aside after only a few sips. Having only nibbled on a few pastries while shopping, she felt a pang of hunger and began to eat some cakes. When Yin Shuang returned from the Pingyang Marquis, it was already evening. At that moment, Xinwan was engrossed in a book. After Yin Shuang poured herself a cup of tea, Haitang asked, did the Marquis send someone to find the princess? Was there any trouble? Yin Shuang finished her tea and replied angrily, fortunately, the princess didn't return. My visit was infuriating enough. Haitang's curiosity was piqued. Well, do tell, what was it about? Yin Shuang looked at Xinwan and said. Unlike second aunt, who was adept at reporting grievances, the princess lent her money to save face, but when she didn't allow her to take the jewelry directly, she rushed back to the Pingyang Marquis to complain. claiming that her quarrel with Miss Fu of the Duke of Loyalty's household was all for the princess's sake. Previously, when Miss Fu sought out the princess, she had wished to help, but found herself powerless. Now that she is the Jean Wangfei, encountering Miss Fu, she sought to stand up for the princess, only to be outmaneuvered by Miss Fu, resulting in the shattering of her jade bracelet and a loss of several hundred taels. She wept bitterly, claiming she was trying to assist the princess, but the princess did not appreciate her efforts and publicly humiliated her, saying she borrowed money without repaying it. She even mentioned that she had borrowed money from the princess before, never intending to default, but the princess had said it was fine. She thought that as sisters, they need not be so formal. However, the princess had dismissed her and brought up old grievances. The maid from Qinghui courtyard said that when second aunt spoke, she was crying quite heart-wrenchingly. The old lady was furious, which prompted her to send someone to the Wangfu to summon the young lady back. Haitang listened, feeling a surge of anger. Thank goodness the princess didn't return. Had she done so, she would surely have faced a tongue-lashing from the old lady. Yin Shuang nodded emphatically and, recalling something, began to laugh. The old lady was infuriated enough from what Yin Shuang had recounted. Xinhuan could guess what transpired, her expression remaining relatively unchanged, but upon hearing that the old lady was furious, her gaze shifted from the book, and she inquired, "What happened with the old lady?" Yin Shuang grinned widely and launched into a detailed account. When I returned, I happened to encounter the Marquis. I relayed your instructions verbatim to him, upon learning that it was second aunt and the old lady who had reported on the matter. The old lady summoned the princess back. The Marquis said the princess must care for the Ling Wang and advised the old lady not to trouble the princess over such trivial matters in the future. He also forbade anyone from using the princess's name to meddle in others' affairs. Hearing this, Xinhuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The old lady had intended to support Shening in confronting her, but instead, she had inadvertently walked into her father's line of fire. It was no wonder she was upset. Yin Shuang chuckled, recalling, when the Marquis conveyed this message, I was still there, and the old lady's face turned a deep shade of purple. Chapter 84. Soothing him. As Xinhuan envisioned the old lady's expression, filled with suppressed rage, her spirits lifted considerably. The maidservants entered the room with dishes, and Xinhuan, having skipped lunch, was immediately drawn in by the aroma of the food. Her stomach growling in response. However, with Xie Jingyan still occupied in the study, she hesitated to eat alone. She glanced at Haitang, who promptly offered, I'll go invite the prince. Xinhuan sat there waiting, and soon Haitang returned. Upon seeing her come back alone, without the sound of rolling wheels, Xinhuan inquired, where is he? Haitang replied, the prince's expression was rather grim, and he did not acknowledge me. Xinhuan furrowed her brow, prompting Haitang to lean in closer and whisper. However, the prince's guard, Chen Feng, discreetly informed me that you should try to appease the prince, mentioning that he is quite easy to soothe. Xinhuan's brow twisted into a tight knot. How could she possibly comfort Xie Jingyan? While others might be unaware of the fact that her relationship with Xie Jingyan was merely a pretense, Chen Feng was fully aware. What right did she have to comfort him as his subordinate? Moreover, she was not adept at soothing others. Xinhuan wore a troubled expression. Haitang and Shuang exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. It was always others who comforted their lady. There had never been a time when the lady comforted someone else. Even before her marriage, when she had quarreled with the second young ladies, it was always others who extended a hand, allowing her to smooth things over with a bit of money. Yin Shuang remarked, the prince enjoys sweet words, just say what sounds pleasant. If he doesn't eat dinner, the food will go cold. Xinhuan glanced at the dishes on the table. Were it not for her own sustenance, she would not even consider appeasing Xie Jingyan. One must lower one's head when under a roof. Xinhuan rose and made her way to the study, but upon arriving, she hesitated once more. She had no idea how to comfort Xie Jingyan, and she inwardly resisted the idea of doing so. She would rather go hungry. Xinhuan paced outside the study, causing Yin Shuang and Haitang to become dizzy with concern. Even the gentleman inside could no longer contain himself, calling out, stop pacing outside and come in. Xinhuan stepped inside, where Xie Jingyan gazed at her with an impassive expression. Are you afraid to come in? Xinhuan shook her head. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just what? Xie Jingyan queried. I haven't figured out how to comfort you yet. Xie Jingyan, King Shuang and Haitang exchanged looks of despair. Their lady had never been so straightforward, voicing whatever came to mind. A frown appeared on Xie Jingyan's forehead. If she continued to attempt to comfort him, he might very well starve in the study. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed King Shuang and Haitang. Xie Jingyan regarded Xinhuan, a hint of amusement creeping onto his lips. You intend to cheer me up this way? Xinhuan observed him. He was strikingly handsome, likely unmatched throughout to Chu. His smile outshone a sky full of stars, rendering one unable to look away. Xinhuan's heart raced under his gaze, and she averted her face, saying, Chen Feng told me to comfort you. Xie Jingyan's smile faltered. Outside the window, Chen Feng nearly tumbled from the tree. He had suggested this to the princess, and she had so readily sold him out. It would be nothing short of a miracle if the prince did not punish him. Xie Jingyan fixed his gaze on Xinhuan. You heed Chen Feng's words but disregard those of your father-in-law. Do you expect me to believe that the prince is wise? Chen Feng silently cheered. Xinhuan wished to retort, but it was undeniable that she had indeed defied her father, leaving her with no room to argue. She could only simmer in quiet frustration until Xie Jingyan's rich voice broke the silence. "Come here, I will teach you how to comfort me, Xinhuan." Outside the window, Jinfeng. Xinhuan found the remark rather peculiar, yet her feet seemed to have a mind of their own, leading her towards Xie Jingyan. Standing beside him, she looked at him with suspicion, only to hear Xie Jingyan instruct, "Bend down, tilt your neck back." Xinhuan complied, and then her face was kissed. "Xinhuan," she covered her face, exclaiming, "You," Xie Jingyan stated. "From now on that will suffice to appease me." To comfort him, Xinhuan's face flushed crimson, and in indignation she retorted, "You scoundrel, let me starve." With that she turned and fled. Behind her, Xie Jingyan smiled, unable to suppress his amusement. As Xinhuan dashed out of the study, Xie Jingyan called out, "Jinfeng." Jinfeng jolted, his face pale as he resigned himself to his fate, leaping from the tree and kneeling, "Master, I acknowledge my mistake." As he spoke, the sound of a drawer opening caught his attention, and upon recalling the dagger hidden within, his face turned ashen. Surely the master would not demand such a severe punishment for a mere triviality? Just as he thought this, a white object came flying towards him. Jinfeng caught it, ecstatic. He realized it was not a dagger but rather a silver ingot. Quickly, he proclaimed, "This is a reward from Master Xie." Jinfeng rose and pushed Xie Jingyan out of the study. Meanwhile, Xinhuan, covering her face, returned to her inner chamber, the heat on her cheeks still lingering. Yingxuang asked, "Did you manage to soothe the prince?" "Do not utter that word again. Whoever does will face my wrath." Xinhuan gritted her teeth. "He is not hungry." Leaving those 3 words, Xinhuan seated herself and picked up her chopsticks, biting into the food with great force, as if she were chewing on the very essence of a certain gentleman. Just as she had taken 2 bites, the sound of wheels rolling came from outside, causing Yingxuang and Haitang to glance at each other in confusion. Hadn't the lady just claimed the prince was not hungry, yet here he was, returning? Haitang hurriedly fetched water for Xie Jingyan to wash his hands. Xie Jingyan picked up his chopsticks but found himself at a loss with the array of dishes before him. His mouth twitching. Morning chrysanthemum tea, afternoon mung bean soup, and now a table laden with dishes designed to cool the body, including rib soup infused with kelp, not a single dish to his liking. Xie Jingyan turned to Xinhuan. "Did you instruct the kitchen to prepare these?" Xinhuan shot him a sharp glance. "Dr. Tao advised you to eat lightly, and furthermore, from tonight onwards, you will sleep in the study." This was not the first time Xinhuan had suggested he sleep in the study, and Xie Jingyan was not angered. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. "Is it that you eat Dr. Tao's words so readily?" Xinhuan replied, "He is a doctor, how could I disregard his advice? Then if Dr. Tao suggests we consummate our marriage, why do you not listen?" Xie Jingyan countered, dismantling her argument with a single phrase. The words left Xinhuan momentarily speechless. She longed to retort that she had not ignored him. Dr. Tao had indeed mentioned consummation but had never stated it must be her when she proposed taking a concubine. He had suddenly turned against her, leaving her no choice but to seek out Dr. Tao for alternative solutions. She could only feign illness for several days, leading Dr. Tao to recommend cooling tea, reminding her to keep their distance for the time being. She was considering his well-being, yet he was deliberately nitpicking her intentions. She had only been married to him for a few days. He did not care for her, merely shared a room and bed with her, yet he was consumed by desire. In his previous life, he had neither married nor taken a concubine, and yet he had been free of such troubles. Indeed, the arrangement of a lone man and woman in the same chamber was ill-fated. If they continued to cohabitate, Xinhuan could hardly fathom what might transpire between them. Separation was imperative. Chapter 85. Unfamiliar bed. Neither party spoke further. After finishing their meal, Xie Jingyan retreated to the study, and when the usual hour for sleeping arrived, he had yet to return. Xinhuan believed he had taken her words to heart. Her motivations were selfish, but Dr. Tao had his best interests in mind. Feeling fatigued, Xinhuan loosened her clothing in preparation for bed. As she gazed at the bedding, she contemplated calling a maid to fetch another set of blankets for Xie Jingyan. For although summer had arrived, the night still bore a chill, and she feared he might catch a cold. Yet, just as she was about to summon Yingxuang, she hesitated. Xie Jingyan was the rightful master of Ling Wangfu. Did he truly require her to arrange his bedding? A careless word from her could easily provoke his ire, and it would be best not to ruffle his temper at such an hour. Yawning, Xinhuan climbed into bed, but despite lying down, sleep eluded her, leaving her with a peculiar sense of emptiness. Staring at the gauzy canopy above, she lost track of time until suddenly, the sound of rolling wheels broke the stillness of the night. The door creaked open, and Xinhuan sat up abruptly, seeing Xie Jingyan maneuvering his wheelchair inside, his countenance dark, as if someone had failed to repay a debt. She watched him approach and asked, "Aren't you sleeping in the study?" "Unfamiliar bed. I cannot sleep." Though he replied to Xinhuan, he did not cast a glance in her direction. Normally, he would require her assistance, but today he managed to push himself up from the wheelchair. Albeit unsteadily, Xinhuan could not simply stand by and watch. She hurried to his side to support him. Once he was settled on the bed, Xinhuan reached for the blanket, prompting Xie Jingyan to ask, "What are you doing?" "I am going to sleep in the study." He was uncomfortable in the study, so she would simply take his place. Xie Jingyan's already displeased expression darkened further. He extended his arm And before Shenwan could react, he pulled her onto the bed beside him, holding her tightly in his embrace, rendering her immobile. Shenwan struggled, but to no avail. "Let go of me." Silence. Her sentence was cut short by Xie Jingyan's teeth-gritted voice. As she met his smoldering gaze, she forgot her previous intentions. Xie Jingyan tightened his grip, declaring, "This is how we will sleep." His voice was resolute, leaving no room for debate. Shenwan cautiously replied, but understanding her impending objection. Xie Jingyan snapped, "If you bleed, I will sleep on the floor." His words, combined with his actions, seemed to convey a sense of petulance, as if he were testing his own limits, yet Shenwan discerned that his threshold was indeed sleeping on the floor. There was no chance he would agree to sleep in the study, but could a floor be more comfortable than a bed? Additionally, she was uncertain if he would be able to sleep in this position. But she was certain she would not be able to. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in her ears, and she caught a faint scent of medicine wafting from him. Shenwan was convinced she would be doomed to insomnia. However, after a few moments, drowsiness unexpectedly washed over her, as if she had taken a sleeping potion. Her eyelids grew heavy, and suddenly she realized why she could not sleep though only a few days had passed. She had already grown accustomed to the presence of that medicinal scent lulling her to sleep. Tomorrow, she would need to gather the herbs he used for his medicinal baths and make a sachet to hang above the canopy. Shenwan felt paralyzed, unable to move, her mind a chaotic whirl. She realized to her astonishment that she did not particularly resist being held by Xie Jingyan while sleeping. In fact, she found herself harboring a slight fondness for it. Could it be that she was beginning to develop feelings for him? The thought struck her, and she froze in place. No, that couldn't be true. She could never allow herself to like him, especially knowing he had a beloved who meant the world to him, someone for whom he would forsake everything. She would never engage in such self-inflicted torment. Shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to dispel these disordered thoughts from her mind, but her internal turmoil only served to tighten the jaw of the man who was already struggling to contain himself. With her delicate form nestled against him, he could only watch as she playfully rubbed against him, tormenting him further. Did she wish to provoke him to the point of nosebleed? Did she expect him to sleep on the floor? Xie Jingyan reached out, pressing down on Shenwan's restless head, his words escaping through clenched teeth. Sleep. Shenwan was indeed quite tired. She had already stayed up half an hour later than usual. As she drifted off, she found herself at a loss for words. They had intended to sleep apart, yet here they were more intimate than ever, snuggled up together. Earlier, at least they had been in a state of drowsy oblivion. But now they were fully intertwined. That night, while Shenwan slept soundly, Xie Jingyan fared poorly, hardly managing to close his eyes. He could not fathom why he subjected himself to such torment. Shenwan tossed and turned in his embrace. And every time he neared sleep, she would shift positions, clinging to him tightly. Her breath brushed against his neck, and at times, her hand inadvertently slipped beneath his clothing, resting upon his waist. Heaven knows how much effort he exerted to refrain from becoming a beast. This woman was undoubtedly intent on tormenting him. The following morning, Shenwan awoke facing the inner side of the bed. To her surprise, she was neither in Xie Jingyan's embrace nor was he holding her. She assumed he had risen early, but upon turning her head, she found him sleeping soundly, though there was a conspicuous bruise beneath his eyelids. Unable to return to sleep, she prepared to get out of bed. But Xie Jingyan lay on his back uncovered, and an undeniable bulge caught her eye, one that was difficult to ignore. Shenwan's cheeks flushed with heat, and without a second thought she hastily pulled the blanket over him. However, the weight of the blanket startled Xie Jingyan awake, prompting him to ask, "What are you doing?" He further inquired, "Aren't you ashamed?" Shenwan felt her face grow so hot it could fry pancakes. He was to marry a new princess at least 6 months hence. Enduring such tension for half a year was bound to cause some trouble. She looked at Xie Jingyan and quietly asked, "Do you truly not need to take a concubine?" Instantly Xie Jingyan's expression darkened to that of a pot bottom. How could she provoke him so early in the morning? He couldn't let her off without showing her some color. He was not so easy to placate. Grasping Shenwan's hand, he gently pulled her into his embrace, and as she tilted her head to glare at him, he merely lifted his chin and kissed her. Shenwan's eyes widened in shock. Although it was not her first kiss from Xie Jingyan, the last had been to silence her. But what was this? She struggled, but with her waist ensnared in his grip. Escape was futile. Instead, he increased his fervor, rolling over and pinning her beneath him. Shenwan had never felt such panic before. Even when Xie Jingyan had been poisoned and unable to walk, the disparity in their strength rendered her utterly powerless against him. She pushed against his chest with all her might and bit down on his tongue, prompting him to release her. Shenwan burst into tears. "You scoundrel!" Xie Jingyan wiped the corner of his mouth. "Aren't you the one who wants to give me a concubine?" Shenwan retorted. "I want to give you a concubine, not for you to bully me." Xie Jingyan replied, "Our union was sanctioned by imperial decree. Until you bear a child, how could I possibly take a concubine? If I hear you mention concubines again, I shall assume you are urging me to consummate our marriage." Chapter 86. An unsightly sight. Why would he not dare to take a concubine? Ever since the demise of the concubine Chen, he had been punished by the emperor to guard the imperial tombs, and after breaking his leg, he had only defied the emperor further. Would he fear the emperor? Do not tell her he was afraid of her father or her elder brother. Such a notion could not deceive even a 3-year-old child, let alone her. However, the position they were in was perilous. And Xinhuan did not dare utter a single word of protest, merely acquiescing. I will not bring it up again. Her voice was so soft it resembled the buzzing of a fly. And her demeanor was that of a timid young wife, which only served to itch at Xie Jingyan's heart, inciting him to tease her further. Clearing his throat, he pecked gently at her luscious lips. And then rolled away. Xinhuan felt a jolt. The shock from Xie Jingyan's earlier kiss paled in comparison to the fleeting brush of his lips. From within, she sensed restraint, helplessness, and a hint of reluctance. It must be a misperception, surely it was her imagination. Xinhuan sprang from the bed.as. Shuang and Hai Tang entered with a basin of water. They were greeted by the sight of Xinhuan. Her face ablaze, and upon glancing at the gentleman who was wiping his lips, his slightly swollen lips bearing clear bite marks, the implication was unmistakable. The two maidservants stifled their laughter, while Xinhuan, too embarrassed to turn around, shot daggers at her reflection in the bronze mirror, terrified that others might discover she had bitten him. Xie Jingyan commanded, assist me in rising and dressing. Xinhuan instructed Yin Shuang and Hai Tang. You two help him. Before she could finish, the two maidservants turned and fled. Xinhuan turning back, she glared fiercely at Xie Jingyan. Did you scare them off? Xie Jingyan feigned innocence. I merely furrowed my brow. Not a word escaped my lips. Did he truly need to say anything? It was all written on his face. Xie Jingyan stood up, but having not bathed in the medicinal bath for 2 days, he struggled to contain the poison coursing through him, his forehead twitching in pain. Xinhuan, not being a heartless person, could only assist him, but he had her firmly under his thumb. As Xinhuan steadied him, she helped him don his brocade robe and then assisted him into a wheelchair. Xie Jingyan inquired, the jade pendant. Following his gaze, Xinhuan noticed the lotus jade pendant resting on a small table by the bed, which he had not parted with since their marriage. Previously, she had thought little of it, but now, seeing that pendant only filled her with irritation and anger. How could he flirt with her while having someone else in his heart, and then expect her to wear his jade pendant? Such behavior was inexcusable. Xinhuan snapped, you tie it yourself. With that, she gave him a firm shove. Xie Jingyan had not anticipated Xinhuan would push him away. Caught off guard, he found himself seated in the wheelchair. Bewilderment washed over his face. He had not been angered when she helped him into his robe, so why did she suddenly fly into a rage over fastening a pendant? If you don't want to tie it, then don't, he said, taking the pendant and fastening it to his belt. The tassels were slightly askew, and he smoothed them out. Xinhuan, witnessing this through the bronze mirror, grew increasingly displeased, seizing an ivory comb and calling out, you two, come in. Outside, Yin Shuang and Hai Tang exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they entered. Xie Jingyan glanced at Xinhuan and wheeled himself out. Yin Shuang approached Xinhuan, saying, I will help the princess with her hair. Xinhuan retorted, you are my maidservants. Why fear him? Yin Shuang Hai Tang, the princess herself, feared the Lingwang.as mere maidservants. How could they afford not to be afraid? The two maidservants looked at Xinhuan with pitiful eyes, and she suddenly realized she had set her expectations too high. Turning around, she allowed Yin Shuang to style her hair out of anger. Xinhuan began her breakfast without waiting for Xie Jingyan to return. By the time he finished washing up, she had nearly finished a bun. Xie Jingyan was not upset, although he found Xinhuan's anger puzzling. It did not dampen his good spirits. The entire day passed with Xie Jingyan reading in the study, and during his medicinal bath, he requested Xinhuan to read to him. When she retreated to the garden, he let it go. Before long, the day had come to an end. Yin Shuang remarked, observing the evening glow. At this hour, the second lady has yet to send someone to collect the jewelry. Xinhuan found it strange as well. Given the old lady's path had been blocked, Xining should have dispatched someone by now. Surely she did not still hold out hope of obtaining her jewelry without cost, yet, with the items in her possession, Xinhuan was content to wait patiently. After 2 more days without any word from Xining, the steward in the front courtyard could no longer contain himself. The jewelry was worth thousands of taels, and leaving it in the courtyard was not a viable option. On this fine day, at Xie Jingyan's request, Xinhuan pushed him into the garden for a stroll. Just as they arrived, a maid approached and said, Princess, the jewelry you left in the front courtyard has not been collected by the Jin Wanfu. Steward Zhou has sent me to inquire whether you wish to leave it in the courtyard or send it to Mo Xian. Xinhuan replied, leave it in the courtyard. The maid withdrew. Xinhuan continued to push Xie Jingyan forward, having completed a circuit of the garden and preparing to return to Mo Xian when another maid approached. Princess, the Jin Wangfei has sent a maid with silver notes. Yin Shuang grinned. It seems the second lady has finally given in, realizing she cannot swindle the princess out of her money, having impulsively purchased so many pieces of jewelry. She must now part with her funds. How bittersweet. Xinhuan felt buoyed by the news as she pushed Xie Jingyan ahead. However, after walking only a few steps, she spotted Steward Zhou hurrying toward them. His urgent demeanor indicating trouble was brewing. Steward Zhou approached, greeting both Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan. Xie Jingyan asked, why the haste? Is something amiss? Steward Zhou glanced at Xinhuan, hesitating to speak. Clearly, he did not want her to know. Xinhuan interjected, I shall go over there. But before she could finish her sentence, Xie Jingyan interrupted, looking at Steward Zhou. The princess is not an outsider. There is no need to conceal anything from her. Steward Zhou was well aware that the princess was not an outsider. After all, it was her brother, the Marquis of Pingyang, who had saved the princess' life. Zhou Guanshi steeled himself, stating that earlier the Princess of Jin had sent someone with over 6,000 taels in silver notes to retrieve the jewelry the princess had left in the front courtyard. During his absence, the servant had collected the money, and among it, 5,000 taels were counterfeit. The notes had changed hands, and since the Princess of Jin was a cousin of the princess, it was inappropriate to send someone to pursue the matter. Zhou Guanshi presented the notes for Xie Jingyan's inspection. The negligence of the household servants had led to the erroneous acceptance of 5,000 taels, a matter of no small significance. And more importantly, it was a source of embarrassment either for the prince or the princess, as Zhou Guanshi sought to avoid involving Shenwan and instead wished for Xie Jingyan to handle the situation. But upon examining the silver notes, Xie Jingyan confirmed their falsity. He turned to Shenwan, who called out, "Shenyu." With a swoosh, Shenyu appeared, inquiring if the princess needed him. Shenwan instructed him to catch up with the carriage from the Jin prince's residence and discreetly bring back the jewelry. Chapter 87, a hidden loss bound by the reputation of sisterly solidarity, or one's honor is shared in triumph or disgrace. She had no choice but to lend money to Shening. Shening intended to exploit this arrangement and evade repayment, which Shenwan could no longer tolerate, especially when Shening had the audacity to scheme against her with counterfeit silver notes. Having lived a second life, Shenwan refused to be at a loss again, particularly not to those with ulterior motives, yet she wondered how long it had been since the Jin prince's entourage departed and whether Shenyu could catch up with them. Ideally, he would return with the jewelry. If not, she would devise another plan. In any case, Shening would not benefit from her again. Xie Jingyan regarded Shenwan's actions with appreciation and gestured for Zhou Guanshi to withdraw. As Zhou Guanshi left, he sighed, surprised by the discord between the princess and the Princess of Jin, fearing that the internal affairs of the Pingyang Marquis' residence would not be peaceful either. Shenwan pushed Xie Jingyan back to the Mou pavilion, walking at a leisurely pace. After sipping half a cup of tea, Shenyu returned. A knock echoed at the window, prompting Yin Shuang to hastily approach. Shenyu handed over a small bundle, which Yin Shuang accepted and placed on the table before Shenwan. Upon opening the bundle, they discovered the jewelry, carelessly packed by a clerk from the Tsuyu pavilion, haphazardly arranged inside, causing Yin Shuang a pang of regret. Shenwan casually picked up a jade hairpin, admiring it. The jewelry from Tsuyu pavilion was exquisite, with meticulous craftsmanship and elegant designs. Not only did Shening admire them, but so did she. After setting the jade hairpin down, she instructed Yin Shuang to keep it safe. Yin Shuang noted the silver notes on the table, totaling 6,800 taels. The adjustment was due to Tsuyu pavilion omitting the 32 taels. Among these, 5,000 taels were counterfeit, while 1,800 taels were genuine. The thought that Shening had spent 1,800 taels only to receive nothing in return made Yin Shuang break into a radiant smile. However, realizing that these pieces of jewelry could not be worn publicly, she felt a significant loss. Such treasures would have to be hidden away. She had plenty of such items stashed, so these were not a concern. And besides, she wouldn't have to hide them for long. If the need arose, she could pawn them. 5,000 taels were certainly not beyond reach. Meanwhile, Shening sat calmly in her chamber, sipping tea without a hint of worry about her scheme's potential failure. She couldn't discern the authenticity of the silver notes, so it was improbable that Shenwan would either. As she set her teacup down, Lulu entered, holding a distinctive bundle from Tsuyu pavilion. A broad smile gracing her face, deepening Shenying's own smile. However, that smile froze upon opening the bundle and discovering the boxes contained nothing but stones. Lu was equally stunned, unable to believe it. Explaining that she had meticulously checked each piece to ensure that no one tampered with the jewelry. How could they possibly be stones? Shening opened every box, and without exception, they were all filled with stones. The glare she directed at Lulu was filled with venomous rage. Lulu, pale with fright, stammered that while returning to the prince's residence, an accident had occurred. She had bumped her head and fainted. Allowing someone to switch out the jewelry, Xin Ying's fists clenched tightly. Who had the audacity to steal from the vicinity of the Jin prince's residence? Shenwan. It had to be her. The words nearly escaped through clenched teeth. Lulu mentioned that they should go to the Ling prince's residence to reclaim what was theirs. Shening felt her teeth grind in frustration. Did she think she hadn't considered that? But with what means would she reclaim it? When Lulu had taken the jewelry from the Ling prince's residence, she had checked thoroughly. Once the items left the premises, they had no evidence. And Shenwan would never admit to it. She had thought spending 1,800 taels would secure the jewelry, allowing Shenwan to swallow the silent loss, yet in the end, it was she who bore the brunt of the misfortune. Shenying's vision blurred with rage. Ever since Shenwan had chosen the Ling prince over the Jin prince, nothing had gone smoothly for them. As if they were cursed. How dare anyone inflict such a significant loss upon her? She had truly underestimated Shenwan in the past. The 10 days agreed upon with Yunqi passed swiftly. Awakening in the embrace of a certain gentleman, Shenwan longed for her cousin to deliver the snow snake gall so that Dr. Tao could administer the antidote to Xie Jingyan. Yet, from morning till evening, She awaited his arrival in vain, assuming he might have been delayed on the road. She continued to wait the next day, but her cousin still did not appear. By the third day, unable to remain idle with worry about her cousin's safety, she decided to prepare a carriage to visit the Yun family. As she stepped outside, she encountered Xie Jingyan leaving the study. Upon seeing him, Xinhuan stated her intention to visit the Yun family. Without waiting for his reply, she hurried down the steps, striding towards the courtyard gate with urgency that furrowed Xie Jingyan's brow further. What could be so pressing that she left in such haste? Haitang emerged and, noticing Xie Jingyan's gaze following Xinhuan's retreating figure, quickly explained, "Young master, the cousin has been anxious as the master has yet to send the medicinal herbs needed for the prince's leg. The princess is worried and has gone to inquire at the Yun family." Over the past few days, Xie Jingyan had observed Xinhuan's distress. He had never anticipated that she would care so much about his leg. Although he dared not harbor too much hope that Dr. Tao would cure him, he felt a warmth of gratitude swell within him. Yet, her impatience was somewhat excessive. Young Master Yun was traveling to Mianzhu for the herbs, and the round trip would take about 8 or 9 days, so it was entirely normal for delays to occur. Xinhuan did not require Xie Jingyan's company, so he remained behind, ensuring only that Xinhuan was safe. Upon reaching the gates of the prince's residence, Xinhuan found the carriage waiting. She and Yin Shuang boarded and headed directly to the Yun family. After half an hour, the carriage stopped before the Yun family gate. Xinhuan lifted the curtain, preparing to alight, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of someone emerging from the Yun residence. It was none other than Madame Su, the newly appointed Right Assistant Minister of Rights. The purpose of her visit to the Yun family was evident. Xinhuan had believed that the Su family would not seek a marriage alliance with the Yun family in this lifetime. Yet it seemed history was repeating itself, igniting a surge of indignation within her. Madame Su was seen off by the matriarch of the Yun family, who greeted Xinhuan with a wide smile, saying, "Ru'er was just saying she wanted to visit the Ling prince's residence to find you, and look, you've arrived." Upon hearing the mention of the Ling prince's residence, Madame Su recognized Xinhuan's identity and immediately bowed respectfully. Greeting the Ling princess, Xinhuan's expression remained indifferent, replying that Madame Su was being overly formal. Taken aback, Madame Su inquired, "The Ling princess recognizes me?" Xinhuan offered a faint smile, stating, "The day young Master Su made a name for himself in the capital, I happened to be at the Tsuiyu pavilion across the street and had the fortune to see him. With his striking resemblance to you, how could I not guess?" Madame Su, flattered by Xinhuan's praise of her son, feigned modesty but could not hide her pride. Xinhuan could only roll her eyes in disbelief. It was one thing to deceive others, but to be so self-deceiving was truly rare. After bidding farewell to Madame Su, Xinhuan proceeded with the matriarch into the estate and asked, "Was Madame Su here to propose a marriage?" The matriarch nodded with a smile, revealing that Madame Su had come to seek a match for her son. "Young Master Su, to marry Mo?" Xinhuan was perplexed. "Isn't the intention to marry Yun Rui? Why seek Yun Mo instead?" It dawned on her that in the previous life, when the Su family had come to propose, Yun Mo was already married. With no other options then, they had sought Yun Rui. In this life, both Yun Mo and Yun Rui remained unmarried. Yun Mo, as the legitimate daughter of the first branch, would naturally be the preferred choice if given the option. Xinhuan inquired urgently, "Has the Yun family agreed?" The matriarch shook her head. "Not yet, after the last oversight. This time they dare not be careless." The old matriarch cited your uncle's absence from the residence and insisted on consulting him before making a decision. Thus, no agreement has been reached, nor has it been outright refused. Chapter 88, an ankle twist. Fortunately, they had not agreed. Even if they had, she could have found a way to withdraw from the engagement. Yet Yun Mo had already experienced one broken engagement, and the union with young Master Zhao had become a topic of discussion. Another withdrawal would draw even more scrutiny. Without a formal engagement, there would be no unnecessary complications. However, it was evident that the Yun family had attracted attention, and unless they were willing to part with some of their assets, those watching would not relent. Xinhuan exchanged few words with the matriarch as they made their way to the old matriarch's Lushuang courtyard, and from a distance, they spotted Yun Mo and Yun Rui approaching. Yet, Yun Mo seemed to be limping, supported by a maid, her gait unsteady. Concerned, Xinhuan asked the matriarch, "What happened to my cousin's foot?" The matriarch shook her head. When certain, she quickly approached Yun Mo, asking, "What happened to your foot?" Xinhuan also hurried over, and upon seeing her, Yun Mo's delicate face was marred with a look of grievance, a sentiment Xinhuan could fully comprehend. Yun Mo did not return to her mother. And Yun Rui said, "We were just playing in the garden when the eldest sister heard that Madame Chen, the right vice minister's wife, had come to propose marriage to her. She was so anxious that she hurried to find grandmother. But in her haste, she twisted her ankle." Madame Yun was perplexed by her daughter's urgency and, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Twisting an ankle while walking? Truly, you are a source of constant worry given your condition. What business do you have coming to the Lushuan courtyard? You ought to return and apply some medicine." Yun Rui replied, "It was grandmother who summoned us here." Madame Yun furrowed her brow in concern. Without further discussion, they entered the Lushuan courtyard and proceeded past the screen into the room. Upon seeing Yun Mo being assisted inside, the old matriarch inquired, "What has happened?" "I twisted my ankle," Yun Mo replied candidly. The old matriarch instructed the maid to quickly help Yun Mo sit down. Shinwan, who had accompanied Madame Yun, had not been announced to the old matriarch. Once Yun Mo was settled, the old matriarch finally noticed Shinwan and, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Wanner, you have come, why was I not informed?" The old matriarch beckoned Shinwan to sit beside her. Shinwan explained, "Elder cousin has gone to Mianzhou and said he would return in 10 days, yet it has already been 12 days without news. I was worried, so I came to inquire at the Yun residence." The old matriarch took Shinwan's hand and chuckled softly. "He is nearly 2 days late, however. Your elder cousin is steady in his endeavors, so there is no need for concern that he will certainly bring back the medicinal materials for Prince Ling's leg." Acknowledging Shinwan's anxiety, the old matriarch reminisced about her own unease decades ago when she had just married into the Yun family. Whenever an agreed-upon day passed without the return of a loved one, it was a source of great trepidation. Yet, in business, there are often unforeseen complications, whether it be problems that require resolution or troubles that necessitate immediate attention. Coupled with the unpredictability of weather, it was not uncommon for someone to plan a return in a month only to remain absent for 2. The old matriarch had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. In contrast to the old matriarch's calm demeanor, Shinwan felt her own agitation rising and chose not to speak further. The old matriarch waved her hand, dismissing the maids and servants from the room. Madame Yun looked at the old matriarch in confusion, wondering if there was something she wished to discuss privately. Once the maids had exited, the old matriarch turned her attention to Yun Mo and Yun Rui, asking, "How do you both know that young Master Su has a poor character?" Only then did Madame Yun recall that earlier Madame Su had come to propose marriage for her daughter. Yun Mo's personal maid had quietly shared a few words with Mamali, who then whispered in the old matriarch's ear. After pondering for a moment, the old matriarch's demeanor towards Madame Su became noticeably less cordial. She had initially thought some incident had occurred within the household that affected the old matriarch's hospitality. Madame Yun gazed at Yun Mo, recalling that young Master Su had recently been promoted to right vice minister and was quite talented, garnering much praise. "How did you come to know of young Master Su's character?" Yun Mo looked toward Shinwan, explaining, "I learned it from my cousin." All eyes in the room turned to Shinwan. She remained silent, while Yun Rui spoke up. "A few days ago, when the eldest sister and I went to the Lingwang mansion to visit our cousin, grandmother only allowed us to stay there for half an hour. Neither our cousin nor we dared to defy her, so we went out shopping together. By chance, at the Wangyue Tower, there was a celebration with couplets on display. Out of curiosity, we approached, but our cousin warned us that it was merely a scheme by young Master Su to gain fame in the capital for the purpose of courting. Later, it was confirmed to be true, and our cousin specifically advised that if the Su family came to propose marriage, we must not agree." Madame Yun, who had earlier felt pleased that a minister's wife was interested in her daughter, was now doused with cold water, leaving her feeling utterly disheartened. The old matriarch looked at Shinwan. "Did you already know that the Su family would come to propose?" Shinwan nodded, unable to explain how she had acquired such knowledge. She shifted the blame to Xie Jingyan. "Though Prince Ling has not yet recovered from his leg ailment, he is quite well informed. Young Master Su is not as virtuous as Lord Zhonghua has purported. Rather, he has been known to exploit the common people. However, due to the distance from the capital, few are aware of his misdeeds during his tenure, when young Master Su was promoted to right vice minister. I found it peculiar that Prince Ling did not send any congratulatory gifts. Upon inquiring further, I discovered that young Master Su was a man of indulgences. He is well versed in pleasures of all kinds. Madame Su intends to take advantage of the fact that few in the capital know her son's true nature to establish a favorable reputation and hastily secure a marriage to it. It was evident that Madame Su aimed to ensnare an unsuspecting girl into a perilous situation. Knowing well that her power far exceeded that of young Master Su, who would likely disdain someone beneath his status, given that grandfather preferred those with scholarly achievements, I became somewhat concerned, hence the warning I offered. Shinwan endeavored to express herself delicately, yet the old matriarch discerned the underlying meaning, her body trembling with anger. "Did my Yun family somehow desecrate their ancestors' graves in a past life? Why are they all fixated on bringing calamity upon my Yun daughters?" Madame Yun was equally infuriated, her lips turning a shade of purple. These suitors had clearly deciphered the Yun family's preferences and were shamelessly catering to them in their courtship. Had it not been for Shinwan's vigilance, the Yun family might have been on the brink of yet another misstep. Shinwan sighed. "Grandfather, uncle, and cousin are all adept at making money. How could they not attract attention?" The old matriarch seemed to deflate, her spirit waning as she lamented, "I have long warned that an excess of wealth can lead to disastrous consequences, yet, your grandfather and the others have little interest in anything but profit. If we cannot safeguard this wealth, it may ultimately benefit someone else." Shinwan was at a loss for words. The old matriarch was aware of the situation, but understanding was not enough. In her past life, her sister-in-law had prevented her cousin from engaging in business, urging him to pursue academic honors, pushing him to such an extent that he still succumbed to his desire for wealth. Reflecting on her elder cousin's potential marriage, Xinhuan took the opportunity to say, Prince Ling reminded me to advise my elder cousin not to visit the Vugua temple before marrying. Now it seems that those individuals are setting their sights on my elder cousin. Yun Mo exclaimed, as if it were not enough for them to plot against me, they now wish to ensnare my elder brother. Xinhuan clarified, they scheme against you merely for a bit of dowry. But targeting your elder brother means they covet the entirety of the Yun family. The old matriarch's face drained of color, everyone wore a grim expression, yet Xinhuan felt a sense of relief. She had made her position clear, and henceforth, the Yun family would surely exercise greater caution. Contemplating the Su family, a flicker of something passed through Xinhuan's eyes as she addressed the old matriarch. The Su family is after all the household of the right vice minister, currently in favor with the emperor. If the Yun family directly refuses the marriage, it may be construed as arrogance. Young Master Su's talents are but a fade, one that cannot be sustained for long. With the Yun family could at most delay for 10 days to half a month, and the Su family would naturally retreat when faced with difficulty. Retreating in difficulty, that would be far too lenient for the Su family. Xinhuan desired nothing less than to see the Su family's reputation in tatters, expelled from the capital, with Xinhuan advocating for the Yun family's reputation. The old matriarch would surely acquiesce, nodding her agreement. The old matriarch was interrupted by a knock at the door, followed by the voice of a maid. Old madam, the eldest young master has returned from Mianzhou. Chapter 89, Preparations complete. At last, her cousin had returned, and Xinhuan, who had been anxious, hastily inquired, has elder cousin returned to the estate? The maid shook her head, the eldest young master has gone to deliver items to the Lingwang mansion. The accompanying servant has returned first. Xinhuan felt disheartened. She had hurried to the Yun residence only to miss seeing her cousin. Feeling anxious to return, she excused herself, saying, I shall take my leave now and will come to pay my respects to grandmother another day. Before the old matriarch could respond, Xinhuan had already risen, leaving Yun Mo and Yun Rui momentarily stunned. As she dashed out the door, Yun Rui remarked, why is cousin leaving in such a hurry? Madame Yun chuckled, it is a significant matter to treat Prince Ling's leg. How could she not be anxious? The old matriarch, recalling the way Xie Jingyan looked at Xinhuan, felt that Xinhuan had chosen well for this match. If Dr. Tao could indeed cure Prince Ling's ailment, then there would be no regrets regarding this union. Xinhuan departed in haste, and upon reaching the Yun family gate, found that the carriage had yet to arrive. After waiting a short while, she finally boarded the carriage. Once seated, she worried that by the time she returned to the Lingwang mansion, her elder cousin might have already left, resulting in a missed opportunity. Upon returning to the Lingwang mansion, before even disembarking from the carriage, she inquired of the gatekeeper, is my elder cousin still in the mansion? The servant replied promptly, the eldest young master has not yet departed. Thankfully, he had not left, otherwise she would have been a source of ridicule on her next visit to the Yun family. Xinhuan alighted from the carriage and made her way towards the Mou pavilion. As she reached the courtyard entrance, she saw Xie Jingyan escorting Yun Qi outside. Upon noticing Xinhuan, Yun Qi remarked, cousin, did you not go to the Yun residence? Why have you returned so soon? Xinhuan replied, elder cousin is usually one to keep his word, he has returned 2 days late this time, and I was concerned for his safety, so I came to the Yun residence to inquire. I am relieved to see him back safely. Xie Jingyan, seated in his wheelchair, furrowed his brow. He had assumed Xinhuan was worried about Yun Qi's ability to procure the medicinal materials. In truth, she had been worried about her own cousin. Yun Qi smiled, I apologize for keeping you waiting, cousin. I was supposed to return in 9 days, but unfortunately, while passing through Qingzhou, we encountered a heavy downpour. And the main road collapsed, forcing us to take a detour via the waterways back to the capital, which delayed us by 2 days. At this point, Yun Qi's expression turned teasing. Originally, Prince Ling planned to escort me back to the Yun residence and pick up cousin along the way. Since cousin has already returned, there is no need for him to escort me. I shall take my leave first. If cousin has any matters, just send someone to inform elder cousin at the Yun residence. Xinhuan felt her ears flush crimson under her elder cousin's gaze, surprised that Xie Jingyan intended to fetch her from the Yun residence, now that the medicinal materials were all prepared. Should he not prioritize treating the leg? As the steward accompanied Yun Qi on his departure, Xinhuan watched him walk away, her gaze returning to Xie Jingyan, who was observing her intently. Xinhuan's cheeks warmed as she asked, the medicinal materials are all prepared, we can begin detoxification today, correct? Tomorrow? Xie Jingyan replied. Is today not feasible? Xinhuan blurted out. Xie Jingyan gazed at her, his eyes somewhat heated. Why do I feel that you are more anxious than I am? Am I? Xinhuan was taken aback upon observing Xie Jingyan's seemingly unperturbed demeanor. One cannot help but feel that it is a case of the emperor being unhurried while the eunuchs are in a flurry. Indeed, it is not only Xinhuan who was anxious, but also Chen Feng. Chen Feng remarked, Dr. Tao can administer the antidote at any moment, yet I fear that if we resolve the matter of the poison today, you might be unable to accompany the princess back to the Pingyang Marquis' residence for the birthday celebration tomorrow. Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, a piercing glance from Xie Jingyan silenced him. A warmth blossomed within Xinhuan, akin to a gentle stream flowing from her heart to her limbs. She replied, it is imperative to treat your leg. It matters not if you cannot accompany me to celebrate the birthday. After all, it is merely the old matriarch's birthday we are honoring, not my father's. Were it not for the fear of being labeled unfilial, I would have no desire to return. The celebration for the old matriarch pales in importance compared to his leg treatment. Xinhuan turned her gaze towards Xie Jingyan, who seemed to be shimmering with a fragmented light in his eyes. Stirring something within her, soon after, Xie Jingyan's voice broke the silence. The king of Jin will undoubtedly visit the Pingyang Marquis's residence tomorrow. I cannot help but feel uneasy if I am not by your side. What is there to be uneasy about? Although the king of Jin had once harbored intentions to usurp him, she is now his wife. The matter is settled, and the king can no longer pose any threat to her. As Xinhuan prepared to further persuade him, Xie Jingyan preemptively commanded Qin Feng to will him back. Once Xie Jingyan had made a decision, no one could sway him, considering it was merely a delay of one day. Xinhuan acquiesced to his wishes. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a vast expanse of azure sky devoid of clouds. After breakfast, Xinhuan accompanied Xie Jingyan back to the Pingyang Marquis's residence to celebrate the old matriarch's birthday. Inside the carriage, Xie Jingyan sat in his wheelchair, his gaze fixated upon Xinhuan's face. Feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, she inquired, "Is there something on my face? Come here. Allow me to wipe it off." He replied, "Is that so? Is there really something dirty?" Xinhuan hastily opened a hidden compartment to retrieve a bronze mirror, only to find her face impeccably clean. She intended to glare at Xie Jingyan. But before she could cast her glance, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, sending Xinhuan tumbling into his embrace. The mirror slipped from her grasp and clattered against the carriage floor. "Are you all right, my lord?" Qin Feng inquired with concern. "I am fine," Xie Jingyan responded, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Inwardly, Xinhuan lamented, "He may be fine, but I certainly am not." She found herself nestled in his arms. Unable to extricate herself, Xie Jingyan held her firmly, justifying his grip. "You almost knocked your nose against mine. Remain still in my embrace." How could Xinhuan remain still? Having fallen into his arms, the jolt repositioned her, leaving her seated in his lap. In this position, any further movement of the carriage would surely lead to her inadvertently colliding with his nose. Moreover, considering his leg had yet to heal, it was rather inappropriate for her, fully able-bodied, to be sitting in his embrace. Should anyone discover this, they might accuse her of bullying him. Despite her struggles, not only could she not break free, but she was also held more tightly, his breaths growing heavier behind her. This rogue had no restraint whatsoever when it came to holding her. Xinhuan dared not move, resigning herself to his embrace until the carriage finally arrived at the Pingyang Marquis's residence. While the old matriarch's birthday banquet was not grand, the numerous relatives of the Pingyang Marquis's residence necessitated several tables for the simple gathering. Shendu awaited guests at the entrance, and upon spotting the carriage from the Lingwang residence, he hastened down the steps to greet them. As fortune would have it, just as the carriage came to a halt, a gust of wind lifted the curtain, revealing Xinhuan seated in Xie Jingyan's lap. Shendu's lips twitched involuntarily. It is often said that newlyweds are inseparable, basking in the sweetness of their union. Yet, witnessing a man in a wheelchair engaging in such behavior left him puzzled. The carriage was spacious. There was no need for her to sit in his lap. When Xie Jingyan disembarked, Shendu remarked dryly, "This wheelchair is of excellent quality." Xinhuan. Xie Jingyan. Chapter 90. Deception and intimidation. Had the wheelchair not been an inauspicious object, it would have been a splendid opportunity for jest, but given Shendu's comment, Xie Jingyan could hardly resist retaliating. Xinhuan's face flushed with embarrassment at her brother's teasing, and she glared daggers at Xie Jingyan, who merely scratched his brow, refraining from speaking. Fortunately, at that moment Xie Jingyan and Xining returned, prompting Shendu to welcome them. Otherwise Xinhuan would have been at a loss on how to enter the Marquis's residence. Xie Jingyan approached on horseback, though he was not as striking as Xie Jingyan. He was still quite handsome. Upon seeing the somber expressions on Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan's faces, a storm seemed to gather in his eyes. Xining arrived in a carriage, lifting the curtain to spot Xinhuan, which reminded her of her failed scheme. Igniting her fury, were her gaze capable of inflicting harm, Xinhuan would have been left bloodied on the spot. The more infuriated Xining became, the more elated Xinhuan felt, her lips curling into a faint smile that pierced through Xining's heart. Xining seethed inwardly, wondering how her sister could find joy marrying a man who could not even walk but was confined to a wheelchair. As they entered the residence, they proceeded to Qinghui courtyard to pay their respects to the old matriarch. Xining and Xie Jingyan walked ahead while Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan lagged a few steps behind. The old matriarch greeted Xining and her companions with a beaming smile, but her expression noticeably dimmed upon seeing Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan. The second madam spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Since the Lingwang's leg is impaired, the eldest miss is busy tending to him. I thought you'd forego the visit to celebrate the old matriarch's birthday." This statement was not merely a critique but an intentional jab at Xie Jingyan's vulnerability. While Xie Jingyan could endure such remarks, Xinhuan could not. With the second madam's words striking true, she felt no need to be circumspect. Xinhuan retorted, "A few days ago, grandmother sought me out for my second sister. And it just so happened that my husband's leg ailment flared up, preventing us from coming. Surely you wouldn't think that I would neglect to return for grandmother's birthday celebration." Would you? The second Madame's face stiffened at Xinhuan's words, which unambiguously pointed out her pettiness. The old matriarch cast a sidelong glance at the second madam before turning her attention to Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan. Her expression softening. What a sudden flare-up of his leg ailment. This inquiry did not stem from genuine concern for Xie Jingyan but rather a suspicion that Xinhuan was using him as an excuse to avoid returning to the residence. However, since the old matriarch had asked, Xinhuan felt compelled to respond. Xinhuan explained, I had prepared 100 longevity paintings embroidered with golden thread for grandmother, but unfortunately due to the negligence of the maid, they were ruined. With time being of the essence, I could not prepare another in time this year. I must simplify my offering. I intended to write a longevity painting myself, but I felt it too simplistic to adequately express my respect for grandmother. Thus, I wished to collaborate with my husband. He insisted that each character of longevity must be penned by both of us. However, as his leg ailment had not yet healed, he could only stand and support himself against the table to write. Alas, he inadvertently overexerted himself, causing his leg ailment to flare up. As Xinhuan spoke, Xie Jingyan regarded her from his wheelchair, and were it not for his prior knowledge of the situation, he might have been swayed by her words. The second madam's attempts to implicate Xinhuan in unfilial behavior backfired, as the old matriarch now praised their filial piety. Your intentions are commendable. To prepare a birthday gift for me at the cost of your own health, how can a grandmother not feel at ease? Xinhuan added, I do believe my husband should prioritize his leg treatment, yet he refuses to heed my concerns. Recently, we engaged a new physician who has provided a new prescription for his leg. My cousin has been running around to gather the necessary herbs, and he could have tested the medicine yesterday. However, my husband was worried that it would interfere with today's celebration for grandmother, and he adamantly refused. To think that for the sake of the old matriarch's birthday he disregarded his own health only to be reprimanded. Xinhuan's anger grew with each passing moment. Xie Jingyan's brother, Xie Jingyan, remarked, Your Highness should prioritize your health. Xie Jingyan replied, It is merely a day's delay. It may not be of any consequence. Ever since his leg had been fractured, he had consulted countless physicians and tried numerous prescriptions. Losing all sense of urgency, the gazes of those surrounding him flickered over his legs, revealing varying degrees of sympathy, leaving them puzzled as to why Xinhuan would choose the limping Lingwang over the king of Jin and other princes. Seeing that everyone was extolling Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan's filial piety, Xining felt a pang of discontent and suggested, Eldest sister, let us visit third sister. Xinhuan had returned not only to celebrate the old matriarch's birthday but also to deliver a bridal gift to Xinrong. With so many witnesses present, if she failed to respond to Xining's call, it might raise questions about their sisterly bond. Thus she had little choice but to accompany her. Xinhuan glanced at Xie Jingyan, who encouraged her, go ahead, and so Xinhuan walked alongside Xining. Once they exited Qinghui courtyard and reached a secluded area, Xining finally spoke, her tone sharp, Eldest sister, lend me some money, the interest you charged is rather exorbitant. Xinhuan shot her a glance, when have I ever charged you interest? Xining retorted, you allowed my maid to take the jewelry and then had someone steal it back. Eldest sister, you truly are cunning. While it was indeed Xinhuan's doing, she could not possibly admit it. Xining was merely attempting to intimidate her. Had she possessed evidence, she would have acted much sooner. Furrowing her brow, Xinhuan replied, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Xining locked eyes with Xinhuan, searching for any hint of guilt but finding none. It was as if Xinhuan were entirely oblivious to the matter. Could it be that she had misjudged? Was Xinhuan truly uninvolved? She refused to believe it. Continuing her probing, Xining pressed, why must you feign ignorance, eldest sister? Xinhuan remained unresponsive, refusing to engage with her insinuations. With gritted teeth, Xining declared, my maid took the jewelry from the Lingwang residence, and on her way back it was stolen. Xinhuan halted, turning to face Xining with disbelief. That jewelry was worth several thousand taels. It could not have simply been stolen. Xinhuan deliberately emphasized her words, sprinkling salt onto Xinying's wounds. Xining felt her heart clench in pain, gritting her teeth as she said, I know it was you. Xinhuan chuckled, so certain it was me, dear sister, why not report it to the authorities? Xining retorted, do you wish for the entire capital to learn of our discord? Return my jewelry, and I shall pretend as if nothing has occurred. Such compliance left her feeling unsettled. Xinhuan cast a sidelong glance at Xining, her words sharp enough to inflict damage without any consequence. That little jewelry of yours, I have no interest in. You, Xining was on the verge of exploding with rage. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she thought of the jewelry she had purchased from Tsueyu Pavilion, which many were aware of. Even if taken, it could not be worn outside. If she ever caught Xinhuan, she would ensure her utter disgrace. That, however, depended on whether Xining possessed the capability to achieve it. Chapter 91, Stinginess. Xining sought to intimidate Xinhuan, hoping to expose her and reclaim her losses. Instead, not only did she fail in her endeavor, but she also found herself further enraged by Xinhuan. Had it not been for the fear of being labeled as sisters at odds, she would have left alone by now. Thus she could only swallow her fury and accompany Xinhuan to the western courtyard. They exchanged no words until they reached Qingyi Garden, where Xinrong resided. Inside, Shenron leaned against a large welcoming pillow, her eyes rimmed with red. She had always enjoyed merriment, yet since the incident in the alley, she had scarcely stepped beyond her courtyard, not even venturing outside her chamber. She could hardly bear others questioning why she had married her frivolous cousin, who indulged in cockfighting and dog-walking. Her elder sisters had wed princes, especially the second sister, who might even become a future consort or queen. Even the fourth sister, who was far inferior, had been betrothed to the heir of the Duke of Wei, leaving her mired in despair, unable to endure the peculiar gazes of others. The thought of marrying into the Wu family in 3 days sent her into a spiral of hopelessness. As she wallowed in sorrow, a maid entered announcing, "Miss, your aunt and second aunt have come to bring you additional adornments." The moment the words reached her ears, a fierce hatred ignited within Shenron. If she had to suffer, they would not escape unscathed. "Let them in." The maid stepped back. Just as Shenwan and Shening reached the stairs, the maid bowed and stepped aside. Shening, being closer to Shenron, walked ahead, while Shenwan lagged 2 steps behind. Since the incident, Shenwan had not seen Shenron. Truly, were it not for the fact that this was Shenron's courtyard, she would hardly recognize the emaciated figure leaning against the welcoming pillow as her sister. The blow from the incident had indeed been significant for Shenron, yet it was a consequence of their own making, and Shenwan stifled any sympathy she felt. Shening regarded Shenron, saying, "At last, the third sister is willing to see us." Shenron remained silent. Shening took the brocade box from Green Willow's hands and presented it to Shenron. "This is a gift I prepared for you." Third sister, the brocade box was sizable, clearly from Jinbao Pavilion. Shenron accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay a pair of gold hairpins adorned with rubies, accompanied by a pair of gold bracelets. Not long ago, Shening had also presented Shenwan with a hairpin, and the fact that she could bestow such a generous gift upon Shenron today indicated a degree of compensatory intent. After presenting her gift, Shening turned her gaze to Shen. "My dowry pales in comparison to that of the eldest sister. Surely the eldest sister's gift to our third sister will not be less than mine." Shenwan found this remark displeasing and replied coolly, "Gifts are given from the heart, not to be compared with that." She accepted the brocade box from Inshua. The box was not even half the size of the one Shening had given Shenron, and it appeared rather unremarkable. Shening scoffed, "Isn't it a bit stingy for the eldest sister to gift the third sister this?" Shenwan shot back, "Without even opening the box, how can you be so certain that my gift does not rival yours in value? Do we even need to open it? One can tell just by looking at the box." Shenwan merely retorted once before handing the box to Shenron, although Shenron also looked down upon Shenwan's offering. She was amused to see Shening and Shenwan squabbling. As she accepted the box, however, her expression froze. Inside was not jewelry, but rather a stack of silver notes. Shenron glanced at Shenwan before unfolding the notes, which left her astounded. 5,000 taels. Shenron stared incredulously at Shenwan, who explained, "Prince Ling has a leg ailment. In consideration of his condition, he was unable to venture into the marketplace to select adornments for you, third sister, so he sent these silver notes instead. You may choose whatever jewelry you desire." As she spoke, Shenwan's gaze drifted lightly towards Shening, who felt as if she had been slapped across the face. Shenwan had no intention of letting her off lightly. "Your exquisite selection of jewelry from Duobao Pavilion must surely exceed 5,000 taels. Who among the young ladies in the capital was unaware of the prices at Duobao Pavilion? The most extravagant adornments did not even reach 5,000 taels. The jewelry Shening had gifted was at most 1,000 taels. It was absurd for her to mock Shenwan for being stingy while she had presented 5,000 taels. Moreover, Inshua had accompanied them and held the brocade box in her hands the entire time, leaving no opportunity for Shening to claim that Shenwan's generosity was merely a response to her provocation. This time, Shening had truly brought shame upon herself. Shenwan did not linger, stating, "Prince Ling awaits me. I must take my leave." As she turned to exit, she could still distinctly feel the gaze of resentment following her, as if they wished to devour her whole. Once outside the courtyard, Inshua could no longer contain her thoughts. Among the 4 young ladies in the household, the second miss and the third miss shared the closest bond. Yet the second miss only gifted a set of jewelry, while the princess consort generously bestowed 5,000 taels. "It seems rather extravagant," Shenwan replied. "I thought the second sister would give more. Lest it be fodder for gossip, since I have given it, I might as well let it be." Initially, I intended to gift all the jewelry back to the third sister if the second sister refused to take it back. I did not expect the money to return. I merely took 5,000 taels from what she had given me to gift to the third sister. In truth, I have saved quite a bit." Inshua remarked dryly, "Your Highness certainly knows how to console herself." The two continued their conversation as they walked away, and once they had distanced themselves, a faint pink figure emerged from behind the rockery, hastily entering the courtyard. Meanwhile, as Shenwan departed the western courtyard and returned to Qinghui courtyard, she found Xie Jingyan by the lotus pond, observing the koi. Upon hearing her footsteps, Xie Jingyan turned to look at Shenwan. She inquired, "Why are you not indoors? Are you feeling bored?" This woman, did she not realize that by not following her instructions to detoxify first and accompany her for the birthday celebration, she was intentionally provoking him? Xie Jingyan was not upset. Instead, he smiled at Shenwan. If I were to say I was bored, would you accompany me back to the estate now? Shenwan shot him a warning glance. He insisted on coming when she had told him not to, and now that he was here, he wished to leave again. She had no intention of indulging his whims. Regardless, he was not in a hurry to treat his leg. She intended to remain at the Pingyang Marquis' residence until dusk. Be patient. There will be something to see soon. Xie Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Then I shall await the spectacle. No sooner had he spoken than Inchue tugged at Shenwan's sleeve. Turning around, she saw Shenrong's maid hurriedly entering the main hall. The speed of her arrival surpassed Shenwan's expectations. Come, let's go watch the excitement, Shenwan said, nudging Xie Jingyan into the room. As they entered, all eyes in the hall converged upon them. Even though Shenwan was somewhat prepared, she still felt a tad overwhelmed. Third Madam rose to her feet, warmly grasping Shenwan's hand. Third Aunt never expected you to be so generous towards your third sister, gifting her 5,000 taels for her adornments. Xie Jingyan glanced at Shenwan, his eyes questioning. Is this the excitement you spoke of? Shenwan returned a knowing look. Just wait, this is only the beginning. Judging by Third Madam's reaction, today's events would undoubtedly exceed her expectations. Third Madam held her grip tightly, causing Shenwan discomfort. Third Aunt, you are hurting my hand. Realizing her error, Third Madam quickly released her grip. Xie Jingyan took Shenwan's hand, gently massaging it, though her face flushed red. Chapter 92. Excessive. How could this person continuously engage in actions that might mislead others into thinking their bond was unbreakable? Once or twice was sufficient. This was too much. All eyes in the room were upon them, envying the deep affection between Shenwan and Xie Jingyan, while also astonished by her extravagant generosity. It was merely a cousin's wedding. Even 500 taels for adornments would be considered excessive, yet she had given 5,000. Even if she had ample funds, such lavishness was unwarranted. Shenjing and Shendu were present, both recognizing that Shenwan's gift was indeed substantial, yet their thoughts diverged. Shenjing believed that her daughter, with her kind heart, must have felt that Shenrong's marriage was not favorable, hence her generous gift to bolster her. Shendu, however, was more curious. While it was true that Shenrong's marriage was indeed poor, she was merely digging her own grave and did not deserve sympathy. His younger sister was well aware of the malice harbored by the second and third branches and had cautioned him. Her elder brother, to remain vigilant. How could she possibly give Shenrong 5,000 taels for her adornments? He, as her elder brother, understood her character thoroughly. She would rather see that money wasted than bestow it upon such people. Something unusual was afoot, and he found himself inexplicably eager to see what trouble his sister might stir. The old matriarch sat upon the Luohan couch, her brow furrowing as she observed everyone praising Shenwan's generosity, her expression darkening with displeasure. The focus of the day was the old matriarch's birthday. Presenting adornments to Shenrong was merely a side note. Most of the invited guests had arrived, and it was time to present the birthday gifts. Shenjing had prepared a jade rui for the old matriarch, its translucent quality indicating its considerable value. The second master had gifted a purple jade statue of a bodhisattva, which delighted the old matriarch, who was fond of Buddhism. The old matriarch's face broke into a broad smile. The third master presented a jade incense burner, also intended for the old matriarch's devotional practices. The fourth master presented a pair of longevity porcelain vases adorned with cranes. After the fourth master made his offering, it was followed by Shendu and Shenli, his grandsons, and then by Shenwan and her married sisters and brothers-in-law. Shenwan had previously hinted at her gift, which was a hand-painted 100 longevity scroll co-authored with Xie Jingyan. Initially, many had underestimated the value of Shenwan's gift, but now no one held such thoughts. Shenwan had generously gifted 5,000 taels for Shenrong's bridal adornments. Would she be stingy when preparing a gift for the matriarch? Clearly, her intentions were far more precious than mere monetary value. The significance of her heartfelt gesture was undeniable. Even Prince Ling had risen to his feet, despite his leg ailment, in order to honor the matriarch with the 100 longevity scroll. Although the matriarch found it difficult to genuinely appreciate the artwork, she nonetheless praised Shenwan and Xie Jingyan for their filial piety, promptly instructing a maid to hang it in her chamber. Following Shenwan and Xie Jingyan's presentation, it was Shening and Xie Jingyan's turn, and they gifted the matriarch a string of sandalwood prayer beads, which she greatly cherished, immediately replacing the beads she held with theirs. Shenrong was absent and thus did not present any congratulatory gifts, while Shenwei offered the matriarch a hand-embroidered forehead band. The matriarch praised the stitching, casually passing it to a maid. Next came the relatives, the matriarch's nephew from her maiden family, a married niece, and various in-laws, including the heir of the Duke of Wei, who was betrothed to Shenwei. The banquet was not grand, yet it was bustling with activity. In a previous life, a lavish celebration had marked the matriarch's longevity, drawing the attention of numerous officials. The merriment was truly unparalleled. However, in this life, it was certain that the matriarch would not have such an opportunity again. After a considerable time dedicated to presenting gifts, the matriarch had maintained a smile on her face until a young maid approached her, whispering a few words to Third Madam. Suddenly, Third Madam's voice rose in alarm. What? Counterfeit silver notes? The lively main hall fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning towards Third Madam, including the matriarch's. The matriarch furrowed her brow. Questioning what counterfeit silver notes, third madam shook her head, stammering, and nothing. Her hesitation, coupled with the barely concealed fury on her face, suggested otherwise. Second madam interjected, today is the matriarch's birthday celebration, a joyous occasion. If there is something amiss, please speak plainly lest the matriarch be worried and lose her good spirits. Yet third madam remained tight-lipped. Second madam turned to the maid, who boldly declared, the 5,000 taels of silver notes given to third miss by our esteemed aunt are counterfeit. The maid's proclamation was loud, as if fearing no one would hear. Instantly, the gazes of the assembly shifted from third madam to Shenwan, whispering and exchanging glances. Just moments ago, they had regarded her as generous, only to now discover that she had gifted counterfeit silver notes. Shen Jing's brow furrowed deeply. Shen Du had been waiting for his sister to stir up trouble, and just as he began to doubt his concerns, the event unfolded, albeit somewhat unexpectedly. He turned to Shenwan, questioning how his sister could possibly possess counterfeit silver notes. He was well aware of the sources of his sister's funds, while small amounts might come from elsewhere. 5,000 taels could only originate from their father or the Yun family. There was no way the money given to Shenwan could be counterfeit. Shenwan's complexion darkened, her anger barely contained as she asserted, the silver notes I gave cannot possibly be fake. The fourth master remarked, it should be impossible for Wanner to possess counterfeit notes. Could it be that you mistook them? Second madam added, if it is uncertain whether they are counterfeit, why would you have a maid bring this matter to third miss? Shenwan's anger surged uncontrollably. How could third sister, having encountered several 5,000 tael notes, so boldly assert that the notes I gifted her were counterfeit? Shening immediately spoke up in defense of Shenrong, eldest sister. Gifting third sister counterfeit notes while belittling her is utterly excessive. Shenwan gazed at Shening. Excessive? I have compassion for third sister. I offered her 5,000 taels for her bridal adornments, yet she fails to verify the authenticity of the notes and tarnishes my reputation. While forbidding me to question her, Shenwan wore an expression that conveyed her good intentions had been misinterpreted as malice. As tensions escalated, Shen Jing's countenance darkened as he reprimanded, enough, whether the silver notes are genuine or not, bring them to me. I shall have them verified. There was no need to seek further. The 5,000 tael note was already in the maid's possession. As Shen Jing spoke, the maid retrieved the note from her bosom and presented it to him. Initially, everyone believed that such a commotion indicated the notes must be genuine. Seeing the note in the maid's hand only reinforced that belief. 5,000 taels was no trivial sum. Counterfeit notes would never be carelessly entrusted to a maid. Shen Jing took the note, scrutinizing it closely before handing it to second master. What do you think of this note? Genuine or counterfeit? Second master examined it, his brow knitting in concentration but remained silent. The fourth master took a turn, declaring, to my eyes, this note appears authentic. The note was then passed among the guests. Many examined it, yet none spoke a word. Xie Jingyan reclined in his wheelchair, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama, nudging Prince Jin to take a look. As the note reached Xie Jingyin, he found it impossible to remain uninvolved. All present were astute. By this point, the authenticity of the note was clear, and there was no need for further inquiry. While others hesitated to speak the truth, Prince Jin could not afford to remain silent without risking ridicule. Xie Jingyin examined the note briefly before Shen Ying inquired, is the note genuine or counterfeit? Xie Jingyin replied, it is genuine. Shen Ying's expression stiffened, exclaiming, how can that be? Shenwan interjected, with so many witnesses affirming the note's authenticity. And now Prince Jin declaring it genuine, do you still believe it to be counterfeit? Second sister? Shen Ying's throat constricted, rendering her speechless. Shenwan approached Xie Jingyin, accepting the note from him, folding it neatly, and placing it in her bosom. Shen Ying, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, wasn't that note meant for third sister? Why are you keeping it? Shenwan offered a self-deprecating smile, though my father, grandfather, and uncle have been generous. 5,000 taels is still a significant sum for me. I gave it to third sister out of kindness, yet she questioned its authenticity, nearly tearing it apart in her anger. Thankfully, she allowed the opportunity for verification. Restoring my reputation, how could I dare to give again? Shening retorted, third sister has been in low spirits these days. Perhaps she simply misjudged. Is it too late for Shenrong to lament the loss of 5,000 taels now? Shenwan countered, second sister, be prudent with your words. Third sister's marriage is imminent. How could she be in low spirits? Shenwan replied. As Shening prepared to continue, she was interrupted by Shen Jing. Enough. Do not let trivial matters overshadow the matriarch's birthday celebration. Chapter 93, Ruthlessness. Upon Shen Jing's command, Shening dared not speak further, her anger manifesting as she fiercely tugged on the silk handkerchief in her grasp. Casting venomous glances at Shenwan, wishing for her immediate downfall, Shenwan, however, was in high spirits, unable to find words to encapsulate her joy in the pursuit of securing Shen Ying's position as the prince's consort. Shenrong had sacrificed her entire life, and now, due to Shen Ying's actions, the 5,000 taels had vanished. Shenrong and the third household would undoubtedly seek retribution. Those 5,000 taels could not simply be reclaimed from her, leaving Shen Ying and the second household to bear the burden. This urgency explained Shen Ying's distress. Shenrong's losses could not be compensated by Shen Ying, yet denying her the 5,000 taels was an affront. Xining had generously gifted the sum for Shenrong's bridal adornments, yet instead of gratitude she faced baseless accusations of presenting counterfeit notes, all amidst a crowd that nearly left her humiliated. Xinhuan reclaimed the note, resolute in her refusal to give again. No one could accuse her of wrongdoing. Initially everyone believed Shenrong had made a poor match with Master Wu, yet now some felt it was a more fitting union. Master Wu was entirely lacking, while Shenrong's impulsive behavior demonstrated a complete lack of patience. Such a temperament was ill-suited for a lady of a noble family. It was evident that the Pingyang Marquis's third household possessed a clear understanding of their position. Xin Jing suppressed the matter, and the festivities resumed with their previous exuberance. Once seated, the atmosphere became lively, filled with toasts and laughter. The banquet continued for nearly an hour before dispersing, as Xin Jing and second master bid farewell to the guests who had come to congratulate the matriarch. Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan prepared to leave, yet just as she was pushing his wheelchair away, a maid approached, bowing and announcing, "Esteemed aunt, the matriarch seeks your presence." At this moment, it was evident to Xinhuan, without the need for thought, why she was being summoned. She glanced at Xie Jingyan inquiring, "Can you endure a bit longer?" Xie Jingyan replied, "Today is the matriarch's birthday. Her happiness is paramount." He urged her to comply and return to Ming Wangfu to treat his leg. Yet he prioritized showcasing his filial piety. Xinhuan shot him a sidelong glance filled with silent reproach. Xie Jingyan reclined in his wheelchair, nonchalant, insisting on witnessing the festivities until the end. Xinhuan found herself at a loss for words and pushed him back toward Qinghui courtyard. Inside, the matriarch sat upon the Luohan couch, her face devoid of the previous warmth she had shown to guests. As Xinhuan entered, pushing Xie Jingyan past the screen, they found the matriarch admonishing third madam. "Look at the daughter you've raised. She makes a spectacle over the slightest issue, providing fodder for gossip. Punish her by making her kneel in the Buddhist hall until tomorrow morning." Before third madam could respond, second madam intervened. "Today is the matriarch's birthday. Do not let your anger take hold. Third miss is to be wed in 3 days. This punishment may hinder her marriage." Upon hearing the sound of wheels, second madam glanced over and saw Xinhuan, quickly urging, "Hurry, help to persuade the matriarch, help persuade the matriarch." How could they assume she bore no grudges? Xinhuan stated, "Second aunt, your view of the punishment is overly severe. If third sister kneels until tomorrow morning, she will surely faint and have to be carried back. She has 3 days to recuperate. It will not affect her marriage." Second madam appeared perplexed, realizing she was meant to persuade the matriarch. Not Xinhuan. Qining, still present, exclaimed in frustration, "How can you be so heartless?" Hearing these words, one might mistakenly believe she intended to punish Shenrong by making her kneel. Xinhuan reprimanded, "I am well aware that my second and third sisters share a deep sisterly bond. Yet one must not be overly presumptuous. If you harbor resentment towards grandmother for punishing the third sister and dare not voice it, you resort to indirect insults, lamenting grandmother's supposed cruelty in such an obvious manner. Do you think grandmother cannot discern your intentions?" The old matriarch's countenance, already grim, darkened further. She understood that Qining did not mean any harm, but Xinhuan insisted on interpreting it that way. Leaving Qining unable to clarify her stance, Yin Shuang, standing behind Xinhuan, stifled a laugh. Previously, only the princess had been subjected to their bullying, and now, unexpectedly, the princess had retaliated so brilliantly, seated in his wheelchair. Xie Jingyan regarded Xinhuan with a hint of approval in his eyes. The second madam could not bear to see Xinhuan tarnish Xinying's reputation with accusations of unfiliality. She remarked, "Your second sister holds the utmost respect for the old matriarch." What she said was merely a response to the situation. Who would have thought that our eldest aunt, just half a month into her marriage, would become so sharp-tongued? Her voice grew increasingly forceful, only to be soon overshadowed by another rich, resonant voice. "Are you blaming this prince for leading Wanner astray?" In an instant, the second madam found herself silenced, as if someone had grasped her throat, unable to utter another word. To protect her daughter, she had directly confronted Xie Jingyan. Having been married for merely half a month, Xinhuan had spent this time in close proximity to Xie Jingyan. If anyone were to be held accountable for her newfound sharpness, it would be him. Xie Jingyan spoke in defense of Xinhuan, and a sweetness akin to honey filled her heart. The third madam approached, clasping Xinhuan's hand. "It is your third sister who has been thoughtless. You must have sympathy for her. Please persuade grandmother on her behalf." Xinhuan withdrew her hand and replied, "How can my affection for the third sister compare to grandmother's? Grandmother punishes the third sister for her own good. With such a reckless temperament, if she does not receive a lesson before marriage, she may cause trouble after, and even if the Wu family is her maternal home, they will hardly be lenient. No one can protect the third sister for a lifetime. Grandmother's intentions should be understood by the third madam rather than met with defiance. Feigning concern for her, she would not comply with their wishes. She was eager to witness this performance unfold. The old matriarch tightened her grip on the rosary beads, her voice sharp. "What are you still doing here? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" The matron immediately complied and withdrew. As she passed by, Xinhuan inquired, "May I ask why grandmother has summoned me?" The old matriarch gazed at Xinhuan and said, "You have been wrong today. I have already punished your third sister, and I hope you sisters will not harbor ill will over such trifles. The old matriarch truly had a light-hearted approach. Shenrong and Shening had first made a scene over the dowry and later revealed that the silver notes she presented were counterfeit. Aiming to ruin her reputation, such cruelty was merely a trifling matter in the old matriarch's eyes. If she were to foster ill will, it would be her own lack of tolerance that would be in question. Xinhuan replied, "Today is grandmother's birthday. Since you do not wish for me to have any grievances with my third sister, I shall heed your wishes." The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction, "As long as there is no ill will." "Then about the dowry I prepared for your third sister." As the old matriarch spoke, Xie Jingyan clenched his knees. Noticing Xinhuan asked, "Husband, is your leg in pain?" Xie Jingyan winced. "It might be a bit sore from fatigue." Xinhuan's face filled with concern, and she turned to the old matriarch. "Grandmother, my husband's leg hurts. I shall take him home now." The old matriarch's words hung on her lips, but she swallowed them back, her expression darkening as she watched Xinhuan push Xie Jingyan away. Chapter 94. Compensation. Exiting the Qinghui courtyard, Yin Shuang glanced around, confirming no one was in sight before she could no longer contain her laughter. Whispering to Xinhuan, "I heard from the little maidservants that the third young lady was furious when she discovered the silver notes were genuine and smashed the teacups and pastries in her room." Encouraged by Shening, she believed it would lead to Xinhuan's disgrace. Ironically, it was Shenrong who ended up the subject of ridicule, which was quite justifiable. Xinhuan's lips curled into a smile that she could hardly suppress. It had been a long time since she had felt such exhilaration. Yin Shuang added, "It was rather risky though. I was genuinely worried that they would not take the bait. If they hadn't. Those 5,000 taels would have been for naught, though it would earn a reputation for sisterly affection. That reputation is worth little." Xinhuan recognized the gamble involved, but having grown up alongside Shening and Shenrong, she understood them thoroughly. Shening, proud and haughty, would never allow anyone to look down upon her, especially not Xinhuan. Her extravagant gift of 5,000 taels had already aroused Xinying's suspicion, providing Shenrong with ammunition against her, and once the counterfeit silver notes were revealed, along with Xinying's belief that Xinhuan had orchestrated the theft of her jewelry, she would undoubtedly take the bait. Shening was confident that Xinhuan could not distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit notes, just as Xinhuan was certain Shening would not recognize them either. The 5,000 taels returned to her possession while Shenrong suffered a loss of that amount. Along with her reputation, being punished to kneel in the Buddhist hall, this matter would surely be settled with Shening. As Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan boarded their carriage and exited the alley of the Pingyang Marquis' residence, a knock sounded on the carriage window. Xinhuan, puzzled, wondered who was knocking. Chen Yu stood outside the carriage, reporting, "The old matriarch has instructed the Princess of Jin to compensate the third young lady with 6,000 taels." A radiant smile blossomed on Xinhuan's face. Although the old matriarch had shown favoritism towards Shening, both Shenrong and Shening were her legitimate granddaughters, particularly with Shenrong's recent fall from grace. The old matriarch would undoubtedly seek to balance the scales. With the jewelry stolen and now compensating Shenrong for 6,000 taels, one could only imagine how much that would pain Shening. Given her meager dowry, unbeknownst to Xinhuan, at that very moment, Shening was seething with rage, wishing to exact 1,000 cuts upon her for revenge. Shening had endured her frustrations all the way home, and as she entered the southern courtyard, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Mother, Xinhuan has stolen my jewelry and deliberately plotted against me." The second madam, equally incensed, responded, "Ever since she became involved with the Ling Prince, she has changed completely. The Ling Prince is not to be underestimated." Shening believed that Xinhuan's transformation was due to the Ling Prince's guidance behind the scenes. She clenched her teeth and declared, "What use is the Ling Prince, given that he is disliked by the emperor and has broken his leg, now confined to a wheelchair? He will never amount to anything," the second madam replied. "Though you say so, he married on the same day as the Jin Prince. The emperor did not visit the Jin Prince's residence but chose to go to the Ling Prince's instead. The emperor's intentions are not easily discerned." Shening stomped her foot in frustration. "Mother, why must you elevate the Ling Prince at the expense of the Jin Prince's prestige?" the second madam reassured her. "Of course, I have greater faith in the Jin Prince, but it does no harm to be cautious. You must remain calm and not act recklessly as you did today. As long as the Jin Prince achieves great things, he will provide you with everything you desire." Shening twisted the embroidered handkerchief in her hands. "Though I am the Jin Prince's wife, there are still many who covet his attention, especially the legitimate daughter of the loyal duke's household. The empress favors her greatly. Just the other day in the palace, she made things difficult for me, and the empress sided with her. If the Jin Prince seeks the throne, my father may not be the one with the most influence. If he succeeds, the position of mother of the nation may not be mine." The second madam understood that Xinying's concerns were not unfounded, but at present, they lacked both funds and power. Even if they wished to assist the Jin Prince, they were powerless to do so. Seeing her daughter's face filled with grievance, the second madam gently caressed her cheek. "Endure a little longer. Your father will not let you down." Xinying nodded, hoping her father would soon see his ambitions fulfilled. The carriage gradually came to a stop before the gates of the Ling Prince's residence. Xinhuan alighted from the carriage and, after entering the estate, began to push Xie Jingyan toward the pharmacy. It was getting late, and she wondered if they would still have time to detoxify him today. Xie Jingyan, seated in his wheelchair, cast a sidelong glance at Xinhuan. Did she truly have such faith in Dr. Tao's ability to heal his leg? He could not bring himself to extinguish her eager hopes. As they entered the courtyard, Xinhuan spotted Dr. Tao reclined in a rocking chair, a book covering his face, sunlight filtering through the dense leaves above and dappling his form, creating a scene of serene comfort. He slept soundly, undisturbed even by the sound of the carriage wheels. Xinhuan and Xie Jingyan exchanged glances. Xinhuan asked, "Should I wake him?" Xie Jingyan replied, "Why disturb his peaceful slumber? Let us go." Xinhuan turned to push Xie Jingyan away, just as the figure in the wheelchair stretched and remarked, "It is still early. Go back and enjoy a good sleep to conserve your energy." "You shall face hardships tonight," Xinhuan inquired. "What hardships?" Dr. Tao waved his hand dismissively. "After dinner, I will deliver the medicine." He did not elaborate further. Xinhuan felt it unwise to press for more information. Upon exiting the pharmacy, Chen Feng informed her, "Yesterday, young Master Yin sent over the snow snake gallbladder." Dr. Tao mentioned that the detoxification process would be quite painful, akin to being immersed in ice or engulfed in flames. Master might not be able to sleep well tonight. Xinhuan was taken aback. In her previous life, she had only known that Xie Jingyan had healed his leg condition, but she had never heard of the tremendous suffering he endured during detoxification. The mere thought of it was agonizing. She looked at Xie Jingyan, who happened to be gazing back at her. Xinhuan smiled at him. "You will surely endure it." That smile was more radiant than the blossoms of spring. Captivating Xie Jingyan's gaze, Xinhuan waved her hand in front of him, and he reluctantly diverted his attention to the distance. Since Dr. Tao had advised them to rest well, they ought to heed his counsel. Once back in their quarters, Xinhuan said to Xie Jingyan, "Then let us sleep." Xie Jingyan raised his hand, and Xinhuan assisted him in rising from the wheelchair, helping him shed his outer robe before guiding him onto the bed. After ensuring he was comfortably tucked under the covers, Xinhuan turned to leave, only to be halted by Xie Jingyan's grip on her hand. "Aren't you going to stay and sleep with me?" At that moment, Yubing and Haitang were setting down tea on the table, and upon hearing his words, both maids blushed and hastily exited. Xinhuan felt her ears flush as well, irritated by Xie Jingyan's brazen remarks that could easily lead to misunderstandings. She shot him a glare, but Xie Jingyan's strikingly handsome face bore an expression of innocence. "I have grown accustomed to holding you while I sleep. Without you, I cannot find rest." Xinhuan felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. Her teeth itching with frustration, yet she suppressed her feelings, prioritizing his recovery. Once the poison was resolved and he could walk freely, he would be able to move into the study. Habits can be formed and subsequently broken. Xinhuan hesitated, remaining silent, but Xie Jingyan exerted a slight force, causing her to tumble into his embrace. "Don't speak. Sleep. If I cannot endure this night, you shall remain in mourning for the rest of your life." Chapter 95, Detoxification. Had Xinhuan not known he would persevere, such words would have frightened her to death. Unable to dwell on it, she focused on not disturbing Xie Jingyan's rest, finding a comfortable position in his arms. Closing her eyes to drift into slumber, Xie Jingyan gazed down at the person nestled in his embrace, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. Did she truly believe he would pull through? Or did she simply not care about his fate? Time slipped by, and only when Xinhuan shifted uncomfortably did he smile ruefully, closing his eyes to sleep. They slept for over an hour. And when they awoke, the evening glow painted the sky in fiery hues, a breathtaking sight. After dinner, just a quarter of an hour had passed when Dr. Tao arrived with the medicine. The pitch-black concoction exuded a bitter aroma even from afar. And Xinhuan could hardly fathom how Xie Jingyan managed to swallow it. The mere scent made her feel nauseous. Once he finished the medicine, Xinhuan promptly handed him tea to rinse his mouth. Dr. Tao remarked, "Within half an hour, the effects of the medicine will manifest. Beyond that, I can offer no further assistance. It rests entirely on the prince himself." Xie Jingyan nodded, expressing his gratitude to Dr. Tao. However, despite his belief that he could do little, Dr. Tao was determined to remain at Moyuxuan until dawn. As he turned to leave, Xinhuan rushed after him, calling out for him to halt. Dr. Tao paused, inquiring, "Does the princess seek me?" Xinhuan asked, "Is there a risk to life during the detoxification process?" Dr. Tao's lips twitched slightly. Having already ingested the medicine, was it not a tad late to inquire? If he endures the detox, he will survive. If not, his life is forfeit. Xinhuan's face paled. In her previous life, Xie Jingyan's leg ailment had miraculously healed, leading her to believe that detoxification would pose no danger. Nor any pain. How could it be like this? Xinhuan pressed urgently. Is there no way to ensure absolute safety? Dr. Tao shook his head. All one can do is their best and leave the rest to fate. Seeing Xinhuan's concern, he added, "This is the only method of detoxification. He cannot evade it. Currently the odds of success stand at 50%, but as time passes, they may dwindle to merely 10 or 20%. In her previous life, Xie Jingyan had detoxified after 6 months. The odds then were not as favorable as they are now, and he had managed to survive. Thus she reassured herself, but her heart remained heavy with worry. After Dr. Tao departed, Xinhuan lingered at the door for quite some time until Xie Jingyan wheeled himself over, asking, "Why do you stand there in a daze?" Xinhuan wiped her tears. And Xie Jingyan frowned. Have you been crying? Xinhuan shook her head. The wind is strong. Sand has blown into my eyes. It was hard to fool him with such a flimsy excuse, but Xie Jingyan did not press further. Retreating the wheelchair a couple of steps, come inside. Xinhuan had never found half an hour so unbearable. Countless times she glanced at the time, and when she returned her gaze, she noticed Xie Jingyan shifting his shoulders. What is wrong with your shoulder? She inquired. Xie Jingyan looked at her and replied, my shoulder is a bit sore. Could you give it a rub? Such a simple request, how could Xinhuan refuse? She had been searching for something to occupy her time. Rising, she moved to massage his shoulder. Xie Jingyan chuckled. Are you worried about me? How could he still manage to smile when she was nearly beside herself with concern? Xinhuan asked, is this pressure adequate? Xie Jingyan responded, a bit harder. Xinhuan increased the pressure slightly, diligently attending to his shoulder. However, she rarely engaged in such acts of service, and soon her arms grew tired. She was focused on her task, oblivious to Xie Jingyan observing her through the copper mirror atop the vanity. Haitang noticed and subtly nudged Yubing to draw her attention. Xinhuan's strokes grew lighter. Xie Jingyan recognized her fatigue and was about to suggest she stop when an unexpected warmth surged through his body, a sensation so foreign, as if a furnace had been placed within his chest. Radiating heat to every extremity, sweat began to bead on his forehead and neck. The medicine was taking effect. Xinhuan noticed it too. Xie Jingyan instructed, help me to the bed. Quickly, Xinhuan maneuvered the wheelchair to the bedside, where he shooed the two maids away. Standing, he asked Xinhuan to assist him in removing his clothing. As he was feeling excessively hot, she helped him shed his garments until only his undergarments remained. The sweat cascading down his body like rain. Under ordinary circumstances, such a sight would have flushed Xinhuan's cheeks, but at that moment, all she felt was concern, supporting Xie Jingyan to sit on the bed. She hurriedly poured him water, remembering Dr. Tao's advice to hydrate with salt water during sweating episodes. After he finished one bowl, she poured another, noting how intensely hot his body felt, yet she could not allow ice to be brought in or even fan the air. They simply had to endure, with no way to assist. Xinhuan felt anxious, her only recourse being to wipe the sweat from his forehead, cheeks, and neck. When she reached to wipe his chest, Xie Jingyan caught her hand, exclaiming, I am already hot enough, don't stoke the flames further. Xinhuan was momentarily stunned, then realizing his implication, her face flushed crimson, and she yanked her hand away. What a scoundrel, even in such agony from detoxification. He could still think of such things, and she was deeply worried for him. Tossing her handkerchief onto his bed, she sulked to the side. However, she could not ignore him. He needed water, and she couldn't refuse him that. As Dr. Tao had warned, rest would be a luxury that night. For the first half of the night, Xie Jingyan's body radiated heat, and Xinhuan lost count of how many times she fetched him water. His undergarment became soaked, as if he had just emerged from the water. Just as she was beginning to fear he might not endure, his temperature gradually began to drop, and the sweating subsided. The worst of the fever had passed. Xinhuan brought him a clean undergarment, assisting him in changing, and replaced the bedding. Yet, not long after, he began to feel cold, as if ice had seeped into his bones. When he was hot, he could shed layers. Now that he was cold, all he could do was wrap himself in blankets, but the chill emanating from within was unrelenting. Even his dark brows were dusted with frost. In a state of desperation, Xinhuan decided to shed her skirt, burrowing under the covers to embrace him from behind to provide warmth. Xie Jingyan was taken aback by her choice to use her body for warmth. He managed to turn slightly, holding her tightly, his body akin to a block of ice, nearly causing Xinhuan to lose her senses from the cold. However, the warmth from her body worked wonders. And soon Xie Jingyan's chill began to dissipate, yet he held her too tightly. While she was spared from freezing, she nearly suffocated. The alternating hot and cold left Xie Jingyan utterly exhausted, to the point where he could hardly muster the strength to breathe, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and drifting into unconsciousness. Chapter 96, 7 Steps at Dawn. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Though Xinhuan did not suffer as intensely as Xie Jingyan, she too had endured a long night. Once he fell asleep, she could no longer resist the pull of slumber herself. When she awoke, the sun was high in the sky, and she had been roused from her sleep by the heat. When Xie Jingyan had felt cold, the 4 layers of blankets had sufficed. Now, as his temperature returned, the two of them together under 4 blankets could stifle them with warmth. Yet, as he held her tightly, Xinhuan found it impossible to kick off the covers. She struggled a few times, inadvertently waking the slumbering Xie Jingyan. He opened his eyes, and upon meeting Xinhuan's gaze, her face flushed crimson. She was clad in nothing but a thin undergarment. To drive away his chill, she had resorted to this method. In dire circumstances, one could overlook such things, but now that he was recovering, only embarrassment remained. Even more embarrassing was that upon waking, whether intentionally or unconsciously, Xie Jingyan's rough hands began to roam along her back, and given her delicate skin, the sensation was heightened, causing her to shiver. Xinhuan quickly seized his hand, and as their bodies had been pressed closely together, her movement created a slight gap, allowing Xie Jingyan an unobstructed view of her undergarment. His ears turned crimson in response. Xinhuan hastily sat up, pulling a blanket around herself tightly, shooting daggers at him with her gaze. Her discarded clothing lay at her feet, and she hurriedly retrieved it, dressing beneath the covers. Once she had donned her undergarment, She peeked out and asked Xie Jingyan, "How do you feel now?" Xie Jingyan tested his legs, his excitement barely contained. Much better, not just better. He could distinctly feel that his legs no longer bore the same heaviness as before. Dr. Tao truly could cure his ailment. Since his leg had been broken, he had seen countless doctors and taken myriad medicines, yet none had been of any real benefit aside from toughening him up against hardship. Having harbored expectations countless times, he had also endured disappointment just as frequently, rendering him numb to the prospect of Dr. Tao's medical skills. However, since Dr. Tao was summoned by Shenwan on behalf of Yun Qi, in a bid to expedite the gathering of medicinal herbs, Yun Qi personally ventured to Mianzhou, returning 2 days late, which left Shenwan in a state of restless anxiety, reluctant to let Shenwan down. Even knowing the perils of the detoxification process, Xie Jingyan resolved to give it a T or Y. To his astonishment, it proved effective. Dr. Tao had stated that as long as he endured through the previous night and continued the medication for another 7 days, the toxins within him would be completely eradicated, allowing him to walk freely within half a month, no longer reliant on a wheelchair. Upon hearing Xie Jingyan declare that he felt much better, Shenwan felt a wave of relief. She had always known he would persevere. Elated for him, Shenwan inquired, "Are you still sleeping?" Despite having only slept for a mere 2 hours, Xie Jingyan was wide awake. Devoid of any traces of fatigue, he yearned to rise and test how many steps he could take. With that thought in mind, he lifted the covers, got out of bed, donned his shoes, and began to walk around the room. 7 steps. He could manage 7 steps, this was not his limit. He merely paused due to a slight discomfort in his legs, certain that walking 15 steps would pose no challenge. He refrained from pushing himself too hard. Leaning against the table for support, Shenwan advised, "Do not overexert your legs, just endure for another half-month." After enduring for 2.5 years, how could Xie Jingyan possibly falter now in the final stretch? Shenwan too found it hard to sleep, not least because her stomach was growling with hunger. After donning her dress, she assisted Xie Jingyan in putting on his brocade robe and called for the maids, Yin Shuang and Hai Tang, to come in. The 2 maids had spent the night worrying outside the door, hesitating to enter. Upon hearing Shenwan summon them, they hurriedly pushed the door open and saw Xie Jingyan seated in his wheelchair, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing was amiss. They had been terrified. Xie Jingyan wheeled himself out while Yin Shuang helped Shenwan with her morning ablutions, and Hai Tang tidied the bedding, neatly folding the blankets and placing them in the wardrobe before smoothing out the bed sheets and arranging the pillows. However, while adjusting the pillow, Hai Tang discovered a letter hidden beneath it. Her eyes widened as she read the 2 bold characters on the envelope, "Divorce letter." Her face drained of color at the sight of those words. Yin Shuang, aware that Shenwan and Xie Jingyan's marriage was a fade, was not surprised by the divorce letter, but Hai Tang was oblivious. The impact of those words on her was immense. Hai Tang, clutching the divorce letter, spun around in anger, exclaiming, "How dare Prince Ling divorce you?" "Your Highness." Shenwan was momentarily taken aback by Hai Tang's words and turned her head just in time to receive the letter. Gazing at the contents of the letter, felt as though she had been struck by a hammer to the chest, leaving her breathless with pain. Just as she had managed to detoxify, was he so impatient to make room for his true love? Hai Tang urged, "I shall return to inform the Marquis and the young master. Let them decide for you, Your Highness." As Hai Tang turned to leave, Shenwan called her back. "Come here." Hai Tang complied, and Shenwan said, "Give me the divorce letter." Hai Tang handed it over. The letter was not heavy, yet Shenwan felt an overwhelming weight, as if she could scarcely hold it. They had previously agreed to lend her the title of his legitimate wife for a year. She had promised to return it within 6 months. And now, within less than a month, he was in such a hurry. She was determined to uncover the reasons behind his desire for a divorce. Suppressing her anger and the lingering pain, Shenwan unfolded the letter. But after merely skimming the text, she was left dumbfounded. This was no divorce letter. It was evidently a farewell letter. Xie Jingyan, fearing he might not survive the detoxification, had left behind his last words. Though they had married, they had never shared the bonds of a true couple. After his death, he requested that Shenwan not be burdened with widowhood and asked the emperor to arrange another marriage for her. As Shenwan read the letter, the 2 maids stood behind her, their eyes widening in disbelief at the contents, particularly Hai Tang, who felt guilt for her earlier misjudgment of Xie Jingyan, stammered, I didn't expect Prince Ling to be so considerate towards the princess." Shenwan, too, had not anticipated that Xie Jingyan would leave behind such a letter, although it had been their prior agreement. Witnessing it stirred an indescribable emotion within her. At that moment, the sound of wheels rolling outside caught Shenwan's attention. She quickly stuffed the letter back into its envelope and handed it to Hai Tang, instructing, "Put it back." Hai Tang hurriedly returned the letter to its place beneath Shenwan's pillow. Just then, Xie Jingyan wheeled himself back inside, observing the 3 of them with an expression that suggested they were guilty of some misdeed. He furrowed his brow in suspicion, asking, "What is going on?" Shenwan shook her head. And just then, the maids brought in breakfast. Shenwan sat down to share a meal with Xie Jingyan. Halfway through breakfast, Shenwan dismissed the maids, prompting Xie Jingyan to ask, "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Shenwan replied, "In half a month, you will be fine, but you must honor your promises to me. You cannot abandon me once you are healed." Xie Jingyan's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening as he remarked, This is the first time I've heard someone describe themselves as a donkey, Xinhuan retorted. That's not the point. She glared at him, and Xia Jingyan, chuckling, placed a dumpling in her bowl. Teasing, why not wait another 6 months to summon Dr. Tao for my detoxification? After all, the emperor is nearing his end. What concern would I have for the position of heir then? Though she was determined to prevent Xia Jingyan from ascending to that position in this lifetime. She knew that even another prince might not accommodate her father and the Yun family. Historically, no prince with a disability had ever been named heir. Even if he were cured, the emperor might not appoint Xia Jingyan as the successor. Without a cure, there would be no hope whatsoever. Observing the dumpling in her bowl, Xinhuan felt a pang of regret. Shaken by the earlier letter, Xia Jingyan had earned the trust of both his father and brother. And she believed he was not the type to betray her. Despite their shared experiences, she began to doubt the depth of his feelings for his so-called beloved. Each day, he tenderly hung the jade pendant she gifted him at his waist. Yet he treated her with affection, leading her to question whether the rumors from her past life had been erroneous or if he was merely putting on an act. As her thoughts spiraled, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within her, and she shot a fierce glare at Xia Jingyan. He felt utterly wronged by her accusatory gaze, which made it seem as though he had betrayed her trust. However, Xinhuan merely shot him a single glare before returning to her meal. Having barely slept the previous night, she soon found herself fatigued and knew she needed to catch up on her rest to maintain her energy throughout the day. As she earnestly ate her breakfast, she had just finished when a maid entered to announce Dr. Tao's arrival. Dr. Tao had stayed at the MOU pavilion the previous night to ensure Xia Jingyan had survived the ordeal before returning to the front courtyard. He had arrived earlier than they had anticipated. Despite her exhaustion, Xinhuan insisted on pushing Xia Jingyan to meet Dr. Tao and hear his assessment. Dr. Tao took Xia Jingyan's pulse and nodded, stating, "The effects of the detoxification are promising. The toxins have been mostly eliminated." Last night, Dr. Tao had wanted to check Xia Jingyan's pulse, but out of respect for their privacy, he refrained from entering the room while they were resting. Now, he felt reassured. After confirming Xia Jingyan's well-being, Dr. Tao returned to the outer courtyard, while Xinhuan yawned repeatedly as she headed back to her room, neglecting the breakfast she had just consumed, and quickly changed into her nightclothes to lie down. Just as she was about to drift off, she heard the sound of wheels rolling again. Xinhuan didn't think much of it, but soon someone joined her on the bed, causing her drowsiness to vanish. When a strong arm wrapped around her, she was fully awake. She turned quickly to find Xia Jingyan beside her. "What are you doing in bed?" she exclaimed. "Why can't I be in bed?" He replied, "I'm tired too." Xinhuan retorted, "You promised me that once your legs were well, you would sleep in the study." Xia Jingyan thought, how could he have made such a promise? His head throbbed at the thought. And he remained silent as he lay down beside her. Xinhuan, fuming, exclaimed, "How can you be like this?" Xia Jingyan gazed at her, noticing how her anger made her resemble a puffed-up pufferfish, and felt a stirring in his heart. He reached out and rolled over, pinning her beneath him once again. The position left Xinhuan feeling incredibly constrained. Unable to move, she could only glare at him. Xia Jingyan chuckled, asking, "What do you think of this?" Xinhuan retorted, "You're not keeping your word." Before she could finish, her mouth was silenced by his kiss, which was both forceful and tender. Xinhuan felt overwhelmed, her senses clouded as she contemplated biting him. But Xia Jingyan released her just in time. Fuming, Xinhuan gritted her teeth, while Xia Jingyan appeared in high spirits, caressing her face as he stated, "I repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. You brought Dr. Tao to heal my leg. Such a favor cannot go unrequited. Repay with kindness." How could the esteemed Prince Ling utter such words? She dared not claim credit for Dr. Tao's efforts. He had been the one to find the doctor in her previous life. She had merely expedited the process, and her cousin had assisted in procuring the medicinal herbs. If anyone deserved thanks, it was her cousin. Moreover, this was not truly gratitude, it was merely an excuse to take advantage of her. Xinhuan, fuming, shot back, "The ones you should be grateful to are Dr. Tao and my cousin, not me." After a brief pause, she added, "If you truly wish to thank me, then move to the study." Xia Jingyan's smile faltered as he stared at Xinhuan. His lips pressed tightly together. "I ask that genuinely what you want, for me to move to the study." When he had been poisoned and unable to stand, she had feared for her future and agreed to a false marriage. Now that his legs could be cured, she insisted he move away. Did she never consider the prospect of marrying him? Xinhuan was very much inclined to nod, yet upon meeting Xia Jingyan's wounded gaze, her heart felt as though it had been pricked by a needle, a dull ache enveloping her. She turned her face away, murmuring, "I am doing this for your own good." Xia Jingyan, half amused yet vexed, retorted, "For my own good? Then allow me to inquire, what benefit does it bring me to move into the study?" Xinhuan wished to say it was to facilitate his virtuous restraint, but since he had not truly wronged her, the words stuck in her throat. However, Xia Jingyan's piercing gaze made it clear that silence was not an option. It's not easy to get angry. Xinhuan's voice floated out from an unknown corner. Xia Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth, saying, "You fear I might become angry, so you constantly say these chilling words to me. Your intentions are truly earnest." Xinhuan, perplexed, thought, "When have I ever said anything to make you feel cold?" Frustrated with the lack of understanding, she lazily replied, "Could you step aside? I need to sleep." Her brow was laden with fatigue. Xia Jingyan recalled how she had cared for him throughout the night. even sacrificing her own comfort to ward off the cold, leaving him utterly baffled. Why did she insist on him sleeping in the study while treating him this way? What on earth was she thinking? Obediently, Xie Jingyan moved aside, and Xinhuan quickly turned, leaving him with a view of her back. Xinhuan felt a surge of frustration deep within. She was at a loss for her own actions. Having caused a ruckus without achieving her goal of sending him to the study, how could she feel her heart soften upon seeing his pained expression? It was utterly useless, just as she began to reflect. The blankets were suddenly yanked away. Xinhuan clutched them tightly, exclaiming, "You have your own blanket. Why are you pulling mine? I'm cold." Xinhuan sat up hastily, surprised that the effects of the medicine had not yet worn off. "How can you still feel cold?" Xie Jingyan said nothing, and Xinhuan hurriedly offered him her blanket, fearing he might still feel chilly enough to fetch another one. However, just as she was about to get out of bed, Xie Jingyan lifted the blanket and pulled her into his embrace, declaring, "Holding you is enough." Once in his arms, Xinhuan felt a wave of warmth wash over her. It was as if she had nestled against a furnace. How could she possibly be cold? Anger surged within her. "You deceived me." Xie Jingyan held her tightly, justifying himself. "Embracing my own princess is only natural." Chapter 98. Do not touch. Xinhuan awoke at the time of lunch. Finding herself alone in bed, Yin Shuang entered to assist her in rising, and without her asking, promptly informed her, "The prince rose half an hour ago and is currently in the study reading." She had merely kept him company through the night, yet he appeared utterly exhausted. Did he not require proper rest after enduring such suffering? After sleeping the entire morning, Xinhuan felt rejuvenated. She got out of bed, and Yin Shuang styled her hair, washed her face, and just as the maidservant served lunch, Xie Jingyan returned. He wheeled himself into the room, dismissing the maidservant before standing up from the wheelchair, clad in a sky-blue brocade robe adorned with golden and silver embroidered clouds. He looked exceptionally refined, his stature commanding. At his waist hung a belt she had embroidered, with a pouch of her making dangling from it. Upon noticing the jade pendant, Xinhuan paused momentarily. Xie Jingyan was not wearing the lotus jade pendant. Having replaced it with one of superior quality, wasn't he always inseparable from that pendant? Why had he not adorned it? Remembering Xie Jingyan's vow to dedicate himself to her, Xinhuan could not help but wonder if he was sincere. While eating, her mind wandered, and Xie Jingyan frowned, remarking, "What were you just thinking about?" Xinhuan shook her head. "Nothing." She continued her meal, noticing her reluctance to share. Xie Jingyan refrained from pressing further. He had grown accustomed to her moments of distraction. After finishing lunch and placing his chopsticks down, Haitang entered to announce, "My lord, the heir of the Yinping prince has arrived." Xie Jingyan glanced at Xinhuan, instructing, "Push me out." Obediently, Xinhuan pushed him out. Spotting the Yinping princess heir approaching from a distance, he appeared to be of similar age to Xie Jingyan, handsome and charismatic. Approaching them, he greeted both Xie Jingyan and Xinhuan, expressing his regret. "I did not expect you, brother Jingyan, to marry so soon. I was away celebrating my maternal grandfather's birthday and missed your wedding feast." Addressing Xinhuan, he offered his respects. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Xinhuan returned the gesture. "Greetings, young master." Xie Jingyan regarded the Yinping princess heir, saying, "Let us speak in the study." The two men entered the study, leaving Xinhuan behind, observing their relaxed demeanor and the ease with which they interacted. Xinhuan furrowed her brow. She had been unaware of the close relationship between Xie Jingyan and the Yinping princess heir in her previous life. As thoughts of the heiress' fate in her past life crossed her mind, her expression tightened. Once they were out of sight, she returned to her room, determined not to overthink matters, and picked up a book from the small table to pass the time. However, she soon realized she was nearly finished, with only the last 2 pages remaining. After quickly finishing the book, she hesitated to retrieve another, so she set it down and instructed Yin Shuang, "Please fetch me the embroidery frame." Yin Shuang went to retrieve it, and as Xinhuan picked it up, she noticed the lotus jade pendant resting within the embroidery basket. Xinhuan froze, and Yin Shuang, puzzled, asked, "Why is the prince's jade pendant in the embroidery basket?" Xinhuan was equally baffled, and as Yin Shuang reached for it, Xinhuan cautioned, "Do not touch it." Yin Shuang's hand was nearly upon the pendant when she halted, perplexed. "Why shouldn't I?" Xinhuan replied, "This pendant is Prince Ling's most cherished possession. Not if you clumsily drop it, I cannot guarantee your safety." Yin Shuang, confused, looked at Xinhuan. "Isn't this pendant a gift from the princess to Prince Ling?" Xinhuan met her gaze. "When have you seen me gift Prince Ling a jade pendant while you have been by my side?" After a moment of consideration, Yin Shuang realized that indeed she had never witnessed such a gift, yet Prince Ling had claimed it was given to him by the princess. Xinhuan explained, "The 8th prince assisted him, and it is not unreasonable to ask for a pendant in return. If he does not use me as an excuse, he will not keep this pendant safe. In any case, keep your distance from it." This warning was not only for Yin Shuang but also a reminder to herself. It was already infuriating enough that someone so dear to him could not be by his side. Meddling with the pendant of his beloved was courting trouble, yet how had this pendant found its way into her embroidery basket? Xinhuan pondered, her gaze lingering on the pendant for quite some time, growing increasingly irritated. When she realized she harbored an alarming thought of throwing the pendant, she quickly picked up the embroidery frame. steadied her mind, and focused on embroidering a coil upon completing a vivid koi. Both Yin Shuang and Haitang praised her skills. Just then, the sound of wheels rolling in caught her attention, and she looked up to see Xie Jingyan entering while pushing his wheelchair. Xinhuan set down her embroidery frame, asking, "How did your jade pendant end up in my embroidery basket?" Xie Jingyan replied, "I placed it there, the cord of the pendant broke, and I need you to make me a new one." She thought to herself how he had replaced the pendant. It seemed the pendant gifted by his beloved had a broken cord, making it impossible to wear. That he truly was quite sentimental. Xinhuan felt a pang of discomfort. A blockage in her chest. She glanced at the pendant, failing to notice any damage to the cord. Picking it up, she observed that only a couple of tassels had come loose. Taking a pair of scissors, she trimmed those tassels and casually handed it back to Xie Jingyan, saying, "All done." Xie Jingyan's lips twitched slightly. "Could you not make me a new one? That would be inappropriate." Xinhuan's tone was curt. Had she not been holding back, she would have tossed the pendant at him. How could this scoundrel be so unconcerned? A pendant given to him by his beloved, and he expected her to make a new cord? Was he not afraid of his beloved finding out? It would be infuriating. Xie Jingyan looked at her, utterly bewildered. What is inappropriate about it? Despite her blatant hints, he seemed oblivious to his own misstep. How could he not seize such an opportunity to seek out his beloved? Xinhuan wanted to remind him but found herself unable to voice it. It seemed she did not wish for him to meet his beloved. Xie Jingyan did not take the pendant, and Xinhuan's outstretched hand grew weary. She said, "I am not skilled at making cords. I will have a maidservant do it for you." "What do you mean you are not skilled? Just a few days ago, I saw you making one." Xie Jingyan countered, "As long as it is made by you, I will not mind even if it is ugly." Xinhuan was taken aback. He truly had a way with words. His easygoing nature made her teeth itch with irritation. Fine, it is just making a cord. If he was unbothered by being seen by his beloved, why should she be concerned? Xinhuan set the pendant down, rummaging through the embroidery basket for thread. Xie Jingyan reached behind him and produced a brocade box, handing it to Xinhuan. Xinhuan regarded him suspiciously. "What is this?" Xie Jingyan's ears flushed with color. "A gift for you." Why was he suddenly giving her something? Yet, Xinhuan felt a flicker of curiosity about what lay within the brocade box. She extended her hand to accept it, opening the box to reveal a beautiful hand fan. Chapter 99. Trouble. It was an exquisitely crafted round fan. Upon seeing it, both Yin Shuang and Haitang gasped in unison, "What a beautiful fan!" Xinhuan, however, was not taken aback. Rather, as she beheld the fan, a multitude of emotions surged within her, a bittersweet ache enveloping her heart. This fan was familiar to her from her past life. It belonged to the county Princess Qinghe of the Yinping Princess residence. In her previous life, when she married Xie Jingyan, a grand banquet had been held in the palace to introduce her, the Princess of Jin, to the royal family and officials, demonstrating their regard for her. At that banquet, the county Princess Qinghe had held this very fan, evoking envy from countless young ladies, including herself. Xinhuan's unwavering confidence in not picking up the fan stemmed from her knowledge that this exquisite beauty fan hailed from Jingzhou. With each piece being utterly unique, the fan's surface, crafted from Yunxiao brocade, bore a design of double-sided three-variant embroidery adorned with a frame of gilded elegance. Despite its modest size, this small round fan commanded a staggering price of 680 taels. And such treasures were not easily acquired even with wealth. In all of Jingzhou, only one embroideress possessed the skill of double-sided three-variant embroidery, and her advancing age had compromised her eyesight. This fan was not only a sight to behold but also remarkably durable. In the capital, there were no more than 3 esteemed young ladies who owned such fans, and Xinhuan had had the fortune of encountering them all, yet none compared to this one. How could the fan belonging to Princess Qinghe possibly be in Xie Jingyan's possession, and presented to her at that? Could it be that his beloved was indeed Princess Qinghe, the elder brother of Princess Qinghe? The heir to the Yinping Wang had just visited. It seemed Xie Jingyan had intended to gift it to her, and in consideration of her had sought out her cousin, Dr. Tao, to assist him with an antidote, only to change his mind and bestow the fan upon Xinhuan instead. This thought filled Xinhuan's heart with a bittersweet ache, and just as she was about to refuse, a maid entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Steward Zhou is seeking your presence." Xie Jingyan then wheeled himself out, taking a few steps before turning back to Xinhuan, saying, "Please prepare the net for me early." After he departed, Xinhuan found herself gazing at the jade pendant and the fan resting on the small table. Lost in contemplation, Yingshuang and Haitang exchanged glances, neither daring to speak, until Yingshuang could no longer contain herself. Just then, a young maid approached from beyond the beaded curtain, reporting, "Your Highness, someone from the palace has come with a message. In 4 days, there will be a banquet at the palace to introduce you and the Princess of Jin to the royal family and the officials." The mention of this, Xinhuan's drifting thoughts were abruptly anchored back to the present. She had assumed that in this lifetime she would marry Xie Jingyin and Xining would wed him as well, thus failing to win the favor of Empress Song, and consequently, there would be no palace banquet for them. She had not anticipated this invitation. Her gaze fell once more upon the fan, knowing that Princess Qinghe would return to the palace from celebrating her brother's birthday and would undoubtedly attend the banquet. This fan rightfully belonged to her, it was best to return it. Shenwan instructed Yingshuang to carefully put away the fan, then picked up the thread, swiftly finishing the net. She cut off the old net attached to the jade pendant and replaced it. Feigning fatigue, Shenwan asked Yingshuang to deliver the jade pendant to the study for Xie Jingyan. When she next encountered him, he had already donned the pendant. A wave of frustration washed over her, intensifying her ire. How could this scoundrel be so reluctant to part with the jade pendant gifted by his beloved, yet claimed to pledge himself to her? It infuriated her further that Xie Jingyan refused to sleep in the study. As night fell, Shenwan climbed into bed early, but sleep eluded her. Hearing the sound of the wheelchair, she feigned sleep by closing her eyes. Upon returning from the study, Xie Jingyan noticed that Shenwan had already settled in. So he undressed and lay down beside her. Having grown accustomed to holding someone while sleeping, it was not long before he wrapped his arms around her. However, as soon as he reached out, Shenwan seized his hand. A flicker of delight surged within Xie Jingyan, only to be swiftly followed by pain as she bit down on his palm. Xie Jingyan, Shenwan bit down fiercely, causing him to inhale sharply. What are you, a dog? Shenwan turned to glare at him fiercely. I am indeed a dog, even a dog shouldn't bite indiscriminately. You are not to embrace me again. With that proclamation, Shenwan wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving Xie Jingyan with nothing but the back of his head. Xie Jingyan regarded the bite marks on his palm, his brows knitting together in confusion. He had held her while sleeping on numerous occasions, and she had never reacted so strongly before. What had he done to displease her this time? Reflecting on his actions, he was certain he had not provoked her ire, and concluded that she must be misdirecting her frustration. Just as he was about to inquire who had upset her, the effects of the medication he had taken earlier began to manifest. Though not as intense as the previous night, it was still enough to leave Xie Jingyan feeling overheated. After enduring for a while, he could no longer resist the urge to remove his clothing, only to find himself shivering from the cold. Once he was undressed, with only a single blanket on the bed, which Shenwan had wrapped around herself, he called out, "I'm cold." Shenwan feigned sleep, her teeth gritting in irritation at his words. Was one deception not enough? Did he think to deceive her a second time? No chance. Shenwan resolutely decided to ignore him. However, Xie Jingyan was undeterred. He simply lifted the blanket. Shenwan, furious and ready to bite him again, was taken aback by the icy touch of his hand, causing her to momentarily forget her anger. Why are you still cold? I'll fetch you another blanket. Xie Jingyan replied, it's not as cold as last night, just share the blanket with me. I'll give you the entire blanket. And what about you? Xie Jingyan asked, sounding as if the residence of the Ling Wang was so impoverished that it possessed only this one blanket. I'll go fetch another one. How troublesome, let us just sleep like this. Xie Jingyan buried his head in Shenwan's neck. Though his body was cold, his breath was warm, sending a wave of heat coursing through Shenwan from her neck to her heart each time he embraced her. She felt as though he was cradling her in his hands, and the sensation grew increasingly intense. Perhaps she had truly lost her mind. Drowsiness washed over her, her eyelids feeling as if they were glued shut. After struggling for a moment, she surrendered to the fatigue and drifted into a deep sleep. Before long, the day of Shenrong's wedding arrived. Shenrong's marriage was far from ideal, with an exceptionally inauspicious date chosen for the ceremony. The morning dawned grey and dreary, as though rain were imminent. The wedding date had been set long in advance, and would not be postponed due to rain. As the daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, Shenwan was obliged to return to send her off, thus rising half an hour earlier than usual. Shenwan's return was out of necessity, she had no choice in the matter. However, Xie Jingyan was not obliged to accompany her. His leg had yet to fully heal, and he still required a wheelchair. Should it rain, it would be a significant hassle, hence Shenwan planned to return alone. Yet, Xie Jingyan insisted on accompanying her. Unable to refuse him, she reluctantly acquiesced. After breakfast, Shenwan pushed Xie Jingyan out of the residence, and the two set off in a carriage toward the Pingyang Marquis' estate. Chapter 100, The Palace Banquet. Shenrong was merely the legitimate daughter of the third branch of the Pingyang Marquis family, marrying her inept cousin. Coupled with the inclement weather, the festivities were starkly subdued compared to the exuberance surrounding Shenwan and Shenying's nuptials. Shenwan's wedding was marked by tears, while Shenying, having fulfilled her long-held desire to marry the Prince of Jin, was so overjoyed she could barely see her wide-eyed eye. In contrast, Shenrong was weeping uncontrollably. The third Madame's eyes were swollen from crying, and the old matriarch was not faring much better, lamenting the fate of her beloved daughter and granddaughter marrying such a scoundrel, were it not for the loss of her purity. She would have never permitted this union. The third Madame's heart ached for her family. The auspicious woman urged Shenrong to leave several times, but she clung tightly to the old matriarch's hand. Unwilling to depart, however, if she did not leave soon, they would miss the auspicious hour, prompting the auspicious woman to nearly pry Shenrong's fingers from the matriarch's grasp to escort her out the door. Sometimes, when misfortune strikes, it feels as if one's very existence is cursed. As soon as Shenrong reached the entrance of the Marquis' estate, the heavens opened, and rain began to fall. The auspicious woman could only shake her head at the ill omen. The Wu family's residence was some distance away, and navigating through the capital would require them to make a detour. Consequently, all those accompanying the bride, aside from her seated in the bridal sedan, would certainly be drenched to the rain fell as Shenron climbed into the bridal sedan, but as soon as she stepped over the threshold of the Wu family home, the rain ceased. The timing was so uncanny it seemed as if heaven itself was intent on making her suffer. Causing Shenron to weep in frustration, the very fact that her marriage to the eldest son of the Wu family had already sparked much speculation, combined with the rain, meant that far fewer guests than expected would attend the wedding feast. What should have been a lively celebration was instead rendered rather desolate due to the rain, becoming fodder for gossip in tea houses and taverns. Once the rain subsided, Shenwan and Xie Jingyan returned to the Lingwang residence. Just as they stepped into the Moyexuan, the rain began to fall once more. Yingshuang grinned, remarking that the third lady had not evaded a single drop of rain, while the princess had remained completely dry. Heaven must be watching over you, Shenwan's spirit soared. She had always known that fate had been kind to her. She was blessed with loving parents and brothers, and her maternal family was equally devoted. It was only in her previous life, having fallen into the trap set by Xie Jingyin, that she met such a tragic end. Heaven, in its mercy, had allowed her to be reborn. She felt deeply indebted to the divine for its kindness. And she believed that failing to offer thanks would be a disservice to the blessings she had received. The rain continued to fall softly throughout the night, finally clearing by noon the following day. The rain-washed ground had dried by evening, causing no disruption to the palace banquet. The next day marked the occasion of the palace banquet, where Shenwan and Shening would be introduced to the royal relatives. Officials and their wives. As this event concerned the royal families and Xie Jingyan's reputation, Shenwan dared not be negligent, preparing her attire and accessories a day in advance. When Xie Jingyan wheeled himself into the room, he found Shenwan standing before the mirror, clad in a gown of golden-threaded soft smoke gauze, topped with a layer of gossamer-like veil. Her beauty was radiant, captivating all who beheld her. Shenwan was immensely pleased with her appearance and, catching Xie Jingyan's gaze, casually inquired, "Is it beautiful?" Xie Jingyan scrutinized her seriously once more and replied, "Not beautiful. Change into something else. What's wrong with it?" Shenwan turned to look at Yingshuang and Haitang. Both maids found the gown exceptionally lovely, yet knowing Xie Jingyan's opinion held weight, they dared not contradict him. Yingshuang went to fetch another outfit, saying, "Your Highness, perhaps you should change." Shenwan was practically pushed behind the screen by Yingshuang. Emerging in a new ensemble, she was met with Xie Jingyan's look of disdain, who declared it inferior to the first. Haitang then brought forth another outfit. As Shenwan donned it, a flicker of irritation ignited within her. She cursed herself for seeking his opinion, realizing it was a futile endeavor. Though he was handsome, his taste in aesthetics was undeniably lacking. Xie Jingyan reclined in his wheelchair, his expression marred by discontent. Who, he pondered, was responsible for these ostentatious outfits? Each ensemble seemed more flamboyant than the last, as if there were not enough individuals attempting to encroach upon his territory. It occurred to him that this was already the third outfit Shenwan had donned. Should she find fault with it, it was likely that she would truly cease to pay him any heed. With a reluctant sigh, he acquiesced, "Let it be this one." At that moment, a maid entered with the meal, and Shenwan, nearly famished, took her seat to eat. After finishing breakfast, she pushed Xie Jingyan out of the residence, and the pair made their way to the palace in a horse-drawn carriage. Today, a banquet was being held within the palace, and the court officials, accompanied by their families, filled the grounds with a lively atmosphere. Upon disembarking, they were met by palace maids and eunuchs who led the way. The young ladies of noble birth and esteemed wives headed towards the imperial garden, while the ministers and scions of prominent families had other destinations. Just as Shenwan fretted over the impending separation from Xie Jingyan, her elder brother, Shindu, approached. He took over the wheelchair with a reassuring gesture, stating, "Sister-in-law, I shall look after him. You may proceed to the imperial garden." The palace was a place where Xie Jingyan had spent his formative years, and with the presence of his elder brother, Shenwan felt at ease as she departed. Inside the imperial garden, vibrant flowers and lush willows painted a picturesque scene. Upon reaching the entrance, the sound of laughter and merriment wafted towards them. Noble ladies gathered in small groups, either admiring the blossoms or engaging in lively conversation, their laughter outshining the very flowers surrounding them. Empress Song, seated in a pavilion within the garden, welcomed the esteemed wives. And as Shenwan made her way towards the pavilion, she caught a distant glimpse of the Empress, resplendent in her phoenix robe, exuding an air of regal elegance. Despite her smiling demeanor, there lingered an unmistakable aura of unattainability. Empress Song was engaged in conversation with the wife of Duke Zhonghua, her demeanor warm and inviting, yet, upon noticing Shenwan, her smile waned slightly, and the gaze that fell upon Shenwan was devoid of warmth. Days had passed since Shenwan's marriage to Xie Jingyan, yet the Empress remained unyielding in her displeasure, further exacerbated by Shen Ying's inability to provide substantial support to Xie Jingying, compounding the matter. The revelation of young Master Zhao's examination fraud had implicated the venerable elder Chen, significantly diminishing Xie Jingying's influence. Initially, Xie Jingying had been poised to overshadow Crown Prince Xie Jingqi, but with the Crown Prince's recent success in uncovering the examination fraud, the tides had turned, and calls for his elevation to Crown Prince had intensified. Were it not for the circumstances surrounding Shenwan's marriage to Xie Jingying, Empress Song would not be burdened by such concerns. The Empress's disdain for Xinhuan was almost palpable, yet Xinhuan remained undeterred. As long as she did not falter, she would avoid falling into the Empress's disfavor. She performed a respectful curtsy. In the presence of numerous noble ladies, the Empress could not afford to display overt hostility. With a frosty tone, she remarked, "I have heard that the Prince of Ling has recently engaged Dr. Tao, whose medical expertise is quite commendable. For the past few days, it has been this Dr. Tao attending to the prince's leg. Has it proven effective?" The matter of Dr. Tao treating Xie Jingyan's leg was known throughout the Prince of Ling's household. A fact that could not be concealed, and Xinhuan was not surprised that the Empress was aware. However, the reason Xie Jingyan was unable to stand was due to malfeasance during his treatment, which left Xinhuan wary. My husband has persuaded Dr. Tao to prescribe medicine, and his leg has shown significant improvement, yet I am uncertain whether my husband is merely trying to assuage my worries with false reassurances. My husband, such a term, felt intimately affectionate, yet, after days of consuming the medication, she could hardly discern whether the progress was genuine or illusory. Even if it was effective, the improvement was marginal at best.